Forever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. If the comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
CY gets the kill onto Illusion. Kyung9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to lose it, and they do not want it.
소유기만 자, 이 围城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。
最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。
他们代表了 K 城，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别学别人。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。
在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用5神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want any.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣耀。
最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world to come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 组，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞扬。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你们捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞来。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用赌神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to lose it, and they do not want it.
属于你们，在玉城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣耀。最美的风景就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别学谁。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
The kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
育城的漫天烟火下，铭记属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞扬。
以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。
用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha. Tungod sa
Good day, it is time to reapply the English broadcast. We are at the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today, once again, it is SANGJIE. SANGJIE, how are we doing today?
It's good to be back, of course, on towards the English broadcast. The last time I saw you, it was back at KCC 2025. And of course, when it comes to online, we'll be always doing the rebroadcast of the English stream. For this time, it will be KCC 2025. And we have 3 global teams that will be competing amongst the China, KPL, KGL, national teams, women's team, and all the streamer teams coming in for this tournament.
Yes, so this is actually what makes me really excited, right? Because we were always talking about, okay, when do we see the rise in quality for the global teams? This is the one. This is the one where you have to prove yourselves that we are growing, we are learning fast as well. So the 3 teams that we have been invited over to this KCC 2025 are Nova, APG, as well as Homebois, Shrew, Esport. So today, we're going to get 2 of the 3. Besides that, we also have the KPL matchups, and we have, I think, 2 KPL matchups today, total of 4 best of 5.
That is correct here. And of course, with the BO5, they will be playing under the global ban pick rules. So everything will be very similar with our global teams, but we won't be playing the global server. We'll be playing on the KPL China server this time.
Yes, so this one is going to be really interesting, and we have to walk through some of the details for this particular tournament itself. So let's get started with that. So for the tournament format, we are currently at the knockout stage 1. Challenges, blessings will apply. So right now, all the way until tomorrow, it's going to be a single elimination, meaning if you lose, you are going home.
That's the thing, right? Yesterday, we saw the likes of Wolves Esports losing out against KSG, and that loss resulted in them to just default the tournament and lose out on the 32nd place, just the first series. So that's how you know this tournament is deadly with the first BO5.
Yeah, and once we have rounded it down to 8 teams, we'll have another group draw on the 14th of December, after which we will then enter a double elimination stage, all best of 7s with the ultimate battle if it comes down to it. Of course, after all of the hard work from all the teams, we will have our finals on the 2nd of January. This is a best of 9 with the ultimate battle as well. But a lot of you are asking, challenges, blessing, what is that? So SANGJIE, help me out here.
So to understand what is Challenger Blessing, before that, you need to know that there are different tierings for the team here. So Tier 1 featuring KPL and KGL teams. Tier 2, HOK National Championship winners and KPL rookies. And Tier 3, we have global teams, streamer teams, Women Opens, and Campus League here. So Tier 3 and Tier 2, Tier 1, every tier difference here, they get to enjoy what we call Challenger's Blessing here. So it is divided into the chosen heroes and to reset the heroes pool. So what is the chosen heroes here? You, in one game in a BO5, you get to choose 2 heroes that is exclusive for your team, and the enemy, they can't pick it. And it's not counted into the global ban pick, so it's exclusive for them. You can pick it for yourself, you can ban it away from the enemy. It works wonders here.
Yes, and of course the second one is called Reset the Heroes Pool, meaning even if your heroes are banned by the global ban pick format, you will be able to unlock it for that particular game itself. Now bear in mind, because there are different tierings, you can only use both blessings if there is a 2-tier difference, which is what's going to happen for our first game, but you can't use them together, so it has to be used once per game.
That is correct here. So for example, our first series is Nova going up against WST. WST is a KGL team, which is Tier 1, and Tier 3 is Nova Esports coming in from the global teams. So for Nova Esports, they get to enjoy 2 division difference. They can both use the chosen heroes and also reset the heroes pool for the Challenger's Blessing.
Yep. So, I mean, we all know what the stakes are, right? If you lose, you go home. Meaning, if you have the blessing, you want to make sure that you win the game. So far, that statistic has not been very good per se. Hasn't been really healthy. We have had the lower tier teams use both blessings, but couldn't find that one win. So let's see if there's going to be any difference today. SANGJIE, any expectations on the team's performance? Because look, it's a brand new server for them. They're new heroes they might not have explored before.
Well, to talk about expectations, there is always opportunities here, because yesterday, SYG, a national championship winner, managed to take down one of the KPL teams known as E-Star Pro. So if they can do it, I'm not undermining their effort. I do think that anything is possible here in the Challengers Cup, especially with the addition of a 2-tier difference for the side of Nova or the side of these global teams coming up against the Chinese teams. I would say that it's pretty possible for them to take a few games or even a series per se.
Yes, Nova, one of the few teams to have taken a game off of KPL teams such as Talent Gaming last time during KWC. Let's see if they can redo and replicate that process as well. It's going to be the first one. It's a best of 5, so it's intensity-wise, it's going to be slightly lesser, but still, coming into and playing live, that's a completely different experience. I want to see if they can handle it, because this is a journey of growth, journey of learning.
That is true here. So we'll be very expecting to see some of these interesting picks here. In terms of the meta so far, I have heard news that is still revolving around a few of these picks like Luban, Master Luban, but with the recent introduction of the Dunshan revamp, Dunshan Fatih has been on a tear so far in this tournament here. So with that in mind, this too could be the potential combos here. And of course, without also undermining some of these picks, Nerza has received a rework in the KPL server here. So the skill 4 coming in from Nerza is an AoE reveal that applies burn on the enemy team.
Yes, so with this new update, actually Nerza is quite hard to handle, and that also opens up the possibility of Winions coming in, right? I really like that rework. It puts us in a state of limbo where if you time it right, with paired with the correct timings for the team fight as well, you could potentially win with the help of your minions or super or mega minions. Now, with that being said, this I think would be a rarity, right? All the teams coming into the Challengers Cup are of the highest quality, so I want to see what kind of gameplay strats we can learn from every single team today.
That is true here. So coming into this first series here, we have Nova Esports taking on against WST, a global team. Second place coming in from KIC, coming up against WST here. If I'm not mistaken, they are at the KGL Summers 3rd spot. So we keep talking about like, hey, how does global teams fare up against the KPL, KGL teams? This is potentially one of the first few times that we will see them go face to face here, aside from the series that they had back in KWC.
Exactly, in a professional setting, more or less, right? We have heard of the scrims. We haven't had a full-on battle, 5v5, best of 5 on stage in person. So this is going to be a great lesson, not just for Nova, but for everyone else watching in the world, right? If you are a global pro player or looking to be a pro, this is where you need to tune in, pay attention, and take a look at what little difference makers these teams will have, and let's see which one this will favor. Because at this point, the bans and picks, very important, of course, but we've also seen across the past few months, execution just as important.
Yeah, even though we're playing on like different patches thus far, yes, there's more heroes in the KPL Chinese server, but the logic towards the game, how you attack those early game objectives, steal away the jungle resources, rotate as a team to those side lanes or those towers, is pretty much similar in terms of the objective-centric playstyle for global and also the China server.
Yes, and every little bit matters. I think this is something that all global audiences have started to pick up on, right? Every single camp, very important. That slight bit of EXP, that slight bit of gold could net you that core item first. And with a core item, there are better stats, there are better ways to win the fight as well. I mean, so many things to consider, right? Timing of your skills, not just your ultimates, but your first, second, third. If you have that many skills, your common spells, itemization, positioning. We have seen the slightest details matter and turn the tides in favor of one team than the other. So I want to see what else does Nova have to offer us, right? For those of you that have just tuned in, right? Nova has come in second place from KIC 2025, right? Our champion team is HBSE, of course, third place APG. So let's take a look at the players that will be representing Nova Esports as they take the stage.
Yeah, this will be Nova Esports here from the Clash lane all the way to the roamer, Shrew, CY, Wendy, Muchi, and Waypit. They had a very successful year thus far coming in for the 2025 year. They did all they could, but they did lose out on the final KIC here. So I'm interested to see, have they really bounced back from their loss against HBSE here with their opening match against WST.
I think this is one very critical thing, right? The other is also the fact that Wendy did come from KPL. So this is going to be really interesting, right? Have they found that synergy that was not showing in KIC against HBSC? And can they do it against their challenges? It's going to come up on your screen right now. And I'm talking about WST. So represented by Anlan, Shuyuan, Chen Huan, Meng Yuan, as well as Nuomi. These 5 members coming in from the side of KGL are no slouch either. They are very strong. From the Growth League, they are on their way to becoming full titans in the KPL if they have their journey right.
That's why we call it the KGL, the Growth League here. So for those who don't know, KPL is the first league in the Chinese server. And for the side of KGL, this is where they scout youth. They cultivate these young talents here. And as you can see, they are the 10th edition of the Open National Championship winners here. And this is their second time here in the Challengers Cup.
So second time, meaning they have experienced this before. And this is going to be a portion where it looks like experience is going to make the world's difference here, right? Keeping calm, understanding that, hey, these are the potential plays that my opponent will want to make. These are the potential drafts that will happen. This all points towards an advantage for the side of WST. Nova though, what do we think about them?
I think it comes down to one word specifically. It will be adaptation, right? Because previously, when Nova Esports took on Talent Gaming back in honor of King's World Cup back in Saudi Arabia, it was on their home turf, which is the global server here. As we know, global and China server, their stats and their heroes are really different here. So coming into an opposite direction, Nova right now, stepping into an alternate territory, can they adapt is the question that they need to answer if they want to take down WST.
I think that's a great point to make, right? Having the slight differences in the itemization, the stats, these will be a challenge for the side of Nova Esports. But knowing Nova Esports as well, they are a team that is consistently learning, consistently adapting. Now, the only question we have is how fast can you do it? Because there is only one lifeline. You have 5 games potentially to do it. It's the best of 5. So we'll take a look at how this is going to go down for both these teams. KGL for WST. We have our KIC representatives for the side of Nova.
Yep, this will be the featured matchup of our opening series today, featuring Nova Esports here. With their flawless, almost flawless 2025 run, this is where they will try to showcase their brilliance against one of the best KGL teams here, WST.
Yep, so both teams very familiar with the push towards coming and arriving at this point of the tournament, right? having won through so many different battles, Nova against WST, only one remains standing at the end of this best of 5.
Yeah, I do want to see how Nova Esports will try to utilize the Challenger's blessing in making it towards the advantage. Is it to put priority on the Fatih Dunshan combination, or is it to put priority on the likes of the Master Luban number 7 combination, or the global premiere that we saw back in KIC, the Nutsa Dolia that has so much success in the tournament itself?
I mean, if we take a look at Nova, right, the most interesting thing to me now is I want to take a look at Wendy, because this is a replay for him. He has been in this setting before, and knowing that he has experience in the Chinese version of the game, can he really pull his teammates up? Like, giving Muchi as much comfort as possible is going to be key to winning on the side of Nova.
That is true here. So we will have to give a bit of patience here before we go into the pick and bans here. Which side does Nova Esports want to default towards to? Because so far, in the middle of the Chinese server, I do think that blue side is a quite favorable spot. Because if we were to look back into the KPL Grand Finals, KPL Summer, a lot of the roamers have been popular in that first pick here on the blue side.
Yeah, look, the Sulia, we have already seen how much damage this guy can do with the Iron Colossus and the Unconquerable Army as well. The ultimates as well as the passive, very useful. And this can be paired with like double multiple lives. You have the Zhenren coming in, that's going to give you an extra life. And this is normally played with the Lady Sun. So I want to see what this is going to be. Now, we talked about the Challenger's blessing. It looks like Nova wants to use it straight away.
Oh, I think that's just a pop-up here. So Nova does get the 2 Challenger blessings here, so they can activate it whenever they want to in the series itself. But coming into this game mode, do you really want to pop it so early on?
I think you have to, right? Like, just give maximum respect to your opponents. Regardless of what tiering they are, right? You know that they are creme de la creme. They are one of the best in the world, especially coming from their home region as well. So I think this is the best time to really just see what you can do with your best resources. Game number 1, you have access to every single hero. You have, if you're taking up the blue side, you have the prior pick, the prior ban as well. Put everything in your advantage. Find out your opponent's strength.
And there is also a very smart way of using the chosen heroes here, which is one of the Challenger's blessing. You don't really have to use both of the heroes. You can do it like one of the teams coming in from yesterday, Team OP. They got Shicha and also Master Luban, because so they can favorize the Shicha towards the last pick, and then the Master Luban is removed from the pool against their opponent, so they can't do the Luban number 7 with Master Luban combination here. So that's a smart way of actually using the Challenger's blessing instead of just going down ham on a specific combo.
That's true. At the same time, it also doesn't count into your global ban pick rule.
Correct.
So I think this is going to be very interesting, and they do. So Nancy, who is the coach for the side of Nova, they have picked up the blue side, meaning WST will be on the red side counter pick.
Yep, counter pick side has been a phenomenal miracle side for me, at the very least after I watched KIC, because everything that you showed on the blue side, there will be a certain reactive counter on towards the red side here. So for the side of Coach WST, Yuan Xi, it will be very important for him to draft reactively against what Nova Esports is trying to plan out in this first game.
I want to see, I'm so curious, right? Do you prio that mid lane to give Wendy as much comfort as possible? Or do you try and make sure that Waypit gets the strength and the equipment to be able to assist the entire team? Because you can play this game from so many different angles, but it's all about making sure that your entire roster is fortified, right? The core of the win condition will be fulfilled.
I think with the recent meta so far in the Chinese server, more of the focus will be put on the roamers per se, like Sulie, Kong Kong or even Tai Yi Zhenren. All these are the premier picks on towards the blue side that gives you a much more higher priority in this game, in this sense.
That's true. I mean, we have already seen many a times the Sulia first pick coming in from many of the professional teams as well. Now, the question is, how far do you plan, right? Some coaches, they come in, they take it game by game. We'll do it in game by game for the best of 5. Other coaches will come in with a full best of 5 layout, knowing that, okay, this is what the plan is going to be. Regardless of a win or a loss, this is how we're going to play.
With Nova Esports habit, I think they're more on the former side where they like to start the series strong. Hence, we can expect the game 1 to be a very expensive draft coming in for Nova Esports here. But WST, they are a well-seasoned team in the KGL, and this is their second time in the Challengers Cup here. So for them, I don't think they are that afraid or they won't back down at all.
I think this will then come down to the first few bans that come from both teams, right?
True,
Example, giving away the RE to the side of Nova. I think that's something that WST might not want to do. Muchi has been pretty fantastic on the RE as well. But at the same time, there's so many different combinations to explore, so many different duos to play with. And I'm not just talking about the farm lane roam duo. Could be the mid lane and the jungle combination as well. So I want to see, where does this go?
Now that's the thing, right? Usually when we go towards global, it's like, yeah, he's gonna pick early because heroes are quite, I would say, lesser compared to the China server. But China server, that's the thing. You pick the early, there's so much counter on towards the board. You have the likes of the Geya, the best counter in towards the mid to late stages of the game on that premier pick here. So I'm interested to see what kind of priority they will draft. Is it to adapt towards the Chinese server, or is it to play towards their comfort of the global server?
That's true, right? Sometimes it's better to play from a comfortable position where you don't take as much stress. But at the other times, this is where your ability to adapt is going to be tested, right? Why not go into the home court and play with the home court style?
That is true here. Especially meta does differ a lot, and if you pick out of meta stuff in a tournament setting, you can be very good at it, but you will be heavily punished with the reactive red counters here that will be proposed from the side of WST here. And I got a glimpse of the pick and bans here. We will be going into it in just a short few moments.
Yeah. No rush, no rush. I think we can build the suspense at this point. I'm very curious because, look, this one, feels like it's going to be a long day. So let's step right into it. This is going to be your first game. Game number 1 of a best of 5. And, they're not using
they're not using
Challenger's Blessing.
I think they're saving it for game 2 and game 3 because coming into this game 1, you are unlocked with all the heroes here. So there is no practical rush in using the chosen heroes blessing here. But of course, the difference between global and Chinese server, aside from the numbers of heroes and the difference in statistics, numbers of bans as well are more in the Chinese server competitive scene.
Yeah, 5 bans, right, in total.
Correct.
Nova looks like they're cooking something up. Ditching is going to be banned. This could be a potential pay opening. At the same time, this is research done onto WST. WST, though, they respond with the Organ ban.
Now, Haya as well has been removed from the pool here. So there is a lot of things that you could potentially go for with this setup here. There is the Luban, Master Luban combination. There is the Fatih Dunshan combination, which has been removed from the pool coming in with the WST coaching lineup here. But of course, if you are a team like Nova Esports that likes to play towards the mid lane tempo, Catboom is a perfect pick for you in that mid lane.
Yeah, strong poke, long range, very good answer. But WST, this combination is very hard to deal with as well. The Lady Sun along with the Dunshan, you have the shields, you have the blocks, and you have the burst damage potential. What is Nova's answer to this though?
I'm not really sure, but because so far Lady Sun and Dunshan, this is one of the, I would say, strongest laning duos in the patch so far here. So it will be very interesting to see what does Nova go for here. It will be the early Kong Kong being hovered and locked in for both Muchi and Waypit for side Nova Esports.
Okay, I like it. I mean, Kong Kong is also very adept at #1 tanking. With the use of his puppets, he's able to soak in quite a lot of damage. So Waypit for this game needs to have priority positioning. They need to create as much room as they can so that Muchi on this early can find the space and find the gaps.
I think there might be a potential lane swap here coming in for Nova Esports because the strength of the Kong Kong and Arlie, yes, it's very good in team fights here, but the laning phase might be a bit of a stress point coming in from Nova Esports if they choose to 2v2 normally against Shrew and Anlan on that Lady Sun and also Dunshan combination.
Yeah, I think you really want to funnel as much farm as soon as possible, right? But let's talk a bit about the bans. Because Haya is banned, the Guan Yu was open. That would have been a great pick for Xuan, but that's banned out now. No Flowborn tank and no Dharma as well. Nova, great response. They take out the Chang'e, which is a huge close range burst damage potential. On the mid lane, they also take out the Xiao Xiao and the Yangjie.
Yep. coming down towards this final few picks, right, you can start to see more of the counters has been locked in for the side of WST. This is a very good one, especially when the side of the Haino likes to fight more of these multiple units like the Kong here. So those javelins, those scepter of phase, that's gonna hit extremely hard against both the Meng Tian and also Kong here coming from Nova.
Yes, great answer, right? At the same time, they are able to tank up quite a bit. You have the false field suppression from the Byron, you have the shields, all shield coming in from the side of the Tunshan. And WST, they pick another 1-for-1 here. It's going to be the Ukyo Tachibana. Can they survive the burst potential from WST? Because if they don't, Nova will get destroyed from the inside.
And this is a hyper-aggressive lineup coming in from WST. You have the Byron Ukyo Tachibana paired up with Meng Yuan Xiyu. This combination on the Lady Sun Dunshan. This is such a strong early to mid game, with the late game being covered by the Lady Sun being the primary carry for that WST. So back to the question here. Can Nova Esports realistically survive the early game? They will need to play super duper well. It will come from Wendy and Shrew. These two picks, they are super duper strong in the early to mid phase. They have to duel smartly in this exchange.
Yes. So now that we step into the Chinese region for the game itself, this is where you start to see those little moments really matter, right? And right off the bat, I can just tell you, WST, they will have a significantly easier time if they get the goal lead. So Nova's first thing to do is to make sure that camps are not stolen, and they need to have that financial advantage.
And if you lock in the Meng Tian, there is the potential of Shrew being on the receiving end, whereby he's absorbing pressure, maybe potentially lane swapping towards the bottom side to tank up against WST's strong dual lane lineup here. That does elevate more of the pressure coming from Muchi on this early, because early in Global has a very high stats in terms of the base damage on the spells, but early in competitive in Chinese server, the stats is relatively lower and is more reliant on 3-item power spike.
Yeah, so that means Nova needs time. And time is something they don't really have too much of, because once this Suyan jungle comes online, the Ukyo Tachibana, right, the instant burst potential can delete the Arlie or even Wendy on this Kabu.
I think really, if you see WST, they have strong early game in the form of their laners. Aside from Chen Huan on the Haino, not so strong in the early game, but it will come from the dual lane on both sides with the Ukyo Tachibana. And similar enough for Nova Esports, yes, Arlie may not be the strongest, but Nova Esports has one of the strongest, I would say, non-resource reliable clash lane, which is the Meng Tian, and also Wendy on the cap boom here. So a lot of pressure will be coming in from both mid and clash lane for Nova Esports to realistically withstand against WST's heavy aggression in that early phase.
Well, you can tell, right? For those of you that are new towards this KPL region, now Meng Tian is one of those clash laners. The last time we saw, he only needed 6,000 gold in his bank.
Exactly,
and he was super tanky. So let's see if this is going to be the difference maker. Xuan has been the savior of Nova many a times, but can he set it up for the team? Because this is a KGL team, WST.
And welcome to the Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here, Nova Esports. You are in the non-usual zone, and you're coming over to the Chinese server to realistically challenge WST in their home soil, home ground, their comfort zone in the opening series of Day 3 of the Challengers Cup.
Okay, I want to see how this is going to be like, because game number 1, we know about Nova, right? Nova, if they win game number 1, they're able to kind of put a lot more pressure onto the opponent team. But if they lose, then, you know, it starts to show a little bit more cracks and they start crumbling. So Nova needs to win this game number 1.
It's more of a, I would say, pressure issue and a mental state issue that really creeps up Nova Esports for the entire 2025 year. But coming into Challengers Cup, where expectations are, I would say, away from them, maybe that's where they have a much better game plan coming in towards this game 1.
Well, this is not going to be good though. Initial invade coming in from the side of WST. Very fast clear in the mid lane. This is going to put a lot more pressure onto CY. He needs to find that smite soon, but the reset comes in.
Oh, but hang on a moment though. CY going dangerously low. Might be the first to fall here against Meng Yuan on that ladies. That's first blood going over to side WST.
Yep, WST, the results have paid off, and with that, they welcome a trade, but can they get this Azure Golem? That is the prize that they want. WST working on it, gets a smite down as well, and with that, Suyan will be able to make it out of that initial pit. So, advantage going to the side of WST.
Yeah, jungle pressure being super duper pressed on by the side of Shrew and WST. That really limits CY on this Musashi in towards the early game here. And when all that is happening, Chen Yuan just casually on the Hano stole away the wild boars from Musashi in that early game.
Yeah, so a lot more benefits going to the side of WST at this point. Game is not really over, it's just a very strong start from the side of WST. They did get a trade in kills, so that is still okay for the side of Nova.
But you can see the lane swap coming in for the side of Nova Esports, which is what we called out in the pick and bans. Arlie, realistically, you need to make sure that she gets all the farm funnel in towards her safely towards the 10th minute mark. That's where she really comes online on this late game pick.
Yep. They need a little bit more, right? Because at this point, with the lead for the side of WST, especially focusing on the Meng Yuan on this Lady Sun, this is where the damage is going to be very painful. Once she gets the Meteor, this could be another easy kill for the side of WST.
Yeah, Chen Huan's just casually stealing away Wendy's Wild Beak here towards the bot side with just a Scepter of Fate. Wendy had to commit the cat bombs on the ultimate here. Oh, the CY though, he does get the smite against Shrew in this exchange.
I mean, that has to be the bare minimum at this point, right? Because there is already a 1,000 goalie going to the side of WST.
Now, with the timers being available for WST here, they might just do another invade against CY in this jungle here. Interested to see how Nova Esports choose to defend this, but WST taking on a more safer route does take away the Horntail Beast and then back off against to safety.
I think at this point, if you're at WST, there's no need to really over-aggress, right? So far, they've stolen a lot of camps away from Nova. That has already netted them a steady 1,500 goal lead for now. Most of it going into the hands of Meng Yuan on this Lady Sun. So, in terms of gold advantage, this is the dream start for WST.
That's the early game prowess coming in for the side of WST and superior gold sharing between the Lady Sun that started in the mid lane, so she can benefit with the gold sharing on the jungle resources with Shrew and also CU on the rotations here.
Yep, and already, look, with 2.4k, already has the boots, and with that, well on their way to the first core item. And Lady Sun with a 1 core item before this 4-minute mark is going to be a very scary thing.
Nova Esports definitely has to play safe coming in towards the later few minutes here. If their jungle really falters after the 4th minute mark, this could be a landslide coming in from WST all the way towards that early finish. Might be even a sub 10-minute game that we might say here.
Yep, I fully agree as well. And you can see Waypit, he's trying to hold his own and just provide space for Muchi. But for now, because there's a level differential of one level between Anlan as well as Muchi, he's able to hold his own. And at this 4-minute mark, Nova will not make it on time. WST gets it for free.
It's difficult, right? You're losing 2,000 gold at the 4th minute mark. Anlan is so darn tanky in that early phase with the Boots of Fortitude and also the armor item. It's so difficult to out-rotate this Byron that has gotten so much help coming in from CU and also Meng Yuan on that Lady Sun and Dushan combination.
Yeah, plus the fact that he has Meteor on the side of Anlan, this is a very difficult situation for the side of Nova, right? To make matters worse, Meng Yuan already has the Eternity Blade. This is 4.5 minutes, and here they will start to push.
Yeah, 4v1 here, trying to collide against Shren on this bottom side here. But it is still a Meng Tian here. You gotta work for it if you want to realistically dive here. Hence, they altered their priority here, looking to invade on this Crimson Golem.
Right, they will go in, they put down the duel to the death. Is it going to be enough? The reset comes in. They have wasted every single option on the side of Nova, and WST going for the kill. This is Muchi taking the first fall on this exchange. Second one going to be Shen as well. And WST, they are so strong.
That's the combination here coming in from the side of WST. The strong side lanes in the form of Anlan and Meng Yuan here. With Chen Huan taking all the spells here on towards the Hano here, there is no realistic, I would say, threat coming in for the double side lanes here, which led to an easy pickup here on towards the gameplay here. As you can see, towards the replay here, check out the Hano here. Taking Duel to the death, immediately purifying and using the ultimate to bail towards safety here. As of this point, there is no threat coming in from Nova Esports. Muchi has no items. Shren has already expended all the spells here. They will be taken down by the consistent DPS coming in from the Byron and also the Lady Sun.
Yeah, very smart execution, right? So what Nova was planning was that Shen was supposed to hold the other members on the side of WST back, where they used the ultimate of CY to catch Chen Huan. They were meant to 5-man dive or 4-man dive on the Chen Huan, get the kill. But the fact that he took Purify and the fact that he has his ultimate Fate Rewind, it makes things so difficult. Essentially wasted every single option thrown by Nova.
And this also goes back to the pick and bans that we talk about, right? If you draft the early into such an uncomfortable position, you will find yourself into a snowball generated by WST in this first game of the series. As you can see, Strand on the Mengtian, supposedly to be super duper tanky, just gone blown up immediately by the overly fed Lady Sun.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage coming in from side of WST, looking for that final blow. Nice stun! Gets the kill on the Wendy as well. And this is looking like a tier 3 being taken down. Nova struggling to keep up at this point. CY has no space around the map. They can dive if they want to, but WST playing this so disciplined and so clean.
You can see this was escalated throughout the entirety of their game plan here. From the draft itself, they planned a hyper-aggressive early game coming in for the Ukyo and strong side lanes here, and then invading CY, getting the first blood on towards hands of Mengyuan, and then that just escalated into a 6,000 goal lead for the side of WST at only 7 minutes here, kid.
Yep, and 6,000 goal lead is a huge one, especially that you have mentioned number 1, it's 7 minutes. But the more important part is that there's close to a 2,000 goal lead for Mengyuan on this Lady Sun. So if you can't deal with the frontline tanks like Anlan, you can't deal with Xiyu, there's no way you touch Shuyuan as well as Mengyuan. The two cores, the jungle as well as the farm lane, they are the damage dealers. And until Nova can address that, WST has this game in their hands.
That's one of the concerns here, and another concern that we need to point out is that Nova Esports lineup doesn't really have much of a late game to really tackle against the Mengyuan Lady Sun plus Xiyu Dunshan combination here. So, for this game, WST needs to do a colossal troll, potentially 2 back-to-back aces against Nova. Then Nova Esports could potentially look for that comeback.
And let's be honest, I don't think we can get an ace here. Like, the fact that turn 1 is not put in a position where he's forced to, number 1, use the Purify, and he gets to choose when he wants to use his Fate Rewind. That shows you how much of an advantage WST had, right? And the later this game goes, turn 1 is just going to be an absolute monster.
Yeah, so far it is looking as of this point. And for the side of Nova Esports, they need to rely more on Wendy and Shren to delay the game into a potential 15-minute mark here. But WST isn't going to allow you to do that here. With the timer slowly creeping into those 10 minutes, they are looking for that early game winning push here coming in for the KGL third seed.
The only viable way to come back is if they're all level 15. So that's going to take a while. And the next big challenge for the side of Nova is that 10-minute mark. You can see Waypit is unable to tank for the team. There is a 3-level difference between Anlan as well as Waypit. Not the easiest battle to take. I think Nova will lose another T3 here.
Yep, with the aggression coming in from Mengyuan here and all shield being committed by Xiyu here, this might just be an early tower here, but the engage does come through.
Yeah, they get in. Mengyuan gets taken down, and with the Fate Rewind though, this is going to be an uncomfortable fight for the side of Nova. They can't last. CY will be taken down, and WST, even though they get the life of their farm laner, the pressure is still being put on.
But that's still a very good approach here coming in from Nova Esports here, being able to get the most fed member coming in from the side WST. This may delay the game for them here, but Flash Engage coming in from Online doesn't find Muji here, but they do find another tier 3 towards the bottom side here, almost a Baron base coming in from Nova prior to that 10th minute mark.
Look, WST, they don't really have to get the kills, right? It's really just about pushing the members of Nova back so that you get the backdoor protection down. And that's exactly what WST did. So the rewards are plenty. Number 1, they get the T3 at the bottom. They also get the access into both buffs. So right now, Nova already fighting on a disadvantage will have an even bigger deficit because the Crimson Golem now in the hands of Suyuan and Mengyuan, and we have the Azure Golem into the hands of Chun Wan and Anlan.
You can see the discipline coming in from WST as well. With how ahead they are, they don't choose to do the double objectives to give a sign of hope of comeback coming from Nova Esports. Instead, they focus on the Shadow Tyrant first, recollect all the buffs, and then recuperate as a team to go for their final tier 3 towards the mid lane here. Question is, will WST fall victim again towards that mid dive coming in from CY's Ukyo Musashi?
We'll see, because the T3 in the mid has been taken down. They're poking and prodding. Right now, it's all about Chun Wan. How many Scepters of Fate can he land? Right now, he already has 2 of them. Final push coming in from the side of WST. All Chill going to be committed. Quite a bit of damage onto the Crystal, and they get Muji down as well. That's the start of a big fight for the side of WST. They do get that final minion cleared, but WST, they are nowhere near done at this point. Crystal still under pressure. All 5 members very healthy. Suyan comes in, looks for the final kill. CY is out of the game. Minions are marching in. Game number 1 goes to WST.
Such a clean showcase of executing a draft plan by their coach. WST made every single move within their plans, hence getting the game 1 with no stress at all in this BO5.
Alright, so let's do a quick run through of what's happening here, right? We talked about Nova not wanting to use the Challenger's Blessing in this first game to kind of feel out the strengths of their opponent, right? I think they have really been exposed. WST is a very strong team. They are tier 1 for a reason, even if they are in the Growth League.
I mean, the Challenger's Blessing, I would say that using it in game 1 sets up a pretty good tempo if you are going for the Chosen Hero's Blessing here. But not using it in game 1 also signifies one thing. They're trying to test the waters of how they can realistically play with a similar to a global draft coming in towards this BO5. But since that didn't work out, potentially game 2 with heroes limitation on towards their opponent, they could add on 2 chosen heroes against them to maybe get more value in this case.
That's right. So with what's happened so far, game number 1, the use of the Tunshan along the Lady Sun, this is one of the core combinations available on the Chinese server, right, in the Pro Seed. So with that being taken out, I feel like that is one very big strength taken out from the side of WST.
I'm interested to see whether game 2, Nova Esports potentially has to use the Chosen Hero's Blessing and look for potentially the likes of a Dunshan Fatih combination or a potential Master Luban combination to get those big combos, AoEs in to look for that game 2 victory here. But so far, in terms of execution of the draft in that early game, I gotta give it to WST. It was really clean.
Yes, it was. WST was doing a very good job. They're showing you why, even though they're KGL, which is 1 tier below the KPL teams, they are still a team to be very much feared by, right? Look, very little deaths, only 2 given by the son of Meng Yuan, and that's exactly what Nova was supposed to go for. And even though they did fulfill that first win condition, the rest of the team was just too far ahead. WST doing so well in game number 1.
Look at that goal graph. It's not just well here, Ken. I would say that it's absolute domination here coming in from the side of WST here. Over to the left side, every single item has been picked up from the side of WST, leaving 0 crumbs for Nova Esports in this game number 1.
Yep, I think one of the main things we will take a look at here is the fact that Chen Huan on this Hano was doing so much work for the team. He was tanking it up, he was also dealing the damage. The Scepters of Fate were the main difference maker for the side of WST, because if you take a look at how Nova took those fights, not only was this mid laner allowed to get those strikes in, he was also forcing all the options, all the resources out from Nova. Once those options were used, he uses Fate Rewind, put everything back into square number 1, and Nova were out of options.
This really reminds us of that red buff fight here coming in from the side of WST, where Chen Huan on this Hano actually baited out all the spells, which resulted into an easy pickup coming in from Meng Yuan on this Lady Sun with 2 more additional kills here. Yes, he did die twice, but at the expense of the entirety of Nova Esports lineup.
Yes, I think that's a worthwhile trade, right? We of course want perfection in every game, but that is not possible all the time. So with this, it shows you making sure that you have the initial resources will help you in your growth. Now MVP of this game, Su Yan here in the jungle, taking the Ukyo Tachibana to a completely different level, 88.9% of team fighting participation.
You can see his early game aggression really paid off for his team. It is never about one person here, but this resulted into a 2,000 gold lead for the side of WST, which allowed Anlan on this buy run to assassinate Muchi on his early here, picking up the first kill and leading to no DPS being generated by Nova Esports, and then allowing WST to get those early and easy teamfight wins.
But still, valuable experience for the side of Nova, right? This is exactly what we expected coming here. I mean, you're playing against one of the top teams on the Chinese server. This is to be expected. Now, the question for Nova that we were asking at the start of the day, how fast do you learn? How fast do you adapt?
They need to really adapt quickly in towards the draft here, because in game 1 itself, I would say that WST, in terms of the drafting, in terms of the how they actually carry out the draft itself, the execution, I would say it's far superior compared to the side of Nova Esports here. So going to game 2, maybe it's time to use the Challenger's blessing here coming from Nova. Secure a strong 1-2 combination. Make sure that you put pressure against your opponents in the game 2 itself.
Okay, some might call me as cooking, but I feel like you still don't use the Challenger's
No
blessing
way.
just yet.
No way.
Okay, right. So hear me out,
That's crazy.
right? Now it's too early. It really is too early because the hero pool is still so wide. There are only 5 heroes that are cut out from the entirety of the 100 over heroes available in the Chinese server. That's number 1. There's still many big combinations. Even if you block out just 2 heroes, it might not be enough.
Now, the counter argument for this, right, is to use the chosen hero Challenger's blessing, and you don't really think about limiting the options of your enemy. Is to really pick up a strong combination of the Chinese HOK meta here, which we oftentimes see is the Fatih and Dunshan combination that has wide success, even for Team OP against a KPL team yesterday here, to pull the game into a 29-minute mark. For Nova Esports, they need these strong approaches in game 2 itself to potentially claw into a later stages or longer extension of the BO5.
I fully agree with that thought process, but then, you know, being introduced into the KPL server here, I feel like the global teams should work on the foundations first, which is make sure your camps don't get stolen first, steal your opponent's camps away, and then we start talking about the strats, right? You need to get the basics right.
But it's difficult though. You gotta see the draft coming in from the side of WST here. Ukyo Tachibana, Lady Sun Dunshan, and to top it off, a Byron handling an Arlie on towards the clash lane here. Minute 1, where CY died in the Azure Golem of his own base, the jungle has already crumbled coming in from the side of Nova Esports, which really led to a landslide being generated from the side of WST. I would say that aside from the execution in-game, the drafting has severely favored for the side of WST, and the way they really played the draft was really well executed coming in from the KGL team.
Actually, I'm super happy with this particular situation that we're placed in, right? Because now we really get to take a look at the gaps that need to be filled from the global side, right? So I think to be able to expect them to grow, I think that's a healthy expectation to have. But let's talk about where they should start focusing their efforts on. And I think let's start with the most foundational, right? The early game plan from the start. We know about that invasion coming in. So protect your first few buffs. If Nova can get that right, then we start exploring the next few portions of the game about laning, about rotations. But first, I think we listen in to both sides, feel what they were seeing in the game, and see what else can we learn from this
对，
game.
好不容易来个这种中国的顶尖队伍，也算是国内厉害的 K 甲队伍，交手一下手，学习一下。
赢了血战，输了不亏，好吧？
对啊，
比 KCC 压力小吧？
那肯定啊，我毫无压力啊，这一战，对不对？就是过来学习的。
真没压力，好吧？哎，他在红原刷了，这不就打红吧，兄弟，他在红原刷了。哎，跟我在红被抽人，过来把中路给我挤回来，你摸 buff。
我在这抽人了，你们看到？
上路线能堵吗？
可能换了。
别怕，没换，过来打架。
文天没上，没打过没打。
能看蒙田不？看蒙田。
文天没上。
我给大了，慢慢打，往前打，慢慢往前打。
你有赢吗？谁没打？根本没打的。
往前打。
没赢。是。
中一。
我喊人推中，我喊人。
把3线结了，他先我们打人。别急，就抽人。然后你那个小心，你别开就行了。然后冒昧闪，别急打脸上的。哎，先进去了，过来点塔。空降。过来打脸上的，打脸上的就行了。打脸上的就行了，没事。
三。
点塔吧，赢了。
So it's interesting to really hear about the in-game comps coming in for the side of Nova Esports. They did mention that, hey, we are against one of the best teams coming in from the KGL, and they are very strong. So expectations are very low for that. They even said that if we lose, it's expected, but if we win, we profit from that loss itself. And also, they did mention one more thing where, hey, this is lesser stress compared to KIC because the burden on our shoulders is lesser compared to that tournament.
Okay, now we have addressed the Nova one. I want to point you guys in the side of ST. So WST, with that being said, I think understanding what options are left for your opponents are very critical in taking the win. So with that being said, WST made one very critical comment, which was wait for them to clear the waves and then we fight them. Because at that point, you're left with so many options to choose if you're Nova, right? You have to care about being dived, but you also have to take care that your backdoor protection is down. You need to choose correctly. And knowing that advantage that WST have, they let Nova make the mistake. That's the main difference here.
Exactly right. And also, when you play the game in such a calm tempo, you reduce the mistakes of your team actually being able to generate those potential comebacks for your opponents in game one itself. So for WST, much to learn coming in for the global teams against this strong KGL team here in this BO5.
Agree. Now, this is, we take one step at a time, right? You have been dealt your loss. Losing in games will be common, right? Especially when you're new, you're learning, and at this point, it's about, okay, what else can you offer to put up a challenge against WST? I think from game number one, we know the difference in standards. It's really about how quick they can learn.
Yeah, and the adaptation in terms of the draft is also something we need to see coming in from Nova Esports here, because thus far, I would say game one, WST really outdrafted against the side of Nova, and the execution in game elevated on how well they escalated that lead in towards that early to mid part, which resulted into a 10,000 goal lead coming in for the side WST in game one.
I think the scary part is that Ukyo Tachibana isn't said a meta hero per se, right? So this isn't the strongest version of WST yet. Now the question here is, what do they pry on this first pick? And do they even switch sides, right? Even if you don't switch sides, do you want to choose your roam as your prior pick, or do you go for the mid lane again if you're on the side of Nova?
There is the potential of the Haya being picked up coming in for the side of Nova Wendy. There's also the likes of the Master Luban number 7, the old favorites coming in for the side of KPL here. But I do think that we might be seeing a Challenger's Blessing being used coming in for the side of Nova Esports.
Yep, I think so too. I want to see what they have, and they will be using the chosen hero. So you get to pick 2 heroes that will be banned and cannot be picked on your opponent's side. That's going to be the Dunshan as well as the Fatih.
And with this in mind as well, this combination, you don't really have the first pick in 1-2 because the enemy cannot ban it as well. So you can really be slow and steady, or you can show it as a 1-2 to hide your counter picks on the third pick coming in for Nova Esports.
Yeah, okay, so WSC this time, they will be on the blue side. They get the prio pick them bans. They will take out the higher, which means the Guan Yu is open, Ma Chao is open. These are available options for Nova to explore.
That's true here. So interested to see what kind of bans will be featured coming in for the side of Nova Esports here. Cat Boom be removed from the pool. And for the side of WST here, you can see the priority being to remove the Master Luban and also the Haya coming in towards this banning phase.
Oh, WST, they start strong though. This is a Chicha, and this is a flex pick. Can go into the roam, can go into the farm lane, can go into the clash lane, can even jungle as well. So Anand's gonna help secure that for the team. Nova, what is this combination that they're going for? It's going to be the Lady Sun and the Ogren.
Much more comfortable game as well coming in from Nova Esports, where you have a strong early game setup with the Lady Sun Ogren, and later on with the Chosen Heroes Challenger's Blessing, they could also lock in the Fatih and Dunshan combination. So the only lane that is left open will be the mid lane coming in from Nova Esports if they do choose to fully utilize the Challenger's Blessing. On the flip side, WST does choose to lock in the standard combination here, Yangjie and Dolia being fully utilized in towards that jungle and roam pool.
Alright, this is a scary draft though, coming in from the side of WST. We've already seen, you know, the strength of the refresh for the Yangjie ultimates, right? Now, this is going to be a very difficult position for Nova. This early game matters even much more because Wendy now taking up the Nuwa. This is an extremely mid to late game hero. If Wendy does not get a good start, he's going to fall so far behind.
Well, fortunate for them at the very least is that Nova Esports, they do supplement that late game mage with a sufficiently strong jungle and farming combination here. Want to see whether they follow through with the chosen heroes, which is the Fatih and Dunshan here, or they look to play the red side with a reactive counter coming in on their 4 and 5 pick.
I honestly think that Nova needs more stuns, right? One of the ways to deal with the Yangjin combination is to be able to lock him down so that he doesn't have as much potency. At the same time, you need to have someone to be able to take care of this Shicha. And Nova, for now, don't really have too many stuns. They have the creation blocks and the matrixes by the side of Wendy, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, and also the bans are heavily focused for side WST on towards the heavy CC roamer pools here. Like, talk about it, you need stun to handle Shrew on that Yangjin here. Hence, more of these bans are limited towards the roamer pool here. But Nova Esports, they do follow through the challenges blessing here. They will pick up the Fatih and potentially the Dunshan on that 5th pick.
Okay, I like the Fatih pick. Now you have 2 angles to engage. 3, in fact. So you have the Ogren as the penetrating force. You then have the Lady Sun and Fatih that can jump in at different angles, right? But on this last pick for your role, you need a stun, right? Look at what WSC is offering now. They have the burst potential of the Xiao Xiao. They also have the insane mobility of a Ma Chao, able to weave in and out of different positions within the battlefield. And this is when you have one of the strongest survivable heroes, which is the Yangjin coming in for the side of Shrew.
I think the challenges blessing can be a blessing or a curse here, because once you lock down the blessing on the Fatih and Dunshan here, it forces you to either commit fully to not waste the blessing, or it opens up the playbook towards the enemies. Like, hey, I'm gonna pick the Fatih and Dunshan here, so feel free to counter out me in game 2 itself. With game 2 only removing 10 heroes from global ban pick and also the bans, you don't really have a lot of limitations with the available counters against the Fatih and Dunshan.
Yeah, look, so this is my reasoning behind why I think you save the challenges blessing for the later parts, right? There's still so many options. WST, this is a phenomenal draft coming in. Nova, I like it as well, but you can start to see some gaps. The stuns need to be on point, and right now you only have 2. You only have Wendy and Waypit. If you want to count CY's ultimate as well, that is a potential, but it's difficult. I want to see how Nova plays this.
I'm interested to see who Waypit prioritizes in this Dunshan combination here. Is it to go with Muchi on the Lady Sun? Is it to go with Sean on that Fatih Chow Chow here? So we'll have to see how Nova actually pulls this off. But compared to game 1, this is a much more comfortable draft coming in for the side of Nova Esports.
Okay, I will partially agree. I think this is a very hard game, to be honest, if I'm in the shoes of Nova.
Well, only time will tell, right? Because after game 1 itself, you can only go up if you're Nova Esports here, because they need to defy odds and expectations coming in towards this best of 5 here. This is game 2 between WST coming in from the KGL going up against Nova Esports, an invited team coming in from the global team that did decently well in the KIC as the 2nd placer.
All right, so let's get right down to it. This is a KGL team against a KCI top 3 representative. WSC looking to build upon their lead. One more win will put them at series point. Nova will be coming in trying to even things out.
Yeah, the challenges blessing, sometimes it acts as a curse as well, forcing you to play into a much more peculiar team composition here. But Nova does start out the mid lane with Muchi and Waypit here, utilizing the strong early game here coming in from the Lady Sun, allowing CY on this Ogre to go for the early jungle invasion on the Azure Golem.
Yep, and you can see the initial rotation. Shuyan already making his way over. I think he should be able to make it in time. The team is going to back him up. And Nova do secure the steal. And with that, they will start to move away, or maybe aggress even more. They will choose to move back.
This is the power of the Lady Sun and also the Dunshan combination, paired up with a strong early game jungle here. I would say this is a bit of a repeat coming in for the side of WST in the early game, but WST showing you how it's done. Immediately going for the reactive invade here on towards Azure Golem. It does go towards the hands of Shrew on this Yangjin, but they do get stick on by the side of CY, but with the lack of help coming in from Nova Esports, Shrew does get over to safety.
I love this a lot because you get to see what the response of a KGL team is, right? So if you get your buff stolen, re-aggress, go and take theirs if you have the time. And that was the initial movement and choice that Shrew made. Great answer. They did take that steal. But for now, it looks like Nova gonna double down on the aggressive maneuver, gets that Crimson Golem for themselves. Beautiful work from Nova.
But engage comes through coming in from Shrew here, but with the number of minions here, he does get level 4 and potentially might look for a counter invade towards the jungle of the side of Nova Esports here, but good early game rotation thus far from the side of Nova does secure all buffs here. Almost 3 buffs in favor of Nova in this early game.
Okay, now we start to see the problems here. Xuan diving in for the backline, but this is a roam. Are they really going to commit everything? They get it. First blood goes in hands of Muji. Beautiful work from the side of Nova. They need a little bit more. Gonna try and take one more camp away from the side of WST. This 4-man rotation is making so much sense right now.
And this is a domino effect coming in for Side Nova Esports here. Winning out the top lane kill here opens up the jungle as a buffet here for the side of Nova entirely here, stealing away almost 3 camps and bailing out with 1 additional kill on towards Shrew on the DOUYU.
Okay, great. So it's not the biggest of leads just yet, but a lead nonetheless. Now, I want to point you guys in the direction of Anlan. He may be the difference maker here. Nice jump in from the side of the jungler. Suyen making this hurt for the side of Nova, and they get rid of Waypit. Just a roam, not a big problem yet. Can they finish the move? Muji is so low. They will not be able to do so. Annihilation lands, but on the backline, CY in danger. Needs to move away, and this is going to give that Azure Golem into the hands of Suyen here. And Nova, they are fighting back in game number 2, but WST still has some answers.
Beautiful flag here coming in from the side of Mungyuan on towards the Chicha here. Without the rotation coming in from the farm laner for the side of WST, this would have gone so bad for them. But let's check out the replay here. Check out Shu Yuan's position here. Immediately going for the flash engage on towards 2 members here. The Twilight getting all the damage here with Mungyuan coming in with the final few blows here. As of this point, the HP bars were so low, which allowed the side of WST to force out CY from his jungle.
And you can see this is an initiation tool for the side of WST, right? So when Suyen gets that engage, Meng Yan was actually saving his ultimate, gets into that final form, gets all the shots down onto Waypit. While Waypit is a roam, a kill is a kill, right? I think it's still valuable in that point. So WST, they do not only just keep pace right now, they are so close. Nova, all the lead that they have gotten for themselves by stealing the camps away, this amounts to really nothing much at this point.
And also, you gotta give props over to WST with them drafting the Machao and also the Chicha in towards this game. Their timer is starting to creep up even slower here, but Wendy forcing out the flash on towards the Nua here, that's gonna be a bit uncomfortable coming in from the Nova mid laner.
Yeah, look, the space that Suyen has bought the team on the side of WST has allowed Meng Yan to really get the farm in. He is now the #1 gold chart, right? #1 in the gold charts here. WST Suyen once again knows the timing. They're already waiting for it. So Nova, they might be forced to fight here.
Yep, a 4v4 up front here with Anlan and Shen rushing towards the battlefield here. But they do want to play it safe here. They don't want to flip the game on the switch here, and they do choose to back away towards safety coming from WST, which gives the buffs over to the side of Nova once again in this mid-game stage.
Well, I think at this point, Nova, the only thing now, the difference maker in team fights is how much can you deal in terms of damage without committing your skills. Right, that will be the difference maker for Nova because they have many people they need to address. Chen Wan, especially on this Xiao Xiao, if you can get rid of that burst potential, that helps you win the team fight a little bit easier. But still, I want to point, Anlan, I think he's going to be a huge problem for Nova. Nobody is going to be able to deal with him.
I fully agree, especially the timer is slowly creeping on towards the 8-minute mark. That's where the double side lane here, CY gets caught out.
Yeah, this is not ideal. He is so low. The dive comes in. Anlan once again unable to be stopped, getting free poke damage in. But for now, they get the save. Waypit saving the life of CY, but just for the moment. Suyen is looking for an opening on the top side. In the meantime, Wendy, he is caught out in no man's land. 4 members on the side of WST. They secure with dominance for that kill.
The only possible part there is that Nova Esports, the good part is that, hey, at least your mid tower doesn't fall. Wendy still managed to clear the wave, but a kill is still a kill for the side WST as they have more priority in rotating to the side lanes here.
Yes, and I mean, one of the things that you want to do, regardless of which side you're on, is to be able to take that T1 in the mid. So far, the T1 damage on the mid tower has been done more from the side of WST. So Nova need to address this. They've taken the T1 on the top. But for now, the rotations are being mirrored by WST. You can see on the top side, Anlan is already solo pushing. Nova have to take a 5-on-4 here and still are in a bad position. They do get rid of Suyen. There's a great start on the backline to get the jump in as well. Emergence is going to be laid down as well by the side of Wendy. One more kill. They're diving in. 4 members trying to finish the job here. It's going to be Xi taken down. And with that, Nova win big.
Nova with a very decisive team fight here. Notice the fact that Anlan is absent from this invade. They immediately counts on the members of WST, getting 3 back-to-back kills here. And Muji, 3-0-1 with Lady Sun, stealing away yet another Crimson Golem here. This is such a fed Lady Sun in this game number 2.
Yep. Inspirational coming in from the side of Muji, but it's not enough. The job is not done yet. They have to break this T1 in the mid to be able to get more space. They need that fog of war to be in their advantage. But right now, CY taking quite a bit of damage to jump on the backlines. Muji is taken down, and Meng Yuan is going to be credited with that kill. Doomsday onto him as well. Xuan cannot survive this for sure. Going to be taken down by Anlan. No answers from the side of Nova. WST showing them the true strength as Waypit will be pushed back. He has to back off, and this means Azure Golem, no, the Crimson Golem goes in the hands of WST, and they can quickly turn this whole game around.
And with that, mid tower is also available for the grabs here coming in from WST here. Getting that assassination on the flank on towards Muji, taking away strength here, allowing the lead that Nova Esports generated to be slowly but surely dwindling back to WST's hand.
Too many angles of entry available from the side of WST, right? You have Suyin. Once he gets the Hound on you, he's able to jump in. Anand's able to use the spears and javelins to get in as well. And then you have Meng Yuan with the flash, if necessary, along with the ultimate to deal massive amounts of damage. So right now, a lot of tools available for WST. The only way Nova wins a teamfight at this point is if it's a wrong entry point from WST.
As long as WST manages to find the flank on towards Muji, it will always be easy team fight coming in from the side of the KGL third seed here. But for Nova Esports here, if they can really bodyguard Muji up to a specific point and make sure he survives these team fights, the DPS coming in from the side of Nova Esports is actually very high, especially towards that late game here. We're talking about Fatih late game, Nua late game, and also Lady Sun here. So we will see potentially a later stages of the growth curve here. But for now, it's looking very favorable for WST, at the very least in this 9 to 10 minute marker.
We'll see. 10 minutes. This is where the game is going to be made or destroyed for the side of Nova, right? If they can survive this type shadow variance, it would be a good way to start. CY here working on to that Crimson buff, not gonna find it, has to use his ultimate just to make it out safely, trying to get the lifesteal in as well. Muji on the backlines though, Anlan once again, another angle of opening, they get the secondary kill, Waypit, CY, Xuan, all falling down. Wendy, the last member on the side of Nova, and we're not even at the 10-minute mark just yet. WST looking for an opening onto one of the T3s.
The Machao grinder here immediately just annihilating every single one, and Wendy might be the next target here. Has to force out the flash. That does give another tier 3 going in towards the favor here towards WST before the 10-minute shadow objectives.
And this is what we're talking about, right? So, of course, in this particular season of Challenger Cup, the fastest P3 take was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Yes, this is almost close to half the time in that sense. But now WST has a very strong map advantage. The T3 at the top taken down, potential steal by the Annihilation, not going to work out for the side of Nova, and now WST can play safe.
And this is one of the few games that Chicha actually plays into such a comfortable role that we might be seeing more later on with the December release on December 16. So she's not really a traditional marksman, she's more of a fighter assassin playstyle that thrives super well, where she jumps over the front line to access backliners like Lady Sun on the hands of Muji.
Yeah, this is where you start to learn, right, about different angles of entries. Why did WST make this draft? It's because they have multiple members that can dive so well. They have Suyin on this young gen that's able to have instant access to your backlines. You have Anand that's going to be able to access your backlines with the same type of style as well. And this pushes Nova into one small portion, one little corner.
And that's also the painful part on the Challenger's Blessing here. You lock yourself with the Fatih and Dunshan, which opens up a lot of these potential plays here coming in from WST to draft around your potential pickup here, which right now, WST, even after that subpar early game, they are back again with superior execution to look to dominate this game at the 11-minute mark.
Okay, we'll see. If Nova, they can buy another 8.5 minutes, there is a chance for the game to be back in their favor, but that's going to be a long time. You need double the duration at this point, and WST looking quite strong. They already have a 7,000 goal lead, or at least they're building towards it at this point against Nova.
And the worrying part coming in from Nova here, even if you can funnel all the resource on towards Muchi, towards the late game, you got to wonder here, how does he realistically survive against so many of the entry angles on towards Online, Shrew, and also Meng Yuan here? So the team fight must be godly coming in from Nova Esports.
I mean, one of the ways is if Anlan goes in a little bit too early, or maybe Shrew comes in a little bit too early, but because it's a Yangjin, right, with his ultimate, he's able to get so much sustain, so much lifesteal, that I feel like it lessens the chances of being punished for making an early dive on this Yangjin.
And also one thing as well, we haven't really seen the combination of the Fatih and also Dunshan combination here. So the heroes, the challenges blessing here might not be that effective here coming in for the side of Nova.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult time, right? Especially now that there is a very significant goal lead itemization-wise. We're really close towards 12,000 for Anlan as well as Shrew, both of which, once again, nobody has answers for Anlan. He's been poking for free on the backlines. They have access into the T3s in the mid and at the bottom as well. Damage done onto the mid lane. They come in as well. Wendy is looking a little bit low. They will have the backup for the time being. Nice jump. Can they get it? This is going to be not enough. Muchi gets taken down. All the damage in the world will not be available for the side of Nova. And with that, Shen on the backline is trying to defend 1 against 4. Not gonna happen. And Nova left with Wendy and Waypit. They cannot handle the pressure. Even with the catch, Waypit will have to watch as the crystal is taken by WST in game number 2.
Beautiful team fighting here coming in from WST. Nova's Muchi isn't able to position himself away from the multiple flank angles coming in from the WST roster here. This is a really good assassination attempt coming in from the side of WST, but let's check out the interview with Shrew.
好久不见了，轩，2局比赛打完，感觉你们还挺松弛的，现在是种怎样的感受？
感受嘛，就是顺风局没把握住优势吧，我觉得，然后不严谨吧，我觉得。
你觉得刚才那一局，我看你们前期其实有非常大的一个变化，比较可惜的是哪些方面？
因为第一把我们前期布局没布好嘛，然后第2把在前期做了一些优化吧，所以拿到优势了，只是我们自己又送回去了。
当然，我对你们还是非常有信心的，还有机会。接下来，现在想和队友说些什么呢？
调整好心态吧，下一把扳回来。
好，期待你们精彩表现，去准备吧，谢谢。
I'll do. Welcome back. It is now series point for the side of WST. Not an easy situation for Nova, but based on the interview itself, I think there is still a little bit of confidence left on the side of Nova. That's really good. I would really like them to have a confidence because they're here to learn. They're here to experience, right? Taking an L at this point, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Especially when you are coming in as the underdog of the tournament here. As we talk about it, yes, they do prosper in the global scene, but with the lack of experience and different of the meta here, the home ground advantage coming in for the WST and the experience cultivated by them is far superior here. As we check out Shrew's interview just now, he did mention that what's the difference between game 1 and game 2 asked by the interviewer. She did mention that game 1 they didn't really execute that early game plan well, but in game 2, it's more of them executing towards the stage of the planning and then making sure that they get the early lead. But at the end, they didn't really hold on towards that lead, which led to a comeback in the early stages to the mid stages coming in from WST.
I think this is where we get to learn about, okay, this is one of the strengths of watching the KPL teams and KGL or even the streamer teams per se. This is where you need to learn how to not just hold the lead, but stop your opponent from farming, right? WST was continually looking for open spaces in the map to recover the buffs, recover the farm, and also balance out the turret deficits, which was why WST was able to come back into this game. And based on the draft itself, you could see many times, we told you, WST has so many angles to come in.
That is true here. You can see the value of the Yangjin and also Anlan on that Ma Chao. It gave so much angles, like he mentioned, to dive deep into Muchi on that backline here. With Muchi's Lady Sun being taken out from the equation here, there's no consistent DPS to handle, like what, 3 fighters coming in for some WST?
Yeah, a very difficult situation. And there's quite a lot of burst potential, right? Like you take a look at the mid laner Chen Huan on that Xiao Qiao. when everyone is kind of diving at you from different angles, it puts you in a corner. And that is where the mid laner, Chen Huan, is loving it so much. One knockout from the Xiao Xiao and you are done for.
That's true here. So coming into game 3 here, interested to see what they actually plan out. But the MVP will be Shrew once again on his Yangjin here. Back-to-back MVPs thus far. Game 1 with the Ukyu Tachibana and Game 2 with a very crucial team fight Yangjin pick here. He was the main player here to absorb damage and also simultaneously deal with the pesky backlines here, especially Muchi on that Lady Sun.
Yes, because it's all about attention, right? In this game, if you take a look at what he's doing here, he's actually pulling attention away from the Nova players and away from his own teammates, which allows the dive potential to happen safely. Where Meng Yuan on the Chisha had room to open and engage for free, he could go in onto the targets really easily. But the biggest issue for them was nobody was able to handle Anlan as well. This Ma Chao was just having free hits all day with the javelins, with the spears.
But look at this initial engager as Shrew finding the Hound on towards Muchi, immediately assassinating them, making it a 3v4 in favor for the side of WST here. Without this play, the lead will still be an equal state for both teams here, but due to the fact that they found the assassinations, every single attempt for the side of WST was really, I would say, stressless, with multiple flank angles coming from Anlan and also Meng Yuan on that double flank.
But this is exactly where we forge champions, right? It's not about the winnings. Winning is easier to do when you are up ahead, but it's about the struggle. You have been given the lessons. How fast can you learn? Can you apply the knowledge that you've learned from all these opponents so far?
And if you're Nova Esports, I'm pretty sure that you bow out the tournament before you use all the challenges blessing here. So they use up the chosen heroes, so that leaves them with resetting the hero pools, the second option here. With 10 heroes being banned away with the global ban picks here, I do think that it's time for them to execute it and look for the potential Luban Master Luban, or even again a rerun of the Fatih and Dunshan combination.
I think we can keep the Fatih. If you want. I would really much prefer a Lady Sun and Zhenren combination. I think Nova might be able to do a little bit more damage with that. Wei Pit, I mean, knowing how he likes to set up team fights with the stuns as well, this would be a perfect, combination for him, right? If he gets a third hand along with that multi-man stun, that really could set up Nova to have a little bit more success in game number 3. But end of the day, it is up to them. Let's see what their coach Nansu is going to think of.
We'll only have to really figure out during the draft itself, because so far game 1 and game 2, there is much more of an improvement coming in from Nova Esports. Game 1 was an absolute slaughter coming in from WST, but game 2, at the very least, the earliest stages, we see a bit of a tussle coming in from the side of Nova Esports to really control these jungle resources from the hands of the side of WST's jungler here. So can they really hold the lead until the later stages is what I want to see in game 3.
That's true. I mean, okay, there is a little bit of resistance coming from Nova, but this is kind of like lifting weights, right? Now you're introduced a super heavy weight, your body's struggling to keep that up, and I want to see how do you recover, because you need to really assess now. The hero pools are not that deep at this point, right? Now you've only taken out 10 heroes from the available 100 over hero choices in the Chinese server. With that being said, WST, I'm very sure they still have a lot of cards to play. Nova, can they come up with an even better draft?
The stressful part that we talk about, right? Especially in game 1, their comfort has already been dismantled successfully. So in game 3, if we were to look at the available picks thus far, if they choose to use the reset hero pool option, potentially they could really visit back into the things like the Dunshan again, or like you mentioned, the Zhenren Lady Sun, or we look into a different angle and go with the Douya Nutza, Douya Yangjin that has found success in this tournament.
Actually, that'll be quite cool, right?
Yeah.
With the reworked Nurture, I think that could be something that really helps with not just a global gorge view, but also control over it. But let's hear about the mic check in game number 2 from both teams and find out what was happening.
告中了，哎，中了带甩手，要搞中了，拉队没一了。
终于能守吗？终于
能来不？
能靠能靠。
来呗来呗，能看我不？哎，不海剑，大师妹大师妹，
看眼睑看眼睑，
帅大师妹。
死了死了死了，
大师妹没血了。
往里打往里打往里打往里打围打围打，狗到了狗到了，跟他，中一上中一上，别走别走别走，所有人都过来，点击这口子能跟上， 你马头顺中就行了，马头顺中。
拉线了，拉线了。大师兵在脸上，兄弟。能看不？能看不？兄弟，能看不？
能看，能看，能看。
啊，是。
过来看，过来看，过来看！大师命，大师命打脸上！
发
大师命，大师命！
突然没抢，突然没抢。
过来跟他，过来跟他，我治疗了。中上一波了，中上一波了。哎，对岸上人了，他没背了。顺下高，顺下高，下路，下路。
看狗。
哎，接发大。能看不？能看你。
我死了，能杀盾山吗？我死了。打回去，打回去，能打。他女娲没闪，打回去，慢慢打，慢慢打。马超。
走。
可以，好，
下一波。
好，马超，我死了。
可以，
没闪的一波。
And you can see the composure coming in from the side WST. That's why we say experience training is such a important factor, and opportunities are much available in the Chinese server here. With the years of practice coming in for the lineup itself, the communication flows very fluidly from early all the way to late game.
Yes, okay, it's hindsight bias for us, or at least for me, right, at this point, but knowing that here main damage dealers, Wendy and Muchi, taking them out and not say killing them, just pushing them back in the middle of fight, it's so valuable for the side of WST. And the fact was that they were making sure that even if they gave their lives for the cause on the side of WST, the relevant trades were worth it, right? They will always had access into the backlines because of the pick for Anand on the Ma Chao. They also have the instant burst available for Su Yan on this Yangjin. So a lot of win conditions were fulfilled from the side of WST. Right now, Nova needs to go and find out. In this game number 3, even if you have that final challenger's blessing, can you fulfill those win conditions?
Win conditions. The start of it really revolves around a few things, right? What kind of draft are you looking to play here? Is it a farm lane specific draft? Is it a mid lane specific draft in the case of a Haya or a refresh Kaboom? Or are you looking to a jungle assassin matchup here? Because so far in the Chinese server, Luna is not that popular here, which is one of CY's popular pick or favorite picks here in the global scene.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen him shine, but also because, look, the pressure from WST is immense. This is the caliber of a growth league team. They're not even the number 1 tier in the entire ecosystem of the KPL region.
That's true here. So much more to learn here coming in for the global teams thus far here, but you can never count them out here, especially in game 3 itself. I'm still looking and waiting to see what sort of improvement and alterations that they will be doing in the draft all the way to the game in this game 3. Especially, this is a BO5. You lose this game, you're out of the BO5, and also you bow out of KCC at top 32.
I mean, this is nonetheless, even if Nova do take a fall here, it is valuable experience. They have seen now the kind of caliber, the cleanliness of execution coming in from the side of WST. This shows you there is a lot more room to grow. And right now it's about, can they put up an even stronger challenge? They did give them a little bit of a push and shove in game number 2. Can they finally tip it over and tip the scales in game number 3?
It's about the consistent growth, right? In game 1, like you mentioned, a landslide coming in from WST. Game 2, bit of a tussle from both teams, but in the end, it was more of the error margin that has been committed by the side of Nova Esports, which led to I would say, unfortunate turns of events here with the Ma Chao and also the Chicha going out of control. Now, in game 3, number 1 thing, focus on your draft first and execute your draft to the fullest here, because so far in game 1 and game 2, the difference in game plan, not the best for the side of Nova here. So for game 3, I want to see a much more cleaner game coming in for the MKL second seed and for the KIC second place team.
Okay, so they will be using that final challenger's blessing, because if they don't and they lose, there is no more games to play. Nova here will use reset the hero pool, which means they get to reset all the heroes that have been used. And let's see, what do they want to pick up here? Do you want to go back to the Tunshan, or should you pick up the Lady Sun again?
So going on towards the blue side here, you do reset the hero pool for your own team, so not the enemy's team per se here. So at the very least, everything is available for the side of Nova Esports here. It's just up to them what kind of priority they want to put on in this game itself.
Okay, I mean, Nova first ban taking out a Jing. This points us, in terms of pattern recognition, a potential Master Lupan and Lupan number 7 game, right? Because Jing is the ultimate counter to that strategy. At the same time, WST don't want to allow that pick on the Dunshuan, so that will be taken out. Nova take out the Haya, which means Guanyu, Master Lupan, and Lupan number 7.
That's correct here. So removing the Chitra as well from the pool is WST here. And also, if you're Nova Esports here, they do go back to the Cap Boom option here. They're slowly but surely pacing themselves towards the later stages of the draft. But WST, they do have the option of going for the Master Lupan takeaway here. They do, in fact, steal it away from the side of Nova Esports. Oh, that's an aggressive one.
Yeah, and this is a double whammy because you can't pick Lupan number 7 on its own here if you don't have the Master Lupan. You can, but it's a huge risk. WST, once again, they want to end this quick. They want to end this with strength. Pay one of the early game dominating jungles here, going to be paired with the Master Lupan, which means WST should secure this Lupan number 7.
Does Nova go for... Okay, there we go. That's the Guanyu that we talk about here. It's one of Strength's favorited picks in the global server here. And they do a bit of a rerun here and pack it up with another Kong Konger for the side of Wei Pit here. So, if you save your jungle for the 4 and 5 pick, WST is going to ban out more of these aggressive early game jungles in the second stage of the ban. So potentially the Ogren, Musashi, Ukutachibana, these will be removed from the pool against the side of Nova Esports.
Oh, guaranteed, right? They are very nice counters against the Pei. They can actually last in the early game aggression from the side of WST. The question now is, what else does Nova use to pack on and reinforce this lineup? Because they have this 1v1 matchup, the Mai Shunui going up against the Cap Boom. This is a matchup for the ages. We've already seen this exchange between mid laners all the time in KPL.
Especially for the side of the mid lane here, Chen Huan on the Mai Shunui, he'll play a pivotal factor in finding these backline flanks, especially on towards Wendy, and the potential pickup here coming from Muji on this 4th pick here. But WSD, they do take Long the Aoyan here from the hands of Nova here, which leaves the pool quite minimal for the side of Nova Esports. Will Muji rerun the early? But they will do indeed pick up the channel here, a direct counter against the Long in that lane.
Okay, Nova, CY wants the Musashi here to try and lock down the pacing on the side of Suyin on this Pei. Is it going to be fast enough? Because at this point, they don't really have the biggest early game. Yes, you have it in the form of Wendy in the mid lane, but aside from that, this is going to be a very difficult laning phase for Nova.
Yeah, that's a very good pickup here, right? Because so far, yes, you do have the Cap Boom in the mid lane and also channel with a winning lane. But how do you realistically mitigate the early game pressure coming in from Shu Yuan, the back-to-back MVP of the series, on that Pei here? If they really suffer through the early game loss, it might just be a repeat of Game 1's history for the side of Nova Esports.
I agree. This one will come down to the decision by both junglers, right? Does CY go for the counter invade, or do Nova try to stave off this aggression by the side of Suyin? Because Suyin should probably be accompanied by Chen Huan because they don't really win in that laning phase exchange in the mid.
That's true here. So only time will tell whether or not Nova Esports could really, I would say, potentially defend against that jungle invasion here. But for now, if we look towards the engage department here, there is a lot of these engage tools on the side of Nova Esports that could really pivot the winning skill towards their favor.
I'm very curious about the Master Lupan here, right? Because the Master Lupan could essentially be the door to death for both Muji and Xuan. If he gets his ultimate off, pulls them in at the appropriate amount of time, they have a lot of lockdown available on the side of the WST, the knockup from the Mai. You also have the burst potential of the AoE hits from the Pei. This could be a strong knockout strike against Nova.
And one more thing I want to point out as well, we have seen the alteration of builds coming in from Meng Yuan on that Aoyan. In global and also Chinese server, there is the semi-tank build Aoyan that manages to protect himself from the first CC chain so that he can press out that Infinite Vassal to escape towards safety here. So I'm really eager to see what build has WST's farm lane prepared for us with this Aoyan pick.
Yep, super curious. So many questions we want answers to. And of course, I want to see, right? What is this early game aggression from the side of WST? Because it is to be expected. Do you go for the initial wave clear, or are you looking for a buff steal?
And already a lane swap being committed here coming in from the side of WST, putting Anlan in against Muchi in that farm lane and allowing Mengyuan to go for that aggression against Shen in that clash lane here. But in the early game here, when he does secure the mid lane priority here, protecting CY from that jungle invasion.
Yes, very nice answer. And right away, you can start to see there is going to be a difference here. Anlan not doing too well. Uses the flash, but here comes the response. And Muchi should be able to get first blood here. They play around. Muchi buys time, but he gets that first blood going into the hands of this Chano pick.
A bit of an over-aggression here coming in from Anlan, and also a, I would say, miscalculation on towards the Charlotte here, giving away simultaneously the flash and also the first blood on towards Muchi here. A bad start coming in from the WST Clash laner.
It's still okay, right? Because end of the day, WST, as long as they make sure that, Mengyuan as well as CU, they don't really have the worst start to the game, then it's all okay. They will be able to recover. Paired with the fact that Su Yuan is now here, they're going to be able to secure this Firehawk for themselves. So WST, nice response, but we'll take a look at that 1v1. I want to take a look at the skill usage here by the side of Muchi.
I think it's all the wolf traps here coming in for the side of Muchi. And you can see the wolves just like casually dwindling down all the HP bars coming in from Anlan. And as of this point here, even if Anlan gets to survive for the additional few seconds, the cavalry coming in from Waypit on the Kong Kong Marble eventually get the kill on towards the Charlotte.
Yeah, Anlan was just trying to test out the recovery and regeneration efforts of his skills, right? End of the day, I want to see how far he can push Muchi and to see whether he can actually waste a flash coming from Muchi, because Anlan looked like he was trying to run away, but baiting out the flash from Muchi, viable trade, not going to be too much though.
And the pay here does successfully steal away some of the jungle resource here against CY on the Musashi here. So the top side is much more of a weak side, especially you're seeing like 1v4s, 1v3s that Shrew has to really handle himself against.
Yeah, he needs to have an absolutely perfect game. And for now, we haven't seen Chen Huan do too much on the Mai just yet. If he gets the appropriate knockup, I think this is going to be more like a team setup play from the side of WST.
And there's a lot of potential targets, right? There is the side of Wendy and also Muchi. Those will be the primary targets here coming in from the Maestro on the hands of Chen Huan here. As we slowly approach the 4th minute mark here, I would say this is a much more quieter early game compared to game 1 and game 2.
But still a very difficult one for Nova, right? Because even with the first blood, they couldn't find too much value. WST still has a very slight gold advantage here. And unless they can steal this, which they do, right? This is still neck and neck for WST and Nova.
Yeah, slowly but surely, right? At the very least, the early game hasn't really broken the game apart here for the side of Nova Esports. As you can see, Waypit going with a bit of a poke on the side of WST here, making sure that he gets the vision value prior to this 4th minute mark.
I think my main concern here is really about CU here. On this Master Lupan, he either changes the game in such a huge fashion, ultimate laid down, forces the flash or the dash away from CY as well. So WST, they're going to start this nice 4-minute tyrant with no smite on CY.
And also no flash on Wendy as well. That's going to be a crucial target for the side of Chen Huan on the Maestro to eagerly pounce on here. So for this 4th minute mark here, what is the game plan coming in from Nova Esports? Is it to prioritize on farming, get the buffs first, or is it to immediately start off this objective on the Tyrant?
Okay, well, they did force out the flash from R9. It looks like CY is already starting to work onto this 4-minute Tyrant. Smite is going to be available. Nice stun coming in. Can they finish the job here? One more move on the side of CU. He will be taken down. And with that, they still keep the Tyrant in check for now. And Nova, great start. But on the top side, they have to deal with the T1 being taken down. And look at that. They don't even care about the Tyrant. They're taking everything away on the top side of the map.
And as a response here, CY is starting up on that Azure Golem here, but with no smite, can he finish this on time and get away towards safety here? They do in fact get it here, but the engage here coming in from the side of Chen Huan does miss the Ryu engine.
Okay, so CY taking away that Azure Golem. Benefits to the side of Nova. Right now, if they can secure this, it will be great. Tyrant going to be secured by the side of Nova. At the same time, look at Suyan. He's actually buying information across the map for WST, giving the team information that they should not take a fight right here, right now.
And he's also getting so much value by getting all the jungle resources coming in from the top Azure side, coming in from Nova Esports here. So he's putting a lot of work to generate that goal lead from the jungle hit-to-hit department here. CY looking for a potential engage here on towards Chen Huan. But There is numbers advantage coming in from WST, forcing Nova Esports to back away towards side lanes.
Yeah, they can't take dangerous fights because they do have the goal lead on the side of Shrew for this Pei jungle, which means if Nova take one bad fight, you're going to have your backline super exposed. Shrew is not going to be able to join the fights. They're trying to set something across the map to get the T1s across the board, because right now, WSC has already taken a T1 at the top. No response from Nova just yet.
But this also boils down to later on in those big team fights here, because we see big setups here coming in from both teams. WST, you have the Mai Shunui and Master Luban here. And for Nova Esports, you have Wei Pit on that Kong Konger and also the double knockup here coming in from Shen and CY. So I'm coming into a sense where whoever gets the perfect engage will win the team fight later on these objectives here. As we see, Siri does go in.
Yeah, nice stun coming in. They do get that mistake punished. It's going to be Siri falling down low. Finish the job by the side of Xuan as well. In the meantime, Muchi though, he's caught in no man's land. Infinite Vastness is going to be used on the top. Meng Yuan will use it defensively. On the backline, CY getting a little bit of pressure. Nova walk away as the victors in that team fight. WST looking for value elsewhere on the map.
But look at Shrew here, getting yet another Azure Golem for his own taking here, with Online just pressuring both Muchi and Wei Pit to back away this Crimson Golem here. But they still have to give away this because Shrew has shown himself on towards the Clash lane here.
Yeah, I mean, they will try to put pressure, right? They do know that CY does not have the smite, which is also why, take a look at what WST make for Shuyuan gets the immediate trade on the Overlord. Not the Shadow Overlord, nice knockup though on the bottom. CY needs to be careful with his positioning. The rest of WST are here. They have arrived. The T1 is a target. It's not about the kills.
The rotations here coming in for WST is just so decisive here. Every time Shu Yuan goes for a long cost plays on towards the cross map, they will play as a 4-man unit to pressure Nova, who's initiated the 1-3-1 here, which in every single attempt, even though the kills are in favor of Nova, the remainder of the neutral resources will always fall in favor of Shu Yuan on the Pei with superior mobility.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one marker we all want of a Pei, right? A Pei never stops farming. Once that farm dwindles down, then maybe Nova has a chance to come back. But for now, there's no slowing down this Tigress, and Shuyuan is making all the work happen. And this 4-man rotation, like you mentioned, by the side of WST, every single time the Flash is going to be up soon on the side of CE, this is where Nova needs to be really careful.
They need to find a perfect engager. At the very least, CC change Su Yuan and make sure that he makes a bit of a misplay here, but that does come into an expense here. Can they find the perfect team fight before the Shadow objective here? If they can get a better grasp of the game for themselves. But as of this point, WST putting aggression into the Azure Golem coming in from Nova Esports.
Yeah, they're just playing the map at this point. It's not about getting the kills, it's making sure they have free damage onto the turrets. They force the smite out. Nice catch by Shi with the whole team diving onto him. The Master Lupan has been caught out. This is Nova's best chance yet. Can they finish the job here? They will get the first kill, but it's Shen who gets taken down. And WSC, they're gonna run with the victory in their hands at this point. A re-engage coming in from the side of Anlan. Can they find the value here? Anlan on the back, 1v4, unable to make the difference. Will have to give his life at this point, and Nova recover. But at the same time, with all the time they bought, Su Yuan is pushing down the bot lane, getting that Crimson Golem in his hands as well.
Shu Yuan is just so decisive with these rotations, but gets engaged on here. Has the pounce, gets the first kill on towards Muji here. Might get a double kill here immediately, executing the Clash and jungle coming in for Nova Esports.
What a time to do it as well. 9 minutes in, not the Shadow variance just yet, but WST, this is why they're so strong. Everything calculated within their grasp. Last hit onto that Tyrant, and with that, WST secure a decent lead. This is going to be 2,000 in favor of the KGL team.
Someone go and check Shu Yuan's shoulders here. He's carrying so much weight coming in from WST in this game tree.
I mean, it's all about the map pressure, right? Every single thing that WSC is doing is showing you how to gain the advantage, right? It doesn't matter whether you take a long fight, it's about what can you do with the time bot. And with the Vanguards coming in, putting pressure across the map, not only does this secure more space, more fog of war for the side of Nova, and with the additional pushes, free kills coming in for the side of WST.
And every single fight you can see, right? Yes, Nova does come out on top, but with the rotations coming in for Shu Yuan on the Pei, he always focuses himself with the resources here. And on the live, he does get the Shadow Tyrant here, but on the replay here, him getting that double kill, just putting every single comeback in this series for Nova to be irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the gold of Suyin is so important, right? This is why Pain never stops farming this entire game. Now, Xuan, he does manage to get a two-man catch here. Can they finish the job? Nice catch by CY as well, duel to the death. But Muji, the damage dealer, will be taken down. And for the price of a roam, it's not looking good at all. Xuan has been taken down as well. The Tigress needs the support, will be having the help of the team. He gives his life on the side of Suyin, but the rewards are well worth it. They get 4 different members on the side of Nova, a consolation prize in the form of Chen Huan, but it's all good. WST, look at what they're doing. T3 being served up on the top side. Nobody can stop him now.
Yeah, it's a free take up here coming in for the side of WST's online here. With the minions marching through the mid lane here, this will be yet another pickup here for the side of WST. But they do choose to back away towards safety, recollect some of these jungle resources, and the next upcoming objective might just be on the Shadow Vanguard, on towards the top river.
I think at this point, WST doesn't really matter what happens, because until they hit that level 15 mark and even out the gold, Suyin is just going to have an advantage in this game all the way, along with Arlan as well. The two of them have been diving for days, no punishment, and very little punishment coming in from the side of Nova.
And these are the things that we call our dry kills here. Yes, you get the kill, but if you cannot convert it to an actual objective, it doesn't really help you expand the goal lead here. Hence, every single play that WST has committed so far, it has converted themselves into a bit of a goal lead, slowly but surely here. And as of this point, with back-to-back teamfight wins, they are surmounting to a 4,000 healthy in hopes of ending this game tree in their bags.
They can probably do so, right? The next marker that WSC are looking for is actually this Fog of War. The moment a singular member on the side of Nova shows, and knowing that WSC might have a better positioning, it can instantly turn into a 4v5. With the goal lead, with the Shadow Vanguards and Overlord as well, easy fight to take for WSC.
This needs to see how well Nova actually managed to defend these high grounds here. Thus far, without the flash coming from Xiyu, the aggression wouldn't be that potent here, but the cooldowns are just freshly coming off here with the Shadow Vanguards marching towards the bot side. I'm interested to see how the engage plays off from the side of WST.
Yeah, they need to find value, right? Right now, they have to get this T3 for free. One more Vanguard going to be flying down in the middle lane. Nova looking for an opening. Nice stun coming in. Can they get the finish up? CY comes in, but he's caught in the middle of 4 different members on the side of WST. Xuan doing a great job of trying to get the pullback, but for now, only the roam falls, and still Nova unable to find an opening.
And with that team fight again, yes, you get the kill. But with the Vanguards marching towards the bottom side, you fall yet another tier 3 coming in from Nova Esports here. Turrets don't respond. But Xiyu on that Master Luban, he's coming up in about 15 seconds.
Yep, not only 15 seconds. The fact that he had already burnt out his ultimate, already burnt out his flash. The value that he was going to find wasn't that much. Xuan though will be caught out 3v1. He does not get out. And WST Mengyuan credited for that kill. They will finish the job here. WST with a 5,000 goal lead. 2 lanes of pressure coming in for the side of Nova. This is not comfortable at all.
And this is before the Shadow Tyrant spawn here. If you're Nova Esports, you would want to find this big objective in hopes for a comeback here. But with Xuan being caught out in towards the side lane here, you will have to give this freely away towards the hands of WST. And then, right now, lane pressures are being generated from all 3 lanes looking for that final tier 3 towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Waper was trying to go for that Miracle Steal there. Very small chance, but hey, you always try. So with that, WST, they have the Shadow Tyrant buff. This is going to be for the next 60 seconds, and with a 5,000 goal lead. Not fun to play.
Yeah, not fun to play here as they are slowly but surely moving the minions in towards the base here. You can see top, bot, super minions, mega minions just casually clumping into the base of Nova Esports. 1 or 2 more of these rotations. That final tier 3, that's not going to be long.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too rushed. WST right now just waiting for the timer on towards that Shadow Overlord. I think that will be the safest and most steady way to get this game into their hands, because if they win this, this is going to be the end of the series. Right now, Nova are fighting for tournament life.
And itemization-wise, we can see Shu Yuan and also Meng Yuan already capping 6 items on the double marksman here coming from WST. So they are looking to really just take on the side of Nova on these final few pushes here. But as you mentioned here, on the easier side, on the safer side, it is to really wait for the Shadow Vanguard and then they look for the superior pushing power with the Purple Dragon.
I mean, at this point, WST, they're actually allowing Nova to get the initiations, right? Because that actually pulls Muji and Shrew closer into the fights, of which then Meng Yuan on this Aoyan and Lung actually able to get the Flaming Palms. The Flaming Palms now hit Muji for half his health. That is a very scary notion.
Yeah, which forces Muji as well to go for that Ominous Premonition on top of his full build here, on his 5th item here. You can also see Meng Yuan and Xiyu, the combination of this Lung and also the Master Luban. He will link him, make sure that he goes for the Flaming Palm, and then pulls him back towards safety here. So that's a bit of a poke and prod that cannot be avoided coming in from Nova Esports. As we see, Vanguards marching into all 3 lanes here. Nova Esports needs to answer this, but before that, Nova needs to find a perfect flank, especially with the help of Shrew. He's hiding in the wings.
We'll see. Anlan is the one that's responsible for the dive, and we'll see if Meng Yuan gets that correct target prior. Now, Shrew is on the backline, still unable to find a flank position because they do have a little bit of information on where he is. Waypit starts it going on a nice stun, but immediate response by the side of WSC is to back off. They have another wave of Vanguards coming in. This is going to be synchronized for the side of WST. All they need to do is to chunk this tower down. P3, easy job. Look at the damage. WST will have a great advantage coming in.
You can see how well WST plays it, with the first engage going in, forcing out 3 ultimates from Wendy, Muji, and Waypit, and then they recuperate for the second push, making sure that they have almost close to 0 risk for that tier 3 here. And right now, they back off once again, collect the jungle resources, look for that Shadow Tyrant for the final push later on.
Okay, it might be the final push, it may also not be, because we're close towards that 20-minute mark. This is the longest that Nova have held up against WST. But this challenge is really real because they have only taken 1 turret across the 9 available on the map.
It's just a stressful condition so far for Nova Esports. The only way they could make a comeback in this game tree is a potentially 5-man Razor Cavalry coming in from Shrew, and all the damage being laid down by Muji and Wendy on the key targets here.
Yeah, and it's going to be easier said than done because right now Shadow Tyrant is going to go into the hands of WST, secured by Shrew in here. Final call. Nova, can they do something?
Only if they find the perfect flank. For now, they will have to just all find warmth in their base itself because there's no towers anymore. You can't really head on out of your base to find for those perfect flank angles here. It is really WST's game to lose if they make a colossal mistake in this final few moments.
And you can see, right, Anlan as well, the 2 of them, they're looking for the perfect engage. They have their flashes ready. If they get a 5-man catch, it's going to be the end of Nova. Meanwhile, we're hoping for the miracle play from Shrew. If he can get that 5-man Razor Cavalry, push and separate the waves, the minions as well, this could be a turning point. CY trying to put some damage down. Gets a little bit of damage onto Anlan on the backlines. Waypit getting called out. He's so low. They need the push. They have put him back in, and she will be taken down, and they come alive. Nova, they take down the jungler. Su Yan is going to be taken out as well, but here comes the game changer. Meng Yuan is looking for that final piece, will be taken down, and Nova, they're looking to be surviving for that point of time now, but surviving it is because the mega minions are here. CY needs to do all the work in the world, trying to go for this final target on the side of WSC. Can they finish the job? One more life available, and with Sage's Sanctuary, it's not going to be enough. They have managed to take down his first life. They have managed to buy some time, but it is just time bought. WST still very much an advantage. 1v1 CY. He's not doing it against Anlan, and Anlan will make it out.
Item swap for days coming in for the side of WST's Clash laner here. Sage Sanctuary in towards Destiny, selling the Pure Sky, buying so much time against the side of Nova Esports, making sure that Shrew and CY doesn't get the Shadow Vanguard that they need to potentially make a comeback towards this game here. And right now, we are slowly but surely entering the Tempest Dragon. And as of that point, minions will start creeping into Nova Esports base.
Yeah, this is a difficult position for the side of Nova. I mean, this is a very huge gaping wound. At the same time, WST, I think it's a purposeful choice to try and make this game last into the Tempest Dragon. Nova, though, they do have the potential to punish WST.
At the very least, the team fight is the situation that we described for the side of Nova Esports to realistically look for those game-winning wins here. But Nova Esports immediately starting out this Tempest Dragon here, already going down to 30,000 here. What's the response, WST?
Yep, on the back lines, they're trying to secure it as well, but the Tempest Dragon has been secured by CY. Can they turn this around? This is the best chance. Xuan pushes them back as well. First life gone for the side of Suyan. He will be taken down. CY manages to find an opening, but the base needs to be protected. Nova needs to back off.
But Nova Esports finding the perfect kill onto Shrew here, but CY getting caught by Chen Wan. Chen Wan first to fall, has to save Sanctuary coming in from CY. Looks for the potential engage on towards Meng again. Does not have the infinite vastness here, but 2 more kills in favor of Nova with the Tempest Dragon here. This might just be their potential comeback in this game tree.
Yeah, we say potential, but this one is a little bit difficult. They have to work through 8 different turrets. T1 in the mid, finally taken down. This is 2 out of 9 available. Now it's going to be a 1v1. It's not looking too good for CY. He will be taken down. They will start dealing with the Tempest Vanguards on that bottom side of the map as well. T2 though has been secured by Nova. All they need to do is to continue this rush.
Anlon has been a consistent game changer thus far for WST. If, in terms of 5v5, Nova Esports could have managed to take down WST, but with the removal of CY, this puts the side of Nova in such a reactive and uncomfortable position.
Yeah, Anlan, look, he's just buying time, trying to be a distraction for the side of Nova, but Nova are not going to be baited out. And WST, they have managed to stave off the initial aggressions on this Tempest Vanguards. They have dealt with every single one. Now, last wave of Tempest Vanguards before we go into square number 1 again.
We are back into an equal goal lead as well here, but at the very least, turrets don't revive here. With the fall of CY, it limited Nova Esports push in not allowing them to get those tier 3s here, which, right now, minion waves are still much in favor of WST here. One wrong move coming from Nova, you can say bye-bye to the base.
Yeah, definitely so. And they will try. They're looking for an opening. Remember, Zhiyu does have his ultimate. With the powerful storage, he's able to pull all the different members of Nova into one spot. And this is going to be the dream start for Anlan as well as Chen Huan in the team fights.
Need to see the setup here coming in towards this final few fights here. At the very least, both teams are planning for the next Tempest Dragon here. However, take a look towards the bottom lane here. With the late game Charlotte being into fruition here, this side lane menace is so hard to handle coming in for Nova Esports.
Yes, and once the dust settles, right, then, you know, Nova will be in a very difficult position once again because it's mega minions that are marching from the top, mid, as well as the bottom. And as long as WST just drag the game and drag the fight, Nova have no answers.
And you can see the value coming in from the double side lane for the side of WST. Every time that you go and attend towards the Charlotte, it's so difficult to catch her because of how much mobility she actually generates to pull attention away from Nova Esports here. Now, 10 seconds will be the revival of the Tempest Dragon here. I do think that Nova Esports wants to start this immediately off the bat.
They have to, right? Because you don't really have too much space. I mean, this is where Wendy needs to be absolutely on point. He needs to make sure the pokes are coming in. They have to be low before the actual fight starts on the side of WST for Nova to win. And so far, this is looking achievable. They have gotten Anlan down by quite a bit, but the regeneration coming in from his skills is pretty hard to deal with.
And that's 3 ultimates being burned from the side of Nova Esports. Key cooldowns unavailable prior to the Tempest Dragon here. That's going to hurt Nova Esports when they approach this Tempest Dragon in towards the top side here. And with the bottom lane minions dragging Shen's approach, this is looking like a WST standoff in this river.
Yep, they want to wrap around, looking for the puppets as well, making sure they don't have the ability to tank. In the meantime, WST, the poke damage coming in is just a little bit too much, and Tempest Dragon will be reset for sure. Nova, they're trying to get this, but Zhiyu, he's looking on the backlines. They want to push this wave. They actually catch out Xuan as well. 1v4. They don't want to take a fight. They want to push the base, and with that, they stop Nova from coming in. They're escorting the minions. They can get the kills, but it is the base you need to protect. WST take everything, and with a clean sweep, they knock Nova out of 2025 HOK Challengers Cup.
Goodbye, Nova, and it will be WST getting a 3-0 clean sweep against the second global team representing in the KCC 2025 here. But however, they definitely had to work for it in that game number 3 here. It was through a backdoor once again by the MVP player Shrew coming in from WST.
Yeah, they managed to push them to the wire here. Very good improvement from Nova, but it's not enough. So WSC takes this series in the best of 5, 3-0 clean sweep.
It was really superior macro here. That's why we say, if you lose out all the tier 3s here coming in from the side of Nova Esports, eventually something like that will have to happen here. And of course, WST found the miracle moments here, and they will advance from the top 32 onwards to the top 16, representing KGL.
It's crazy because they are just one of the youth teams. 3rd place, by the way. This is not even the strongest form of the strongest team in KGL.
Yeah, that's the miracle. That's the, I would say, growth that we see coming in from Chinese as a region in KPL, because you know for a fact that if you slack, there will always be more and more of these players looking to replace you to be the next upcoming star here. But with that, Nova Esports, they do in fact line up for their final battle, as they will exit KCC 2025 at top 32 here, representing the global teams here.
But you know what? This is one of the first few proper exchanges between the Chinese region as well as the rest of global esports HOK. So I like this improvement from Nova. They have learned quite a few lessons here, not just in draft but in execution as well. So Nova, they take their final bow. They will put their crest up onto the stage one last time.
Yeah, this will be engraved on towards it as we do bid goodbye to Nova Esports in this tournament here. But you gotta give them props on towards their growth here. Game 1, absolute slaughter coming from WST. Game 2, decent early game here. And Game 3, the team fight in towards the later stages of the game was proven to be really deadly coming in from the Nova's draft here. They definitely made WST to work for that Game 3 victory here.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the game stats here. JIUJING actually, as a roam player, this one really caught my eye because he doesn't mind giving his life. It's all about making sure that your team finds the appropriate openings and angles to enter the fight, get the correct targets as well, right? Anlan as well as Meng Yuan, so well done in this particular game. The way they managed to find their targets each and every time.
Anlan and also this Charlotte that he's piloting, a lot of the times that we see Nova Esports come back into play, he was the gatekeeper in making sure that this comeback isn't able to be realized here. You can see the damage coming in from the Charlotte here. 2nd highest, which is a rare sight for a clash lane here. 121,000 of the team's damage.
Yeah, insane. And this opens up the room for Meng Yuan, right, on this Aoyin or Lung Pick. And it's a very scary situation because they both offer so much damage. The way that he held on, Anlan that is, on this Charlotte in the 2v1 at that last portions before the Tempest fight, that was huge. That shows you how well of a player, how good of a player Anlan is.
It limited so much potential comeback coming in for Nova Esports because them unable to take the Shadow Vanguard really limited them to, how would I say, attend more towards these waves here. But of course, in this game alone, I would say that Anlan, Meng Yuan, and also Yu Huan played such a good job in the team's success in the damage department.
Yeah, Nova was not allowed to play, right? The amount of crowd control, the control timing, specifically by mid lane, that was so huge. The Mai Shiranui consistently getting knockups over knockups. And she, my personal MVP here, making sure that you always were under constant pressure.
Well, of course, it's Shrew Yuan. He got that final backdoor here, coming in for the side of WST here. And he was also the man to recover all these lost gold from the team fights in the form of countering these jungle objectives coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. He was the stable stone coming in from KGL's team here in this game 3.
Yes, and showing you why a level 15, or at that point I think level 14 pay, even with low health, not something to be trifled with. He won a 2v1 against CY and Muji as well, got the better of them in that exchange, and then you really start to see how much more you need to improve in the global stage and across the world to be a monster in HOK.
It's not just about micro mechanics here, it's also about macro here. But in this case alone here, this double kill immediately removed the lead coming in from Nova Esports in those team fights here, assassinating Muji here and then pairing up the spells to really dominate team fight for the side of WST here.
Yeah, and I think this is the most cool thing about this exchange, right? Nova, especially Shrew, he's getting these nice catches, but it's not them who are reaping the benefits. It is WST. And that really makes us want to take a look at the replays, the comms, understand from the different perspective. How do you get caught and still win in a team fight?
You can see the smile on COI's face as well. He knows that, the inevitable backdoor coming in from the pay and also the team. Coming in from WST, they did really put up a show in the KCC itself. But however, a show is not enough. They need to come back stronger next year in the 2026 HOK Global season.
That's going to be easy, right? They have now been dealt so many pain points. They know about different options to explore. Previously, when we were looking at Tempest wrestles, it was like, okay, if you take a Tempest and then we have to fight to win the game. WST said, no, there is no need to fight. Just escort your Mega Minions to the base. We will get the backdoor protection down. We can win the game. Give them the Tempest buff.
I think that's the difficulty coming in if you are under so much pressure in an elimination game that your towers are all down. It's a do or die situation, and if you manage to take the Tempest Dragon and force them away from your crystal, that could be potentially pushing to a game 4. But superior execution coming in for WST, making sure that they forbid that to happen and immediately identifying the game-winning plan, which is to go for the backdoor here with Shrew on that pay.
Yeah, I think we both have learned a lot from this experience between this exchange of Nova as well as WST. So I can't wait for the next global team to go into battle with their opponents as well. But of course, this is only the first series of the day. We have a total of 4 best of 5s to offer you. In fact, the next one is going to be very important to learn from because I believe the next series is going to be KPL versus KPL.
It will be KPL versus KPL here, and then the third series will feature HBSC taking on another streamer team coming in from the Chinese region here, and closing out the day will be another KPL showdown here. So definitely 3 more series down the line for us in this full day here. But of course, let's check out WST's interview after that Nova Esports series.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了舒源和袁熙教练，请2位跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WST 舒源。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WST 袁熙。
首先，恭喜你们3-0获得了本场比赛的胜利，在过程里面，相信大家看的都非常的精彩。先问一下舒源吧，这是你们第一次，也同样是挑杯第一支和全球赛道队伍交手的队伍，能聊一聊这场比赛你的看法吗？
我觉得对面挺厉害的。
哪一刻哪个画面给你的印象最深刻呢？
我觉得他们的韧性挺强的吧。
是不是特别在第3局里面？
是的。
OK， 那袁熙教练呢，在场下看的感受是什么呢？
因为我做过一些研究吧，他们能在这么短时间内适应新版本，适应成这样已经很厉害了。
对对手有一个非常大的肯定。在第1局的赛前语音里面有听到，其实对面对于我们有一个非常高的评价，是 K 甲的顶尖队伍，他们也非常想要跟你们去进行交手，有这样的一次机会。对此，舒源有什么要回应的吗？没事，可以先思考一下。来，教练要回应一下。
我觉得认可是一种激励吧。
是一种激励。那舒源呢？想好了吗？
觉得他们挺厉害的。
还是很厉害的，对对手也有一个很大的肯定和尊重。聊回到局内有发现，在第2局对方使用到挑战者的祝福的时候，盾山曹操后面配了一个孙尚香，但是我们选了一个5合阵容啊。袁熙教练怎么去思考去搭配的呢？
舒源说杨戬拿出来就赢了。
我还是相信舒源了。那舒源来说一下呗，杨戬非常的自信吗？
运气比较好吧，能勾到对面。
很谦虚啊，很谦虚。那你觉得杨戬跟你的镜相比，你更喜欢哪个英雄？
更喜欢镜一点吧。
还是本命的一些代表啊。今天其实，在局内第3局，大家发现打得比前2局都非常的焦灼了。场内有发生哪些变化吗？意想不到的情况？
没有。
你没有，在你这方面看还是不错的。袁熙教练呢？场下看怎么样？
其实我们最近训练状态一般吧，因为大家都有生病，然后很想赢下这一局，第3局还是有点着急吧。
感觉比较急了一些。来到这次的挑战者杯，我们看到了32进16，非常的残酷。你们成功的挺进了下一轮。对于后面的一个目标和期望是什么呢？先从舒源开始。
打好每一场比赛吧。
打好每一场比赛。袁熙教练，
跟林教练握个手。
那也就是说，在下一场比赛很期待见到北京微博，那当然也要看北京微博下一场和金陵职业学院的一个交手了。也感谢2位，我们后面的比赛再见，谢谢。
能包吗？
能。
末路没脾气，末路，准备打人，你们去找位置打人。
别打人啊！
顺中线嘛，别下龙血了，别下龙血，拉拖。
能包太疼了。
我们能走红背包吗？他前面有关羽，往他家里走呗。哎，来过来，往他家里走。
龙没拉脱，龙没拉脱。哎，没拉脱。哎，顺中吗？要不？
能砍了吗，小特？
我再砍，我再砍，我再砍。
哎，中路等一波，中路等一波，中路等一波。
太好，关羽没拉。
中路等一波，中路等一波，中路等一波。
nice。
他把龙接了，接过来拼场过来，
这波有大，我这波有大，
跟他拼了，
拼车吧，
别拉脱，别拉脱了，别拉脱，拉回来不拉脱。
他们在过中，他们在过中，他们前一波，兄弟们看我，看我，
别急，
绕龙，
他们一波，
快，几人，兵线过去，兵线过去，兄弟快去线，加，
能回吗？
能回到吗？
快，有点来不及，好了。哎呀，我没顶到线，没事。哎呦，
可惜了。
哎呀。 没事，人头领先的兄弟，人头领。
All right, very interesting exchange because the vision was the same from both teams, just slightly different in timing, right? So when Nova realized that they were actually going for that last push onto the crystal, they were trying to make the best efforts to go back, but this is exactly what WSC had already calculated in their favor. A little bit of slight miscommunication there. They actually wanted to take the fight, but because of the situation that arose, they made the better decision to just go for the crystal instead for WST.
That is true as well. And also, Shen also in the mic check as well, he identified the fact that he failed to push away the minions to forbid the backdoor push coming in for the side of WST, which is one of the key misplays here coming in for the Game 3 series itself. If in a situation that he managed to get the Razor Cavalry on towards the minions, the story could be really different here, but those are what ifs, and what ifs don't exist in a competitive storyline in 2025 KCC itself. And also, back to the interview here, there was a key comment here coming in from the interviewer asking Shrew, the FMVP jungler, how's the first experience fighting a global team? He did mention that it feels pretty good. Their resilience is their core strength here for the start of Nova Esports.
Yes, at the same time, they were also asking the coaches' opinions on to our global team here, Nova. And he feels that with such a short amount of time to be able to play at this level and understand the draft picks, the strength of the heroes as well, that has been really impressive. There is, of course, still a long way to go for Nova and for the global teams, but this is a good start.
It is a very good start here, especially like we mentioned here. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, you see the continuous growth coming in from Nova Esports as a global team representative in making sure that they grow as the game progresses here. So props to them, and maybe next time when they come over to the Chinese server once again, potentially they could put up an even better fight against some of these best teams like the KGL, like the KPL.
Yes, so it's all about timing. We'll take a look at that. But with that, I think we should also listen to the opinions of Nova. Let's hear their interview.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了 Weebit， 请给大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 Nova 的辅助 Weebit。
首先欢迎你们来到挑战者杯，再一次见面了。来到这个舞台有一个什么样的感受吗？
对于我来说很开心吧，毕竟是第一次在这种大舞台打比赛，还是很兴奋的。
是。今天在赛前语里面我有听到大家说，要享受比赛。那我们是以一个什么样的心态和状态来到挑战者杯打比赛的呢？
就赢了就血赚了，输了也不亏，就享受嘛，就享受比赛就完事了。
是，我觉得这是一个非常好应对比赛的一个态度。今天在局内的过程里面也非常波折，特别是第3局只差一点点非常的可惜。你们在场上是一种什么样的感受呢？
我们就一直守家吧，就感觉能够守到20分钟，然后出去龙王跟他们拼一波吧。然后我们就拼到龙了，可是我们家就没了，还是很可惜的。
是打到了最后一个20多分钟啊，特别是在第2局，大家记忆都非常深刻，因为你们选择了挑战者的祝福，选择的是盾山曹操，当时是一个什么样的打法和规划呢？
就感觉盾山这英雄在这个版本很强势嘛，就拿出来感觉很容易顺风，所以我们就拿盾山了，就对面上把也给我们教学了一把，对不对？
还是非常深刻的这个版本上的一些理解有感受到这些不同之后，对于你们来讲是不是一个很大的挑战？我说对于这种不同的一些变化，包括适应版本，对于你们来讲是不是一个很大的挑战呢？
肯定有很大的挑战嘛，毕竟我们国际服是少很多英雄了，然后来到这里的这个版本的话就。尤其是辅助位吧，就多很多英雄，就我要重新摸一下来熟悉那些英雄。
OK， 那也有适应赛场这样一个过程因为我们知道，其实跟你们同属于全球赛道的还有2支队伍，分别是 HBSE 包括 APG。那在后面他们还有比赛，对于他们有什么要说的吗？给他们加油好吗？
就加油吧，希望他们能够表现得很好，打出精彩的比赛，就加油吧 ，BSC 跟 APG。
OK， 那也谢谢你啊！再一次期待你们在未来有更加精彩的比赛，也欢迎你们再次来到这里。谢谢魏培的，我们后面见。
好的，谢谢。
好，谢谢，欢迎你来到这里。
我觉得我们战队是一直坚持在赛场打比赛的一支战队吧。我跟我们家中路年纪也比较大了嘛，我们两个也会聊到，就是我们还能打几年这个问题。踏上挑杯最强烈的情绪，我觉得是兴奋吧。其实2019年冬季冠军杯，当时候是以外卡第1的身份进来的，抽签的时候就抽到了 Esport Pro 嘛，就是花海诺言他们嘛，就是跟他们学习了很多。我们这一年的情况其实就是高开低走嘛，最巅峰的时候，我会觉得输是不可以在我们队伍发生的一件事情。到了今年的中后半段的时候，就会觉得其实比赛就是有输有赢的。今年的挑杯输掉的话，可能会有点难受吧。不过毕竟我们是以学习的身份来了，让自己变强就行了。最后想说的话就是一起加油。
A beautiful but sad documentary here coming in for the Sad Nova Esports here. You can definitely see the stress and expectations that they have put for themselves. Like what Shrew mentioned in the documentary, he does wonder that, hey, I am already old just like Wendy in towards the mid lane. So how many years could I realistically play still in the competitive scene?
Yeah, difficult question to answer for themselves because you definitely want to be at a high level, right? To be able to experience the full extent of being a professional player for Honor of Kings. So I think time is maybe not on their side for now, but they've learned a valuable lesson. And even with this experience coming in, they're here with the attitude of trying to learn, right? Winning will be the perk and learning is the most important part of this journey for them.
Yeah, it's just like how Waypit mentioned in towards the interview where the person asked him where how was the experience playing on towards the stage? It's very magnificent because this is their first time playing in such a big esports stadium, and also the fans are cheering so loudly here. So for them, winning is an additional profit and losing is just another experience for them. But of course, Nova Esports journey has been fantastic so far in 2025. We will be seeing more of them coming in for 2026, but of course, let's do Troy to a break before we head on to our next series of the day featuring 2 KPL teams.
Nektam, dili kini talik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
就是你的捧杯奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against the new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以赌神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here on the English rebroadcast of the HOK Esports Global Pager. My name is SANGJIE and with me is Mr. Ken Dofu here. And of course, with that, we do bid goodbye to our first global team from the KCC 2025.
Yeah, now we will move on because we want to take a look at the future as well. We're going to have Team WE go up against Team DOUYU Gaming. Now, this is going to be KPL versus KPL. How tight is this BO5 going to be?
I feel like it's definitely a testing ground thus far. Yesterday, we saw the teams coming in with KPL versus KPL. KSG going up against Wolves Esports. That ended in a 3-0 fashion, which is not within my expectations here. So today is also to test the new rosters after the shuffle season coming in for the KPL team. So I'm interested to see how far these two teams can actually bring us, and has their roster been successfully implemented during the off-season.
Yeah, so synergy between the teammates, also about the bans and picks, and we get to explore more combinations across the new meta or the new rework on certain heroes. Do we get to see the Nerja come out today at all? Or will we see the stock standard picks come out like we've seen the Mai, we've seen the Cat Boom, the Fatih, as well as the Dunshan coming out. So many picks available, many combinations available as well for both teams.
And so far, we do see the resurgence of the, I want to say resurgence, but the recently introduced Chicha to be one of the so far best flex picks in the draft, and almost every single series she has had a decent showcasing on the Clash, jungle, or even farm lane.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really make the biggest difference here, taking a look at the games that have been happening in this Challengers Cup, is the fact that they're showing you how every little resource on the Gorge matters, right? And the way that they make their rotations, everything starts to look a little bit cleaner, a little bit clearer, and you can also then decide and learn from the best of the best across the world about how do you improve your own games. And I know we have been reading in the comments a lot of professionals that are or wannabe professionals looking for a step onto the global stage. So this is where you can learn. Take a look at this next best of 5 as well.
Of course, the KGL, KPL, or even the national champions here, they do have a lot of the learning value for the global teams here. Hence, that's why the global teams are invited over to the KCC 2025 to not only compete, but to also experience the competitiveness that will be generated coming in from these teams alone.
Yeah, I think playing live in person is one thing, but to play live overseas in front of a crowd as well, depending on how big, how little the audiences are, these are varying levels of stress. And then you also have to work around, okay, maybe new teammates, maybe new roles, so many things that will pile on the pressure that you feel in a best of 5 series.
And to add on towards that as well, for global teams, they're invited to the 2025 KCC. They have to play the Chinese server as well here, so it's the different experience and their habits from the global server, and they're introduced more heroes in the Chinese KPL server.
Actually, that's something that's really curious because the roam position was something that we have explored so many more heroes in the Chinese server. So with that, let's introduce our teams. Our first team of the day is Team WE, represented by Xiao Kun, BD, Mings, Inc., as well as JIUJING.
Of course, this WE team has played the KPL so far, and due to the fact that this roster is relatively new, I'm interested to see what kind of storm that they can pull up in the KCC itself here. Of course, because this tournament thus far, we have seen upsets coming in from lower tier teams against higher tier teams. So this could be the potential storyline here coming in from WE, as this is their second time coming into the Challengers Cup.
Yeah, and you know what? In the year of 2022, they have been top 6 as well. So this is going to be something of a growth for them coming in. But their competitors, DOUYU Gaming, represented by Le, X-Xuan, Yu, Chance, as well as Kong, they are a strong force to deal with. And I think this is going to be a big challenge for Team WE today.
It will be a feisty battle between the two KPL teams here in our third day of the KCC 2025, because of course, you definitely want to start off strong. And also, you lose one series, you end your tournament year with a top 32 here. So for these two teams, it's the fight for survival, at the very least in this BO5.
Yeah, now they have won quite a few. No, actually, this is their first time coming into the Challengers Cup. So this will be interesting for the side of DYG, also known as DOUYU Gaming.
And in the history itself, they do have one champion and 2 top 2 finishes here. And coming into their first KCC, I'm also very interested to see how they can manage to perform against WE here. Yes, you could argue that their placing back during KPL summer wasn't the best here. But of course, after the off-season, I'm really wondering how far have they pushed themselves during the off-season scrims, during the off-season roster shuffles. All these plays a big I would say, factor in affecting their run in this tournament.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, because they are both from KPL, meaning there is no tier difference, there will be no challenger blessing. So we're gonna get a full to honest 5v5 best of 5 series here between the two teams.
And yeah, and usually we do see them play best of 7 here, and right now they're defaulted back to a BO5. A shorter series does mean that they get to pick more of these stronger heroes because it's not 7 games, it's only 5 games. First to 3 takes it all.
Yeah, first to 3 takes it all. So far, based on yesterday's games, we've seen quite a few sweeps in that case, right? 3-0s, 3-1s, very quick series from all the teams. Is it going to be a lot more tighter today between the two teams here from KPL, or do we get another repeat of yesterday's results where it's a clean run from one of these two KPL teams?
All the audiences in the venue itself are eager to see who can actually make it out on top here. Will it be WE or will it be DOUYU Gaming here? The question remains unanswered until they do head towards the Gorge.
Well, I mean, technically we've already seen a lot of priority being placed down onto the mid lane as well as the roam, right? These are the two big main roles that have been really shown across the KPL region here. Specifically, members like the Cat Boom or maybe Sulie or even, picking up the Dunshan. These are all big game changers in the first part of the game itself, especially in team fights.
And with the recent introduction of the revamped Dunshan, the priority on the Luban and Master Luban combination has dwindled down compared to before, right? Because if you lock in a Dunshan, it gives you so much backline access with the Chicha, with the likes of the Fatih here. So there's more concern in the pick and bans compared to before.
All right, so let's be coaches for a moment. Do we start off with the strongest available compositions, or do you want to try and take it one step at a time, pace your drafts?
I think in the BO5 setup here, Kin, I was trying to start as strong as possible so I could really get the first win down the line here. And on your lower third here, it's both of the farm lanes here that used to play for Wolves Esports.
Okay, so with that, this is going to be interesting because this is not just a battle for results, this is a battle for titles as well. You want to make sure that you're the stronger of or stronger than your opponent in this particular matchup. Even though we are still in the early phases of KCC, the Challengers Cup, I think to be able to pull yourself up with confidence and strike fear into your opponent's hearts as you progress deeper into this competition, that is going to be very valuable.
That is true here, and a misinformation by me there. Definitely, these two teammates were once in the 2024 Wolves Esports roster here, so they will be up against each other. This time, in different outfits and not in Wolves Esports.
Right, so we'll take a look at the bans and picks later on, right, coming in. And you say you want a strong draft. So what is this prior position? What is a strong draft according to SANGJIE?
Dunshan, Cat Boom, Haya, Kong, Sulie. That's my first pick wonders coming in for this game alone.
Yeah, I like that, right? Because that actually opens up a couple of things. Number one, there is a potential of long-range pokes, example from the members of the Cat Boom. You also have big shielding and good laning phases, especially for Dunshan, who we've already seen, right? Game series number 1, the Dunshan with Lady Sun combination works wonders because you're able to use the shield, get free damage in the lane as well, and that pretty much guarantees you free objectives, free camps to take away from your opponents.
And Dunshan is also very flexible, right? Because you don't really necessarily have to go for the Lady Sun only. You can go for the Fatih for that free backline access to immediately run down the backliners, or you can pair off a Chicha to go for a similar approach here. So Dunshan, I feel like, is one of the best roams so far as a first pick or a 1-2 pickup here for any of the blue or red side.
Yeah, and we've already seen quite a lot of flexibility in the picks. Like you mentioning the Chicha, it's one of those scary heroes that can be placed into one of 3 different lanes. It can be played in the jungle, it can be played in the clash, it can be played in the farm lane. And I think being on the blue side, that gives you a lot of freedom to work around and actually put the ball in the court of your opponents.
That's the beauty of blue side, right? But let's talk about red side, right? Because every single pick in Honor of Kings, you have the potential of a counter pick on towards the red side here. And with that alone, WE does select the blue side with Coach Dian on towards the side of DYG. defaulting towards the red side here. So these will be the magicians that will be playing their magic dust on towards the gorge itself with the pick and bans.
Yep, we always say this is not a game of just a physical output where you have to really be having fast reflexes, good communication, but it's also the mental battle, right? Emotional calmness, composure, making sure they are able to deal with the heat of the battle and make quick decisions in moments of chaos.
And this goes back to the question here, do you start the series with a not so expensive draft, or do you just go full all out and try to get the first win that gives you much more of a comfort zone going into a BO5?
Yeah, because there's so many things to consider that will make the difference, right? Like certain hero picks, itemizations will be different. Taking the Spark Forged Dagger, which is damage over time, versus, you know, having, let's say, the Lazy Soon with a Master Sword, Eternity Blade, burst composition kind of farm lanes. And of course, this trajectory is similar for all the different lanes as well.
That's true here. So coming into this game alone here, we do see some of the alterations towards the lineup here for both of these teams, right? So I want to see how they gel well with each other, considering the off-season after KPL Grand Finals wasn't that long, maximum a month since then.
Yeah, I think having time to reset, having time to be able to work out the little gaps that your team may face is very important. So which also means there's quite a lot of pressure on both these teams. In fact, every single team coming into KCC, because you need to identify the gaps that your team has. You need to be able to also identify what are the win conditions your opponents are trying to get to. And that is where you can open up mistakes and maybe take a lead in the series, and having a lead is always great.
With a reference of the last series coming in from Nova and also WST, we start to confirm the importance of how game plan and execution ties heavily with the pick and bans here. You can draft the best 5 heroes, but if you don't go in the series with a proper game plan, it's really difficult for you to extend your lead or to get those big team fight leads that we talk about.
Yep, it cannot be one single step. It needs to be multiple steps calculated beforehand, right? Getting a kill, great. Now you need to consider after you've taken a kill, now you have the numbers advantage. What do you go for? Do you go for turrets? Are you able to get camps away? Are you able to steal buffs? And you know, what are the benefits of doing so? Do you gain more control by making a good play, or do you actually give away control to your opponents?
That's true here. So coming into this game alone here, coaches play a very pivotal role here to disseminate the game plan towards your players, to make sure that you make a good enough draft for them to flourish their talents in the gorge itself, because we've seen cases where players are exceptionally good in their own respective roles, but the problem is the drafts are not doing so well here. So coming into this game 1, I'm a believer that in a BO5, you should draft strongly in game 1 to set the tone for your team coming into this BO5 here.
I fully agree. I think having a good start definitely, number one, raises morale of the team, but also then forces your opponents to really dive deeper into making sure they don't make a mistake. And additional pressure might not be your friend if you're coming from a losing position in a best of 5. So WE, they will be on the blue side getting that prio ban. Let's see what they start off with.
There will be the higher being locked away here, so that puts the priority on towards the things like the Yangjin, like the Guanyu, that will be up for grabs here for the side of WE here. And DYG locking away the Chicha here, removing that pesky 3-way flank here on the blue side.
Alright, so both teams going for different bans here. Nua will be taken away by the side of WE. DYG take away the Aaron. This is going to open up the Kong, right? This is going to be a strong start for the side of WE. But DYG now opening up the potential for Cat Boom. They actually are considering the Zhang Fei along the RD combination.
Very comfortable 1-2 here coming in from DYG. They don't immediately go for the Dujishan flex, as they are wanting to save it more down the road in this draft itself here. So both roamers have been locked in here to really play accordingly towards their own composition here. And there we go, the Nutsa, the first one of the day, locked in for the side of WE. I will believe that this will be largely going into the jungle here for Biddy.
I mean, it's still a consideration for a flex pick, but DYG here going to start off with pick. They want the early game aggression coming in because, look, they have the ultimate counter against the RD on the side of WE, which is the Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao with the full kit will be able to delete the RD if she lands every single skill.
And at the very least, DOUYG in the second phase of the banning stage, you can see more of the priority is to remove pesky counters in the laning matchup against Chance on that early here. The Geya, the Channel, and potentially the DOUYU or the Shrew will be removed from the pool here to secure the best possible matchup for Chance in their farm lane.
Yep, they want to make sure that there is no late game insurance for the side of WE. WE, on the other hand, they're too afraid of the pokes coming in. So very poke-heavy heroes like the Cat Boom, like Kano, all taken out. And they don't want to be locked by the Yixing on that Weiqi bot, which is a great idea because that would be an immense combination available for DOUYG.
Oh. There we go, a Sun Quan being locked in here, coming in from WE here. This is one of the most, I would say, high risk, high reward of a marksman here, because you are potentially playing into a multi-CC lineup against an early with the ultimate, so that wouldn't be that easy to find those ultimate resets.
I think it's fine, right? Because if you take a look at the side of WE, they have a lot of distractions available. You have the Nerza jungle, you have the Byron, you also have the Kong Kong all three members, which will buy a lot of time and attention away from the DOUYG players. But this Lu Bu pick, I like it a lot from the side of Le. Dealing, that's a great answer to a super tank known as Nerza and Byron.
Yeah, you have so much shield value, you have so much of the Nerza yellow shield value here, so what better way of going past it than to use the Lu Bu in getting those true damage on his spear here. And also, when you suck the enemy for the shield, there's so much targets here coming in from the Kong Konger.
Yeah, extra value for the side of this Clash Arena for Le on DOUYG. But once again, these are the theories and these are the potential win conditions that can be fulfilled by both ends. Now, it really then comes down to that goal difference, right? How much space across the gorge can you buy by taking turrets? How many camps can you take away from your opponents to make sure you have the EXP lead, itemization, and the goal lead as well?
That is a very good case here, right? Because all the drafts that have been locked in so far, they do serve a purpose here, but without proper execution coming in from both Team WE or DOUYG, it really goes into vain here. So I'm excited to see how they really play that early game coming in from the side of DOUYG, especially with that double smite setup here, the Pei and also the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, very important. This is going to dwindle the farm potential on the side of WE by quite a bit. At the same time, you want to build space for the early, right? So I'm pretty sure she will go into the mid lane, but it's a little bit of a risk because at this point you have the mid to consider. You can go to the Clash lane to try and win against a Byron. So many decisions. I want to see what they choose.
Yeah, the early gives you a lot of flexibility, right? Because like you mentioned, you can start the mid, you can rotate cross maps to go for those big leads. Those are the available options here coming in for the early player coming in from DOUYU Gaming here. So for that, game plan is exceptionally important here. Is it to play towards the early tempo or is it to play towards the Pei tempo? What's the decision here coming in for their lineup?
Why not do both? Right? I mean, easier said than done. Of course, we know that. But I think both teams definitely want to have an advantage in the jungle. That's where you really want to start with, right? And the fact that you take a smite onto Kong for this Zhang Fei, that needs to be used to full effect. If you don't get the jungle advantage when you have a double smite composition, you're wasting the potential.
At the very least for me as well, right? When you're looking at a Pei into the Nerza matchup, right? It's always going to be favored for Pei at the very least in that early game here. So for the DOUYU Gaming jungler here, he needs to take a lot of the resources and make sure that this Nerza doesn't get the early game of his lifetime.
Right, so let's hear the fans cheer right here, right now.
A standard lane start here coming in for the side of DOUYG here, but a bit of a jungle invasion being committed by the WE members here, looking for the handshake of a swap here. At the very least, Biddy on this Nerza gets a comfortable early game on this pre-4 pick.
Yeah, very smart rotation coming from WE, right? So they actually place more members on the top, knowing that number one, obviously, BD has already started on that Azure Golem, Crimson Golem at the bottom side. Meaning, if the invade by action did come in, they did have the numbers advantage. So very smart movement from WE to cover the jungler's tracks.
That's true here, and so far in the early game here, it's really much of a tussle between the two teams to look for those tiny leads here. That's how the KPL teams generally like to play. It's not true those big fancy kills, it's true stealing away jungle resources and making sure that enemy loses out these minion waves. That's what makes it count.
Yep, and the 3-man rotations by both sides here, showing off. Oh, hang on, there is a potential dive here, looking for some information coming in. But DYG able to stave off that aggression by the side of Biddy for a little bit. And with the Leaping Savior, they will be able to get that gold sharing going. But WE has a better and faster rotation at this point.
And I like the use of the Nerza's new spell 4 here after a revamp. It's like a free Radiance, but in a wider range, a global one, per se.
Yeah, and it provides a lot of value because then you get to make smarter, better decisions because you now know the positions of your opponents. And this would be a big game changer. DYG here looking to aggress on the top side, looking for some value. There is a couple of slashes coming in from the side of Le. If he gets more damage down, this could cost WE. For now, it's just going to be the space sprite in advantage for DYG. No faster rotation because there is a risk there that they will get stopped.
Very back and forth game thus far, especially in the early game department here. Less on the kills, more on the rotations coming in for both teams to match up against that resource tussle that we talk about here. So the fights wouldn't come as fast compared to the WST and Nova series.
Yeah, I'm just more excited by the fact that Ink is actually winning that 1v1 against Chance, right? He's actually able to wave clear a little bit faster. And on the tops, at the farm lane side, we'll take a look at how this is going to be. This 1v1 matchup is very important because every single steal and every single advantage you get here will cost you a lot.
And that's the poke damage coming in from the Sun Trainer as well here. The RLE base stat is insufficient to really funnel her for this laning phase here. Hence, you can see Ink on the Sun Trainer is slowly but surely pushing Chance away in this early game, but the RLE blossoms later on in the mid game.
Yeah, we'll see whether Chance gets the opportunity to really grow into the monster that he needs to be. For now, WE keeping it ahead, but the chase down by the side of DYG in terms of gold, pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, the pressure being mounted here as Kun getting caught on here by the double engage.
Yeah, that's gonna be a first blood coming in for the side of DYG. Onto the life of Xiao Kun no less, which means clash lane advantage for DYG.
You can see the value coming in from the Lubu here. Yes, you have all the shields here, but it doesn't matter here. My true damage pierces through your tick shield. So that's the value coming in from this unrivaled warrior Lubu.
I mean, this is what we picked the Lubu for, right? It's
Correct.
so cool that we get to see him today because we don't really get to see him in the global stages for now. But with that, DYG, they're going to be able to wrestle a little bit of the lead back. Now they have a 12,000 gold in their bank. And this is going to be the 4-minute Tyrant. Now controlled by DYG, waiting and awaiting the arrival of Xtran as he clears with the gold sharing in the mid lane.
And it's not the best case scenario, especially for WE, because you look at your team composition here. Byron, Nerza, all this, if the Lubu gets fed, it doesn't spell good news for your team.
Yeah, the moment Le, which he has just got it, the Pure Sky coming in, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for the side of Xiao Kun to #1 win in a 1v1 setting. But at the same time, this also gives Le a little bit more physical damage, which aids in that first skill usage.
That's true here. So the next few items that I might be seeing coming in from Le might be the big item here, which is, hang on a moment, Siege Breaker, that gives the most physical damage in the game for this Lubu pick here. So I want to see how WE plays with the strong Nerza here. From what I know, Nerza in the Chinese server, the stats are quite overtuned in his own per se.
Yeah, which is a great benefit to have. But for now, even with strong kit, gold lead is going into the side of Xtran here, who's topping the charts of gold. They will start. Rider Arbor is going to be landed down, quite a few bits of control onto the side of WE. A fair exchange in terms of skill sets, but DYG earn from that because they now have taken attention away and they lose the T1 at the top.
But they do in fact get another tier 1 towards the bottom here on the side of WE, making it a fair trade thus far here. But look at the goal lead here. The superior farming tempo of Xtran on the pay gives so much pressure against WE to even track down this pesky Tiger that's just running across the gorge with ease, but flashing gaze towards mid lane.
Yep, they get the stun in. Oh, what a dive. And with that, Chance is going to be taken out as well. Kong is nowhere to be found. The leader from the game, 4 different members. And even with the Tremble Mortis ultimate, it looks like there is not enough value coming for the side of DYG. They get one in the form of Xtren, and JIUJING will be that victim. But a 2-for-1 with your farm laner being taken down. This is WE recovering well.
And Xiaokun BD combination here, the instant dive, removing Chance for any opportunity to come back in that team fight here. That's the threat coming in from the double dive here. And especially, that Nerza is going full damage, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why you want to make sure that your Zhang Fei always has his passive, right? That save would have been great. It would have ensured Chance a much more time to survive that fight, right? The knockup by Xiaokun was just phenomenal in setup.
And that's the scary part as well coming in from the Nerza. Usually we see in global, the Nerza goes for the tank build here, but in the revamped version, in the KPL version, it's looking like a semi-tank, a brawler's sword where it just one-shot squishies.
Yeah, I mean, you were looking for that win condition from Mings here, but with that, you don't even need Mings. Just Biddy alone is able to handle Chance once he gets his hands on them. And Nerza is quite a mobile pick, right? When he uses Bind, his second skill, he's able to move in and out of different positions across the fight.
And right now we're back to a square footing here coming in for both teams as we see Kong here looking for a potential steal on towards Biddy here. Do they get it though?
He will try, secure by Biddy. He uses this dive to try and go in. But take a look at this. Unbridled Arbor going to be used. Radiance as well to make sure that escape is going to be safe. DYG did not get the steal, have to limp away.
The true damage value from the Nerza is paying so much dividend here. At the very least, they do in fact trade away Kong's ultimate on that Zhang Fei here. And then we saw just now, the Nerza new skill 4 immediately stopping the recall coming in from Kong, making sure that he has to take the walk of shame back towards base.
Yeah, and now he does not have the ultimate, which is going to be a very tough situation with the dive in by Chance, but he is the one getting caught out. They do get Sun Quan. Ink is going to be taken down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Chance has been taken down as well. Nice flash from the side of Le. The wraparound coming in from the side of Yu as well will be the Death's Door making. They push away the members on the side of WE. The chase down happens. Biddy, the last one to be left alone. His support will try his best to run, will make it out, but in this particular aspect, DYG, they win everything across the map.
The value of Le on this Lubu here. We saw how Kun found the big engage on towards Chance here, but that also led his team to overcommit and pursue under tower here, giving Le a prime ultimate with that Tremble Mortis, capturing every single one, and then a triple kill going into this late game clash laner here for DYG.
Which is why we always talk about pre-planning all your moves, right? DYG not only had answers, they had multiple answers as well. They knew every single instance and openings that WE were looking for, shut them all down.
That's the scary part here. And so far, after the lead that has been immense by WE to recover from the game, once again, DYG with a better team fighting has made sure that this lead is largely pushed apart here prior to that 10th minute shadow objective.
Yeah, in fact, they trade off the T1 at the bottom as well, right? Map-wise, WE actually had the advantage in the early parts of this game. Right now, DYG, as long as they make sure that this Azure Golem goes into the hands of Xtren, it should be fine. And with the passive available by the side of Kong, they're looking for the perfect setup here.
Itemization as well here. I would say that Chance wouldn't be the biggest of the threat because he's not nowhere near his Daybreaker here. So that's, at the very least, a good news for WE. As long as they can manage to get Xtren, that could be game-winning Unbridled Outburst.
Oh, onto 3, no less as well. What a setup by Le with that slash. Gets so many members down. Mings as well as JIUJING will be taken down. And even with the numbers advantage, it's looking a little bit dicey for the side of WE. They do get a trade in form of Kong as well as Le. But here comes the damage. DYG just being too much of a menace here. And it's just Xiaokun. He is left for dead. And it's an ace for the side of DYG.
Triple kill for Chance and Xtren here, breaking angles against Xiaokun here. Now, with a 3,000 goalie and an ace for DOUYU Gaming, they're looking for a double objective secure with the setup here for their team.
And this is a Shadow variance, by the way. This is Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant. We'll take a look at that fight here. The dive onto Chance, he actually cancelled his ultimate at that point, and which means Chance has all the freedom in the world.
this is the Lubu value, right? You go in, you do all the damage, absorb every single spell against the enemy, and then you look at the kiting here coming in from both the Ali and also Xiaokun here. Look at Xiaokun going in for the dive, but then getting dodged out systematically by the Pei here. What a well-played team fight coming in from the side of DOUYU Gaming.
Yeah, insane value. I mean, Yi on this Yu Huan really did make the world's difference, right? Soaking so much damage and maximizing the amount of damage taken, and then finally using his ultimate to make sure that, hey, now you have no more options. DYG, you can't catch chance. We have all the free damage to deal with you.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead with double shadow objectives. You're just crashing to every single tower on towards the tree lanes here. Need to see how DYG actually formulates this upcoming push.
I mean, they just need to push them back, right? It's not about the kills. It's making sure that the backdoor protection is not available. And with that, here comes a chase down by Le. He wants to make life a little bit more difficult for the jungler on the side of Team WE.
Yeah, good slice here coming in from Le also. Pushing away the members coming in from WE here. I would say that all the tier 2s will be going down in favor of DYG as they will ride the final Vanguard on towards the bottom side for this potential tier 3 towards the bottom lane.
Any T3 damage before the Shadow Overlord touches your base, that is free damage for the side of DYG. So far, they've managed to really chip it down a little bit. Here comes the Shadow Overlord with the setup Unbridled Outburst on the backline with 2 for the Tremble models as well. In the meantime, JIUJING has been taken down. Now DYG, they come in, they cut deep. Mings and JIUJING are taken down. Le will give his life, but it's a 4-on-3 right now. Can they actually do it? It's going to be a secondary kill coming in for the side of WE, but the damage has been done. T3 torn apart as DYG take what they want and leave.
The Swincer coming in from Ink is doing his absolute best in slicing the big tanks here, but the DPS coming in from WE is insufficient compared to the double marksman setup coming in from both Extran and also Chance here. And so far, even though the kills are almost equalized, the tower damages will not be resurrecting in the next few exchanges.
And look at the value that DYG is showing you 2 very different combinations. Yes, you have the Extran and Chance combination, just pure damage, right? But you also have the setup from Kong and Le. Once that Unbridled Outburst is dropped, it's a guaranteed Tremble Models ultimate from Le.
That's true, right? Where just now we saw, if we get a replay, the Unbridled Outburst pushing on towards Ink and also Mings, and then the 2 primary carries unable to join the fight, having to single-handedly being manhandled by Le. That's the worrying part here in all these team fights. I gotta say, Kong, he's been masterful with the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, very good with the timings as well, right? And most important, they are able to maximize the amount of damage they deal. And you start to see the value of Le. Now, they are going to be hiding. Biddy does the jump in, Unbridled Outburst. What a setup once again. The Tremble models fighting so much value. And you can see Yu in the mid giving all the heals in the world. Doesn't even need to pop the ulti just yet, looking for the stuns. And they're kiting them to death. It's an ace for the side of DYG. T3s in the mid, going to be taken down. They have a ballista. Your backdoor protection is gone. And DYG with a very convincing game number 1.
The Lubu coming in from Le does so much work for the side of DYG here. Kong with the Unbridled Outburst connecting the perfect ultimate coming in from the Lubu. That was just a beautiful one. And I'm interested to see what kind of comments the players have with the upcoming interview with SANGJIE.
好，欢迎我们老将项羽回归，好久不见了，感觉赛场怎么样？这么多粉丝打得这么好，
感觉大家都非常的热情啊。
大家觉得项羽今天打得好吗？好了，我也觉得团战表现得非常完美，在这边可不可以夸夸？哎，刚才表现这么好的各位队友们。
刚才队友只能说我最后一波正在赶来的路上吧，然后队友就打起来，然后我过去。 感觉啥事没干就赢。
对队友给到了非常大的肯定。那么接下来后续的比赛，你觉得今天最终这场 BO5 是个怎样的走向呢？项羽？
走向我觉得能赢就行了。
能赢就行，这就是永远这么谦虚，让我们感到安心的项羽。好，非常感谢你的分享，继续准备比赛吧，谢谢，加油
！Welcome That was a beautiful interview. SANGJIE, the mid player for the side of DYG on the Yihuan, providing a lot of value. And it was so funny because he felt that he didn't do much and they won the game.
I mean, you gotta give props to his teammates, right? Because every single engage coming in from Kong on that Zhang Fei, it was really well connected on towards the backline, and then you have the Lubu with the ultimate tremble models just jumping in and doing a slam dunk trick 60 on towards the enemy carries here. So the combination has been really well executed coming in from DYG in this game 1.
Very much so, right? And this is where stuns play a very huge part. Lubu is not a hero that's easy to execute, right? But they found the formula. Kong with the Unbridled Outburst into Tremble Mortals. Beautiful setup, netting him, look, 8 kills on the side of the 8, 2, and 5.
8, 2, and 5 here, and Shrew 5, 0, and 6 here, but without the trusty roam here coming in from Kong, 0, 3, and 12 on the Zhang Fei. I do think that every single one played a big pivotal role in allowing DYG to get that 8,000 goalie at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, this one was kind of scary, right? Because at the first few minutes of the game, up until the 10-minute mark, it was really neck and neck. They were stealing camps on both sides, but the team fights were the ones that really made the world's difference for the side of DYG here.
You have to give props as well towards the side of Xiaokun on the Byron. A lot of these early plays was executed by him in catching out Chance multiple times in the early game.
And it was looking a bit shaky, right? Because BD was also able to get his hands on the Chance on this RLE. And instant deletion, like you said, the true damage, the burn damage as well, was just too much for Chance to handle. DYG was looking like they were opening up a door for WE to come in. And this was even without the mid laner Xiao Qiao's knockups combination onto the RLE.
It was a difficult game for the RLE to realistically execute, but in the end, the teammates here supplementing the gameplay for Chance on that RLE really pulled them back into a square one, and then that's where the Lubu and also Zhang Fei combination came into a beautiful arc for the team.
Yeah, I mean, okay, even if he doesn't get the MVP, I feel like Le played a fantastic game, but this is not an individual victory. DYG showing you the potency of having nice and guaranteed combinations. Kong as well, what a setup. Many a times, the Unbridled Outburst, so beautiful.
Yeah, defensively, aggressively towards the backline, he was finding a lot of these big Unbridled Outbursts to set his team up for success here. Hence, the MVP will be rewarded to Le on that Lubu here. He was just literally slicing carrots off the side of WE. Those slices coming in with the Unrivaled Warrior, just beautiful on this player.
Yeah, how many slices do you want? Yes, that's how many he dealt, right? Le was just very coordinated with the team, making sure that every single ultimate that was landed, look at this, dropping down from the sky, every single slash was maximized value.
This was the one that we said, like, Kun found a very good engage on towards Chance, and then with all the spells being committed towards the farm laner here, it's just a free buffet coming in for this Lubu here, jumping in with the ultimate here, Tremble Mortals here, and then getting a perfect slice onto 4 members here, executing Xiao Qiao, and then getting the final blow on towards Xiaokun here, getting that triple kill that he needs to settle the game for the side of DYG.
Yep, showing you that Lubu is actually a very big pick, right? Especially against members that play along with the shield values, specifically the Nerta pick, specifically the Byron pick. Yes, you can have so many shields, but the damage is onto your health bars, not the shield bars. And this is where Le really showed you how a Lubu is supposed to be maximized. You buy so much time, so much room, and you are able to kite the way out of every single member on the side of WE.
If there is a second MVP that we could give over to, it has to be Kong here. Look at those Unbridled Outbursts here, catching 4 in this team fight here, setting up Le once again for that multiple damage source here. What a beautiful team fight coming in from the clash and roam of DYG.
All right, so it's just game number 1, right? Beautiful performance, but as we know in KPL, games can be back and forth all the time. Right now, let's see whether the trend continues from yesterday or from the days before. Is it going to be a 3-0, 3-1 clean series for the side of DOUYU Gaming, or do we get the comeback from the side of Team WE?
I think with KPL teams having so much experience in the scene itself, we might just see a very back and forth series going into the later stages of this BO5 here. So with game 1 going in favor of DYG, that's already a good start here, especially they didn't go in with very expensive picks.
That's true. So now there is still the possibility of the Tunshan with the Fatih pick, combination for that, Zhenren along with the Lady Sun, and we also have the Sulia with whatever farm lane you want. And these are just farm lane duos. We haven't even explored the jungle and mid rotations or even the jungle and clash lane rotations available for both teams.
That's true here. So a lot of these combinations here, I don't think we see much Master Luba and Luba number 7 because of how many counters there are currently in the patch. But of course, with the available Chicha in the pool, I do want to see more of the Chicha priority on towards the ban, and then we put more focus on towards the roamers here. Maybe limit Kong in game 2 because his Zhangfei was a good eye candy thus far in game 1 itself.
I mean, with the gameplay from game number 1, you know that Kong now is a person that knows how to set up really cleanly for the team. So things like the Sulia, I think will be, if you really want to consider making life difficult for Kong, I think Sulia is definitely one of those big picks that you cannot allow. But at the same time, it really comes down to the mindset, right? Do you want to use offense as your defense? So you go for an early game draft, take out the pay, for example, on the side of Team WE, reverse that script onto DYG.
That is really up to the coaches, DCG, to look for those fancy drafts that we talk about here. Do you want to put the priority on towards the hot fingers on towards the side of Le that had an MVP performance, or do you want to shift your focus away and look for a Lady Sun and also Dunshan combination here? All these can be explored coming in for the teams itself coming into the game 2. But before that, let's do check out the mic check of game 1 for that series.
口子别放，口子别放，
注意看小乔，
口子别放，兄弟，我漏了。OK， 是，先拉，飞我了，还行，他没大了。
哎，他哪大了？后面来，小乔，来跟我，来跟我，来跟我，小乔，
受不了。
对，哪大，打脸上，
打宽点，
打宽点，
打宽点。先上，你们先上。
不大，慢点，
来，可以打。
黄帝没打，没上的黄帝没上，慢点拉扯，他能上，黄帝没上的黄帝，慢点，看中路。
来，铁子，能上。
高地，来开了，我开了，别的，来双龙，开双龙，
可以。张飞把蓝区踩出来，张飞。
等我踩。老虎得留个太阳，别让他。
没事，我知道。老虎你去线上吧，老虎，我来接中，护
老虎节，他们这波要出来跟我们拼的，我们把视野压好。开了，这个没事的，
慢点，我要打哪吒了，别急，慢点，我不打哪吒。有我们冲哪吒了，
意思，
哪吒了，
中路一波了，意思，
来，
中路一波，铁子，
一波了，先上，
一波，nice。
Beautiful gameplay coming in, and I really like the communications coming in from team. So knowing that last fight, they already knew that Team WE was going to engage them in that fight. The only question for the side of DYG was, how do we accept this challenge from the side of Team WE? And they did it in the best way, because every single member was looking at different portions of the map and the fight as well, allowing them to make a conscious but unified decision to not just finish the fight, but go for that mid T3, ending the game from that point.
And also to add on to your point as well, they do put a lot of focus on towards a specific call. Let's say in the bottom fight where they called for the team fight, they do mention that block the entrance, don't let them come in. And once they come in, they will immediately pull the trigger for the engage. Hence we see multiple times Kong and also Le finding the big engage towards the backline here. And also another point to really talk about the communications will be to talk about the way that they call for the rotation here. They mentioned like, hey, protect our pay. Make sure that he gets the wave before we rotate for the next objective.
Yeah, I like this a lot, right? And we're asking about the synergies of both teams here. Obviously, we only heard the comms coming in from the side of DOUYU Gaming for DYG. Let's see if Team WE, they will be able to recover, right? Because if they don't, this could be a blitz of a series here. DYG obviously already locked in, having a taste of success first. They want to continue this movement.
And there's a very convincing way as well that DOUYU Gaming won. It's not through a Tempest Dragon tussle, it's through a pure on-team fight in every single way. They just out-team fight Team WE in all those big objective fights.
Alright, so let's take a look at what's going to happen in this particular second game for the BO5. And I'm really curious to see what kind of drafts do you have, because you want to play the early game, right? That seems to be the win condition coming in from the side of DYG. And with that, they've already used the pay. There are still more options for the side of DYG. So let's see. We will head into the ban and pick phase. Blue side or the red side? That is going to be the first question we want to have answered.
Now, to look at that, right, what kind of priority do we want to give over to? If Le is having such a fantastic game with Kong, potentially you will go for the Dunshan and also the Fatih combination here. Wow, another one for the books here coming in for DYG. That is a scary one coming in for their comp.
Yeah, very scary, right? Because with the alt shield, this is going to be where Kong is going to shine. So far, Team WE, they haven't found an answer just yet. Okay, maybe the Sulia can make a difference here. This is a very tanky lineup from Team WE, right? You have the Flowborn tank with the Sulia, double setups, and actually triple if you want to count in the Nuwa. But Nuwa comes in online a little bit later. DYG, once again, early game centric.
Early game centric coming in from you on the cap boom here, setting up the tempo for his team here, but looking towards the WE lineup here, you do in fact have a lot of crowd control in the form of Jo and also Biddy with the Flowborn tank and also the Sulia setups here. So interested to see how Jo plays the game and put value for his team in finding those big engages and setups.
I mean, if you take a look at the draft, DYG needs to go for a tank jungler, right? You go 1-for-1 against Biddy. Flowborn tank has to be one of the toughest tank junglers to take down.
That's true here. So coming into the second phase as well, DYG removing a lot of these clash laners here that does pretty well into the Fatih here. And then you look towards this draft, right? Agudo and Fatih still remains as a flex here coming in from DYG. It can go towards the jungle, it can go towards the clash, and go towards the farm lane here. So they do play the red side into the fullest value here. But WE, they do round out the draft here with Aguya and also Charlotte here. Strong side lanes for their 4-5 picks.
How do you deal with it though? If Le gets like the perfect setup, and there we go, it is going to be a flex pick. So the Aguda will go into the jungle, and we will have the Long in the farm lane. So Xuan, I think he's going to find a lot of value. 1v1 against Biddy, I think he wins that.
You mean, well, I would have to say in 1v1, yes, but in a team fight game with double resource, I would say not so heavy junglers, the team fights will come more or less likely from the key playmakers here. For WE, it will come in the form of Jo. For the side of DYG, it will come more from the side of you and also Call.
I think it's timing based, right? Whoever gets the first initial engage, you have to get the target down immediately. If you don't do it in 1.5 seconds, you're done for. The counter play will come, right? So if Kong manages to get a throwback onto any one of the members on the side of WE, they have about a second and a half to get that member off of the map. Or else, people like JU, people like Biddy, they will be able to enter your backlines and DYG will suffer for the engage.
It really comes down to the chances that you talk about, right? If WE gets to kite away from the first team fight engage coming in from the Fatih and also the Dushan, then their DPS does look better compared to DYG. However, this is two sides of the same coin, where if DYG goes for the magnificent engage, slices Ink, slices Mingzi, then teamfight is of course easier for the side of DYG to progress further in those fights.
Well, I think my eyes, at least for the side of Team WE, it's really more on JU, right? JU, if he can get those impressive knockups with the Unconquerable Army, the Sulia Ultimate, I think that could be really the win condition for the side of Team WE. But if he can't find those engages, burns his passive unnecessarily, then DYG have a pretty steady game here.
And talking about passive, right, you can start using it as early as the level 1 here to take that minion with advantage and then force the Firebeak to be in your pockets here. So I'm very eager to see how Jo actually plays out this Sulie, because he will be the anchor that his team needs to find those successful teamfight victories starting from early game all the way to those decisive game-winning pushes.
Fully agree. But DYG, I think the main player I'm looking is going to be Yu again, right? The mid laner. With the Kapu, there's a lot of poke potential, and we have already seen KPL teams do this many a times. We poke you before the actual fight starts. When the fight actually starts, you're already down to half health, or maybe even lesser.
But hey, we leave it to the crowd to really provide the energy that these two teams needs to battle out in this game 2 of the BO5. Look, putting a lot of pressure here against Kun in that clash lane here. With the rotation coming in from you, they might be able to take away this Horntail Beast from the hands of WE's jungle.
Yep, not going to be the case though. So Xiaokun does secure for his team. So that's one attempt thwarted by the side of WE. DYG looking for another opening, this time onto the fire beak at the bottom side. This one also secured by the side of Team WE. In fact, goes into the hands of Ink. So everything is status quo.
Yeah, very comfortable start here for the side of Team WE here. At the very least, this early game won't be as bombastic as the Nova and also WST series here, as a rotation coming in from the side of you to poke out some of the health bars coming in for the side of...
Oh, yep, not gonna be first blood. This one, Yi takes a big fall, and Team WE, everything falling into their favor in this game number 2.
A bit of a misstep here coming in from Yu here, but a good wrap around coming from Biddy, hiding away from Vision, and then utilizing the CC change here. But hang on a moment here, a pushback coming in.
Yeah, nice flash with the catch as well. So many stuns, he has to run. They make an attempt, and here comes the turnaround. They're looking for an opening. Lur going to jump in as well. They get calm, but what's the price to pay? It has to be their life. The life steal is not going to be enough, and JIUJING will be taken down along with Xiaokun as well. So DYG respawn, and they respawn in force.
Kong is such a key playmaker here. This is the true epitome of what it is to be a roamer, sacrificing yourself for the greater good here, making sure that Xiaokun overcommits for a low health roamer here, and then Lur coming in to pick up 2 easy quick kills for his team.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what this is like. I mean, I like the fact that you said that, right? Sometimes sacrificing for the cause is a win. And you know, as a roamer, I understand the concept, but Holler doesn't seem to believe me when I say that.
I mean, sometimes it's because of your actions in game, right, Kin? Split push roams, it can't justify your actions here, right?
No, a win is a win, but we'll take a look at the replay here.
So good Q3 engager coming in for the side of JIUJING, pushing back Kong here. As you can see, Kong is already out here, but he chooses to move on forward, baiting in Xiaokun, and then when Lur comes in with the Fatih ultimate here, he's just literally slicing everybody, and more gold goes in towards the pockets here as an another engage on towards JIUJING here, but immediately disengaged by the Sulier.
Look, the biggest difference maker to me is the fact that every time JIUJING doesn't have his passive, it's a huge risk for the side of WE to take big team fights, because with Xquan, the amount of damage you can deal as the Agudo is insanely quick and very persistent as well. They showed you in that previous team fight, right? If you give Xquan the amount of space and comfort to be able to just keep landing those auto attacks, it's going to be a pain in the butt. Lur as well, activating ultimate, making sure that the damage was consistent. Now, Emergence going to be laid down. Can they find the finishing blow? Oh, what a nice flash! And with the action, will be taken down. But immediately, Minx is going to be traded. But I still think this is a perfect trade for the side of Team WE. As long as they don't give their life for Xiaokun. But that's not going to be the case. Uses the flash, has to walk away, and the flash committed by the side of Lur. That is a finishing blow, and no response. WE, they try everything. Right now, they can only be sufficed with the take on the Tyrant.
Lur is literally on fire this series here, from the game 1 performance on the Lubu, transitioning it into his current performance on towards the Fatih here. He's practically unstoppable thus far here, but tanking a bit too much tower shots here, might be a victim of the annihilation that might be off cooldown right now.
I mean, we're expecting that Lur comes online, you know, maybe a little bit later. But now at level 7, having so much space to work around with the help of his members on the side of DYG, this is looking a little bit scary.
And it's a rare sight that you see the Clash lane actually being the richest in the team. That's how you know he's actually so well farmed ahead of the curve here. 301, 3.4k, sharing the most gold with members like Biddy and also Xquan.
I mean, the fact that he made those huge rotations and found value with it. 3-0-1. That's a lot of kills for a Clash laner at this portion of the game. 5 minutes in, take a look at the damage on the T1 at the bottom. They get the setup as well. Everything. Oh, do they really want to commit? Too much damage under the tower here. Can the jungler tank it? They do get the value here with the Annihilation. They get down Yu, they get down Extra as well for the price of Biddy.
The 2-for-1 special here coming in from Mingzi on the Yuhan ultimate. When you carry someone as Kong with the Shieldun, you don't necessarily block damage from them. You still take same value of damage when you're carried by him here. So you put yourself in a position where you are in the same line for the perfect annihilation.
I love this, right? Every time you praise a team, WE not being praised, they don't like it. They want to come back, so they make all these godly plays. And right now, goal lead negligible, nothing to speak of that is of difference. WE maintaining. They trade T1s, one at the top for the one at the bottom.
I would say Biddy is one of the key playmakers here, really noticing the fact on how well he can play with the floorborne tank. He's been really going in a lot of these times, finding the perfect setup here for his team.
Yeah, and building space, I think that's the most important part. Right now, Team WE, they have a lot of advantage because they have the passive available for JIUJING as well. So with that, they can be a little bit more aggressive, they can be a little bit more curious about taking objectives across the gorge.
But as the timer keeps slowly pushing forward here, DYG, their late game is a bit scary here considering you have 3 to 4 members that could do consistent DPS. That's an alarming factor here coming in from WE.
To be honest, I think that's an okay problem to have, right? If you're on the side of Team WE, actually when Shrew drops down the furball, he uses the ultimate, he's actually very vulnerable as well. You have plenty of dive potential on the side of WE. And this is what I'm talking about. The amount of free pokes they're going in. Lur though tries to find an opening, gets knocked up with the ultimate by the side of JIUJING as well. Can they finish the job? Annihilation going to be placed down. Not enough damage coming in from the side of WE. WE, they get the Matrix. One more stun coming from the jungler. They force out the Dragon form. Everyone falls low. Nobody takes a fall just yet. Flash committed by the side of Chance as well. And this is a nice exchange showing you how close both teams are.
The team fights are just literally crazy as of this point. Did you see how Le was holding his flash and taking Annihilation towards his face despite having 20% health? He was ready to press that Pure Sky to mitigate any form of damage in that exchange and really playing the team fight to an extreme patience.
Yeah, knowing that the healing deal under the T1 was also available in the mid, he was playing it down to the wire. And this is the difference of levels right now between the KPL teams, really down to the wire.
His call comes down to experience, gameplay, and also knowledge towards the game here. That's why years of practice and years of experience play such a pivotal role in your decision making and also damage calculation, especially for these pro players.
Yeah, I mean, the slightest difference really will turn the tides in your favor. Right now, they're putting the setups as well. Ultimate used by the side of Ink, but it is him getting caught. Hang on, knock up on the side of Lur. They're trying to protect this T1 with their lives. It has worked out so far for DYG, but this comes at the cost of both teams having to take a look at their T2s, top and bottom, being pressured by minions as well.
They need to attend towards it as this does open up the Tyrant once again for the taking, coming in for DYG here. It wouldn't be Smite Away coming in from Biddy, as DYG, they do secure it, and then both teams are looking for that 10th minute shadow objectives.
10 minutes. I mean, this is 90 seconds away, right? So DYG and Team WE, they have to get the lanes in check first. Straight away, the TP coming in for Le will be a much higher value for the side of DYG.
Still interested to see, like, later on in towards the team fight, how does Kong play here? Is he playing on the reactive end, saving X1 and Chance, or is he playing the aggressive end, bringing Le towards the back line here? These are things I want to see coming in for the Dunshan Fatih combination.
I feel like there's more value for JIUJING, right? JIUJING actually can use his ultimate to really get multiple members on the side of DYG. Kong can only catch one. Right now, Annihilation not gonna hit the mark. They get the setup on the side of Kong. He will be safe for now. It's more about the map control, right? 30 seconds left. You don't want to make a mistake here.
Yeah, river control being controlled coming in for the side of DYG here as they are pushing members of WE back to their own Azure Golem here. As we see, blue side, for the side of Team WE, it does request for a pause.
Alright, we'll try to fix that technical issue. In the meantime, I mean, this game is as close as it can be, but I want to point you in the direction of the roamers here. I really feel Team WE, has a higher chance of potential success. Because if you get the unconquerable army from JIU onto the 5 different members of DYG, I don't think you survive that team fight.
That's a very nice, I would say, scene to see. But to catch 5 members in KPL versus KPL teams, a very hard thing to do actually here, Ken.
Too hard, but not impossible. While you know, a lot of people call me a dreamer, that is the dream scenario that Team WE are looking for. But I think it's easier to get multiple targets if you're the roamer for the side of Team WE with the Sulia in comparison to Kong. Kong, I think, will come on a completely different style, right? It really comes down to the usage of his alt shield, that ultimate. That moving shield could be the difference maker for the side of DYG here.
And you can use it very in a flexible way, right? To enter the team fight with the Fatih on your shoulders, or to play reactively, carry your teammates, especially Agudo or the Lung, to a much better positioning if they do get caught out here. So the flexibility of the Dunshan is much, I would say, easier to execute compared to the Sulie on the hands of JO here.
I'm curious about the Clash Laners as well, right? Like you said, the Fatih jump from Le, that so far has been the biggest difference maker. He's been able to soak up damage, but deal a lot of it over to the side of Team WE as well. But Team WE, that's only because the Clash Laner of Team WE hasn't found his way into the backlines of DYG yet.
Well, as we go back into the game itself, I want to see how Kun actually makes his statement here in this game too here. Clash Laners are usually known as the miracle makers here, especially with how they are able to influence these team fights here, as we see. A bit of a poke here onto his JO here, forcing him away from the long bush.
Yeah, here comes the true challenge, right? So right now, it is going to be 10-minute mark. Shadow variants on the Tyrant going to be available, but take a look at the damage onto Yue. He is falling low. All shield already committed. This is not ideal for DYG. No value extracted. They try and get the stun. Matrix has been set. It's all low. Should be going into the hands on the side of Team WE, and they are looking to explode, but no opening just yet. Annihilation not going to hit the mark. We're looking for one flash. They will force it out of E. And now mid T1 should be guaranteed.
Superior setup here coming in for the side of Team WE here, suffering no casualties, forcing DYG to back away from the Shadow Tyrant here. This is very good news for WE fans, as they also take away the tier 1 tower here. Right now, they are laying their claws on towards the jungle here, coming in from DYG.
Yep, this is a scary situation because they took a risk, right? WE took a risk that, hey, maybe the T2 on the top will fall, but now, not only does the T2 not fall, they get a trade up top and also secure the Tyrant for themselves. Shadow Tyrant, by the way, so this is looking a bit dicey. DYG getting caught out. Annihilation will be blocked off by the ultimate on the side of Kong. On the backlines, on the side of Team WE, they managed to stave off the aggression, walk away, no punishment, so it's all wins for WE.
Yeah, getting multiple turrets across the map here. Two tier 1s and another tier 2 towards the top lane here. And right now, getting more of the river control here. You can start to see the Fatih isn't able to slice through the tick front line here, formulated by JO and also Biddy here, giving so much room for Ink and Mingzi to find those beautiful DPS outputs, especially with the Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, Xiaokun provided so much value here. Another Annihilation dropped down, but this one might cost him his life. The block comes in, but the pushback from the side of JO with the stuns and the heals, the flash committed as well. It's all looking dire for the side of DYG. Kong being chased down as well. They have found an opening. Can they finish the job? That's the big question. Knock up as well as Team WE. They get the life of Mings, but it comes at the cost of Kong, Le, and Yu as well. Team WE are just so dominant right now.
So much carry point here coming in from the side of Team WE here. Ink untouched in their entire team fight here, just gliding through every single member here. We saw how Le and Kong laid their hands on towards Mingzi, but after expending all your spells, you are just a limping frog waiting to be executed, coming in by the Goya on the hands of Ink.
I mean, this is the most apt description, right? Because of the Ink, there is now a blemish on the side of DYG. They're going to secure the Shadow Overlord for themselves. Double objectives, not at the same time, of course, but still, WE, this is going to build upon their success in the previous fight.
Now is to see whether they can actually find that game-winning push, that game-winning lead here. They hold currently 3,000 gold in favor for the side of Team WE here, and with the Shadow Vanguard being released towards the top side, can they remove more of these tier 3s coming in from DYG's base?
Yeah, it's all about the flashes here. Chance as well as Kong, no flash on the two of them. Meaning if Team WE get a big engage here, it could spell the end. It will be minimally guaranteed T3s here.
Yeah, T3s will be the next upcoming victims here for the side of DYG here. They need to play the defense game to a maximum potential here as WE knocking on towards the first one here. Doesn't seem that anyone will be available to defend this high ground turret here. As mid lane though, we see it engage.
Yeah, they actually knocked them back. Kong is falling super low. They just have to finish the job here. Kong will be able to make it out safely because right now the T3s at the top have already been taken. WE have done their job. They don't want to take a risk. They back off.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead though in the hands of WE. Removing one of the tier 3s towards the top side here and then resetting for this next Shadow Tyrant here. You can see they have so much control in this game, and Ming Z, that annihilation just bursted through you and Chance's health bar.
Yeah, so very scary situation. This is where the late game potential on the side of Mings is going to be fulfilled. He's going to be level 15 really soon. Now it's all about the gold. Does he get the 6 slots that he's looking for? For now, DYG, they understand what's the risk. They will not over-engage. Hang on. Le has been founded out, uses the flash to dive in. Can he get his hands onto Mings? Not going to be able to do so. Immediately punished. All shield put down. But here comes Xiao Kun on the backlines looking for the emergence as well with the support from Mings. And it's all about Team WE. The flash in! Chance does get the knockdown, but what's the cost? It is not going to be too much. They can handle this. The pressure coming in from the top side of the map means WE will be able to survive this onslaught of defense.
Very daring play here coming in from both the side lanes of the side of DYG, but WE with the superior goal in execution, they do still come out on top. Now with the minions marching through all 3 lanes here, I do think the tier 3s wouldn't be long for this game to specify.
Yep, they tried to delay the take on the T3 in the middle, unable to do so. Knockup not going to be founded from the side of DYG. They will stave off a little bit of the aggression for WE, but slowly but surely, DYG, they're losing map control.
This is such a good display of skill here coming in from Team WE here. You can say they got out team fighted in game 1. They're like, bet, I'll just match you in that team fight department, and every single one in the mid game here has been phenomenal coming in from the side of DOUYU, from the side of Team WE.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because at this point, Biddy is already hard to kill. You have not managed to find the life of JIUJING as well. And we talked about the multi-man catch, right? With the unconquerable army. JIUJING has been finding them.
And also take a look at the itemization coming from Ink though. No Daybreaker, but does supplement it with more tankiness here. Pure Sky into the Ominous Premonition here. This is a very difficult Gulia to be taken down.
Yeah, plus Doomsday. The longer the fight goes, the more value you have, right? So it's a perfect item for the side of Team WE, surviving all of the aggression from the side of DOUYU Gaming. Now they're looking for a setup on the backlines. They want to find the mid laner, Mings, once again. He's going to use his Splendor. Will not be able to survive, buys a lot more time. But this is where Team WE, have they made a mistake? The Furball now gives vision. DYG, they got what they came for, which is the life of Mings. All they have to do is try and slow the game down.
Now this is a 4v5 in favor of DYG. If they want to look for a comeback, this is the perfect opportunity here as the Overlord is going down very low.
Oh, nice stun. They secure the side on the side of Team WE. This is going to be a Shadow Overlord. As long as they make the wave clear, they should be fine. Also going to be placed down from the side of Kong. And with all the aggression, WE somehow makes it out. And they're able to kill off one wave, one lane of minions from the side of DYG as and when they choose.
But you can see DYG still has so much fight in them. The late game potential coming in from the Dunshan and Fatih combination is starting to see so much value here. Any single time that Mings actually mispositions, he will be immediately jumped on by this combo itself. And then DYG just has to disengage and run towards safety, make it a 4v5. But now with the Shadow Overlords marching through all 3 lanes here, it's another test for DYG to come back into this game.
If they pass this test, I think they could turn this whole situation around. Yes, there are 2 wide open lanes in the mid and in the top as well. But we'll see. WE, they made the conscious decision. They make a dive. Backdoor protection, we don't care about it. They want the T3 secure. This is going to be a barren base for the side of DOUYU Gaming. We'll see. One more challenge.
Very good rotation here for the side of Team WE here. That is a barren base here with no more tier 3 towers here. The Mega Minions coming in from the later stages of the game, that will put so much pressure against DYG, especially for what we saw in the previous series. It could be game winning here, but how pop here by the side of DYG.
Yeah, looking for the opening, but at this point, Xiaokun has already stopped them in their tracks, and with the catch on the backline, DOUYU they had to back off right now. This is a very scary situation. Nice knockout from the side of Biddy. Dives in. Can they find the life of Kong? For now, he will be able to make it out safely, but Le, he needs to push them away. No big flashes committed with the exception of Kong, which means WE, they can re-aggress onto this Shrew tyrant.
But Xiaokun did a fantastic job there. Notice the fact that if he just chunks out chance on that Long, there's no follow-up that will be committed by the side of DYG, giving free access to that Shadow Tyrant for the side of Team WE. And right now, with a 6,000 gold lead and 3 waves of Mega Minions here, they will be looking to even choke out DYG here as Raging Sandstorm doesn't catch onto anybody here, forces out a disengage coming in from DYG.
Yeah, Team WE, they just play this slow, right? They know exactly what to do. Every single time Kong uses that all shield, they will back away. WE knows exactly when to take the fight. And when Kong drops down his ultimate, no, you don't take the fight there.
Well, it's difficult, right? Because Kong so far, he's been doing a pretty decent job, but JIUJING has been topping him in that engage department here because the Dunshan, I wouldn't say he's the best of the engaged holes here, more of a utility one after the rework.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult for them. And right now, with no turrets to speak of, an empty base, meaning there's Mega Minions marching down at every wave, DYG, this is going to be hard. Emergence going to be committed here. Can they find that lockdown? Infinite Vasa is going to be used. They're trying to get the first life of Xren down. Not going to be successful. The bait from the side of Chance comes in, gets the life of Mings. They need to finish the job now. The jump in, first life committed by the side of Mings. No, he's going to be taken down. Xiaokun as well, trying to survive the fight. 1v4, Le is doing his best, but will be taken down, which means the crystal's open for the taking, and Team WE wants to finish the job. They will be able to find the last life. Xren survived for now. All he needs to do is to stop that last minute. Job done, but he's all alone, and there's one more wave coming.
Yeah, 7,000 gold lead, 14-10 in terms of the scoreline here, with a quadra kill being taken over by Ink. They are looking to equalize the series, and this is a 1-1 equalize between WE and DYG.
Yeah, beautiful performance, very persistent, very relentless. And this is going to be very scary. So let's hear about the opinions of Team WE, because that was a great success and great comeback.
恭喜西安 WE 明仔，这局啊其实挺焦灼的，中间还有点小起伏。你在眼中这局是一个怎样的一个起伏啊？自己你们心态啊，包括大家是怎么沟通的？
因为我们是个新的团队嘛，所以说有点团队的磨合的阵痛期嘛。因为其实当时我觉得我的局内已经是发育的很好了，你知道吧？所以我想让小坤去帮我盯下曹操，可能就是还没有磨合很到位，不然的话这把我觉得应该是把平推局了。
其实我有记得你们在推对面高地的时候，当时有一波盾槽找到了你，有一点小小的掉点。在那一波之后，你和队友进行了哪些沟通和调整呢？
就很正常的，就是我想让我们家边路把对面的曹操那个位置盯住就好了，因为这样的话，我输出环境就没有太大的那个压力了。
看得出来，这是一个单淘的比赛，现在是1-1的比分。接下来你觉得，如果要拿下胜利的话，团队需要做的最重要的事情是什么？
就打出我们训练赛的东西就好了，因为不要太紧张吧，毕竟我们团队里也有挺多新人的嘛，所以说慢慢打吧。
对于新人的话，现在有什么想对他们说的吗？
都挺棒的，刚刚拿了个4仓呢还。
特别好，那期待你们接下来表现，谢谢你，比赛继续加油。
You can see Mingzi actually mentioned that the reason why the Team WE had to go through such a long game against the side of DYG is because they are a relatively new form of players together as a team within the KPL. So they said that if they had more time to play together, they could potentially end the game in an even faster state, because he was calling Xiaokun on the clash lane to man-mark the Fatih coming in from the side of DYG to make sure that they can go for an even easier game. But, you know, communication, that's difficult for a new team.
Well, so take a look at the stats here, and I really like the value of the draft coming in from the side of Team WE, right? So much control coming in. JIUJING with the Sulie, and then you had the ultimate by Ink, the Raging Sandstorm, slows them down. And BD is already very hard to kill, so that opens up a lot of space for Mingzi as well as Xiaokun to really find the damage here. And find the damage they did.
You can see this is actually a very 50-50 game as well, right? Even though that it went towards the 20-minute mark, and the lead was always in favor of Team WE, but it wasn't without an actual team fight here. Every single one was mechanics pulled towards the max here. But if we were to give props towards a specific someone to call him a Mr. Consistent, I gotta say, Ink on that Goya, very well done without any single mistakes.
Yeah, I like the performance of Inks here, always looking for the room to drop the ultimate at the appropriate time. I'm going to add on to that. I feel like Mingzi had a fantastic game as well, right? The reason why everyone on the side of DOUYU Gaming was kind of chasing Mingzi on this Noir pick was the fact that the consistent matrix placements and matrix formations were very difficult to deal with. They could not find the openings to get rid of Ink and BT as well.
Like, throughout the later stage of the game, we saw how one Annihilation took out like 60% of both DYG's mid and also farm lane's health bar here. So every single fight, we saw the Dunshan Fatih combination just jumping towards the backline to find that big hero here. Of course, the roamers have to be cherished as well. Like you mentioned here, JIUJING definitely did a fantastic job here, but those value generated by the tanks here will be funneled into our MVP player here, Ink, on that Goya with a 6-0 and 5 KDA.
Yeah, and the amount of team fighting that they did, 78%, that's a high number, but also means that he was able to find space across the map to farm. More importantly, they were always taking fights whenever Ink had the Crimson buff, and the value they had. I mean, so much safety for him because everyone was so focused onto the mid laner Mings that they couldn't pay attention to Ink on this farm lane.
Ink was very consistent, and you can look through these plays alone where he's just single-handedly flanking the backline with the Goya itself, making hell out of DYG's member here. And later on, there was even a quadra kill revolving around this masterful Goya play in this highlight.
Yeah, it's rare to say that, hey, your farm laner is actually engaging and diving into your opponent lineups, which is what, you know, the side of Chance was doing. But with that being said, when your team has a lot more members alive, then you really see the difference maker down here. Well done to him, trying to hold a 1v4, but when Ink has all the space in the world, you know there is damage galore coming in.
The damage has been dealt here. As we can see throughout this player cam on his POV, he was kiting very well on towards the sideline here. No one could realistically touch him if he just kites along the edges here. He's just baiting every single one to go in towards him and then selling the Pure Sky, getting that Sage's Sanctuary to go for even daring plays to close out the game.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay. Knowing that you can extend the pressure that you put onto your opponent team. This was a very critical moment, and this means we have a series on our hands. It looks like it, all right, 1-1 between DYG, DOUYU Gaming, as well as Team WE. Team WE, of course, being the most recent winner to tie the series up 1-1. Was it a very expensive draft though?
For the side of Team WE, there was the Nuwa, there was the Flowborn tank, there was the things like the Charlotte. I would say it's moderately expensive coming in for both teams, but with how these two teams have been performing, I would say they're neck and neck, and potentially we might see 5 games to play to the max.
Well, I mean, it's called a best of 5. We definitely want to see it because we want to see more crisp plays. We want to learn more from the KPL teams as well. That's going to be a very important marker between the two teams. Now, with that being said, now we have to consider about the other options. Sulia now has been used for the side of Team WE, which means that this conversely could be the same for the side of DYG. Now they have the option to explore the Sulia pick, and I think that could be a winning formula for the side of DOUYU Gaming.
And considering the fact that Team WE actually committed to some of these expensive roamers here, like the Sulia, like the Kongkonger, so those will be available. If those are not available, JIUJING will be, in a sense, silenced or nerfed because he's pretty well known for his engaged roamers here. So I'm eager to see what else of these top tier picks will he pull out from his pockets.
I mean, he has the Shrew Dun, or Dunshan as we all like to call it, right? And they still have the option to play, I believe, the Fatih, right? So Team WE still has the Fatih on hand. They also could explore the Erin and Dunshan combination, or they can even go super green, and early game as well with the jungle choices. So a lot of options still left because it's only just 10 heroes banned from a pool of over 100 heroes in the Chinese server.
Yeah, Chinese server, KPL server actually has so much heroes in store, especially most of them are actually viable in towards the red side or blue side. But of course, let's do in fact throw it towards the mic check to check out what the players have in store for the game itself.
来，断，这两个，东山断，西山断，
没闪，
跟我，看我，
熬夜没闪，
看我兄弟，没闪了，能打曹操吗？扛一下，打死了。点了，
熬夜没闪的，兄弟们，
接，
猫，
跟个，我先打，
哎，能干不？少个人，
能干，来，我陷进，注意陷进去，
龙，
陷进去，
蹲，
还有后面还有飞尾了，
来接，
接女娲，给打龙人没？龙，回来杀，龙，来看，这边，蹲，
来，能，
曹兄弟，曹，我有，来，一波，中海线，中看中，一波，有麦克风，
上有个小兵，兄弟，
对，上，
上有个小兵，扛他，
来，五杀，给他五杀，看上，别急，等一下，没线，让我等一下，抢点一波了，等中线，哎，没有稳了，放平心态，下次沟通得安静，你们太乱了，
我让你去盯，你就去盯一下小坤。
I like it a lot, right? End of the day, you know what the final comment was? This is a little bit too messy, which means even though they won the game, they feel like they could have done this a lot cleaner. So it's not just about the synergy of playing together. I'm really curious to see. Now we see the potential power spike of Team WE, since they said that this is not even the strongest version of themselves. When we go into Game 3, is this the start of a complete turnaround against DOUYU Gaming here?
I mean, for DYG fans, that's definitely what they do not want to be expecting here. A lot of these fans came over to the stadium itself to really take a look at Chance and also you to see how far they can actually progress towards KCC 2025 here. Of course, similar can be said for Team WE here, as they have a lot of fans backing up them. So it's a clash between two fan bases to see which of these teams, only one of them, can make it to the top 16.
And I feel like it's so crazy because every single game we're really focused, like someone else from a different role steps up. Game number 1, it was the difference of the mid laners. Game number 2 is the difference of the roamers. And maybe we'll see the maximum value extracted by the clash laners so far, right? Because these matchups, Xiaokun against Le, they've tried their best in every single instance. Le, from game number 1 to game number 2 at this point, he was consistently diving, trying to make the plays for his team. On the fact of Xiaokun, it was kind of different. He was looking for opportunities, did not manage to find it just yet. So, does he make it count in game number 3?
I feel like Xiaokun actually has a lot of presence itself in game 1 in the early game, and also in game 2, he was doing a lot on the Charlotte, not in terms of team fighting, but to make sure that Chance on the lone doesn't have a good time to do those DPS moments here. Hence, he's one of the supporting pillars in the success of the Geya in making the MVP play just now.
True. And I want to see, can he add on, right? End of the day, it's not just about winning, it's making sure that you're being consistent in your output in terms of success. Do you win your lanes? Do you steal camps? And everything in game 2 was really going to the way of Team WE, right? They managed to stave off the aggression from the side of DYG, did not allow any steals on their side of the jungle.
Jungle has been always a fundamental gameplay here coming in for both of these squads, because the neutral objectives are finite in towards the first 4 minutes here. Hence, you will start to pan your focus in towards the enemy team's jungle here. Hence, that will be one of the few combat point in the early phase, especially before 4 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. Pre-4 minutes, it's really about how many last hits can you get, how many last hits do you secure. That is not a if, it is a prerequisite for all the professionals here, especially in KPL.
That is correct here. So interested to see what kind of draft that they will be bringing us into this game number 3 here. Is it more clash lane focused like game 1 and game 2, or since the Geya was such a strong influence in the side of WE, what is the priority going to be coming in towards this game 3 here?
I mean, they have already expanded the loan for the side of DYG. Both teams, I think Channel might be one of the big ones they will fight over, but I think farm lane will not be the priority here, right? I think the support role and the clash lanes will be the main point of contention between the two teams.
At the very least right now, if you were to view through the Roman pool, there is still things like the Zenrun, Master Luban, and both teams can still share some of the global ban picked heroes here. For the side of DYG, they have premier access into the Kong Kong and also Sulia here for their own picks.
I want to see what is this final decision. The Team WE will maintain being on the blue side, prior pick and prior bans. They're going to take out the Kong Kong. Now DYG, what is this response? Do we get the Haya ban?
Oh, Haya is an interesting one because if you do ban out the Haya, potentially you might consider going for the likes of the Yangjian in-game tree itself. And there we go. Haya has been removed from the pool, coming in from the side of DYG's hero pool here. And also to add on towards that, Master Luban and also the Dunshan will be removed here. With the first pick coming in from the side of WE, will be Biddy on that Ogren.
Okay, I want to see what else is available. Now, there is a potential of a Guan Yu pick coming in because the higher pick has been taken away. A higher ban is now made true. So DYG, they're considering different styles here. They want to play the kite and the catch. It's going to be the Sulia as well as the Geya.
This is the Game 2 draft coming in from WE, being mimicked towards DYG's 1-2 here. So knowing for the fact that WE played this draft to perfection, how do they respond towards this draft coming in from DOUYU Gaming here? With their response being both the Sikong and also the Cap Boom being locked in both the mid and Clash role.
I like this, right? Because with the Sikong itself, you can actually use your ultimate to negate the crowd control available by the side of DYG. And also you have the long range poke from the Cap Boom. So that's a great start, but DYG, they have answers of their own as well. You also have the poke and prods from the Mai Shiranui.
The Mai Shiranui into the Cap Boom matchup is a very interesting one because so far we have heard the version of Mai Shiranui countering the Cap Boom only if the Mai Shiranui player is super duper on form in finding those big picks here. If not, the early game always goes into the favor of Mingzi because of the superior wave clear and mobility across the gorge on the Cap Boom.
I like this. They ban out the Zhenren here. Zhenren actually is a great synergistic pick with the Team WE draft, right? Because you already have a very survivable Ogren, and pair that up with a secondary farm laner here, maybe even a Lady Sun, and with the Zhenren combination, it spoils your entire game plan on the side of DYG.
And with the lockdown coming in from the side of DYG, they do hover and lock in the Meng Tian here. So that opens up more of these jungle assassins for the side of DYG to play around on the hands of Xren.
Oh, and talking about stuns, they pick up the potential Zhuangzi pick here to negate all of the potential CC from DYG. This is interesting.
It's a smart one coming in from WE, especially when we talk about the Mai Shiranui, the Sulia, all these big picks here. It makes you into a more reactive state coming in from the side of DYG, but I love this Nakoruru pickup here coming from X1 here because you have so many big tanks coming in from WE. You have Biddy, you have JIUJING. All these are the big HP beefy boys here, and what better way of countering them than to pick up the Nakoruru here? Percentage health damage on her spell kit.
Yes, I fully agree. So at this point, DYG, the only question for them is, now that you know of this composition, can you force out the early butterfly effect, the ultimate from JIUJING? If you can force that out, then yes, there are potential setups that are going to work wonderfully for the side of DYG. But that is only going to be possible if you have the goal lead, or at least you're even on goal. So I think WE, this first part, 3-4 minutes, as long as they play safe, get the gold in their advantage, it should be straightforward.
But that's the problem, right? WE, yes, you have the reactive draft on the Zhuangzi butterfly effect, but the problem is, where does your setup come from? You have practically zero setup here. You're always on the reactive end. If DYG just pokes you and runs away with their spells, what can you realistically do?
Yep, I like that train of thought, right? But we have seen it before. When you engage, do you truly make the win happen for your team? And I think that's what Team WE are banking on, right? They want you to overdive. If there is a lack of coordination, even for a second, it instantly becomes a 4v5.
That is the difficulty coming in for both of these teams in the team fight itself here. For the side Team WE, they do draft themselves a strong double carry lineup with the Consort Yu and also the Sikong on both the side lanes here. However, on the side of DYG, however, they do indeed make their gameplay much more proactive with those crazy engages, especially in the hands of mid lane and also Roamer coming in for the Maestro and also the SANGJIE in this game tree.
So DYG definitely will be a bit more aggressive, right? Now, I mean, now you have the SANGJIE, you're able to play a little bit more risky with the extra life. But, you know, that's one consideration. The other consideration is let's hear the fans.
Lane swap committed here coming in for the side of DYG, rotating Chance and also the side of Kong in towards the Clash lane.
Yeah, I like this rotation, right? It's a very defensive rotation coming in from the side of DYG, but they do secure that initial camp, right? It goes into the hands of Chance on the top side. Meanwhile, they did not allow the steal from Biddy onto the touch boards. It did go into the hands of Yu though, so not sure if that's the ideal plan for the side of DYG, but they are getting engaged on. First life will be burned away from the side of Kong. Should be fine now.
Yeah, puts him into more reactive state as well. Kong without the Iron Colossus passive here, I wouldn't think that he can play much more aggressive later on with a almost 2.5 to 3 minute cooldown here on the spell.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to extract value, right? DYG want to freeze the lane. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. Unless maybe XUN finds a kill here, which is going to immediately be spotted out. Nice pushback from the side of Team WE. And for now, DYG still looking for options.
And Mingzi actually having a very comfortable heart rate as well, only at a, what, 70 heart rate here. You know the man is chilling in this game tree.
Yeah, you want to keep calm, right? Keep composed. Look for the most important part to really, you know, get that stab in.
And you can see a bit of a hand cam here coming in from the side of Mingzi, just casually zoning out both players from accessing this bush here. And on towards the flip side here, he does get engaged on by the Maestro Nui.
Yep, nice knockup. Not going to be enough. DYG looking for an opening, unable to find a finishing blow for that.
Yeah, a bit of a tussle towards the mid lane here. And also, you providing all the farm in towards the pockets of XUN here, making sure that this Nakamura doesn't fall behind the curve of the gold growth.
Yeah, right now they're able to get the succession ultimate use, but it might not be enough. One more hit should do the job. He's so low. He will make it out. Biddy, it will survive the initial aggression here. Looking for a little bit more lifesteal coming in from his second skill, Death's Precipice. Secures the healing dew as well. So DYG managing to slow Biddy for a little bit longer.
I was too close for comfort here coming in for the side of WE's jungle here. But that's the potential as well coming in from both the Nakoruru and the early game pick here known as Meng Tian on the hands of Le here. With that alone, they do chunk out a bit of a help here coming from Biddy, forcing him to play even more reactively in this early game.
Okay, I know we said this a couple of times during the first and second series, but Clash is getting the top of the farm here. Not going to be too common. Now with that, they will drop down the Aura and Explosion on the top side, looking for the first blood. They activate the Ultimate Thunder's Might. Is it going to be enough? The heals will be sufficient coming in from side of the Team WE. They survived the initial aggression. DYG still looking for an opening.
But that's very big cooldowns being used for the side of Xiao Kun Sikong here. No Frenzy, no Thunderous Might, and then objective coming up in 20 seconds here. I would say that this looks pretty advantageous for the side of DYG.
True, but Le did also burn out his flash, so that gives a little bit more difficulty for DYG. Now they do have the passive of Kong available. So let's see what kind of positionings DYG will be looking for, because the wave clear in the mid lane is the prior here.
Yeah, priority given over to the side of WE here. Hence, they are the first mover to touch on this Tyrant here. How does DYG enter this fight? As we see, rotations coming in from both Clash laners here.
Yeah, putting quite a bit of damage onto the health bars of JIUJING. They're looking for the finishing blow. The reset should be coming in, but on the back lines, they get the first blood. Xiao Kun is going to be taken down, but WE, they make the trade. They get the first Tyrant of the game as well. Looking for an opening. Now, Le does not have flash, but in a couple seconds more, this could turn very nasty for the side of Team WE.
You can see the good rotations here coming in from DYG. Man marking every single WE member so they can chunk out this mid turret and potentially take it in their pockets here. Super well done by DOUYU gaming players.
Yep, T1 in the mid, going to be secured. They will try and funnel this Crimson Golem into the hands of their jungler. just by a little bit. So BD does secure that. In the meantime, DYG already putting pressure and applying pressure on the Azure Golem on the top. Not gonna make the steal, but it's about knowing the presence and position of the Team WE players.
But you can also give props towards the side of DOUYU on how proactive he is on this Maestro Nui here. The first play before the Tyrant, he forced out the ultimate and frenzy coming in from Xiaokun, and the second play immediately flashed Drew engine on towards him, knowing for the fact that he has no way of escaping here, allowing his team to get that early mid lane tower.
Yeah, and we'll see. The pokes are coming in. Quite a big knockup from the side of Kong. Backline coming. Extra and looks for his target. Gets him. There is no second skill. And with the flash coming in by Kong as well. This is no second life. He has a runaway. He's still alive. One more hit will do it. JIU gets the final kill. But Biddy has been lost. Ink has been lost as well. They use the Thunder Smite looking for the finishing blow onto the side of Le. He will survive it among him. The turnaround comes in. Extra gets and finishes the job. Xiaokun no longer available as DYG win big in this fight.
The setup is just so darn beautiful coming in from both Le and Kong here, absorbing so much damage coming from WE, and then you see Extra and Chance coming in, picking up every single kill here. Ink was the first victim to fall in this exchange here, not having the spell 2 here, no blessing here, means that he will be vulnerable to physical damage here, picking up the first few kills here, and then you see Kong sacrificing himself, making sure that the members are pulled into the team itself, which allows the side of the Organ to be in no man's land.
I mean, the way they bought space for Chance here, really clean, right? This guy was actually able to find quite a few hits onto the different members on the side of Team WE. And then, look, we loved the Nako pick when it first came out in this particular band pick phase because we knew the power of the burst. And this one, Extra showed you why Nako is a great answer against not just tanky lineups, but squishy lineups. Xiaokun can't tank that much.
Of course, like if Xiaokun doesn't have all these like physical defense items, especially later on with Spike Mail, he will be systematically chunked down super hard by Extra here. And this Nakoruru, he doesn't always go for the big win. Chunking out half your health is considerably that you are out of the fight already in these exchanges.
I just like how these teams play, right? It's rarely about the kills. Down here, it's about setting up the situation to get the backdoor protection off, and then you get the T2s, the T3s, and suddenly you find yourself in a very precarious situation because you're dealing with super minions all of a sudden.
And this goes back to the draft again, right? Where we talk about the Zhuangzi. Yes, against crowd control, very nice here, but once you use it, you are nothing more than just a walking minion here. As you can see, Biddy taking too much damage here on towards the front line.
He can't survive, he needs to run right now, but the chase down happens, he will get knocked up. Right now, the lifesteal is going to be the difference maker, and with the Thunder Smite, they chase them away. They're all falling low on the side of DYG. Is this a mistake to overstay? They do get Le, he's gonna be the first one to fall, Yu's gonna fall as well. Chance, Extra, you have to back off now, and that's exactly what they do. Team WE punish the aggression.
Yeah, Biddy survived that team fight so long here, absorbing every single burst damage that's being generated coming in from Le, Yu, Chance, and also Extra here, breathing signs of life in this game back for the side of DYG. And also, one key thing, in that exchange, DYG had no real form of healing reduction. Now Yu has successfully purchased that Venomous Staff in for this Maestro Nui.
But is it too late? The T1 in the mid is now open, taken for free as well. DYG unable to find a response here. The setup by the side of Kong is not going to be available. He does not have flash, does not have his ultimate, just got it. But at this point, looks like DYG have other plans. They're trying to buy room to make sure that Extra can really get that pressure on the top going.
We're back to a square one right now for both of these teams. In the first 8 minutes, it was in favor of DYG, finding those successful team fights, but a turnaround happened with Xiaokun and also Ink surviving those team fights, dealing so much DPS against the front lines here. And right now, take a look at Xiaokun here. He's not afraid of this Nakoruru.
Yeah, he definitely is not, right? He also has the backup of his farm laner, Ink. And so far, I think Ink has been caught out a couple of times, right? But it's not enough to kind of dwindle the game just yet. There is going to be close to a 2,000 goal lead going to the side of DYG. Now, it's really about this 10-minute mark, right? Whoever gets the Shadow variant will have an advantage.
This 10-minute mark is just going to be too important for any of these teams. One flick of an eye, one secured objective that will spell doom for either of these teams. And especially, this is match series point at hand for their contention.
They need information about where the members of DYG are at. That's what Team WE is trying to do. But at the same time, Yi on that mid, he already has a spectacular position here, hiding in the fog of war. It's all about the knockup. If he finds Xiaokun here, it's going to be huge. But for now, it's going to be a very even trade between the two teams. Nice setup by the side of Le. He gets the initial stun. They have used ultimate by JIUJING, but the first life on the side of Kong, not yet burned out. DYG playing this slow, playing this calculated.
All the spells has been burned out as well, coming in from both of these teams here. But then, control being relinquished towards DYG for this Shadow Tyrant here, as we see a bit of a poke damage coming in from Shrew, contesting further for this river pit here.
Yep, he wants to look for the ultimate setup on his team. First life gone for the side of Kong. Here comes the Thunder Smite. Can they survive? Kong will be falling shortly. One more hit does the job. And this is not going to be nice for the side of DYG. They do get a trade on the jungler on the side of Biddy. But this first life, the only life is going to be gone. They pull the trigger. And DYG, they have found some big targets. But they need to find more. All they have to do is to win this one. And with that, they get the secondary kill. Mings is left all alone. DYG have finally cracked the armor open. The chase down now will happen. They need to play this really safe with their poker chosen. They know that this Mings Cat Boom is around. What's the call here? DYG, they don't want to over-aggress. They will clear the lanes.
The kiting game coming in from the tri-carries for the side of DYG is just so marvelous here. Every single glide coming in from Chance, he was positioned so well in towards the enemy's face here. Assassinating Ink, assassinating the side of Xiaokun here. As we can see towards the replay here, the passive Iron Colossus comes out from the side of the Soulier, and then the immediate engage coming in from WE. As of this point, you might see that, hey, it's looking really WE favor here, but then an immediate re-engage comes in by Love before he was to fall, and then Chance comes in and swoops up all the kills in towards his pockets here, but then another fight breaks through on this Tyrant.
Oh no, not looking good for Ink. They will have to commit the butterfly effect, saving his life, giving him the armor as well. But this means DYG have pushed him off. They get the prior over the Shadow Tyrant pit. Will get started, and looks like they will finish the job right now. It's going to be stolen as well. Crimson buff into the hands of Xshen. They can do a lot more now, DYG, if they want to. 3 lanes are crashing in. T2 at the top, also under pressure and in trouble right now.
A domino effect in favor for the side of DYG here. Raging Sandstorm catches on Xshen.
Yep, Thunder Smite going to be committed as well. He will make it out safely. Xiaokun though has to use his ultimate as a defensive measure, which means DYG extra now he can get some free damage on the T3 at the bottom. In fact, he might want to commit. No, he will make it out for now. The jump comes in from the side of Team WE a little too late.
The game was in an equal state with a 2,000 deficit for the side of Team WE. Securing Shadow Tyrant and then going for the red buff steal. And then mid, top tower, and right now, due to the minions, bottom tier 3 has fallen as well. Everything is going so smooth for the side of DOUYU Gaming after that Shadow Tyrant secure.
Yeah, beautiful work from the side of DOUYU Gaming, right? But we have to remind the viewers of this point. You was talking about this. Where is this initiation game by WE?
It's the difficult part, right? Because the DPS was looking very good coming in from Xiaokun and also Ink. But then, this goes into the same thing. If Biddy isn't able to get all the resources for this Super Tank Ogren, which he has fallen off in this game, you don't really have a strong enough front line in the hands of JIUJING here. So this puts WE in a much more reactive situation that every single play will be initiated by DYG. It's DYG's game to call instead of WE.
Yeah, right. Because you can't really initiate. You're relying on the long-range pokes, which is what WE are trying to do. But right now, with the base being threatened, this is where DYG find their full strength. The pokes are coming in. It's not going to be enough damage. T3 in the mid, taken down as well. They have found quite a bit of damage onto Xiaokun. And DYG, they know what's at stake. They will play safe. They start running back.
Very clean stuff there. You can see the positioning coming in from the Shrew on the hands of Yu. Just standing in between the turrets and the crystal, poking with the Kachus, and anyone to walk up, he will do a clean combo, uppercut on towards him, make sure that Xiaokun goes in the fight and has to back away with half health.
Yeah, and the late game value of the Shrew pick is still available at this point. Nice setup onto the side of JIUJING. They want to force out his ultimate. He is going to be very stingy with it, saves it. First life gone from the side of Kong. Can they do more? They revive him with his passive as well. And with this, a lot more damage structurally done to the T3 on the top. DYG stay patient and they stay in control.
Now the next thing for them on the chopping block will be the jungle resources, and then the 50 seconds respawn timer on that Shadow Tyrant here. With another pickup of the 2 Shadow objectives, they might potentially back this game tree in towards their hand in this KCC 2025.
Okay, I know for majority of the DYG fans, it doesn't look like there is a lose condition. But what does Team WE need to do here?
Okay, if Team WE, there is something they need to do is to overcommit their front line in the form of Le and Kong, and then they get burned down by Xiao Kun and Ink, resulting into a 5v3, then potentially they may come back. But look at the Raging Sandstorm towards JO.
Alright, they do burn out the butterfly effect. The chase down comes in. Initial poke is going to be set up by the side of Kong. The backlines are exposed on the side of Team WE. They try to separate them, but the damage is too much. Here comes the poke from Chance as well. They finish the jungler. Biddy is going to be taken down. Ink is so low. One more hit will hit the flash as well. And Chance grabs that opportunity. They take down 4. Just alone to member Xiao Kun, left alone to defend against the onslaught that is DYG. They get the T3, and this is looking like game number 3 is going to be secure. They have managed to clear the wave, so DYG, they have to be patient for a little bit more.
Xiao Kun needs to make a miracle play if he wants to save this tower. Keep up the minions crashing here. Game 3 will be looking forward for the side of DYG to be packing it for themselves. Right now in the lead is DYG 2-1 in this best of 5.
A much more comfortable win for the side of DYG. DOUYU Gaming here will be taking a lead in the series 2-1. Series point for DYG. Next win, if they are able to find it, they will win.
It was definitely not an easy game thus far coming in for any of these teams. It was very back and forth, and in the end, it has to be settled with a miraculous team fight coming in from Chance on that mid lane push here. That was a masterful expression coming in from the 3 core members for the side of Team DYG.
He actually took a huge risk, right? Because he was extremely low as well. And at that point of the game, Xiao Kun, as the Shikong, already had enough damage to be able to take Chance out. Now, this was I think a risk well worth the reward, right? And at this point, closing the series out at a 2-1 advantage is going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of Team WE, because this really exposes a couple of mistakes across the game, not just in execution, but also with the draft. You questioned it before. Where is this engage? Where is this initiation supposed to come from? Did not exist.
It's not only even about the engages, you know. Like, there was no practical form of CC to really limit the approach coming in from the side of Xtron on that Nakoruru here, which gave a lot of leeway to that assassin pick to just chip in the team fight and walk away safely here. So coming into this game number 4, they cannot really tunnel vision in their draft. Need to make sure that their draft makes a lot of sense and gives more proactiveness back into the hands of their own players.
Yeah, they were looking for a death ball strat, right? Where everyone huddles around JU, make sure that he gets his butterfly effect maximized. But that also puts them in a very scary situation where multi-man engages, you're at the mercy of DYG. And mercy it was. 13 kills only, but what a win.
Yeah, what a win coming in for the side of DYG. And I want to give props not only to Chance and Xtron, but you on this Maestro Nui. He was really consistently poking out the members coming in from the side of WE and making sure they do not advance further in those team fights.
Yeah, but to be honest, even though the gold graph looks quite scary for the side of DYG in terms of like the advantage they managed to get for themselves, WE were looking still okay in the early parts of the game.
I think it was really due to the fact that Xiao Kun and also Ink were doing so much DPS and forcing out Le and also Kong to back away from these team fights here. But in the end, you can see damage-wise, Chance almost dealt 50% of his team's total damage at 202,000 on this Goya.
Insane value extracted. And this also meant that, the flip side was also true. You wanted Mings to be able to deal the poke damage before the fight started, but they could not find any information because vision was so obscured for the side of Team WE.
That is true here, and you can check out the jungle head-to-head here. It was not an easy game coming in from the Ogryn itself because there was so much counter here. Once you walk in with the path of passing, you will be shut down immediately by the Raging Sandstorm from the Goya, and then Nakoruru comes piling down with that burst damage.
Yeah, insane value. With the Nakoruru coming in for the burst damage. Look, the damage output between the two farm laners are very distinct because Ink had no chance to play. He had no targets available against DYG. They were constantly being put in a tight spot. And this is also to the benefit of Kong. He found quite a few unconquerable army setups, which was beautiful. And this allowed his duo to be the MVP. Chance, what a way to win this game. 92% of team fighting prowess in terms of participation, netting himself 507 for his KDA.
47.4% damage dealt here on a Guya here. He was on a roll here. Every single play that we will see in this highlight has been established by this player itself. As you can see, KCC, yes, you have the blessing coming in from the spell too, but then once you use it, you are so immobile and you are vulnerable to physical damage output.
Yeah, and too many things to consider. Ink, every single time you see that, hey, he's looking for the 1v1 with Chance, but Chance gets the poke in, runs away, and then who comes to finish the job? It's Extra, and he comes in to finish the damage off on the side of Team WE, and a beautiful way to do it. I think Chance is just showing you what it really truly means to be a great kiting farm laner.
And this is the highlight coming in for this. I think this is the biggest play so far for the side of DYG here. Losing LJO at the start of the team fight, and then take a look at the farm laner here coming in for the side of DYG. Just casually diving deep in towards the enemy backline here, baiting out the positioning coming out from the Woodland Ranger KCC, and then assassinating her for the final kill.
Yeah, if you take a look at the second skill, right? Every time he's using his second skill, he goes into the perfect position. Not too close, not too far, just nice enough where he maximizes the damage output without taking too much damage.
Yeah, truly playing the Guya to a masterful perfection here. Both Ink and also Chance, the MVPs of Game 2 and Game 3, finding value with the Guya pick with their own MVP performance. Now, we are at Game 4. With series point on hand, for the side of DYG, things are not looking too good for the side of Team WE here.
But it's Team WE, right? They were dealt with the first loss in this game number 1 for the series. Came back very strongly in game number 2. Now, once again, they're put in the same position, right? Game number 3 goes in the hands of DYG. I'm expecting a full recovery coming in from the side of Team WE.
It could be the total different story, right? Because in the interview, they did mention that, hey, we are a relatively new team with a new bunch of players here. Who is the big brother here in the team to calm and compose everyone's mental game?
I have no idea. We will see whether that is going to be found out, right? Because in times of crisis, this is where you really need to come together as a team, even if there is no pillar of support for the team. As long as the team understands that we are all in it together, they should be able to mount a comeback here. But of course, that's easier said than done. We also have to take a look at the bans and picks for the side of Team WE here. 15 heroes taken out of the pool. I think it's not the biggest deficit for now. We'll see. They still have a lot of room to play around in terms of the hero openings and capabilities here.
I think the primary thing that they need to revisit is why did they win Game 2. It's really down to the fact that the roamer got on towards his hands some of the best engaged roamers in the game. The Sulia, the Kongkonger in Game 1 and Game 2. And then piloting back on towards the Zhuangzi. Yes, it makes a lot of sense, but it removes a lot of the proactiveness coming in from Team WE here. So potentially in Game 4, putting back the roamer into a much more proactive pick, potentially like the Zhang Fei or even the leftover Zenren, that could be a game-winning one for the side of Team WE.
I think that's very dependent on which side they're going to get, right? Being on the losing side, you definitely get to pick your sides, whether you want blue side for the prior pick or you want red side for the counter pick. At the same time, DYG did ban out the Zenren in game number 3, so they know that this is one of the options left for the side of Team WE. Whether they will be allowed to even pick it up, I don't know. But we'll take a look at the mic check. This is what gave DYG their success.
我的夹位怎么弄？上，我能绕，我能绕。朋友，我的夹位。别接，来吧，我
鱼金苗，慢点，我真打到10米。哎，鱼没到，没大，没大，我有重车，接我一下呗，到10米，小心到10米，
慢慢打，拉回来。
来跟我来，拉回来呗，拉，
看一下，接到，我能跟，能卖吗？没进了，
可以先打鱼啊，来，慢慢打，接鸟，慢慢来，
没意，
兄弟们，中上可以搞红，
等一下赌完，来，
中路我不给他，
完了，
猫没到，虞姬，
他下路可能会放
别，
我跟他去打
打，
下路施工阵兄弟，
没到，鱼没到，
先走施工阵，
我打傻了，鱼
慢点，拉出来，看施工阵，
给他出去，打这边，打这边，打这边，拉回来，来，跟我来，鱼没到的，慢点，打这边，拉一下，
闪，虞姬没闪，
跟我妈，
没闪见，虞姬，
能顶吗？下路一波，下路，
我有技能，往前顶，
没事，
一波了，
来。
Beautiful. And one thing I consistently hear from the side of DYG is they always ask each other to slow down. And I think that's a very good behavior, because when you slow things down, not only do you give your skills time to reset, the cooldown timers and stuff like that, meaning you're able to get on top of or make yourself be in a better position because you have options to explore. But they're consistently telling each other that number one, there's no ultimates available, especially for the Zhuangzi pick, right? The moment that butterfly effect is gone, the calls were very clear. Hey, there is no more butterfly effect. This is our time to shine.
And to talk about slow down as well, right? When you slow down and start looking at the bigger picture, you remove yourself from tunnel visioning and potentially giving a comeback position towards your enemy team here. So props to the side of DOUYG for getting that game 3 victory with the hands of the beautiful, I would say, Goya pick here. Because so far, both Goya picks in Game 2 and Game 3 has MVP performances and has been one of the hot picks so far in the KCC 2025.
Yeah, it really has. Now, this is where the pressure truly becomes perhaps insurmountable for Team WE. This is series point. Let us remind you again, that's not the only difficulty both teams face today. If you lose in this best of 5, you are immediately out of the competition.
It is single elimination here coming in for both of these teams here. One more loss for Team WE and they will step out of the 2025 KPL Esports season with a 32 loss on top 32.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to be like. Pressure immense for the side for Team WE. I think actually I would expect that DYG also has the same issue, right? Right now, if you can't close the game, then you're putting yourself at a major risk. Much lesser heroes to play around with as well.
I think the more worrying part is, if you lose this game as DYG, the entire momentum shifts into WE's favor from a fresh victory. And of course, in this pick and ban alone, we will be seeing the side of WE on towards the blue side and DYG going on towards the reactive red.
All right, so they keep the positions from the previous game, right? We'll take a look at how this is going to impact. WE picking up the prio blue side means that they have something in plan. So they're going to ban out the Conqueror as the first ban. DYG, what is the response? Dunshan, I think Dunshan will never see the light of day in this best of 5.
I think if I'm DYG as well, I will go in to ban away the likes of the Master Luban as well to remove any form of the Luban shenanigans here, because in Game 3, we have already expended Maestro Nui here, so that's a remove cause for the side of DYG to look for that Master Luban combination. But of course, WE does pick up the Dolia here, potentially hinting the Dolia Yangjin combination in the second stage of the draft.
But is it going to be enough? Because the Lady Sun and Shenron combination, a stock standard in KPL now, this one's a bit hard to deal with. You can have the sustenance, but we have a second life.
True here, it comes down to execution here, but that's a lot of backline flanks here coming in for the side of WE here. We saw the potential of the Yangjin. If he gets the dog on towards you, the burst damage is just so darn high coming in for this pick.
Yeah, I like this response from WE, right? Because now you have 3 potential problems. We've talked about the angles of entry. BD on this Yangjin can enter from almost any angle. As long as the Hound lands on you, he's able to enter. At the same time, the Fatih Flash combination ultimate, that's going to be a cause of concern. DYG, their response is picking up Yu's Nua. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough.
I feel like at the very least for DIG, they have already secured their late game markers here. Nua, Lady Sun with a Zunrun to accelerate the growth. Now, for DIG, is to pick up a solid front line for the 2 strong carries here. Potentially look into the jungle department, something like the Augur, something like a Floorborn tank that has been locked away coming in from WE's draft.
I mean, very smart, right? And WE, they also make sure there is no substitute secondary farm lane damage output. So no Shikong coming in for the side of DYG. And now this is one of the premier tanks in the game of HOK. It's going to be the Kaiser. He is going to be looking, Xren that is, to just tank it up.
Oh, Shrew being picked up for the side of WE here. So when Shrew is picked up, it's a very good pick in terms of the mid control. It means that if you want to fight for mid lane priority, you have to fight around the Silky imprint that will be pulling you in towards the enemy team. And also, Shrew is a problematic one because if you get pulled as a Zunrun, it almost guarantees that your ultimate will be popped.
Yeah, for sure. DYG though, they pick up the Guan Yu. This one to me is a double-edged sword, right? If the Guan Yu gets caught out, if Le does not find that initial, perfect Razor Cavalry, he's guaranteed to be taken down, and Team WE instantly will be placed in a 4v5 situation.
My worry for Team DYG in this point is that the execution is not that easy compared to WE. WE actually has a lot of sustain and a lot of room for error. If DYG makes one simple mistake in the team fight, it could have just spelled doom for their roster in this game 4.
I mean, the early parts, it's really about stopping Kong from getting to level 4, right? If you stop Kong from getting level 4, doesn't matter how much gold you can get with the passive, instantly you're still having a difficult time because you want to give Chance as much time to grow as possible.
Yeah, the gold passive, glittering gold if I'm not mistaken here, the Zunrun's passive generates 10 to 20% extra gold for any units that fall near him in the vicinity. That also benefits the likes of the hero that are near him as well. So for Lady Sun, for Nua, the accelerated growth will be quite a dominable growth for the side of DYG.
Yeah, and one thing to kind of cut that advantage away is potential kills coming in from the side of Team WE, right? And we take a look at Mings. I feel like Mings is going to play a very important role in this game. We have seen the Silky imprint patches, we have seen the Flash Silky imprint patches as well. They really turn the tides against your opponent's favor. So I think we have to pay attention to the mid lane matchup here.
I agree. Like in this mid lane matchup, it sees a few things. Whether or not can Mingzi find those big Silky imprint catches and accelerate the game to force DYG out of the comfort zone, because so far in the draft itself, WE has a lot of incentive in the early to mid game around that shadow objective here. But if DYG scales into 12 to 15 minutes mark, that's definitely their game tempo here. But of course, let's pass it over to the audience to once again cheer for their team.
Alright, so initial, that was a nice movement from the side of Xiaokun, actually using the flash to move aside. Le also had to burn his sprint, but I like the rotations coming from both teams, right? They're keeping it neck and neck, super close. Right now, no goal difference per se, and every camp has been secured by their own side for now.
And just how we saw the early game, Xren wanted to go in for the aggressive jungle invasion, but he didn't really got the Crimson Golem here. So we're back to a square one with both teams just casually securing the side lane objectives here. And also, take a look at the bottom side here. Both mages are defaulted into the farm lane to fight for the reactive role.
Yeah, but I think this one benefits Team WE a little bit more, right? Because Ink actually gets the TP teleportation portal down, so he's going to be able to secure a little bit more farm. In fact, might get the Fire Hawk for himself.
I think for DYG's game plan, as long as they get all the gold being generated into Chan's pocket, I think they are A-okay with Ink's rotation here. But a teleport here coming in from you to push JO back towards the time here. But look at Ink here. No man's land here. He might be just caught out here.
Oh no, it's first blood for the side of Ink. He will give his life probably, but the backup is here. He will be safe, makes it out, everything in benefit to the side of WE. They jump in again. BD, he doesn't care. He has enough life. He can tank through all of this. And DYG, on what they thought was supposed to be a huge advantage now, has turned completely against their favor.
As the ink show on towards the Arlie here, a beautiful assassination, and then he gets away with everything of that play here. That puts them into such a comfortable position, especially if the Arlie gets rolling. That is a good news for Team WE.
Dude, the brains on this guy, I mean, that's one. And the composure for him to be able to recognize that, hey, this is a situation that I can play out of, insane. But this is exactly what Team WE needs.
To pull it off in an elimination match as well here, you know that his nerves are not getting into him, but let's check out the replay here from Ink's very own POV as the Nuwa lands down with the teleport, pushes in with the creation blocks, and then you see spell 1, leaf step to escape towards safety here. As of this point, if you are on the side of DYG, you need to guard the parasol for any potential return here. Hence, it puts you into a very dangerous spot, which allows Ink to capitalize on that play.
Yeah, and he hit 4 with that, so the escape was going to be secured the moment he hit 4 with his ultimate as well. Now, DYG, they have to look for some other things at this point. The jump comes in from the side of Kong, unable to get the stun, which means, once again, DYG not going to be able to hit that mark just yet.
Yeah, no flash coming in from Mings going in towards the play here, as a good Silky Imprint does land on towards Kong here, burning down. Almost half health here, potentially having to back off before the Tyrant take.
Yeah, they wanted to force out the ultimate, right? That would have pseudo and soft guaranteed that first Tyrant of the game going into the hands of WE, because you don't want to take a risk if you're on the side of DOUYU Gaming.
Now, the setup here will be interesting here. What's the priority coming in for both of these teams? I do imagine if you're a DYG, you want to be funneling every source of gold in towards Chance and Kong's pocket here, and now they are in the vicinity. They're looking to re-enter and retake this river control.
It's pushing them away. You do have the Annihilation. They come in. What a nice push. They get rid of Mings as well as JO, and everything suddenly DYG come to life, unable to find the life of BD as well as Xiaokun at this point, but it does not matter. They secure that huge advantage in the form of the T1. If they can take this, this is not looking good for the side of Team WE, even though they got the first few kills.
Yeah, once again, a beautiful engage coming in from the Clash laner of DOUYU Gaming here, securing such a beautiful engage, allowing his team to chunk down that mid tower, secure the Azure Golem, and right now knocking on the Clash lane tower as well, generating so much value for his team through one play.
Yeah, and I mean, even though they lost a Tyrant, I think DYG are perfectly comfortable with that, right? Because the trade was well worth it. Take a look at the damage they did to the mid T1, to the T1 at the top as well.
Yeah, but a bit of pressure here being laid on towards low on that Guan Yu, but the engage, oh my god, that landed on for the final moments with the turret shot as well. That was something unexpected here coming in from Kong, but that made value for his team.
Yep, that was an interaction we have not seen before here. And that, I mean, this is to the benefit of DYG. Unfortunate for Ink though, he had to give his life for the cause, and this means more free damage on the T1s across the board for the side of Team WE. They have secured the mid T1. Map is going to get a little darker for Team WE.
I think that might just change the entire storyline here for WE, because Ink on this early, if you fail in the mid game here, in the early game here, you don't scale as well compared to the late soon here, but a good flash reaction here coming in from Chance to dodge away from Ming's engage.
Okay, so they force it out, but the map is not in their favor. Right now, DYG, because of the turret takes they have, it's about a 2,000 gold lead going in their favor. 6 minutes only. TP is still available, but once again, this is going to stretch the T1 at the top, now secured by the minions.
Nice bolt here coming in from Mingzi here, but an engage coming in from Le. Doesn't find on towards anyone here. Take a look at the position coming in for Xiaokun.
Yeah, they need to be really careful, right? It's all about this knockup and hopefully securing that Crimson Golem. But for now, they will be put away. DYG will have to be content with just standing from afar.
It's still a very good trade-off here. Forcing the smite out of Biddy here does allow DYG to rotate towards this Azure Golem for round 2 of the objective stealing here coming in from the jungle here. But they do give away the Azure Golem back into the pockets of Team WE.
Yep, no need to take a risk. It's all about the map control. DYG, they will give away the T1 at the bottom, right? In the meantime, initial rotations have been made. Le is able to deal with this bottom wave. So everything is looking swell for DYG.
I think it's a very good recovery as well, especially for Team WE as well. Considering the fact that they dropped the mid turret already, they still managed to secure both the bombs in towards the pockets here, coming in for Biddy here. Now, the question is, how much more of these plays can they mitigate coming in from DYG's aggression?
I'm not sure, because if you take a look at Yu, he's already well on his way to getting the lead that he's looking for. Yes, it's a utility mage in the form of the Shrew for Mings, but Yu, giving him gold advantage is not the kind of situation you want to find yourselves in for the side of WE, especially when this is series point.
And it's a Nuwa of all things. The late game Nuwa Annihilation always puts so much value in towards these big plays, as we see a bit of a tussle between Biddy and also Shren, finding the objective here, but Biddy might be caught in low man's land here, gets forced out the first ultimate here, has to use the DOUYU refresh here.
Yeah, they use the Invincible Warrior, comes in, Annihilation comes in, not a lot of damage, but here comes that final strike, one more should do it, Biddy is low, he will be the first one to fall, Mings as well, and here comes the Cavalry, and all of DYG are here. The last two members left, Xiao Kun as well as JIUJING, they will not be able to stave off the aggression, and DYG take control of the Gorge.
First time that Love found the engage on that red buff, he made a beautiful lead for his team. The second time that he found it, he's breaking the game for Team WE. And right now, with a tree, almost 4,000 gold lead, DYG are looking so comfortable, so dominant in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to close this game right here, right now, right? If they do it here, this is the end of the series. DYG, they can smell the victory, but there's still a few more steps to do before they reach that destination. Right now, they're going to start with the Azure Golem, their own, as they look to maybe put a little bit more pressure across all three lanes.
That's the worrying part as well, because so far if we look towards the side of WE's draft, it doesn't look that late game as well. So even if they find the lead, it definitely has to come from the side of Ink or Xiao Kun to win out those 10-minute team fights here, but without the item advantages here, I don't see that realistically happening. Take a look at Chance, already working on his 4th item right now.
Yep, I mean, he's 1,500 ahead. This is not an ideal situation for the side of Team WE, right? So I think the only way to come back from this is if Mings on this Shrew gets an unbelievable catch. But even then, I think it's still very difficult.
I think it definitely has to be on Chance here. If you can find Chance, force the entirety of DYG to overcommit, then potentially WE can make a big comeback here. But as of now, everything is looking in favor for DYG to pick up this game number 4. This is a super strong goal lead pre-10 minutes.
Okay, they dive in. Biddy looks for that first usage on the ultimate, will be refreshed. They're just looking to dwindle down the life bars on the side of DYG, right? Because they need to be able to contest this 10-minute shadow variant of the Tyrant. If they lose this, DYG will run at their faces.
And take a look at also Le and Xiao Kun's positioning here. These two Clash Daners will play a pivotal role in making sure that this team fight goes in either team's favor here. But the Shadow Tyrant has been started off here. It's burning down almost to a half right now.
Yep, they get a stun onto the backline. Xiao Kun looking for it. Can they secure this? Annihilation going to be used. A reset comes in, and it will be secured by Le. They get that initial charge. Can they find more? Uses the Razor Cavalry to push them back. It's going to be Xiao Kun taken down. A horrible position for the side of Team WE, and it's looking like the light is going to be dimming. DYG on the backlines. They find another stun, and they find the entrance for Xtran as well. The heart rates are going crazy right now. One more kill. JIUJING is going to be taken down. The T3s in the mid are exposed, but only for the moment. DYG win big. They're gonna restore control.
DYG's Lord, this man is doing it all for the side of DOUYU Gaming here, stealing away the Tyrant, pushing Xiao Kun into the hearts of DYG, and right now leading the charge for potentially a series winning push. And right now with a 7,000 goal lead, DYG is in total control with their draft.
Yep, clinical cut as well. Oh, in the mid, they want to go for that final one. Will be blocked off, but here is that return. Biddy looks for some big, huge damage as well. Can they find that value here? It's not going to be available for the side of Team WE just yet. They have to try and find another angle to work their way back into this game.
As long as DYG doesn't make a colossal troll later in towards the high ground push, this game is very much in their favor right now. And look at the 7,000 gold lead. With the collection of the neutral resources here, the final one to take a look onto will be the Shadow Overlord after the expiration of the debuff here.
No, the biggest thing here, I feel, is look, just the founding difference. Chance has a 2,000 gold lead against Ink. meaning he has the potential to burst almost anyone down on the side of Team WE. That is the biggest concern now because there's so many setups. They have to catch from Le, they have to catch from Yu, they have to catch from Kong. Everyone is able to isolate members on the side of WE.
Remember the kill that Kong found on towards Ink on towards the bottom side? That really changed the game pace here. That's why I say, even though it's just a kill, but stopping Arlie's farming tempo really hurts WE in going for that 10-minute team fight. And right now, it is evident because 2,000 goalie in favor between the marksman here. This is also because of the fact that the Zunrun passive here, but it's not excusable because if Arlie falls behind, it's so difficult for WE to make a comeback.
It really is going to be very difficult. They have found another T3 at the bottom. Le still has his frigid charge. This is not comfortable. Kong also has the redemption. They have shields, they have stuns, they have bursts. Everything looking like a DYG win here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy if WE wants to look for a potential comeback. If they do, that will be such a big momentum shift up here going into Game 5. But however, right now, we're looking at another Vanguard here knocking on towards the top side tier 3 here. As they slowly but surely progress, this tier 3 will be their final stronghold coming in from Team WE.
Okay, Extra, and he completes what I believe should be the last item here, or the second last item. He gets the spike meal. This is an active item now in the KPL servers. Now we'll see what does this mean for the side of Team WE.
Slowly but surely. Potentially you might not win the race, but at the very least you might get more of the little rays of comeback hopes here for this final game. You can see the item discrepancy coming in from Chance. Already full build at what? 14 minute marks. Potentially even have the remaining goal to go for the item swap as well here on this Lady Sun.
Yeah, right now it's just pacing, right? DYG, all they have to do is to secure this Shadow Tyrant, and they should be working their ways towards cleaning and finishing the series up. It also is dependent on Le. If Le gets that perfect Razor Cavalry catch, this game is pretty much over.
I envision the style of their push will be something like this. Le on towards the mid or bottom side of the tier 3s and looking for the flank angles, pushing away any form of wave clear coming in from WE, which chokes them away from their final tier 3. And then that's where they really struggle with their final crystal.
Oh, that's right. I think if they really can open from the middle of the map, then this puts WE in a very, very bad position. So they will push it away. Xiaokun looking for the block here. Biddy jumps in, looking for the catch. Another stun, Annihilation put down as well. All the damage in the world, there will be enough. Biddy takes a fall, and here comes Le. Wants to force them out of position. They will stay patient. DYG, they have a wave of super minions in the mid, looking for another catch. It's all on to Kong. Gets that catch, looking for the finishing blow. With that Xiaokun, he's gonna try, but he pays with his life. And with this DYG, they see the opening, the crystal exposed. Then maybe this could be the lifeline they're looking for. And it's not gonna be enough. DYG secure game number 4, bringing this the end of Team WE's journey.
With this win, this series closes out 3-1 in favor of DYG as they progress further into 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup into the top 16.
Beautiful moves from the side of DOUYU Gaming here. They have triumphed over Team WE in a 3-1 fashion. So we once again get another very clean performance from the KPL teams.
And they do, in fact, led by none other than GuanYu player Le here. I gotta say, Game 1, Le on the Lubu. Game 4, Le once again on that GuanYu, finding those signature big plays here. And with that, they do advance further into the top 16 of this year-end tournament for the Chinese region here. But of course, with someone advancing, there will be someone falling out of the tournament. It will be Team WE, halting their journey at top 32.
Well, still an impressive result because there are a lot of monsters in this 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Of course, we'll take a look at Team WE as the performance, nonetheless, I think still impressive. They were having very strong performances in the earlier parts of the series. You know, netting a win of a KPL counterpart is no easy feat as well.
For them, like we mentioned and also heard back in towards the early part of the interview, they are a relatively new team. So for this roster, their next task at hand is to gel themselves throughout the off-season and then venture into 2026 with a much more stronger cohesion here. Then maybe they could challenge further into the S-tier groups.
Yes, I think this is a lesson of growth. So even within the top calibers of the Chinese server, this is still a very difficult journey, right? Lesson learned for the side of Team WE. We wish them all their best because, like they mentioned, new roster, no matters, we will find that synergy.
It's all about being able to come back from a loss, right? So props to them. Like we mentioned here, losing is not only about losing, it's also about the experience that you have learned from the tournament alone. But let's check out the statistics coming in from Game 4 itself on how WE systematically got deleted by the side of DOUYU.
I mean, I really think it's just the amount of insane setups, right? Yi was playing so well on this Nuwa pick. Also Love finding so many catches on that Razor Cavalry in the earlier parts of the game, allowing them to shift the advantage slightly towards DOUYU Gaming. And with the advantage in gold, they never really got forced to use the 4 Signs ultimate by Zhenren, right? So they didn't have to burn those extra lives too many times.
I think only once or twice throughout the entire game from the hands of Kong that he really had to use the 4 Signs here. And throughout this game alone, I want to give props towards Yu, aside from Le. Yu's creation blocks, every time that BD came in with the Yang Jian, he was blocked from any form of escape route towards back to his teams.
Yeah, BD was having such a difficult time. I mean, he was doing technically, in theory, everything correct. He was diving in, making sure he got the multi-man catches after landing his Hound. But still, the backup wasn't there because everyone being blocked off by the Matrixes, also being caught out by Le's Razor Cavalries.
I'm always a fan of Yang Jin and Dolia, but the other members coming in from the WE doesn't supplement the late game department that you need to combat against this strong late game hold from the side of DOUYU, which in the form of the Arlie, once you die at one time in that bottom lane, it just cuts down your farming tempo by such a large margin, which doesn't allow you to catch up in that gold department.
Yeah, it's so painful because that one death made a difference of close to 200 gold per minute. And with that, you know, the monstrous growth on the side of Chance for that Lady Sun. Also with the safety of Kong for this Zhenren pick, very well done. And this is going to be your MVP, the class laner that has really made the difference. Crucial control, Le.
Crucial control, crucial team fights, big setups. He was doing every single thing for his team to look for those game-pushing victories here. You gotta give him the MVP after this masterful performance on the Guan Yu here.
Yes, definitely. We'll take a look at the highlights later on, right? The amount of times he managed to separate the teams or gather them at the appropriate spot. This one, maximum value for the Annihilation. Everyone got hit.
Maximum value for Annihilation, maximum value for the Zhenren stun here. Immediately after this play, you could just type in the game GG, it's go next.
Well, also this spectacular moment. This one was an interaction you don't get to see too often, but this is one of my favorites.
This is indeed one of my favorites. You can see the initial of the fight here being super good for the Yang Jian, chunking out majority of the members, but it was Le once again shoving 2 members in towards the mouth, and in this play, he steals away the Tyrant, he pushes Xiao Kun into a weird position, and he bails away towards safety here for his team's victory.
Yep, showing you that, you know, crowd control really makes the world's difference in very messy team fights. Like this one was spread out all across the place, but the mini stuns, the disruptions coming in from the side of DOUYU Gaming were the difference maker because they allowed the space for their jungler to come in. They allowed the rolling raids for Chance to just finish the job against Team WE. So spectacular performance, not just the MVP, but for the entire team on the side of DOUYU Gaming.
It's always a collaborative effort when we talk about a HOK win because yes, the key moments does come from Le on his Guan Yu. Many of the big plays does come from his signature playstyle, but the consistency department here does have to value players like you, players like Chance, always dishing out DPS, given enough room to showcase their talents in HOK.
Yes, and I like that we're kind of learning as the day goes, because we also want to learn more about the communication going on in the game. So let's head to the mic checks and hear what was going on.
慢打，
杨抽技能，吸住了，
掉，两段，
拉一下，接他走，先曹操，我能走，
拉出来，
杨戬，
又打杨戬，
拉一下，慢点，
往前打，别怕，
看曹操背，nice，
防开了，公路看他们，
我要保射手的，我虚招了，我要往前逼了，你们注意看我，
女娲有格子的，可以让女娲格子先那个
，OK，
你巧一点，
哎，赶快，
慢点，先抽，
我接了，能秒吗？
机会有，
秒了，拉回来，谁卡先打谁，卡先打谁，
慢点，等线，先对打，先抽，
炸，
来，走，
回复
，OK，
打，
接打，
注意看我，牺牲，来，
一波，
看线一波了，兄弟们，看线一波了，
跌打，
跌打，看啥？一波
了，能上，
来
压力。
来的，
哎，兄弟们。
Beautiful, but you could see it was a little bit more intense than the previous games in this series, right? They really wanted to make sure that they got that win because I think this is where teams know that at the critical points, if you lose, the shift of momentum can turn the whole series against you.
Not just the momentum, it's also at the risk of falling out of the tournament as early as top 32 here. So with that win alone, it does push the side of Team DYG to progress further and potentially even to the top 8 later on in the 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here. But of course, we do congratulate them to do even better in towards the tournament stages. But man, Team WE, definitely a tough loss to swallow after that one.
I mean, that's the part and parcel of the competitive scene. Now, with that, of course, lessons have been learned. We're going to learn a little bit more. We also have our 3rd and 4th series coming on later. But let's hear the winners interview because I want to hear their opinion on this win.
来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了千城，请跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是深圳 DYG 千城。
首先恭喜你们啊，拿下了今天本场比赛的胜利，听到了现场呐喊声，也是对你们最大的肯定。我其实还是想问一下，因为这也是深圳 DYG 第一次打挑杯嘛，以这样一个身份来参与到比赛里面，大家会有压力和包袱吗？
我觉得压力大家多多少少都会有一点吧，但是我觉得他们更多的是期待和兴奋。
是。
对，因为昨天落空他其实感觉得出来，他其实挺兴奋的嘛，有带点紧张吧，因为他昨晚其实很晚才睡觉。对，就是一直睡不着。
是带着这种比赛的亢奋，其实也在思考自己该怎么去打这个比赛嘛，感受到全员好像都化身为挑杯新人职业选手的感觉了，是不是？
对，因为我们今天其实集合的时候，我们统一说出了那个，就是昨天我们都做梦了。大家都梦到就是比赛的画面了，对，然后有些人可能是睡前在想比赛的画面，就大家都比较同步吧。
是提前一天就把自己的所有的思考全部投入在比赛里面了，真的也是非常有默契的一种呈现。因为我们知道在挑杯之前有转会期嘛，这一次有很多的新的选手加入到这个团队当中嘛，你对于大家来讲这种磨合来讲是一个什么样的评价和总结呢？
磨合的话。一开始其实大家挺好的，然后中途可能有一段时间会比较低迷吧，对，但是我觉得最近又慢慢好起来了。
经历完阵痛期，一切都在向好的一个趋势。今天其实我们也感受到的是，上场之后就特别感恩的，好像感受一种全新的面貌，特别是第一局，你们有感受到自己这些变化吗？
有吧，就是比之前的话可能会更加清晰一点吧，然后大家在场上可能会打得更像宣赛一点。
那就也就是说更放松一些了。因为我们知道队内的中单现在是项羽全新加入，我们是一个有非常决赛经验的这样一位中单啊。你感受到对于项羽是一个什么样的印象，给团队带来哪些变化？
就是会让团队打得很舒服吧。对，就兜底嘛，然后我们就哐哐吃钱就完了。
一切都是熟悉的感觉，最自在、最舒服的方式啊！当然，这些选手在一起之间就是一种很好的一种表现嘛。那我们也知道，这一场过完之后，下一场面对的就是3-0狼队的快手了。怎么说？
就是肯定是一场硬仗嘛。然后可能就像我之前说的，我们就匍匐前进嘛，我们一步一步来。就打好自己的东西，然后希望能在下场比赛去发挥出来。
我们也期待下一场能展现更好的深圳 DYG 和建成。谢谢。那我们也值得期待下一场的比赛，我们后面见。
Even if you are the best of the best players in KPL, you will always have nerve-wracking moments here. One of the best questions that we got out from the interview was the interviewer asking like, hey, Chance, how was the team feeling prior to this series? So he did mention that Kong, yesterday night, he was so excited that he couldn't really sleep because he slept very late, and all the players actually simultaneously dreamt about the game scenarios in their head.
Yeah, I think that's really cool because if you're able to envision what you want as a result, there is a chance you can make it a reality, right? You have to see it being possible first. So that has been made a reality today. But the second part of that was that they are now going to go up against the team that put a 3-0 record against Wolves Esports. KCC Gaming. That's their next opponents. So they were saying that they will take it one game at a time. They will do what they need to do and hope for the best.
Yeah, it will be a difficult one for them, but with their performance coming in today, potentially they could really move forward into a better zone here. But that's all for the side of DOUYU Gaming here. And also, Chance was really happy that they could actually win. You could see that there were a lot of fans cheering for DOUYU Gaming and also Chance here. And also with the recent addition of Yu towards the lineup for DYG, he did mention that Yu acts as a sponge that elevates pressure from his team so that they could just do what they have to do and carry the game for him.
Yes, making it more comfortable, right? Easy. They don't really have to pay attention to too much of the stress. It's all about, okay, he makes the game steady, solid for us. We're gonna be able to execute whatever we want at the correct times as and when we choose. Now, with that being said, that is the end of our second series of the day. We have 2 more series coming on. Now, this next series, I think for our global audiences, this is where learning continues. We're gonna have Homebois, Black Shrew Esport come in against one of the streamer teams, I believe, in the next best of 5. So this one, we'll see. Our first contender has been given a healthy and painful lesson. Does Homebois get the same kind of treatment?
Oh, Homebois for this time, they won't be able to play with DOUYU in towards the clash lane here, so this won't be their full form, but they will be reintroducing JR back to the roster, but this time in the clash lane here. So interested to see how far they can push themselves in the competitive scene, and this time it's a different server. It's from global transitioning to the KPL Chinese server that they will be playing.
Yes, and of course, I think we will cover a little bit more about the tournament format once again. I believe this game has a challenger blessing available. No. Okay, they are in the same tier, right? So if you're in the same tier, no challenger's blessing will be allowed. So this is going to be a full honest 5v5 best of 5.
And from what the people have been saying so far, the streamer team consists of the youth teams from the other pro teams here. So it's not just any stream teams here. It's a full-fledged youth team here challenging HBSC. So I would say that the expectations are quite solid for both of these squads. It's not going to be easy for HBSC.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we want, right? If you want to be able to grow, learn, those lessons must be tough. It must be worth your while. So we'll take a look at whether HBSE, Homebois Black Shrew Esport, will be able to do a little bit better than Nova. I think Nova have learned plenty today. Let's see if Homebois Black Shrew Esport will be able to learn even more than their brothers in arms.
I think to be able to be invited to 2025 KCC, it has already been a much more honor for these teams alone, because in your lifetime, I don't think you are able to play in many of these big stadiums. You're coming in as a global team. So being able to already experience this on your first official year, definitely very comfortable here. But let's do check out WE's exit interview here, coming in after their loss against DYG.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是广宇，我们有请到了莫言和 DJC 教练，请二位跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是西江泉 WE 莫言。
大家好，我是西安曲战 WE DJC。
今天这场比赛非常的可惜啊，其实我们也看到局内很多高光的画面，特别是莫言在局内割压4杀离5杀只差一点点，当时也非常的冷静。那个瞬间啊，大家的想法是什么？在沟通什么呢？
就是团战拉回来，慢慢输出嘛，输着就4杀了，然后后面没机会了就点塔，就一波了。
随着比赛进程啊，也是非常的平稳的再去获得比赛的胜利。其实有发现那局之后，大家的正常的感受是，大家好像其实都在往上扬，但是第3局没有感受到对方打乱了我们局内的节奏，场上是一个什么样的对抗？
其实我们气势是一直在提升的，但是可能就是我们那波4分钟龙团决策没选好，所以导致我们团战没打过吧。然后其实就是团战上输了嘛。
是团战确定有很多不确定的这些因素在里面。那今天整体感受下来，感觉跟训练赛和大家设想的比赛画面里面有哪些地方不太一样？
可能训练赛的机会更多吧。比赛上可能大家就是打的都很谨慎。
都很谨慎，有没有感觉到大家会紧张？因为毕竟也是个全新的团队组建在一起嘛。
紧张，感觉大家我也会有一点吧，大家都可能都第一次打，也会有一点紧张。
是人之常情。那接下来也问一下 DGC 教练，我们知道这个团队其实从教练组到我们选手的人员上，全部都是全新的在一起。对你们来讲，这是不是也是一个比较大的困难和挑战？
我们基本上是从零开始重新组一个队吧。然后我觉得。主要是时间比较短吧，就我们可能磨合的时间还确实少了一点。
是
因为是一个全新的队伍，我们要重新制定队伍的核心呀、打法呀这些东西，可能是再加上大家都是从不同的队伍过来，之前自己的理解也不一样，需要一定时间去磨合吧。
明白。其实包括今天在场上也能看出来，大家有很多向好的一面，非常的敢打啊。在局内的时候，有没有感受到说，有些画面是比较精彩的，或者你比较肯定的地方？
我觉得从第一把打完，因为我从第一把打完，我觉得我们这边选手的话，我觉得台上的竞技状态，我觉得还是不错的。
是。
就是大家在比赛场上没有说很拘谨，然后局内的话该打该开的时候是很敢打的。
是。其实在这个局内，包括很多英雄的选择上面，大家也会提出一些自己的小问题、小困惑。像第一局，其实对面是最后一手补出的这手吕布，会不会对我们整套阵容来讲也会有很大的掣肘？
其实我们已经提前预判到了，因为对面是红色方的10楼有康德卫，然后提前我们也是讨论过这个英雄嘛。后面我们觉得，因为我们是空儿，然后如果我们节奏打得比较顺的话，我们也是能处理他的。后面可能就是那波我们推二塔的时候嘛，然后对他可能收了几个头，导致10分钟有破军。然后那个伤害我们有点吃不住了。
突然顺利起来之后的吕布就拦不住了啊。那在局内，莫言感觉对抗上面最大的这个难度在哪里？第一局
最大的对抗难度就是我们前期压制没有做太好吧。
是，还是比较可惜的，因为确实让对方比较流畅的去把节奏滚起来了啊。那今天这场比赛可能就是我们挑杯要跟大家说再见的，再见就是明年的时候了啊。这个全新的5人组其实有很多大家值得期待的地方，也需要更多的时间去磨合嘛。那莫言对于未来有什么样自己的期待吗？
希望大家一起努力，越来越好吧。
我们也期待更好的你们归来。那 DGC 教练呢？
希望能先进个季后赛吧。
那么这样明年也期待全新有更长时间磨合的你们能够归来，我们明年再见，谢谢2位。
虽然我们是一支全新的队伍，但我们依旧是那个敢梦敢刚的西安 W1。本次转会期，我们西安 W1也是进行了一次换血嘛，所以说这个时间段的话，我们都是在慢慢磨合。因为刚开始接触，大家都比较拘谨嘛，我大概就是充当队内就是比较那种开朗的一种角色吧，就有时候逗一下他们开心。
还是比较激动的吧，因为又可以有比赛打了。中间年总是没有打的，看见有些就是之前的老队友年总上大放异彩，就很羡慕他们的。看待比赛的话，我还是比较平淡的，因为输的话就是自己实力不如别人吧，也怨不了其他。
我自己的2025年也蛮精彩的嘛，就感觉虽然踏了3个俱乐部，但是我感觉我的职业经历还是挺丰富的这一年。因为毕竟从替补了，然后转会去了一个俱乐部，打了1赛季首发，也冲上了 S 组。我觉得比赛总有遗憾的，没有说比赛就是一直会赢下去的，所以说人生都有遗憾，很正常吧。就希望明年有个好的开始，好的成绩吧。
Wow, you know, documentaries always pushes me for a bit of a tier wrecking, because it's not to say that the team will be disbanding, but more on the team's growth as their esports journey progresses here. For WE, throughout the interview, we learned the fact that they are players coming in towards a team with relatively new expectations here. They all came from different teams and they have very little time to actually gel with one another. Hence, their performance, I would say, is acceptable in this KCC.
I think regardless, right? I also think it's acceptable. I think the level that they play in, to be able to last so long against another KPL hopeful, I think it's an impressive result. Knowing that they have not really found their synergy just yet, that to me is already a pretty synergized execution based on the gameplay, right? So we'll see. We'll hope for the best in terms of WE's growth in KPL, and we will see what else they have to offer when they work through all the difficult situations that they're going to encounter now and in the future as well.
Well, with that being said, that's the closing coming in for the WE and also DYG series. On our hand, after the break later on, we will be heading on towards the HBSC Global Team Series versus Team SANGJIE. That will be an interesting one for the global teams here. But of course, we will be heading towards a short break here. My name is Sagi, and he's Kindofu. We will see you shortly after this peculiarly longer break. See you guys later.
the kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want it.
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血对抗。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛，8强的队伍诞生了。 备用职业的态度向天标再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎城的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames.
Kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want any.
冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第1次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 结局有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
一冠军杯，现在叫挑战者杯了。凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 组，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血对。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用赌神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it and they do not want any push.
属于你们，在玉成的漫天烟火下，铭记所于。 就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第1次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 结局有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 组，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞来。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以武神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want it.
就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第1次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 级，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，铁血前行。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
绩，就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选谁。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用赌神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want any.
着你的朋友们奖杯，大声的说：我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challengers from all over the world to come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，将 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nekta, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
the kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want any.
捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world. They come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的主角。
习冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血前行。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以赌神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitali makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
绩，就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 城，杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞扬。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以武神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any
绩就是你的捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 城，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以武神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hostile alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
绩，就是你们捧着奖杯，大声的说，我们是冠军！
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第1次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血剑。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用古城的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape, although it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it in. They do not want it.
属于挑战者的最美的风景，就是你们捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world to come again for new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
习惯杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，喋血飞来。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it, and they do not want it.
属于挑战者的荣誉。最美的风景就是你的捧着奖杯，大声地说：“我们是冠军！”
各位小伙伴们，欢迎来到2018年王者荣耀冬季冠军杯比赛现场。
冠军杯是我们冠军杯联赛体系当中的第1届，凤凰杯的话，这也是第一次出现在我们的赛场。
We have challenges from all over the world that come against a new glory, and we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 结局有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中退下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
季冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K 级，杀进了 KBL 的丛林之中，一路向前，别选择。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度向 KBL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，用武神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
Nektang, dili kinitalik makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katauhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well.
Welcome back. It is time to go straight into the second half of today. Another 2 more sets of BO5s. Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu. And with me today, it is SANGJIE. How are we feeling about the second half of BO5s?
Okay, before we go into the second half, the first half was pretty, I would say, amusing. We had WST going up against Nova Esports. Sadly for the global teams and the global audience, Nova didn't make it out alive. They were 0-3 and they had to exit the tournament early. And then moving on was WE versus DYG, with DYG taking on a convincing 3-1 victory. And now, after the 1 hour break, we are back again with the first series at hand. Homebois Black Shrew Esports going up against none other than the streamer team known as SANGJIE.
Yeah, SANGJIE team, SJT as you would coin the abbreviation here, looking for big wins on both ends. Now they are of the same tier, so there will not be any challenges blessing, but we'll walk you through the tournament format nonetheless, as well as what these blessings are in a very short while. So let's get started right into it. This is how the format is going to be like. We are at the first stages here of the knockout stage from the 6th of December all the way to the 9th, which is tomorrow. That's going to be the single elimination first stage, of which we are cutting down from 32 teams to 16 teams. All of them will be playing best of 5s.
Correct, and it is a single elimination here, so whoever loses today will pack their bags and potentially head back to their HQ here. So every single win and loss matters a lot going into that second elimination round, and then we work our way into the double elimination stage. This is where the final 8 teams will play for that inevitable finals at SANGJIE here. And also, we introduced back once again, best of 9 plus ultimate battle. If you think 7 games is long, wait till you see 9 games.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that once, but with that being said, it is also exciting to be able to witness what we call the Challenger's Blessing. So let's take a look at it. We have already segregated our teams into 3 different tiers. And what's going to happen today is that if you are of different tiers, you will be able to activate Challenger's Blessing. Chosen heroes, you get to choose 2 heroes that cannot be banned or picked by opponents. And this will also be exempt from your own global ban pick restrictions. Of course, on the other side, you also have the reset the heroes pool, of which whatever heroes you have already used can be re-unlocked again. And additionally, if you pick those heroes again, it doesn't affect the global ban pick hero pool as well. The only thing you have to take note is you can't use the blessings together. It has to be on different games. And in order to use both, you need to have a 2 division difference, meaning if you're a tier 3 playing a tier 1 team, you get both. But if it's a tier 3 versus a tier 2 or a tier 2 versus a tier 1, you can only use one of the 2 blessings.
Exactly true here. Well said, Kirkin. But coming up with the 2 back-to-back series, we won't be seeing any Challengers Blessing at the very least for today, because Homebois Black Shrew Esports, one of the global teams, the winner of KIC, will be going up against SJT, SANGJIE team here, coming up with the next BO5. Both of them are situated in tier 3 division here, so there won't be any per se of the Challengers Blessing for any of these teams.
Yes, and of course, our final best of 5 today, it's KPL versus KPL, so no blessings needed as well. Now, we'll take a look at the team lineup. We'll show you who our first team is. Let's see who these boys and girls are.
Well, we first introduced, we do have SANGJIE team, KCC streamer team being on board here with JIUJING, YeYu, Xiaosha, Yushou, Xiaojia as the 5-man marker here. One of the known stream teams here from the famous streamer SANGJIE coming in from the China side.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting as they take to the stage, right? So streamer teams, some people might be misinformed. These are very good players and they will be looking to put their best performance on the stage. This is another best of 5. Now, the challenges, of course, not going to be easy to play against, but they represented the Kwai Show platform as the participating team of the Streamers Challenge.
And also, they do come from the batch whereby they were 2nd place in the streamer qualifiers here, but in front of them will be none other than Homebois Black Shrew Esports coming in from the global teams.
Yeah, so it's going to be represented by JR, Musan King, Zhihong, VV, as well as Zhe. Now, for those of you that are familiar, DOUYU is not going to be playing because he is not of age just yet. So JR will be taking his place in the class lane. Let's see how this new version of the Homebois Black Shrew Esport will do.
Yeah, it's been a while since we last seen JR in the competitive scene. After KWC 2025, he took a long rest under the substitute position coming in for the HBSE lineup here. And with this return, he does in fact take on the Clash lane role instead of the farm lane role.
Yep, so this is going to be very interesting. Now, they also have tasted winnings and success of being champions in the global esports stage. Can they do it here in the region of China?
Without their full roster, only one could really hope for them to do their best here in this case here. But it will be interesting to see how our champion team coming from global esports really look to challenge one of the streamer teams here. And also, if we are not mistaken, the streamer team as well, known as SJT, they are also, I would say, the lineup is inclusive of the tier 2 or youth team coming in from KSG.
Yes, so there is a huge power spike for the side of SJT. Now, is it too much for Homebois Black Shrew Esport to handle? We will find out in about, 2.5 minutes. But in the meantime, I'm super curious about what this lineup is going to be, because I think JR obviously has been part of BSE for a while now. But him being in the clash lane, is it going to be too big of a difference that they can't stand up against a streamer team?
So a bit of a history back into the player's profile. So for JR, he used to be a clash laner before transitioning into the farm lane role here. So maybe one of his past memories or core memories will catch up onto him to allow him to play well in that clash lane.
Okay, that will be very interesting to see. Now, bear in mind that once again, if you're new to the broadcast, they are all playing on the Chinese version of the game. So there will be some interesting parts to play here. Do they know enough about the heroes in the current server? Do they know about the strategies and synergies that are being offered by their opponent teams? At the same time, of course, I think it's more fair to treat this as a learning journey for our global teams coming in from the KIC, because they've been invited here, the top 3 teams, Homebois, Black Shrew Esport, Nova, as well as Alpha Gaming. Now, Nova, as we have mentioned earlier today, have been taken out with a trio fashion by their opponents, WST. Now it is up for Homebois, Black Shrew Esport to see if this is going to be their chance to learn even more.
I think you made a very fair point where, yes, it's a learning experience. It's also for the viewers to really find out how strong, realistically, the KPL or Chinese region is in Honor of Kings itself. So it comes down to whether or not HBSC or the remaining Alpha Gaming, are they able to take games or even potentially the series against these well-seasoned teams coming in from the KPL or Chinese version?
Yes, and it's actually a very scary notion, because no matter what kind of results they get here, when they arrive back into our global servers, I think you can expect a huge power spike, because there's a lot of strategies here, a lot of new combinations of it, and a lot of clean, open surgeries that the teams will show us all across the entire tournament.
I think a good reference that we can really pick up will be the WST versus Nova Esports series. KGL's third best team coming up against Nova Esports. And then the games were, I would say, not the closest, but Game 2 and Game 3, you see significant growth coming in from the Nova Esports players.
Yeah, so this is something that we want to see, right? I want to make sure that the teams are able to adapt, learn as we go, because this is part and parcel of being a professional. You have to take the L's from the losses, turn it into learnings, and we'll see whether they can grow fast enough in this best of 5.
And adaptation is super duper important here. Coming in from global server here with the difference in hero, difference in meta, this could spell a bit of a disadvantage here coming in for the side of HBSC.
Well, I mean, this is the best chance, right? We will take a look at what kind of growth both of these teams will have and see whether they can reach the standards they have inside their hearts, right? Both teams obviously come here with the expectation that they will win. How big of a win, we don't know, but it all starts with the global ban pick.
Yeah, global ban pick will be the epitome of the HOK esports competitive scene, where every single game that we play thus far in the competitive esports scene, it's functioned by global ban pick. One hero that you pick in game 1, you won't be able to pick it in game 2 and forward until the ultimate battle.
Yes, and this is going to add on to the pressure. So I think all the coaches also will feel the pressure of this game. We'll see how it's like. Game number 1 normally sets the tone, sets the pacing for the rest of the series. Does it become a blitz, or is it going to be a true marathon that we explore all 5 games?
And the difference in meta will be interesting, because HBSC is known for the Athena roam strategy, and in the Chinese KPL version, the strategy has been, there I would say, nerfed and invalid. So that will be a big hit into HBSC's competitiveness in coming in for draft.
I mean, this part, but it's fine, right? End of the day, you can't rely on one strategy. HOK requires you to be really creative about your game strategies, your game plan, your execution as well needs to make sense. So we'll take a look at what kind of gameplay that both teams will offer to us at this point. We start off with the Battle of the Coach's Mind. This is going to be game number 1. Let's take a look at what's happening. Homebois Black Shrew Esport will be taking the blue side, and that means our streamer team SJT SANGJIE team will be taking the counter pick red side.
So blue side, when we talk about blue side, the potential first picks will come in the form of a few things. Mid lane comes in the Kaboom or Haya, and then we look in towards the roamer pool. Sulie, Kongkonger, or even the likes of the Dunshan are the prioritized picks here coming in for the blue side.
That's right. And you know what? Looking at the KPL games just right before the break, I think this is where we get to really realize how much creativity does Homebois Black Shrew Esport have? Because if you are creative enough and your execution can match that intelligence that your coach puts into the draft, we could have a very exciting game here.
And for HBSC, I've been hearing a lot of rumors regarding Musang King that he's one of the better match house in the Chinese server here. So whether he pulls it off in the game itself against the likes of SJT, I'm pretty eager to find out. But so far, draft is draft. We have to see what kind of draft they do bring up to us in this game 1 setting here. What's the priority coming in towards this game?
I want to see that too, right? Stats are important, but the usage and proficiency on screen during competition, that is the most important.
Yeah, especially when they don't really scrim on the Chinese server, so the hero mastery wouldn't be so evident for these teams here. But only time could tell here as we are slowly but surely approaching the pick and bans coming in for this BO5 series here.
Okay, so let's explore this Machao pick. What needs to be that synergy that helps make the Machao so strong?
Either you pick up the likes of a Meng Tian towards the Clash lane, or a mid lane you pick up something like a utility mage in the form of the Lady Zen, Shrew, or something that don't really need that much resources here. It's because Ma Chao is one of those heroes that strive extremely well with the farming tempo and also with a lot of gold in towards his pockets. If he can be above the curve, that's where he is strong.
Yeah, and to add on to that, if someone else on the team of HBSC can kind of pull the attention during team fights, that is also very beneficial for Musang King, right? So we'll be looking at someone who is able to not just tank, but maybe with the pick-off strategies coming in from HBSE, that could be their way into what may be one win, at least for the global teams.
And now we do head into the pick and bans here, featuring HBSC on towards the blue side and SJT onto the reactive red here. What's the priority coming in for this first few bans?
I think you have to play with the meta, right? So HBSC immediately take out the Haya. I think that's a great choice. This opens up the Guanyu, the Ma Chao as well. So this is a great start for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport, but Kongkonger immediately taken out.
Yeah, all these active roamers towards the pole here shouldn't be very much allowed towards the opposing team here. With Master Luban ban as well, you gotta wonder here, Dunshan definitely has to be removed from the pool.
Yeah, there's no way you allow that. So the very meta picks already being banned out, but of course there's plenty of heroes in honor of kings, and we'll have our first pick coming in for HBSC is going to be the Sulie coming in for the side of JIUJING.
This does give over the likes of the Kaboom over to the side of SJT, or the Chicha that we didn't really get to see today. This is the second time a Chicha will be locking along with the Yangjian here for SJT.
Yeah, knowing that the Dolia is not going to be a possibility for the side of HBSE, it will be a huge risk anyway. SJT locking the Yangjian along the Chicha. I like this mindset, right? But HBSE, okay, we have seen the quality of Musang King's pay. Is it good enough against the Chinese streamer teams here, they're going to pair that up with the Cat Boom as well.
And this is a trend coming in towards the Chinese platform social media. This is the double cat combo here. Both are very strong in the early game, and both are very good in invading the enemy jungle here. With the lock-in of the DOUYU towards the roam pool, you can soft guarantee that this Yangjie will be heading in towards the jungle for the side of SJT.
Okay, I think it's pretty clear as well, right? So now then, let's talk about this mid matchup. Do they take the Mai? No, they cannot. HBSC have banned that right out. So the remaining options are left for the Clash lane.
Yeah, Mai, Chang'e, all these Cat Boom counters will be removed from the pool here. It really depends on HBSC. Do they want to remove the likes of the Shangwan as well to remove all these big counters against Zihong on the Cat Boom here? However, it will be the Yuhuan being removed from the pool here with SJT locking in that Goya, which had a phenomenal win rate so far in this day number 3.
And this one is really scary, right? Because right now, the game plan from the side of SJT is really clear. You have one super huge tank in the front, and this is going to provide so much value for the Chicha as well as the Goya to really come in with crazy amounts of damage. So HBSC, they're gonna have their work cut out now. They will pick up the Lung, the Alwyn, as well as the Sikong for the Clash lane. Let's see whether this composition is going to be strong enough.
Yeah, very scary draft coming in from the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports. There's multiple carry angles here, not only in Musang King and also Vivi, but also the Sikong that's being picked up coming in from JR. It's a very resource heavy sort of composition, so the resource sharing will be a very important fact that HBSC needs to solve coming into this game 1.
Yeah, long range poke versus long range poke. This is where I think very similar drafts, but in terms of tankability, I think there are different sets for it. Obviously, you're hoping for the Yangjie to be able to set up the scene for SJT. For Homebois Black Shrew Esports, slightly different. We need Zhe to really step things up, get that unconquerable army landed onto the correct members.
Yeah, so it will be a pivotal member here because he's the sole setup coming in from the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports in setting up those big plays against SJT. On the flip side though, SJT, they dropped themselves a very strong farm and Clash lane sort of setup here with Chicha and also the Goya coming into this composition. This is a very strong 1-2 carry lineup here that if they just play along JIUJING on the Yangjie, things could go pretty well for them in that early to mid-game team fight.
Actually, you know what? I feel like this draft is kind of 50-50 because both teams actually have to take a risk to engage and initiate, right? This really then becomes a poking game from both sides, relying on obviously Xiaosha on the mid for Yingzhen as well as Zhihong on the Cat Boom. Who finds more value with the pokes? Who gets more AoE damage?
Yeah, that's the annoying part, especially for Vivi, right? You're playing Long and you're against a Yingzhen. Things don't really go well in this matchup here because Yingzhen is one of those heroes. When you get touched by spell 2, your bonus physical damage on your weapons or your equipment gets removed for a brief amount of time here. So not the best hero you want to be jumping on if you are alone.
Well, we'll see. They have already played their cards, at least for this game number 1. Right now, it's about the execution. Let's go into game number 1 between Homebois Black Shrew Esport as well as SANGJIE team.
HBSC representing the global teams and SJT representing the KCC streamer teams here. Definitely an interesting one as we do head on to the gorge for this game number 1 shortly here, kid.
Alright, so let's explore this. Once again, we are looking at the same wrestle. It's all about the resources. Pre-4 minutes, how many camps can you steal? How many camps do you secure?
Yeah, that's the go-to plan here for most of these KPL global teams, Chinese server teams, whereby there's not a lot of fighting, but more on the tussle around these objectives. That's the things going in, the primary ones that these two teams want to compete.
Yeah, I am so curious about this matchup. Musang King already taking a look at the rotations coming. SJT, same thing, they're checking around for the rotations. They know that this Tiger needs to have an early start. And for now, Musang King will join Zhihong in the mid as they try to rush this mid lane matchup. Clear the wave and access the Boar camp, or maybe just secure their own.
Playing safe so far, just assisting Zhihong on the mid clear here, forcing the early rotations here, coming in for Zhihong to go and harass the side lanes.
Yeah, and we'll see this at the same point of time. HBSC actually managing to secure the Firehawk at the bottom. Now, this is going to be a slight advantage in the farm lane, but on the top, Zhihong is taking a lot of poke damage from the side of SJT.
Yeah, failing to steal away the Fire Beak here and getting poked out a lot of the health bar here. Not the greatest news so far coming in for the HBSC mid lane here. This does allow SJT to pick up this River Strike coming in from the top side.
Right, so this is going to keep things pretty even between both teams, right? Just a slight difference of about, 100 gold, which is negligible at this point. It then really comes down to which team makes the better rotation.
A good free so far coming from HBSC, making sure that Musang King picks up most of these resources in one swift go here. This is how you really funnel gold into the jungler here. You need the presence of the roamer. That's why he gets like most of the gold value on the last hits.
Yeah, so both teams actually choosing very different places to have a trio. Mid lane trio for the side of HBSC, and SJT putting their trio at the bottom for the farm lane. So this is going to give benefits to two different members. One for Zhihong for the side of HBSC, and the other for Yichu on that farm lane.
Yeah, very quiet game thus far in towards the early game. Much more on the farming and rotations here, and a lot of resource sharing between the team members here. Take a look at Musang King. He's going for the counter on the Spike-tailed Beast, and once he gets it, he will be immediately rotating for the bot side, taking that wave push here.
Alright, they want to get some free damage in on the side of Yichu. Not gonna find too much value at this point, so they're gonna be slightly slower in the rotation. This gold sharing strat from the side of HBSC seems to be pretty clean. We have seen this rotational speed coming out from Musang King. Let's see what else can HBSE offer.
So far in the early game, nothing too crazy will really happen because the enablers really lies on top of the, and there's not really a big objective for them to really contest about here. So potentially, we need to fast forward to the 4th minute mark to see who really gets that first big engage.
I think the difference maker here is depending on how aggressive Shrew plays, right? I think this having a secondary life in form of the Iron Colossus for the side of Shrew, he needs to be the one that sets the pace for the side of HBSC, right? If he gets the engage, forces fights that make SJT very uncomfortable, it could be the start of a big win condition.
Yep, and that's the first refresh here coming in from JIUJING on that Yingzhen here. Getting the second one to counter out this camp that he will be getting in towards his pocket.
Alright, so immediately Xiao already getting the initial invade coming in. So that's going to help out with the goal differential. Now in 30 seconds, this is where the true challenge comes for both teams.
Usually when we talk about the Tyrant, the Assassin jungle will prioritize more on the silent objectives, which is the minion waves and also the buffs in their own taking here. But with the refresh being slightly delayed due to the early mid start, I do think that this will be a full-on brawl in towards the Tyrant.
It looks like that's the case, right? But SJT, they're already prepping and priming for this 4-minute Tyrant. It looks like they will be getting it started. HBSC, do they really want to contest this? It looks like the answer is yes, but they might not be there in time with that secure by SJT. This is a slight movement towards the advantage of SANGJIE team.
Very on time and clean performance coming from SJT to really capitalize on the missed timing from the side of HBSC. But farming tempo is still consistent thus far for Musang King on towards the pair here. Question is, when will the first team fight really break out between these two giants here? Because that's where you see HBSC putting a lot of focus on towards the bottom side here, zoning away Yichu and also SANGJIE from defending this turret. There's no trade. This does go over to the side of MSK and also HBSC.
Yeah, but I like this. Very clean from the side of HBSC, right? Understanding that there is no fight to be taken, it is more important to get control of the goal. Zhihong here gives vision for the team. Zhe is also within the range. So if there's anything happening, at least VV is safe. Now, for HBSC, they're looking for an opening, or at least looking for some safety at this point. They want to try and make the damage here. SJT opening up with the Yingzhen ultimate as well. They should be able to get it. Zhe might give his first life for the cause here.
But he does give it life, but he does manage to successfully defend the turret from being traded on towards the bottom side here, allowing Musang King to trade for a free tower in the clash lane here. Very well played and thought of coming in from HBSE's roam. I would say it's very well communicated between the team.
Okay, I like this a lot, right? This is a ray of hope. We'll see Musang King puts pressure onto the top T2 as well. Obviously not going to get it, but with this, they have secured themselves close to a 1,000 goalie. So HBSC, even with the loss of the first Tyrant, they are doing well.
Hang on a moment though, as JIUJING going in for the engage, it does get poked down to a dangerously low health here. Has to back off away towards safety.
No worries. I think at this point they know about how far the extent will be. So SJT, they play with fire, get the pushback for a little bit. They want to try and even out the map macro play from HBSC.
I think this is the stock standard playstyle for HBSC that we saw throughout the 2024 and 2025 year, where they don't really fight you if there's no purpose. They just do it to get the resources, and then they fight you at the major big ones, like this upcoming Azure Golem in the enemy base. But with the lack of members, they do in fact have to back away towards safety.
Yeah, they need to be really careful, right? Like you said, I think this game, this best of 5 could all be one of the most promising matches we have from our global teams. And so far, it looks like that's the case. HBSC managing to hold on for now and establishing a decent lead so far.
And JR being forced away out of their own jungle here. With the pressure as well coming from the top side, there is a Golem just casually whipping down the turret in towards the top side. It will be a trade between these two teams.
Yep, this one will become a race as to who gets the better trade in terms of turrets. Musang King actually doing well to match the pacing. SJT though, they might be caught out here.
Okay, look at this position though. Pushing out JIUJING here. The fight might not break through here. The heal is very sufficient coming in from JIUJING's Yangjin.
Yep, it's all about the slow pokes at this point. They want guaranteed kills. I think this is the biggest difference maker so far, right? If it's not a guaranteed kill, neither one of these teams commit.
And a smart item swap as well coming in from Ze with the free roam swap every 5 minutes. Going to the Star Spring here, keeping himself healthy to make sure that he continuously ggets vision for his team by being active on the map.
And the goal difference now, biggest gap here is in the jungle. Right now, it's Musang King leading against JIUJING, and it's looking like a great start. Ze actually commits his ultimate, unfortunately, and this means they will stop Musang King trying to go for the finish, unable to find so. First blood goes into the hands of SJT, but the immediate trade coming in for the life of Xiaosha as well. And we'll take a look at what other kinds of damage is available. None. Both teams make a trade, but it's a better one for SJT.
Yeah, taking away the Musang King, the pay on towards the Gorge here does limit the carry potential of this dangerous pick here, as they do in fact secure their own Crimson Golem. Damage has been mitigated coming in from SJT as they do go on for this play here. But let's check out the replay here. Initial engage coming in from the side of JIUJING here, going in for the play. But Musang King pouncing in, unable to find execution on towards Xiaosha on that Yingzhen, does get executed in that sense.
Okay, they lose the Tyrant, but maybe they want to look for the fight here. Musang King going in, they get the finish onto JIUJING, and this is going to be a great start for the side of HBSE. Now with that, the true question is, how much more damage can they do? They need to convert this into something. Kills don't mean much unless you get a turret or a buff.
I think for their stand right now, every kill really matters because it gives them so much more time to farm. Double, triple marksman, JR, Musang King, VV, they have so much damage if they can slowly scale towards that late game marker.
Oh yeah, that's true. Late game is actually quite a difficult situation for SJT to play out of. HBSC maintaining status quo for now. They have a 1,000 gold lead, slowly building upon it. It's not the biggest lead per se, but it is something that is pretty healthy.
Yeah, check out JR as well, right? He's slowly but surely building the ominous premonition on his third item here. Will be a pseudo beefy boy when he goes in for the backline dive on the Sukong.
Yeah, so this is curious, right? He's actually doing well. It looks like that past experience as a Clash laner is checking out.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Where we dive in deep into the player's history. JR is one of those players that have a successful lane swap experience here. And also, back when he was playing the Clash lane, it was also Musang King.
So they have some synergy going on. Musang King looking for the catch here onto the Clash Arena. It's a 2-level advantage. I don't think he wants to take this, so ultimate committed. 1v1, Musang King will be taken down. And SJT find another big win. They even out the kill score. Can they even out the gold?
That is a terrible mistake here coming in from the Musang King player himself, because this does open this 10-minute mark with no contention into SJT's pockets here. What is the call, HBSC? Do you contend this, or do you have to give this away because of the lack of jungle?
Yeah, they're going in with the first one. Oh, nice catch on the Yusio, and that's going to be opening up the fight. They get a secondary one as well. Xiaosha and JR is chasing in. Homeboys, Black through Esport are doing it.
Are you telling me this is a farm lane main? JR is literally on fire here, but props to Zhe for finding the immediate assassination on towards the side of
2v1,
here,
there's no way, they can't escape this. Zhihong needs to run away, will use his flash. In the meantime, Zhe is doing all the work he can. Buying time, Musang King is finally here. The Tiger feasts upon that last member, Yuji, and this is going to be SJT out of members, and there is no contestant. VV starts on this Shadow Tyrant, and HBSE should secure this.
So it's so clean on this Zulia here. Every single play that he has committed has led to Yuzhou being called out, triple kill in favor of the HBSC, and then the return kill on towards UG here. Beautiful stuff coming in from the HBSC roamer.
All right, this is convincing. I mean, I believe HBSE, this is something that they're showing us something good. There is a 2,000 goal lead. Right now, Zhe opens up the map, giving a vision for Musang King. If they can steal this, that would be great. In the meantime, they get the poke. They will not secure it. It is going to be taken by JIUJING here. And with that, HBSE, they need to run. That opening by SJT is no longer available. But Musang King, he needs to keep close, keep his eyes onto the jungler on the side of SJT.
Yeah, 3,000 goal lead healthy here for side of HBSC here, kiting away as JT, giving JR enough room to get this bottom tower in towards his pockets here. The lead is continuously expanding for the invited MKL KIC team.
Yeah. This is one very important trait, right? Taking a lead is important, but maintaining the lead is also as important. So right now, with a 4,000 goal lead, HBSE are strong. Great start. Can they finish the game? That's the most important question now. You have done all the work. You need to finish this last part of the challenge.
The first part of the challenge to do what you have mentioned here will be the tier 3 towards the bottom side, being taken and picking up by the side of HBSC. And almost another one towards the mid lane here. With the expiration on the Primal Bond, they will turn their tails and straight ahead, go for that Shadow Overlord here. This is looking to be a very smooth tempo coming in for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport.
Yep. Just count it out. 12 minutes and 20 seconds. They have taken a T3 at the bottom. The T3 in the mid essentially is going to be down. But SJT, they're looking for a comeback in this particular match. Nice pull away. They will start the fight here. But SJT, they might not have the best time. JR is on the back, looking for the Thunderous Might. Separates the team as well. They get the first kill down. Xiao Xiao is going to be down. Jungler, yeah, he's going to be down as well. And HBSC take a 2-for-1 trade. They have the Shadow Overlord summoned on the top side as well.
Yeah, potentially they could go for the game-winning push here if they can find sufficient poke on towards the multiple members here. Good poke towards the mid side, and that is the second final tier 3 going into the favor of the side of HBSE.
Yep, Zhe will take a fall. He will take a knee for the team. No problem at this point. The burst damage and poke damage. This is with backdoor protection, by the way. And HBSE, Homebois Black Shrew Esport, they will be able to empty the base of SJT.
Very clean stuff coming in from the global team HBSC here. With this superior tempo here, the final nail in the coffin will be to look for that game-winning push. But for now, they look to collect back some of these resources, look to recuperate, and then look for that Shadow Tyrant in that bottom river.
All right, so this is something that is really smart, but this is the most basic, especially in the KPL levels itself or Chinese region. Make sure you take away all of the opponent's jungles before you start working on your own. Now VV catches eyes onto them, going in with the flash as well. Gets the right to win. One more strike should do it. JR catching on the backlines with the Thunderous Might. They're melting him down, and even with the heals, the jungler can't do it. Yeah, you will be taken down. And with this, they want to chase in for more. JR pushes them all back, and it's all HBSE.
But hang on a moment though, Zihong does take the recall here, cancels it as they want to look for the potential game-winning push here with 5 members ready and available here. They have the option to just go back and take the Shadow Tyrant, which they will be doing here. A much more cleaner and safer decision coming in from HBSC.
Yes, we always ask for disciplined gameplay. We always ask for more calm, steady, composed gameplay. And this is exactly what HBSE are showing us at this point. They have a 7,000 goal lead, 6,000 at this point, as SJT looking for answers, not able to find much just yet. But do beware, there is a chance of a comeback.
There is, because look at the Chicha here coming in on the hands of Yuji here. Yuji here, he is full 6 slotted, and he has been one of the few big menaces in the team fight, soloing out Musang King, chunking out JR. He's doing a lot of work for the team itself, but Look at the 3 minion waves here clashing into the base of SJT. This may be final push here.
Oh, looks for the setup, knocks onto just one, catches them on the backline as well. Flash gonna be committed. JR looking for that Thunder's Might. They will get rid of Zhe, but where's the follow-up damage on the side of HBSE? Not gonna be enough. 4 members on both sides as they're looking for more structural damage. Right now, all-round explosion will push SJT back, but it is still very much in favor of Homebois Black Shrew Esport.
It's a bit of a misplay here coming in from Zhe. He didn't get the spell 1 third charge in on top of Xiao Sha and giving him a bit more time to react against the engage here, which allowed for the SJT to make a comeback in that team fight. We might just be slowly but surely heading into the Tempest Dragon later.
Right, so I want to re-look into that decision by Zhe, right? He actually went straight in for Yuqiu as well as Yuji. Was that the correct decision? Was there a need to change his target?
No, 100% accurate, but in the end he jumped for Xiao Sha here. Wanting to look for the initial engage, but the execution on this spell 1 was just a bit off here, but everything happens in the high-stake games.
Okay, that's true. Right now, the wrestle is for this Shadow Overlord. Whoever gets this should have the advantage. So on the backlines, 1v4. Unable to find the ultimate here. Has to give his life. And this could be the comeback that SJT are looking for. But JR says no. He's chasing on the backlines. 1v3. Gets rid of Xiaosha. But on the backline, JR, this is his first life. Maybe he can go for more. VV looking for an opening. JR buys a lot of time. Gets the Destiny down as well. Flash coming in. And VV get rid of the jungle. The waves are crashing in. Musang King, he's extremely low. Zhong looking for that pushback against the lineup on the side of SJD. I don't think they should go for more. HBSE will start backing off.
Very close fight here coming in from both of these squads here. And you can see the immediate reaction coming in from SJT is to go back and defend against the potential backdoor here. Backdoor denied, but Overlord being picked up once again to the hands of HBSE. If they can find the game-winning push with this buff, that could be a very much of a good news for global teams.
It has to be here, right? Like at this point, if it goes into a Tempest game, this is where you start working around the number of Sage's Sanctuaries and then also with the number of Destiny. So item swapping is going to be a very huge part of the gameplay here. If HBSE can end this before the 20-minute mark, that will be ideal.
But Musang King has already expended his Sage Sanctuary and also Destiny here. So that's gonna be key cooldowns being enabled for the side of the HBSE jungler coming into this final few moments.
Alright, we'll see. Zhe actually cuts off the vision for the side of SJT. Zhe needs to be able to land those ultimates, right? Right now, relying on that Frigid Charge to see if he is going to be able to make the difference.
Oh, big damage here on towards the side of JIUJING here. He has to back away towards safety here. With minions marching on all 3 waves here, Overlords will be crashing momentarily here against the side of SJT. But HBSE, they do in fact select the option to start off this Tyrant before the game-winning push.
Right, they're looking for an opening here. SJT, they do have the form of the Sage's Sanctuary in the hands of Yuqiu here. This is maybe that big difference maker for them. If they can get this girl, all the space, they could just melt HBSE.
Yeah, it boils down to execution as of this point. Even though the objectives and goalie are all in favor for that HBSE, one bad and small mistake here might just lead to a Tempest comeback for the side of SJT.
Yeah, we will see what this is going to be like. Zhe looking at the front line, staring them down in the face. The Yingjin ultimate going to be popped as well. Xiaosha going to try and make the difference here. On the backlines, JR has been caught. He will be taken down. And this could be pretty much the big setup that SJT has been waiting for. Zhe turns tails, gets back. But right now, SJT, they have gotten what they needed to do. And that is just to stave off the aggression. And for 30 seconds, JR will not be here.
Yuji is so scary with that Shicha here. Every single moment of combat here always starts with Yuji finding the big flank damage on towards the key members like JR, Musang King, or even VV here. And right now, with Tempest Dragon spawning only 4 seconds here, how does SJT approach this?
I mean, it's the junglers, right? This will be the one point of main contention here. No smite means there's a higher chance you can get it there with the dive onto JIUJING as well. Let's see what else he can do. Zhong's a little too far forward here, forced to use his flash to get out to safety. In the meantime, it's all about wave management for the side of HBSE.
Look at Yuji though, he's looking to hunt Musang King in this attempt here. Going in for the flash engager, going for the 1v1. Does find Musang King, gets the assassination here.
And that's not going to be good news for the side of HBSC unless they can make a trade here. Everything onto the junglers. And both junglers have taken a fall. HBSC, one more should do it. They don't really have to take this Tempest Dragon. All they have to do is to chill out, stay behind, manage the waves. Naturally, it will be in their favor once again.
Now that I understand why Chicha is almost permanently banned away from all these series, this hero is so strong in the correct hands of the players, and SANGJIE here getting poked out extremely low here, does get taken down, and the Infinite Vases to escape towards safety here. Vivi making it a 4v5 up front, but look at the ball and minions!
Yeah, this one is a little bit difficult for the side of SJT. They won't be able to lose the game just yet, but this is going to be a very tough situation because SANGJIE is taken down. They need to finish the job here. JR falling so low. The Chicha has been called. Yuji, is he really going to take a fall here? No! That is the main damage dealer for the side of SJT. And even when Ye is here with no refresh on his ultimate, this might cost them the game here. As HBSC, they start working on towards the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, 3v5, no roam, no clash lane here. This is a free Tempest Dragon going in the hands of Homebois, Black, Shrew, Esports here. This will help them to look for that potential game-winning push at the 22nd minute mark.
Yeah, right now it's all about the 5 members. Vivi also, alongside which will have Sage's Sanctuary. Now, how many Sage's Sanctuaries have been burnt? We'll take a look at that later. Yiqiu still has his own Sage's Sanctuary. He has been playing really safe, and this one is a battle of positioning.
Yeah, 3 seconds on top of Yuji here. He will be coming up shortly on that Chicha here, but minions are marching towards the base here as this may be the final fight.
Yeah, they're gonna try and start the fight here. Nice knockup by Che onto 3 with the Chicha damage. Is it gonna be enough? They don't even have to fight. The Crystal has been taken down, and HBSC take game number 1.
With a slow and steady but sure fashion here, Homebois, Black, Shrew, Esports, they take 1 game against SJT in the opening series of our second half here. Very well done thus far in the rotational games.
Alright, so this one is going to be very exciting. So let's hear the interview here coming from the side of JR.
好的，那我们的突击采访的话呢，也是邀请到了 HBSC 的 JR 那我们很想问一下，就是目前这一小局赢下来以后，也是全球赛道的首小局胜利，可以分享一下你们的感受吗？
我觉得很正常吧，因为我们训练赛就打了1天没有输过。
很强的一种训练的状态，然后包括对于你来说的话，其实也算是临危受命。但是看到今天拿到松证以后，表现非常的亮眼，可以跟大家分享一下你们的这个备战的这个情况吗？今天打这么主动。
很松弛吧，没有压力，就是能赢就赢，就是可以拿下吧。
好的，那也是希望你们比赛可以继续加油，感谢，赶紧去准备吧。
You can see the nonchalance in JR's eyes. Well, one key thing that he did talk about is that, you know, the interviewer asked like, hey, how do you feel about taking the first win for the side of global teams here? It's like, yeah, it's pretty normal. We haven't really lost a game yet in scrims.
I mean, the confidence, okay, guys, you just won 1 game. Chill out, right? If you win a series and you behave like that, I think that's fine. But for now, we'll see. SJT, definitely, they have shown their sparks as well. I don't think this is the full strength of SJT. Homeboys, we'll see. This is game number 1. Pretty difficult draft to play against. The Chicha was actually quite the monster to deal with, right? I think Yuji was doing quite a bit of excess on the backlines. He was able to take down Musang King really quickly. So this is somewhat, for me, not the true test yet. I want to see game number 2. Do we need to have the Challenger Blessing? That's when the strength of both teams will be used. Hey, wait, hang on. There's no Challenger Blessing.
No, there's no Challenger Blessing here. Both these teams are tier 3 teams in the division setting here. So there won't be any introduction of the Challenger Blessing in the series itself. But for this game alone, there is a certain thing that we need to highlight here. JR, he role swapped from Clash to Farm and Farm to Clash again. So does that impact his hero pool going up into the series?
I don't think so. At this point, JR, I think, really impressed with what they've done, right? Homeboys, Black Shrew Esport, managing to gain control of the gods pretty early on in the game. Even though they gave away that 4-minute Tyrant, they were able to wrestle back control of the map, take down, make the equivalent trades in terms of the turrets, and just really force their way into the crystal of their opponents here.
And if we were to give an MVP here, I think definitely Zihong and Ze, these two players play a pivotal part in this game itself, especially Ze's engage on the Sulian was crystal clean in setting up some of these important members like Yuqiu, like Xiaosha in these early game team fights.
Yeah, and I think he really provided a lot of value. Musang King as well, very steady in his pay display in terms of jungling, never stopped farming, able to open up the maps. And I think this MVP should go into the hands of JR pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he did have a lot of fantastic moments, going in for those 1v4, 1v3 moments here, and barely coming out alive, stalling so much resource for the team itself. And Zihong, 1-0-11 on that Cat Boom here. So much damage, 122,000 teamfight DPS.
So at this point, you know about the value of the Cat Boom, right? And obviously SJT will have access to it starting from game number 2. Is that required of a ban?
Well, we'll have to see the pick and bans later, right? Because Cat Boom, you have to forego bans like the Haya, bans like the, for example, Shieldun, or even the Luban Master, right? So is it worthy of a ban? That's the main question that they really have to answer.
Yeah, that's true. And bear in mind that this is going to be the MVP here. It is going to be Vivi. Did not drop a single time, 4-0-5, making sure that all the space bought by the team was put to good use.
And one of the key moments that we need to highlight Vivi was his consistency throughout the game and the final kill on towards Dolia prior to the Tempest Dragon. That really forced into a 3v5, 4v5 situation in favor of HBSC to take that Tempest Dragon for their own liking.
Yeah, I really like this, right? The initial movements from the side of HBSC look scary for a little bit, but if you take a look at the timing in which they took the fights, this were fights taken, especially where moments where there was macro pressure coming in.
Yeah, Yuji definitely was the stepping stone coming in for the team SJT in delaying the team fights to a long level here. But these are the moments that you see Ze finding the big engages on towards the backline, allowing his team to just pile on to the multiple members of the side of SJT.
Yeah, now they have done it once on the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport. Can they do it a second time? Or does SJT SANGJIE team come back with a vengeance in game number 2? Let's see how that's gonna go.
Before that, this is the key catch coming in from Vivi, right? Getting the kill on towards the side of the Dolia, forcing a 4v5. And as of this point, 3 lanes of super minions coming in, buff on Tempest Dragon, free push for the Crystal here. Game 1 into the pockets of Homebois Black Shrew Esports.
I like this a lot better, right? Too many times we have seen fights lost because they were focusing on the heroes. This time, HBSC didn't want to take any chances, went straight for the Crystal. That's the first win for global teams on this stage as we look at the remainder of this best of 5. For HBSC, 2 more wins will do it. If it happens consecutively, great. Even if it doesn't, as long as they get 3 points, they will be able to progress. Bear in mind that this is a single elimination game, meaning whoever loses here will be eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, but so far, game 1 is a pretty good news thus far coming in for global teams because Nova, sadly, they did bow off the tournament with almost a win, but almost doesn't mean to a 1-0 here. The HBSC actually brought up for the global audience here, but will they continue their dominance in game 2 and game 3? That's really for us to find out. That will be coming in shortly here because I'm really eager to see, can HBSC do it against the Chinese teams?
Yes, regardless of what you feel in the comments, I think there's a lot of energy in our comment section as well, and we'll see, right? The support coming in for HBSC, can they send this over to the boys in Shanghai now and see if they can perform even better in game number 2? Likewise, for SJT, I feel like if they switch up their composition a little bit more, it could be a very scary game number 2 for HBSC as well.
I think Yuji played a phenomenal game on the Chicha, so
yeah,
giving him more priority in the draft makes a lot of sense here coming in for SJT coming into the later stages of the game itself. But for now, in this setup here, we still have to go through the blue side and red side here. Do you go for the blue side for the potential pickup of the Dunshan or even the likes of the Kong Kong to really kickstart your game on the Roma role?
To be honest, if I'm on the side of SJT, I don't think the side matters too much, right? HBSC does have some gaps. Right now, it's literally just about the map control. So for the side of SJT, I'm looking at maybe changing the roam lineup. Instead of having the squishies, maybe pick up a tank, maybe pick up an initiator. That might be the difference maker for SJT here against Homebois Black Shrew Esport.
And also, the hero pool is slowly dwindling down, and for someone like JR, who just recently swapped back to Clash lane, I would say that it's not really that friendly for them in this particular global Vampix setting here. So, you know, slowly but surely, we will see how whether Game 1 was a fluke or Game 2, Game 3 will be the same storyline coming in from HBSC. But before that, I think the pick and bans, like you mentioned here, removing the Dolia, making sure that your roamer gets to play a much more comfortable game on those engaged roam, puts a lot of proactiveness in your team, just like what Ze did back in Game 1.
Yep, super curious how this is going to be like, because obviously the stats are a little bit different here in terms of itemization, in terms of the hero stats. So I want to see if HBSC, will they try for that squishy utility-based roam? Or are we going for the tanky stuns and stuff like that? So I want to see what else HBSC has to offer, because from what they've shown us in game number 1, really like it. SJT, that's the tip of the iceberg for them. They have more to offer, you know it for sure.
Yep, so at the very least for now, we will still be waiting until game 2 starts its draft. And so far, I think two teams are actually very neck and neck in terms of the gameplay itself. But let's check out the mic check coming in for game 1 of this best of 5.
我能开了，兄弟看我们。我到。来，我开了。我已经到。两个，顶墙上。打，看我。可以打。打，对，激活杨戬。再打杨戬。还有吗？有。放上。34秒。哎，秒一个吗？能做到吗？可以。吸点血。哎，这波他们回血龙有了，兄弟。回血拿龙了。对，回血龙有了。 你能吸回来吗？能吸。我先摸这边，兄弟，不用干。哎，接他。我在。保米去做可以杀，感觉可以杀。我没二。我要走。顶回来，真能杀。我感觉能杀。漂亮。对，把这个杀了去。一补血，能打，等下能打。可以。打人，看着打人。你们状态别掉太长。可以。别掉太长。给毛米罩。够了我。打他前排，杨戬。我走得很慢。啊，我插起来了，来溜躲呀。先进去了，兄弟，先进去了。点打。来。
Oh, very energetic communications coming in for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports, but you can definitely see the main point of communication always flows with Ze on the roamer role, right? He will call for the engage, he will call for a target selection, and he will technically call for most of the rotations thus far coming in for the HBSC lineup.
Yeah, so I think there is a certain air of confidence for the HBSC boys, and this is now added on, right? Reinforced because they've taken game number 1 off of SJT. But game number 2, I think if it happens once, let's count it as a chance. If it happens twice, then we can take a look at it as a consistency. But if they can win the entire series, then we will really get to say HBSC are strong enough to survive at least in tier 3.
Oh, well, that is until they really answer us whether game 1 or not was a maximum they can do, right? Because if they can repeat the success in game 1, then we will be so happy. Not just us, but also the global fans out there that's watching on all the social platforms here. But for now, let's keep it low. Let's still observe what these two teams can actually bring up, because SJT, they were pretty neck and neck in those team fights, and they were contesting in a lot of these big moments, especially in the later stages of the game.
Yes, and it's very important that they keep up this aggression, right? I'm talking about both teams, because HBSC, great control of the map. They're just able to edge it out a little bit more compared to SJT. But SJT, in terms of team fighting prowess, understanding about their power spikes, this is where I feel like JIUJING is so scary. Chicha is one of the strongest Clash laners right now. But there's plenty more to choose from. So SJT, right now, the question is, can you wrestle with the best from HBSC in game number 2?
And with game 2's pick and ban going in way here, once again, Homebois Black Shrew Esport will come again on towards the blue side, and SJT will be heading on towards the red side here, with the Cat Boom being directly removed from the first ban.
Alright, Cat Boom, I think HBSC understand that this is a problem that SJT can offer to them. That will be taken out. SJT gonna take out the Kong, and I feel like with the amount of shot calling he's doing, the Kong pick will be quite scary, because with the amount of information he can get, this allows him to set up for the team perfectly. And HBSC have shown they can finish the job.
And for this first pick here, do they go for Dunshan on the first pick? And there we have it. This is a very strong Roamer pool that has been opened once again for the HBSE Roamer.
Okay, then this begs the question, right? What do you want to secure this with? Does SJT take out the Fatih? No, they're considering taking up the Lupan, Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination for now.
Does HBSE just straight up go for the Fatih here for the Fatih Dunshan combination? Because given over the side of the Master Luban, the SJT side is signifying that they want to go for the Luban combination here. So you need sufficient backline access to really tackle against this matchup.
Yeah, in fact, you also need the range. Now, HBSE, I like this a lot. The Fatih does come through. Still have it, not yet picked. But it is one of the stock standard combinations along with the Dunshan pick. Now, HBSE, they're going to lock in the DOUYU. Let's see what this farm lane is going to be. It is going to be the Lupan number 7. They are obliged, saying that SJT, you will play this against us.
And HBSE is ready for it. You can see the DOUYU being hovered and locked in before the Lupan number 7. It's one of the neutral lane matchups that's very skilled in towards the farm lane here. At the very least, they do in fact secure their favorite Dunshan Fatih combination. So interested to see what else do they round it up with on the 4 and 5 pick.
Yeah, I mean, the jungler here, I feel like he has to be a tank, right? Because you already have a lot of firepower on both ends. Having a tank to be able to soak the damage coming in from both ends will definitely be ideal. Nerza would have been a great pick. Unfortunately, going to be banned out by SJT. None of the two teams will have access.
Yeah, second phase coming from SJT is just to protect the president, which is Yuqiu on that Luban number 7 here. If this player gets to play the game with no pressure on the Luban number 7, it's going to be a simpler game for SJT. Rounding up the draft on the 4th pick will be a Byron, just saving the final pick of the jungle in on the 5th pick.
And also, I like this pairing with the Nua, right? We have already seen the value of the Nua here. With the creation blocks forming the matrix, it could potentially lock your different members up into very uncomfortable positions. So this pick on Dun, I think, makes a lot of sense. With the Unruly Blade, you can move in, you can get out as well.
Yeah, comfortable stuff here for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports here. You have 3 key damage dealers here in the form of Zihong, VV, and also JR, with the front line being the Dun and also Dunshan combination. We've seen this before back in KPL Grand Finals or KPL Summer, whereby this is a combination that carries the Dun towards safety.
Okay, now let's see. This is SJT's time to shine. Really fast pace, the duo jungle as well as clash lane combination. This is one of the strongest drafts we have seen. Very frequent in KPL, and this is going to be backed up by the Master Lupan and Lupan number 7 combination. Is it going to be too much for HBSE to handle?
My only fear for SJT's composition, whereby if the Byron doesn't get a comfortable laning phase, you don't really have a strong enough front line to soak up the damage coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports here. So at the very least, JIUJING and also YuJi needs to play a fantastic game to be the meat shield that Yuqiu and Xiaoshan needs on the double carry.
That's true. At the same time, Zhe is also, look, his ultimate that all shield needs to be on point. If he gets it right, essentially you mute Yuqiu for quite a bit in the team fights.
Yep. So for now, both teams have locked in their draft. Winning conditions are drastically different, right? For the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport, it is to play with the Dunshan Fatih combination and go for the Black Line Assassination. On the flip side, on the side of SJT, they're looking to play around their president here, Yuqiu and Xiaojia, the combination on the Master Luban and Luban number 7 combo. This is their winning condition.
Yeah, look, I think SJT have a very strong game number 2 here. I find it very difficult that the pay won't be allowed to kind of snap in, make that initial invade.
Only time will tell, right? Because so far in towards the draft itself, I do want to say that it's really boiled down to execution here. At the very least, SJT, your farm laner cannot suffer those early casualties that had happened back in game number 1. And for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport, team fight is not so easy here, but we do see a bit of a lane swap coming in from both of the farm and roamers.
They want to make it as even as possible here. And this is also going to give access into the initial space sprite, which is going to be a lot of value. Now, VV as well as Zhe, they will start off with the movements across, and you can start to see the value of this Dunshan and DIUJING pick already.
Yeah, so fast in terms of that lane setup here. Immediately going for the Firebeat counter here. Potentially might be able to get it with Zihong on the Yuhuan. They do, in fact, secure it.
Alright, so that's going to be a great job by the side of SJT here. Now, HBSC, of course, with that third rotation coming in by Zihong in the mid, this is going to help them secure their own Fire Beat here, or Spiketail Beast. With that, it's a 1v1. JR against the likes of Yuji.
Yeah, Yuji doing a fantastic job suppressing JR in this laning phase, making sure that it's not as comfortable for the party in that farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, the early parts of it, definitely in favor of Yuji here, and I think he's going to do well. But once we hit level 4, then it becomes a true pillow fight. It's going to take a long while to get a kill on either of these clash laners.
That's the meta, right? Sustain clash laners here, being able to out-sustain your opponent, being able to be the raid boss in the team fights. That's the entirety setup of the double active items here, especially for these clash laners here. But topside though, we see a bit of a tussle with the side of JIUJING getting the lane priority and also potentially the Firehawk finally for the bottom side of secure.
Alright, this is very important because as JIUJING on your Tiger's pay, you really need to keep the pace up. Musang King, he will not be as quick and does not offer the same kind of burst. He's just supposed to tank and get the knockups for the team. So SJT, as long as they keep this financial advantage, just a 1v1 matchup between junglers, they should be able to do well.
But HBSC is doing such a good job in securing all these early game objectives, and JR going for an aggressive one against both JIUJING and coming in with Dune, getting almost the execution on both JIUJING and Yuji.
Oh, that was close. JR was looking for that final cut there, unable to find it even with the flash. So they trade flashes in the clash lane. And it's looking like there is a real-time change. Okay, the talents have voted for HBSC to win.
Yeah, all these CN talents here voting all in favor of HBSC to win this game too here. Interested to see how this game actually unfolds here because we cannot curse them as of this point.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now, stats-wise, it is looking healthy for the side of JIUJING here with a 1.9k gold in his pocket. He does have that gold lead against his opponent jungler Musang King, but this is only for the moment.
But that's expected as well because it's a pay. You need to be always in the curve to make sure that you provide value here. But so far, in towards the first 4 minutes of the game, it's looking very comfortable for the HBSC side, in especially getting those early objectives. But hang on a moment though, VV does get caught out here, gets blasted by the Annihilation, almost to the grave.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's good news for him, right? Because now he has survived every single option expended by the side of Xiaosha. And this means SJT now left with lesser options. Did not commit the flash, so it's not that big. JR trying to chase in and force a little bit of a difficult situation for UT.
Top side here being covered for the side of SJT here. They do get the river control here. Wants to hover more towards the side of HBSC's double lane here. VV might be caught out here. Zhe has to carry away his farm lane towards safety here, but does get pulled back and does die in the case of his own farm lane.
Nice catch by the side of SJT. I mean, just taking down Zhe, not the biggest, but they do get that catch. And with that, maybe make that rotation for the potential steal away. Not going to happen at this point. Annihilation a little too late. As HBSC, they're trying to put down a little bit more aggression onto the Gorge. But SJT, I like the response here. T1 at the top, being put at risk as VV tries to hold his own against 2 different members on the side of SJT.
The mad rotation here coming in from the side of HBSC. They could potentially defend against this, but JR might not be the best of news here for him in this farm lane.
I mean, he does have the lifesteal, and he does have his ultimate as well, so that's going to be a-okay for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport.
I think for now, it's very comfortable for SJT, especially Yusho on this Master Luban here. So right now, it's a good farming curve for the Luban number 7. As long as he gets that 2-3 items at the 10th minute mark, it's a-okay.
I think the biggest difference maker here is really Xiaojia, right? If you can't force out the defensive structures from Xiaojia, then you will never ever get your hands onto Yiqiu. So right now, this Luban number 7 looking like he's gonna have a good game.
Yep, at the very least for now. But the early to mid-game aggression will be carried out by both YUJI and JIUJING here on the Pei Byron. And so far, they've been doing an exceptional good job in limiting the likes of Musang King and also JR in the side lanes.
Yeah, but once again, I want to focus on JIUJING. This Pei needs to have a little bit more value. He does have the level advantage, and with this T1 being taken, the macro game can start for the side of SJT.
Yeah, talking about macro advantage, there's also a 1,000 gold lead for JIUJING on this Pei alone here, so he's definitely generating a lot of value on towards the Gorger. And with the rotations being slightly slower for HBSC, this tier 2 will be going in favor of SJT with a back-to-back turret take.
Yep, it's looking much better in game number 2 for SJT here. And with that, they will be looking for a catch. If they can land that wind slash onto the appropriate members, and with the accompanying damage by VV as well as Zhihong, maybe they can turn this tide around.
Yeah, a bit of a tussle here for this mid lane priority here. But after this point, the mid game is much more control. You are looking to pick up as much resources as possible. If your jungle camps are up, you do not go for the fight because it's risky. You lose the fight, you immediately lose out all your resource in towards the jungle here. That's what both these two teams are trying to avoid in this mid game.
Yep, and you can see Yichu is already using those shark cannons as a zoning but also scouting tool, right? Every shark cannon has provided so much value for the side of SJT because they know the rotations that are coming in from the side of HBSE.
Well, yeah, it gives you vision when you strike upon the enemy here. So definitely every time you are looking to camp on the left or right side of the mid lane bushes, you get spotted out immediately by the shark cannon coming in from the Luba number 7.
We'll see where this gold lead is going to be. So far, you know, VV has been doing well to keep pace with Yichu here at this point, just trailing by about, what, 300 gold? And every single shark cannon gonna try.
Out here being prop.
Yep, they want to get that target here. That Lupa number 7 is the true target. They're trying to land on him, but Emergence here to save the day from the side of SJT. Have they made a mistake on the side of Homebois PSG? Musang King comes in, not enough damage, not enough life, and SJT punished them. Even with the jump in by the side of Musang King, it's not going to be enough. They did not lose a single soul for SJT, and Homebois Black Shrew Esport just starting to look a little weaker now.
Yeah, YUJI is a big boy with that Byron here, absorbing so much damage coming in from the HBSC side. And with that team fight win, the game is now wide open for SJT to pick up all these towers here. But a good rotation here does come in from Zhihong here to protect this tower from going down.
Yep, I mean, this is the value of the Pei, right? Very early game-centric game style from the side of SJT. They also did not slow down the farming speed of JIUJING, which means it is open space for the jungler, which will translate a trickle-down effect. Yichu has not been disturbed this entire game. The only attempt by HBSE resulted in him failing and falling 3 members.
I think it wasn't the greatest as well because even if you have Dunshan and also Dun and also the Yuhuan, for example, you don't really have the DPS required to cut down Yichu on towards the backline here.
Yeah, they really don't have it, and right now the potential catch coming in from Yichi. He is going to be looking for that Storm Strike stun, right? The knockup is going to be very effective, and pair this up with the Nuwa Matrix, it's going to be very valuable. Right now, they're squeezing them in the jungle. Azure Golem under risk, but Musang King should be able to secure this. No, it's going to be stolen away by the side of Xiaosha. And now, with the save by the side of Xiaojia as well, everything looking great for the side of SJT.
And they're forcing HBSC to take the long route here. So that mid tower will be chunked out really convincingly coming in from the HBSC tier 2 here. And the pokes are really strong here. Xiaosha with the annihilation here chunks out both VV and also De, forcing them to back away into the base.
Yeah, they can't do anything. At this point, the goal lead is already a problem, but the range is also a huge problem for the side of HBSC. They can't find it. They get the knockdown. Catch as well. Musang King taken out immediately. SJT, they might want to find more. The heals are coming in. Quite a bit of damage. But do they have enough? Can they finish the job? They can't. The Tiger feast on this. They get the life of UG, but it doesn't matter because they have the rest of the members. VV, the final one, they will be taken down. It's an ace as SJT look to create a hole in the base of HBSC. This is guaranteed game number 2 going to the hands of the streamer team.
Yeah, Musang King with timers, 1 second on the clock here. I do not think that he can defend this, and game 2 goes over to SJT. They equalize the series to a 1-1.
Yep, 5,000 gold ahead. SJT, we asked about the recovery. They have shown us that recovery is on the cards as well.
Oh, that last team fight was just nasty coming in from YUJING. His game 1 was clean, his game 2 was just a living demon here. Lifesteal for days. Well, let's check out the interview coming in from one of the players coming in from SJT.
好的，我们突击采访到了肖煞然后我们想问一下，就是在第1局结束之后的话呢，看到你第2局调整的非常之快，可以跟大家聊一下你们中间有什么样的一个沟通产生吗？
没有吧，其实都很平淡。
平淡的面临到了第2局，但是看到你们的操作其实是非常稳定的。包括我有印象，对面7分23秒左右的时候，有一个奔狼，然后直接往你们上路包了一波。但当时你直接传下去了以后，完成了很漂亮的反打，可以跟大家复盘一下当时的情况吗？
当时也就随便传送了一下就把人杀了吧。
那对于接下来的一个比赛有什么样的一个信心吗？
拿下！
好的，赶紧去准备吧，加油！
All right, that one was a little bit spicy coming in. Obviously, they have received the invitation from HBSE and they're obliged. I think the adrenaline runs strong on both ends for both SJT as well as HBSE.
That's why trash talk is such an important factor in the game itself, because it doesn't only rallies up you as a teammate here, because once you trash talk, you know there's no going back. You have to win the series, but it also triggers your opponent to play even better, or on a psychological end, it might tilt them as well.
I mean, this is where the fine line, I think, is pretty clear. You don't tilt SJT. They have sharpened their focus. We'll take a look at the game stats to really break it down for you, the difference maker, because this was a pretty quick game from the side of SJT as well.
I think it was a very clean game thus far, especially you gotta give props to the Pei Byron here coming in from YUJING and also JIUJING here. They were just causing so much chaos on towards the Gorge, making sure that it wasn't a comfortable game for Musang King and also Ze in those exchanges.
Yeah, the speed and pacing that SJT had was pretty phenomenal, right? They ended this game in less than 10 minutes. So this shows you the quality that SJT SANGJIE team has, so they are not to be trifled with as well. Now, as we take a look at the other stats across the game, 5,000 worth of gold advantage. Is that considered a lot here?
It's not a lot, but it's well done, effective here. If game 1 was a 20-minute game, this was a 10-minute game that has SJT proven to the fact that they can equalize the series with ease.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, right? Understanding about the win conditions is very clear. The positioning on the side of SJT was much cleaner in this game number 2, and really just disallowed any form of fight back from the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport.
And the early game has been very consistent thus far coming in from both teams, but it's always in the mid lane breaker here that one of the players will be caught out and then a landslide of the lead will be generated by either teams here. And this story has been repeated, the success for the side of SJT in this game 2 here, with props to especially given to YUJING on the Byron.
Yeah, I like this a lot, because if you take a look at the stats that were shown before, even in the mid lane, this Noah pick, the amount of control, 21 seconds worth of control timing, this allowed Homebois from playing the game at all. And the nice catch on the side for SANGJIE here really made the world's difference.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really evident and very evident whereby SANGJIE has been really consistent thus far. This goes back to our discussion back in the draft itself. Try not to give SANGJIE these heroes there like the DOUYU that's not so aggressive in the playmaking here. Once he gets his hands on the Master Luban, he's been making so many plays on top of the Gorge.
And this is where we are talking about the main difference maker, right? This attempted dive by HBSE. I think this is really clear that, hey, there wasn't a lot of coordination coming in from the side of HBSE. Yes, Musang King tried to go for the dive, but the support just wasn't big enough. And with that, they paid the ultimate price, because it was kills after kills for the side of SJT.
And this was the POV coming in from the Master Luban here. CCing 3 members here, pulling out members to disengage the Luban number 7 away from the enemy team. As of this point, it's already too darn deep coming in from the side of HBSE to continue on their pursuit here, having to burn 2 members and giving over the life to the side of SJT.
So that seems to be the big win condition, right? Just give SANGJIE a big control hero, tanky hero as well. They will be able to turn the game against HBSE. So, I mean, okay, it's all fun and games. You know, we have had the interviews from both winning teams, one in game number 1, one in game number 2. It is time to stand the test of time, right? Prove your words, prove the adrenaline. Both of them obviously have a little bit of a rising heat in terms of verbal exchanges. I want that translated in the Gorge.
You know, it's gonna be definitely a spicy one when we go into the winner and losers interview, because one of it is not gonna end well for either of these teams.
But this is exactly what we love to see, right? I think it's great to have confidence, but you need to back it up. And I think until you hit the stage where the results are secured, keep your mouth humble.
Yeah,
that's
keep your
all
mouth
I can
humble.
say.
Or back it up with more skills here and try to win the BO5 here. But of course, these are always the spice that adds on value to the game itself. Wanting to see how Game 3 actually unfolds, will it be consistent performance coming in from SJT, proving the fact that Game 1 was a fluke, or will HBSC draft a much more comfortable one that could bring them their Game 1 success into Game 3?
I mean, if we take a look at game number 2, the expenses on the side of SJT, were they really expensive? They had the Pei, they had the Nua, they had the Master Lupan, and the Lupan number 7. I think these are pretty expensive picks. But knowing all the players coming in across the globe, especially those that are qualified into KCC, hero pools, no problem. It is super deep. They have many options to explore. So I feel like SJT, they should be able to grab this game number 3 if everything goes to plan.
And also, this is the home ground of SJT here. So they have been playing the Chinese server in their scrims for as long as they can remember. For the side of HBSC, they are used to global server, and converting back to the Chinese server, not going to be the easiest task for them, especially in such a heated BO5.
Right, so that remains to be seen, right? Obviously, there is no challenges blessing. Once again, I've seen a lot of you asking, that is not going to be available here. They are of the same tier. So this is a streamer team for KCC, and they're going up against one of our champion representatives, obviously the champion of KIC 2025 Manila, Philippines. Now, with that being said, how close do you think this game number 3 is going to be?
Oh, with the expectation of game 1 and game 2, it comes down to draft, right? To see how well they actually execute it. So I'll leave it towards the draft here before I decide how close it could get.
Okay, I will oblige, I guess. I'm expecting a very tight series here, right? Because now both teams, the players are very fired up, right? Very heated words have been exchanged from both sides, and I think now is a time to really put, walk the talk, essentially. Now, let's hear the mic check from the side of SJT first before we head into the next ban and pick.
大师给个亮，
右草没视野，右草没视野。
老虎来接中，
右草有人了，右草有人了。
没事，
过就行，过就行。哎，差你们了，走嘛。哎，中了一个曹操。
哎，下后盾交大了，下后盾交大了，还行还行。
我来了，我来了，我来了。
可以打回去，可以接，打回去，打回去，兄弟。来来，
看我方块，看我方块，秒下后盾呗。
你们打，打。
曹操过去了，他没打。
看我，看我，打回去，兄弟。看我，小心曹操。这头可以看给鲁班。来，
可以，
带走我的。
大师，
你。 哎，就一个下后，就一个下后，
可以干，别，
我
能连，
给我，杀了，来，慢慢杀，别急，兄弟，等线，我知道，哎，来，兄弟，
杨玉环，
打回去，
没大了，
来，看我，
退两个，夹三个，
过来，看我，
等了，
全打，
大招了，
一波，
点，杀，
中路，兄弟，中路，
加油
，nice，过了一波，没一波了。
You can see Yuji is definitely a very vocal player with his playstyle here. He will always say, look at me, when he's looking for those big plays, because he trusts in his own Byron gameplay to be able to out-sustain the enemy's DPS on top of him.
I mean, this goes to show you how clear they know their win conditions. And, proficiency is not a question here. Everyone, whatever heroes they pick, they will be able to really put it up at their 100%, maybe even 200% worth of performance here. So this is where things will start to get serious, right? Both teams have already felt out the competition. You know the standards are there. Now it's time to push your pedal to the metal, and we'll see which one is the better team here. It's a best of 5, maybe a long run ahead.
And you can see the discomfort coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports. Game 1 was the comfort draft coming in for them, something similar to the global scene here, but coming into one of the stronger drafts in game 2 with the Fatih and also Dunshan. Not their best suit, I would say, coming into the gameplay itself.
Very disconnected, if I have to say so myself. But with that being said, I mean, look, we face many different difficulties when you play on the live stage, and especially going up against new opponents. Now that you've seen the strengths, the proficiency, let's take a look at what's going to happen in game number 3, because it's neck and neck now. 1 point apiece for both SJT SANGJIE team, a streamer team for the side of KCC, and the other going 1 point for the side of Homebois Shrew Esport, our champion from KIC.
And based on history itself, so far we haven't had a 3-2 scoreline for any of these teams here. So potentially, winning out this game number 3 might signify you into a consistent route into that BO5 victory.
I am really curious to see what is going to be the prior role here that you pick, right? Now you know that, hey, the roamers can have the biggest impacts. The tank setup stunts, tanky stun setups, very important for both teams.
Yep, and it's evident, right? Game 1, it was Suli on the hands of DOUYU, and game 2, it was the Master Luban coming to fruition, coming in for the side of SJT here. So I'm really eager to see what kind of gameplay that they will be in store for us, especially starting with the pick and bans.
I think both teams benefit from a very early centric lineup draft, right? Both teams have already shown us their version of their pay. Both teams thrive off the early game lead and are able to sustain the lead and take very big team fights the moment there is a significant gold advantage.
So that means jungle control is the name of the game here, because both junglers, once they got the pay, they managed to outpace their opponents in getting that significant lead here. So in game 3, aside from putting priority on proactive roamers like the engaged ones, potentially look into a solid jungle matchup for your own jungler to win out that early to make in control of the jungle resources.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, hero pool wise, yes, we have 3 games deep, which means 10 heroes will be unavailable for both teams. Is this gonna hurt them in terms of hero pool? Not really. There are over 100 heroes in HOK, so I think we will be able to see a lot more combinations of it.
And so far, if we were to look into the strong ones that have yet to be expended for HBSC, they could potentially think of the Yangjian that they haven't used, or the Neza they have found so much success with back in global server here. It's also one of the stronger solo heroes, Neza, in the China patch itself.
Yeah, and then that kind of buys you space to be able to do other things, especially for your farm lane, right? Farm and mid. We have seen the value of Clash laners. JR was showing up in game number 1, but the same could be said for YUJING on that Clash lane for the top as well.
Yeah, YUJING has been very phenomenal in this series, very vocal of a player here, always finding those big plays for his team when times are dire. But going into game 3 of the pick and bans here, SJT starting off the bans with a Master Luban here. Does HBSC answer with a Dunshan of their own?
They will. Looks like that's the case. HBSC obviously very new to the Dunshan pick, not as clinical as the other teams across the board. But with that being said, SJT, they're still very scared of this Kong pick. It feels like they have faced this in the scrims, and HBSC are very potent with that pick. Now, final ban in the first half, no cat boom.
No cat boom, that does open up the higher here. But SJT, they do pick up the Lady soon for the hands of Yucho in that farm lane here. This does open up the potential of the likes of the Zhenren for the side SJT to pick it up here. This does mean HBSC, you pick up the higher on this first pick.
Is it
Ukyo Tachibana?
Yeah, that's the question here. They will take it away. So they take away the Zhenren. This is going to be a little bit more difficult for the side of SJT. Now, Zhenren does have good synergy with a lot of many different farm laners, but to destroy the combination of the Lady Sun and Zhenren, that is very valuable. HBSC, good start.
I think it's a smart one, especially if you are on the HBSC side. And to put matters in their own hands, they also pick up a strong early game jungle on the hands of Musang King to better control that early game jungle pathing that we talked about just now pre this draft. And for SJT, they double down with the crowd control, Sulian, and also the side of the Haya will be locked in for SJT.
I like it a lot, right? I think the idea of having the lockdown with the Mirage is definitely going to be very useful for the side of SJT. Now, Homebois BSC, let's see what kind of strategy they have in mind, because they're going to abandon the mid lane. They want to prio their RD for the side of VV instead.
Well, it's a smart approach, right? Because if you want someone to spike extremely hard with the additional goal in towards their pockets here, Arlie definitely one of the heroes to look out for to be a good pairing with Ze's Zhenren here. And coming into the second phase here, some of these strong Clash lane heroes and mid lane pool will be removed by both sides.
Yeah, this is where Clash Lane will make a big difference here. The Fatih obviously going to be taken out by HBSC, but there's so many other options available for the side of SJT. There's the Meng Tian, there is the Ma Chao as well. Bear in mind that with this mid lane higher pick, it does hurt the options available for the side of Homebois BSC.
Yeah, for at the very least now, Homebois Black Shrew Esports here, banning out some of these strong tank jungles here. No Orgren, no Kaiser in the hands of SJT, and SJT answering back on their own here, removing a lot of these mid lane pulls here against the side of Zihong here, defaulting into that Princess Frost mid lock-in here on the side of HBSC.
Well, we know what that means, right? There's a lot of pressure on Zihong here to land his Frigid Prison, if that's the case. Second
Not
skill,
easy.
that's going to be the most important. And going up against one of the most mobile Clash laners and a huge tank with the Flowborn tank as well. SJT, this is a pretty nice composition. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. So comfortable. Execution is much more easier compared to Homebois Black Shrew Esports draft here, forcing the last pick on towards JR to be much more of a tank here. We'll be going on the Byron that Yuji has found success with back in game number 2 here. But of course, with that being locked in here, SJT has a very well-rounded front-to-back team composition with the primary damage dealers coming in from both the Lady Sun and also the Charlotte.
Yeah, with that being said, HBSC, they also have quite a bit of value in their draft as well. The second life offered by the ultimate of Zhe on this Zhenren pick could turn out to be very valuable depending on who he uses it on. Now bear in mind, he can only save one particular member for the side of HBSC. SJT, I think this is a timing-based fight for our streamer team.
And for Homebois Black Shrew Esports, their draft is actually hyper early to mid game here. Musang King and also JR, the Ukyo and Byron combination, they skill off extremely hard in the mid to late game stages here. And also the Arlie, she gets outscaled by the Lady Sun in towards the late game here. So everything is a timer for HBSC to really break the game open in that early to mid department.
We'll see if that's going to be possible because SJT, I think they're all fired up. Both teams actually very fired up and already starting to get locked in. Now, let's explore the rest of the goals because like you said, the early game is super important. Will they go for the invade though, HBSC?
I think they won't go for a full-fledged one. At the very least, secure the wild boar counter is something you want to get yourself going at the very least for the side of HBSC's jungle.
Okay, I'm much more comfortable with the SJT draft as you mentioned before. Easy execution. Okay, maybe not easy. More straightforward execution
Correct.
in comparison to HBSC's.
They have much more, I would say, insurance for their team members here. Good engage, good disengage coming in from Xiaosha and also Xiaojia. And then your DPS comes comfortably with Yucho and Yuji on the double side lane here. So for Homebois Black Shrew Esports, they need to accelerate the game fast and then make to close 0 mistakes.
Yeah, now Homebois BSC, they know what's going on. They want to try and rush this as well. Very nice option by the side of EG to try and slow down the take on to this Spiketail Beast, of which is not going to be possible. The stuns do come in and VV should secure this.
They do secure it, but that was a scary one coming in for the side of HBSC. With that being in their hands here, they do move on towards the other jungle resource in their own jungle here. A very comfortable early game thus far for both teams.
Yeah, both the farm laners actually benefiting from this, right? So Firehawk at the bottom side going to be secured by the side of Yuchiu, and we are going to have HBSC going to get more actually for the side of VV. They get the Space Sprite, they get the Spiketail Beast, and this is going to be a slight gold advantage going for the side of Homebois.
They need to get the ball rolling even faster here. Hence, you can see a bit of rotation here coming in from Zhe and also Musang King to get that fast clear towards the mid lane here. They are waiting for a potential walkout here from the side of JIUJING, but they do in fact just get the wave clear and then rotate immediately back towards the top side.
Very important wave clear coming in from the side of HBSC, right? This is due to the gold sharing. So right now, this is how they're trying to maintain status quo in terms of farm. And JR, once again, does not have the best of time because he's playing against a Lady Sun here.
Yeah, Ladies is one of the strongest laning phases in towards the early game, but the top side though, so forcing out the flash on towards YUJING here, but on towards the flip side, the Azure Golem getting pushed away by the side of HBSC. This is a bit of a pressure point being generated by SJT.
Yep, nice work on the side of SJT, but Zhe looking for the potential catch. Now, he's not level 4 yet, so Zhe needs to be really careful. He needs that ultimate to be able to get full value for the team. And while that was a nice freeze, no follow-up there.
Oh, Vivi here going extremely low here, might be getting a solo kill here on the hands of YUJING here. Does in fact block the first spell coming in from the Charlotte here, managed to limp away towards safety.
Yeah, it's very nice decision by the side of VV to be very careful there. And this is now going to translate into a slight lead for the side of HBSC, right? If VV had taken a fall there, that would have been a very uncomfortable situation for the side of Homebois.
Any potential death coming from Homebois Black Shrew Esports, especially on VV and JR, it doesn't spell comfort at all because these two heroes are required to amp up the game tempo for themselves respectfully here. So they need a lot of resources here thus far. Musang King is one of the prime players here with the most gold in the game currently.
Yeah, he's at level 7, does have the level advantage against JIUJING, which is not the biggest problem. Biggest problem is the amount of level difference he has against the other members on the side of SJT. Now they will give it a try. VV is falling quite low here, but with the help of Zhe, they will be able to stave off the aggression and reset for in 30 seconds. The first Tyrant of the game will spawn.
I think YUJING definitely is one of the standout players so far coming in from SANGJIE team. He's been generating so much pressure through the laning phase, through the mid-game playmaking here. So definitely props to him for being able to be so consistent in these 3 games.
Right, we'll see how much this consistency can last, because right now SJT have made that better, faster rotation. They will be able to touch that Tyrant first.
Yeah, with the position coming from higher here, this goes to show how strong this hero actually is in controlling the pit here. But a full-on fight might just be happening right now between these two teams.
They get a setup onto the lone member here. Zhe is falling low. He will use his ultimate, but this means they secure first blood and they secure the Tyrant as well. SJT find everything against the side of Homebois. BSE, JR, the next to fall. All of their confidence has been taken down, and even Musang King himself will be a victim.
Oh, and XiaoJia is still alive after so many attempts of damage on towards him here. And with that Tyrant being in the pockets, 3 kills in the favor of SJT, everything is looking so much in favor for the streamer team from KCC.
Yeah, beautiful work here. The nice decision to really keep Zhe in place. This one was the big difference maker because he was the victim of his own ultimate, right? Zhe could not save anyone else.
Yeah, that is the smart thing here coming from XiaoJia. Knocking up Zhe, sending him all the way into the mouth of SJT, forcing the ultimate to be invalid and inefficient for the HBSE side here. Very smart play thus far from the SJT roamer.
Yep, this is so much cleaner from the side of SJT, and this is looking a little bit difficult because we're only 5 minutes into the game. There is a 2,000 goalie going for the side of SJT, and SANGJIE team looking so dominant. There is no answer coming in. VV has to deal with the pressure coming in. They're pushing them away, and there's T1 now at risk of being taken down.
Yep, this is going to be a freebie for the side of SJT here. Look at the river that's being controlled by JIUJING on this full-born tanker, making sure that no potential member gets to assist their team against the side of YUJING putting pressure.
They will try for the poke here. Zhe tries to get the catch, but this is a tank. This is a flow-born tank. One of the hardest people to take down in the game of HOK. In the meantime, this is space bot for the side of YUJING, and he will be able to put a little bit of damage on the T2.
Yeah, bad news slightly for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports. Their draft doesn't really scale well into the late game here. So this is a very, I would say, comfortable tempo already generated by SJT, with their rotations here coming to the bottom side to pick up yet another tier 2 tower for their own liking.
Yeah, much cleaner from the side of SJT once again. They make a trade, T1 for the price of a T2 against Homebois BSE. So SJT very comfortable with this. If they don't take a big team fight, HBSE will not find too much value here.
Yep, and at the very least for now, they're trying to stabilize the game into a within 2,000 goal lead for the side of HBSC. So it will be a bit of a comfort if they can just make sure that this goal lead doesn't go further into the larger portions.
Right, now VV has done a decent job here. I think this is the time where you start funneling gold into VV, right? I don't think they can take up the late game. Like you said, this is not a late game draft from the side of Homebois BSE.
It is not a late game draft. So they definitely need to find any potential moments just like this one.
Oh, nice freeze as well to follow it up. First, life is going to become known. Actually keeps him with the ultimate. The Mirage used to save. What a knockup from the support on the side of SJT. And things go from bad to worse for the side of Homebois BSE. Not enough life, not enough damage. And Shrew will take another fall. VV as well as Musang King, the only 2 members left.
That was such a crucial ultimate coming in from Xiaosha on that high. If he was slow on that channel, he would have been eliminated coming in with the Esports ultimate here. But due to the fact that he reacted so well, all the spells that thrown onto him all mitigated, and the team fight connection coming in from SANGJIE, man, that was beautiful. Check out the replay here. Freeze on towards Zhe here, but the connection still stands. With SANGJIE Sulia coming in, a 3-man knockup on towards the key members here, deleting any single hope from inside of HBSE.
Beautiful, unconquerable army, right? And with the stuns coming in, look at the value. They already have the goal lead, so this was a perfect team fight to take from the side of SJT. And once again, very patient catch potential here. They're looking for a potential knockup. Not going to be available for the side of SJT, but this puts Homebois BSE in a very tough position. They can't take their buffs. They have to defend their T3s, and this means there's a lot of space for SJT to run around the gorge and get their farm in.
And this is just a slow bleed coming in from SJT. If they don't fight at all and wait for 10 minutes, the goalie will continually expand for SANGJIE's team until the shadow objectives here. And really, you gotta give props towards Xiaosha there. If you failed that ultimate, that could have been disastrous for the side of SJT.
Yeah, now we'll see if there is a potential turnaround. We are at the 9-minute mark, so no shadow variance just yet. Zhehong wants to hold this lane against the likes of SJT, and for now he will be forced to clear this wave. And this is where the goal sharing will come into portion to try and mount that recovery.
Yeah, slow but surely coming in for the side of HBSC here. Every single resource will be very important for them going in for a 10-minute fight here. If they can find that miracle 10-minute fight, maybe, just maybe, they could pull themselves back into the game. But for now, things are looking super comfortable for the side of SJT. And Musang King might be the next victim as well.
Look, to be honest, I don't think they will even try to take a 10-minute fight here. SJT just wants the turrets, right? They want to make this as clean as possible. And with that being said, Shrew trying to go in for the potential catch, latches on the tank, but he can't find anyone else. So Shrew will be has to be content with just pushing them back for the time being.
Yeah, well, both teams are preparing for the 10th minute mark here. Shadow objectives are almost coming alive on towards the Gorge as we see. A bit of a rotation here coming in from the side of HBSC to look for whatever scraps they can get to recover in that goalie here. But as of this point, this Shadow turn will go uncontested and in the pockets of SJT in this mid-game phase.
Now, this is going to be a very important one. Homebois BSE, let's see what else they have left in the tank, because right now, there's a lot of firepower coming out from the side of SJT, and rightly so. Very huge goal lead. It's 4,000, 5,000 maybe at this point, with majority of the goal going into the hands of Yiqiu on this Lady Sun.
Yeah, Zhe has to forcefully give away that position here on that red back bush here. So backing off towards safety here. At the very least, they still have 3 tier 3s up and alive, but with the goal lead being amassed from the side of SJT, they're looking for yet another objective with the second shadow objective Overlord within their own takes.
Yeah. I mean, okay. But for how long, right? T3s are available, but with the way that SJT are playing, it's too clean. I don't think they will be able to find too much value on the side of HBSE.
Yeah, Hao being committed towards the bottom side here doesn't able to find anyone with their own taking here. So this puts them into a reactive state here. They have to run back fiercely towards the top side here.
Yep, they force them back, and this is going to be a very difficult position to defend from, because the rolling raids, this is free damage. Every time there is no backdoor protection, the amount of structural damage they can do is so big. Now, they secure the T2 in the mid, SJT that is. So Homebois BSE, they have to stare at potential structural destruction on the T3s.
Yeah, now the T3s are being swarmed almost by the Overlords that will be marching through all 3 lanes here. With the preparation being set and done, this tower might be going down very soon and shortly.
Alright, nice stun coming in just to push them back. We'll be able to get quite a bit of damage onto the T3 at the bottom side. Now, Zhihong is in a very stressful position, right? He can't over-aggress. He's already low on health. They try and get that freeze. Winter is here is going to be set up, but Zhe now unable to move forward. They use it as a defensive measure, get rid of the Shadow Overlord. So at Homebois BSC, they survived the initial charge.
Yeah, very good value of the Princess Force ultimate here. So now with the PF ultimate being down here, how do they realistically defend from all three waves here? 1-3-1 being committed by the side of HBSC, looking for that engage, but Zhihong going dangerously low.
Yep, he's going to be taking a bow soon enough, but the T3 is in the mid. That's the true target they want, and they do get it. So SJT looking for a big team fight to finish up this game, and they will find it. The knockups come in, and take a look at Yuji. He is making sure that Zhe does not have a good time in this game. With a Vanguard available, they can really just tank down this Crystal. At the same time, they have made a slight mistake here, taking a trade. 2 for 2 so far. SJT looking for the final blow. They have found it! The Crystal is going to be exposed. All they have to do is to get rid of Musang King as the next wave of minions are coming in. HBSE trying to survive. JR, the last one to stand, but he is going to be taken down. And with that, SJT will take the lead in the series 2-1.
The Lady Sun is literally a ballerina in this game here. In that final play, he dodged every single engage coming in from the side of HBSE and out micro them into a game-winning push.
This one shows you the upgrade that SJT has had, right? Not just playing the macro game well, but also now in the team fight showing you the micro and mechanical skills they have as a player.
Wow, very good stuff so far coming in from SJT here. So, Game 1, 20-minute game victory coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports. SANGJIE team in Game 2 and Game 3 bit back ferociously, and right now with series point on hand, they are on the verge of eliminating yet another global team from KCC 2025.
I think it's a more rageful bite at this point, right?
Yeah.
And now it's the question is, Homebois, what else do we have? Because they need a little bit more. SJT have been improving since the first game. Now they are taking the lead in this series 2-1. Means they are at series point. If SANGJIE team wins one more game, this is going to be Homebois Black Shrew Esport being kicked out of the KCC and ending their dreams here.
Yeah, it's the experience that really matters here for both of these two teams. Young and also aggressive in their own terms here. So I'm eager to see what kind of gameplay that they will display to us later in Game 4. Will HBSC bite back and equalize the series to bring into Game 5? Or will KCC streamer team, SANGJIE team, make it a close shot on a 3-1?
I think there is a higher possibility that they will shut the series pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the stats here. I want to take a look at what is this winning trajectory that SJT have put themselves on, right? Because this was a much more convincing win than any of the first 3 games we've seen.
I would say that it was a very big outdraft coming in from the coaching staff because, like we mentioned here, yes, HBSC's draft is super duper early game here, but if they make one single mistake, the mistake discrepancy is just too low for my own comfort here.
I think so far the side of SJT, the true value is in the mid play, right? So Xiao are actually doing so well to make sure that Mirage came to full effect. They also silenced the usage of Zhe's ultimate, which is the 4 signs, so no extra lives were actually given to the side of Homebois BSC.
That is true here. So Xiaojia and Xiaosha playing a really comfortable game on their own disengage here. So props to them for setting up success, especially on towards the hands of Yujia.
Yeah, and Yuji, I like this gameplay coming in for the Charlotte, right? He was constantly at the necks of Homebois BSC, finding himself in very delicate situations, but making it out. That's the main difference. And Zhihong was rendered kind of silent this game. He couldn't find any value. The Frigid charges, Frigid Prison, did he land it? Yes, he did. But the follow-ups weren't there. They couldn't find anything of value from this Princess Frost pick.
I think that's the problem coming in from the entirety of the pick and bans here for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports. One small mistake will make sure that you have no mid to late game to play. So it's a very stressful one for their case here. But of course, like I mentioned here, Xiaojia definitely one of the key members to look out for in this Game 3 itself. We are back-to-back MVP for the Roamer here.
Yep, super proficient on this hero. Once again, another tank stun setup available from the side of Xiaojia here. And really, for those of you, Jia means the top quality. And looking at that quality that he gave, look at this 3-man knockup, preparing his ulti, using that flash to jump in, knocking almost everyone up on the side of HBSC. That's how they turned the whole fight around.
And that was such a beautiful play coming in from the side of Xiaojia here on the Sulier here, immediately turning tides in favor for the side of Team SANGJIE. And right now, you can see this was the key play here. Ultimate binding Ze, removing himself from danger here. And as of this point, you gotta say like, hey, that was nasty.
Yeah, it was, because then you really make him silent. There is no value. Who are you going to use your ulti on? You can only use it on yourself. And by that time, there is no one else to use your ultimate on anyway.
Yeah, and that's the painful part, because that could have been a good turning point coming in for the side of HBSC in finding that good comeback here. But as of this point here, game 12 minutes already in towards that late department here. SANGJIE team already outscaling HBSC in every possible lane.
And here's the cool thing. There is still more tank jungles available. JIUJING on this jungle Flowborn tank. I really like the gameplay that he showed us today. It shows you that there are certain times where you should be diving. And once that dive has been committed, it opens quite a bit of space, which allows his clash lane to be able to jump into very nice positions. And during all of that chaos, their farm lane. What does that mean? Freedom to pick and choose, rolling raid for days, frag grenade. Every single person was not having a good time on the side of Homebois BSC.
Yeah, Yuchu was just having a field day on towards the Lady Sun, kiting, doing DPS here. Hence, he had like a 47% damage conversion at the very last moment of the game. Because the room that Xiaojia and also the mid lane provided for him was just too consistent for this farm lane player.
Too much control, right? Too much control and too much space given to the side of SJT. So until Homebois Blackthrough Esport kind of fix that problem, this is going to be, I would figure, a pretty quick game here. But of course, with that being said, this is dependent on the ban pick phase, global ban pick. And if you're unfamiliar, if you just joined us, we are practicing what we call the global ban pick format. Meaning, if you play a hero, you will not be able to play it for the rest of the series.
That's correct here. So that is the simple explanation coming in for the global ban pick here. For this best of 5, so far after 3 games, 15 heroes has been simultaneously banned on both sides to remove any repeat of those picks here. That is the added competition in our global ban pick rule.
Yeah, I believe we're kind of prepping the mic check here. I'm curious to see what the comms were like for the side of SJT, right? Because in the previous one, you were mentioning that one of the players was the main shot caller. Who was that?
Main shot caller here. Was that the previous series or was it this series here? Let me double check on my notes. I think that was Xiaojia, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, so looking at the calls, I mean, he was the one responsible for a 3-man knockup, right? So with that, I'm curious to see if that's going to be the same type of shot calling coming out from the side of SJT, because the communication coming in for SANGJIE team has been much cleaner, and it has been getting even better as we progress to the later parts of this best of 5.
I have to agree with you. The gameplay coming in for the side of SJT has been improvingly visually and also I would say, strategically, right? Because in game 1, yes, out-brawl, out-scrap, and out-rotated by the side of HBSC. Game 2, strategically dismantle HBSC with a superior execution of the 50-50 draft. Game 3, outdrafted them and then outperformed them in every single possible way here. So, damn, stressful things happening for the side of Homebois Blackthrough Esport.
But once again, if there's any team to hold confidence, it has to be HBSC, right? Their players are full of confidence and they want to show the world what they're made of. But let's take a look at the mic check from the side of SJT as we look into the gameplay.
我能来，我活了，阿里一个残没有，阿里一个残没有。开人注意开人，可以打，来，可以打，轰炸了。来，
这是太乙呗，现在太乙，
杀太乙。我把龙
对面，我拉橘子了，给我点灯，
接，
我点灯，
打狂点呗，兄弟，就打狂点。
九剑水一滴血，
能上
一滴血的九剑。
中路，哎，中路注意跟我，注意，
你可以等我们起水晶压力的时候，你再
拔高，
来太乙，我拉太乙了，
拔高打，
没拉进去，
拔高兄弟，
太乙闪了，我就知道你要这样，你别急，你真别急，
拔高能打后
你们看着打，别怕，
我点灯，点灯，我点灯，还有一个灯，可以。
他也没闪没逼你啊？哦，死了。没机身。别
走，一波不掉。接。
哎，别急。我这位置走不了了，你们真的看着。来看我接，兄弟。好，下来接，兄弟。来接。nice。
哐，我就知道。
一波了。
中
了。别急。中路先要进了，一波了。
别急，慢慢来。
好，双向别逼打3了。
我就知道。
哎，别说了，还在说。
一波了。别说了，因为我怕你出事。没事，拿下。
Yeah, this one was really more like a team conversation happening at the same time, right? And I think this is where SJT have found their stride. So this is a very scary situation for Homebois Black Shrew Esport. They need to step up, or else SJT is going to kick them out of this tournament.
And a funny thing that was going on in the SJT's communication was at the high ground, because of the fact that they didn't get the tier 3 in towards the mid lane, which resulted into the highest dev. They were kind of quarreling to say like, hey, why didn't you take the tier 3? And I said this, I said that, and they were like, stop. We already won the game, let's save it for later.
Yeah, important, right? You need to focus on what's important in the game itself. Personal feelings, not to say they're not important, but we can save that for discussions after the game has ended, right? Do what's important, focus on the objective. And that was a beautiful sight to see. So let's take a look at what's going to happen in the next portion of this game. Series point for SJT. You know they want to close it here. But Homebois, they don't want that. They want to come back into the series.
Yep. With the expectations of going into Game 5, you kind of have to wonder here, how will they formulate their Game 4 draft? Because Game 3, I gotta say, Homebois, it wasn't really that good coming in from them.
Yeah, right now, there is a little bit of a change in terms of the support coming in. So obviously, home crowd support still in favor of SJT, the streamer team, coming in for the side of SANGJIE. Now, HBSE though, have impressed upon the local fans. They actually have a decent support of 43%.
Yeah, that's actually pretty darn decent here, especially it's defying the original crowd's expectation here. So coming into this potential final game, they better be drafting their best draft coming into this Game 4.
It has to be. I mean, at this point, if they don't do well on the side of HBSE, this is going to be the end of their journey. Valuable experience, nonetheless. They've taken a game of one of the strongest teams in the Tier 3 sector.
Tier 3 is also nothing to be joked around with, because we know for a fact that these players have so much experience and also the gameplay knowledge to really come into the KCC 2025 stage itself, because this is one of the most competitive tournaments that you actually have that includes everybody in the esports ecosystem of HOK.
Yeah, and this is really something that I find really appreciative, right? The fact that you get to experience playing against different quality of players across the ecosystem, especially in the Chinese version, it's going to be valuable experience for the side of Homebois BSC. Now, with that being said, SJT, they're going to try and put the final nail in the coffin and take away the Master Luban.
Yeah, the Master Luban will never see the broad daylight, similar to the Kong Kong Earth here. We all saw how well that Ze actually played when he got his hand on these proactive, engaged heroes here. So removing those, a very smart choice coming in from SJT.
Now, Homebois BSC, they take away the Tunshan as well as the RD, looking like it's going to be a difficult game here because the only options left are single target heroes, which suffer against the channel pick.
Yeah, very good pickup here coming in for the channel here. HBSC needs to draft something that has a lot of backline access to really dwindle down this channel backline threat here. But I like the pickup here coming in from Homebois. The Chicha flex from the jungle and farm lane, and also the Dharma being locked in by their 1-2.
Alright, so I would believe this should be a Chicha going to the farm lane, right? I don't think this is the game where you want to take too many risks. SJT though, they're going to double down on the survival rate and put up this Jun run in partnership with the channel.
I think this hero, the Chicha, actually does super duper well against SJT, especially against the channel here. So I want to see how they are going to play this Chicha pick for the side of EV.
Oh, okay. Well, that is one question we want answered, but the Musang King Jing going to be opened up here. Homebois Black Shrew Esport. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen the Musang King Jing.
it's a comfort pick for the side of Musang King here. So being able to pick this up at game number 4 itself at the brink of elimination, you do see signs of, I would say, excellence or confidence coming into this elimination match.
I mean, we talked about it, right? If there's any team that will have that confidence, it has to be Homebois Black Shrew Esport. The boys are looking to tear them a new one. But it's SJT, we have seen what they can do, and they will also ban out the new Moor. In our version, it's called the Lapu Lapu, so this was interesting. They actually have done quite a bit of research onto HBSC.
I think to really dwindle down the engaged rover pool is exactly what they are trying to do in this game number 4 here, because if we were to see the success story of HBSC in game number 1, it was really due to the fact that Ze was being able to find out all these big engages on towards the enemy backline. But with that being said, they do in fact lock in the Zhang Fei for their 4th pick here.
Yeah, let's see. On the Zhang Fei pick, is it going to be good enough? Because SJT, they come up with 2 very brilliant answers. One in the consistent meltdown, like a hot knife through butter, the Agudo pick, but also the double life offered by the Ambrosa. This is going to be a big challenge for the side of HBSC.
It will be here, and you can see HBSC, their draft is actually very similar to the global team playstyle here. Maestro Nui, Zhang Fei, Jing, and also Dharma with a added pinch of salt to the Chicha here. It's a full-on dive composition against SJT here. But what does that mean? SJT, they have a Zhenren. That is already a second life given over to the side of SJT members.
I mean, we already saw how SJT dealt with the Zhenren, so Zhenren is a pick that can be dealt with, right? Now, the question we want to see being answered by HBSC is, how do you deal with the Zhenren? Because they had the lockdown with the Mirage by the Haya, right? This is not an option available from the side of HBSC.
It's true brute engages here coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports here, because they have a lot of engage. I would say that every single one of HBSC members on their heroes, they could really realistically just jump on the channel's face here. So it's about force engage versus peeling coming in from both teams.
Yeah, and SJT have a very good poking game as well, right? All of these kitty bombs coming in from Xiaosha is going to be very important in setting the tone of the fight before the actual exchange.
That's true here. So with these 2 drafts being locked in here for SJT, it's a very front to back heavy composition here. Play with Xiaojia as your primary frontline, and then your triple damage dealer here in the form of Ambrosa, Agudo, and Channel will be that strong DPS on towards the enemy lines. For the side of HBSC, it's all about one thing: dive and dive only.
Yeah, I think it's about the accuracy of the dive, right? If you take a look at the Dharma, if he gets a 4-man, 3-man Truth Mantra, yes, that could spell disaster for the side of SJT. But if you don't catch the important members, then all of that Truth Mantra will be going to waste.
That's true here. At the very least, these 2 drafts has been locked in here, and their playstyle is drastically different compared to game number 3 here. Interested to see how Homebois Black Shrew Esports pull up an insane engaged composition against none other than SJT at the brink of elimination in this game number 4.
Alright, stakes are high for this one. Loser goes home. Winner will proceed to be the top 16, of which tomorrow they will try to vie for an even tighter position, which is top 8.
Yeah, top 8 is the name of the game, but then you have to break through top 32 first if you realistically want to look for that top 8 position here. With the game being started off here, we do see an aggressive exchanger coming in from Xiaojia to look for that mid lane priority bush.
Yeah, Zhihong has a very important job here. He needs to try and make life as difficult as possible because the wave clear on Xiaosha is going to be really quick. Naturally, he should win the lane.
For this especially though, Xiaosha and Xiaojia, their priority in the mid is very potent, but it comes into a different sort of counter here. Zihong and also Musang King and JR, their ability to find the backline is what really counters the cap boom in this exchange.
Yes, because SJT, their lineup is not exactly very tanky as well. Kind of squishy if you ask me. But with that, the steal coming in as Xiaosha, look, we know about it. The difference is minute, but the difference can be significant if you allow it too many times. HBSC already trailing in terms of gold.
It's a very good start so far coming in for the very least for SJT here. Being able to steal away some of these jungle resources is exactly what you want to be seeing in the early game here. But good news so far. Ball lane though, Ze gets engaged on.
It's going to be first blood, secured by the side of SJT. We talked about this. This early game is supposed to be HBSC, but because of the engage coming in from the side of SJT, they have made life a little bit more difficult for Homebois.
Yeah, that was a very good CC change here coming in from SANGJIE into the JIUJING's Aguro furball in making sure that Ze has no room of actually escaping towards safety. So beautiful stuff here. First blood in the hands of SJT.
And this is a big difficulty for the side of HBSC, right? Because this means Ze will not hit level 4 as fast as SANGJIE, which means there is one more wave of aggression that might come from SJT before the 4-minute mark.
And this is the IQ Wars GT2 for the side of YUJI on the clash lane here. 140 heart rate for this clash lane here. So you can definitely see behind the glorious gameplay on those playmaking department, he's pretty intense with himself.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are high. You really want to prove a point, right? 140 is a pretty high heart rate, but this means this game is as important to them.
Yep, when you lose this, you're technically out of the tournament here, so the full year value that you have already generated for your streamer path, it's, I would say, mitigated due to this loss itself. So anything that they do, they need to make sure that they win this best of 5. And this one, they are inviting themselves to the top 16 with this win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good position to be in. JR here has stolen away that Spiketail Beast, which means here, Musang King gonna show himself as they try to push him back, and this is gonna help them secure the second space right of the game, allowing for faster rotations coming in from HBSC.
As long as they continuously pick out all these neutral resources here, we might see a much more comfortable mid-game here, because HBSC's draft, they start to come online at 6 to 8 minutes here. With the Chicha, Jing, and also the Dharma, it's stronger later on, but not definitely now in the early game.
Where is this big value? We saw that 1v1 in game number 1. Chicha being put in some really shows us to force to be reckoned with. But for VV, what does he need to do? This is a lineup that's pretty difficult to go.
Now, for now, at the very least, we do need to see how HBC really plays its early game here, because for this moment, it's not looking too good with the goalie.
Yep, it's definitely not looking good at this point. HBSE trying to make sure they keep close at this point. It is close to 1,000 goal advantage going to the side of SJT. They have found out where Musang King is. They're going to try and land everything to catch out the jungler. And he is not looking too good on the back. So finally, they may have found the target, but the stuns are coming in as well. Musang King trying to last the killer like a Yay. Which team is better? Musang King will finish the job for the side of Yay. And with that, it's going to be 1 kill. First blood goes into the hands of HBSC. 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade in favor for the side of HBSC here, as they do take away the life of JIUJING in this exchange here. Can they realistically push on for more value in the top side department here? As you can see, Zihong is guarding the return of YUJI's return to their clash lane.
Yeah, and this means, well, we'll take a look at the replay here. Musang King initially got founded out. Very nice unbridled outburst by the side of JIUJING as well, locking down quite a few members on the side of SJT. The most important portion was the fact that it took them a little while, but they did manage to get JIUJING down, which means they couldn't find value for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, that's a 4-man CC by the side of VV, by the way, on that Chicha. I've got to say, Chicha has been having a phenomenal blast with this hero here. Ever since the introduction of Chicha, the potency of this hero in going all 3 lanes is very fun to watch, especially in competitive.
Yeah, that is really one entertaining portion. Now, HBSE, they secure the first tyrant of the game. This puts them on equal footing in terms of gold. But the biggest difference here is that there is an exchange. Musang King leads the gold against JIUJING, but in the mid, Xiaoxia actually leads against Zihong.
And JR is going for a full tank build on this Dharma here, but being cutting down by YUJI's Umbrosa here, that's going to be painful for us at HBSE.
Yeah, falling the ones, not the pain here. It's losing the T1 that hurts HBSE the most. But they have managed to take a trade in the T1 at the bottom side of the map. So it's going to be an even trade unless VV as well as Musang King actually get this T2 for free.
Yep, they do in fact get the T2 for free here. So JR's sacrifice wasn't in vain here for this exchange. But so far, at the 6-minute mark, it's a much more equal game between these two teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. But this is not speaking well for the side of HBSE because HBSE have taken more turrets, but they're losing in terms of gold, which means SJT, once the dust settles and they're able to balance the number of turrets, SJT naturally will have the gold lead back.
Yep, for now, it's still an even look here. And as I talk about back in towards the early stages of this game, this is HBSE's timer here. 6 to 10 minutes is where a no farm lane meta starts to thrive stronger compared to Yucho on their channel.
Yeah, but the late game is going to be a huge issue. HBSE, they're going to start working on this initial overlord. Will be put into their hands, so they've taken 2 objectives. What can they do with this? They need to get more across the map.
Yeah, JR being spotted out by the Spirit Wolves here has to back away towards safety here. That mid bush will be given over to the side of SJT members.
So what does SJT have to do here if they want to win this next team fight?
Delay the game, make sure that you hit your 4 to 5 item power spikes here. You are not battling against time. It's HBSE who's looking for those aggressive engages here.
Oh, that's right. I mean, at this point, Zihong, has he really found the value as a Mai? That's the biggest question here, because we have seen the knockups, the bounce around, or as you like to call it, the bounce house effect from the side of HBSE.
I think not yet, but so far, he will definitely have his moments to shine later on in the big team fights. But like you mentioned, SJT, they're not giving you the opportunity for HBSE to realistically jump on them here. JIUJING is playing a very aggressive Agudo game.
Actually, you know what? I think this is all planned. All planned for the side of SJT. They don't really have to rush, right? Late game wise, they have a trio engaged. They have Yuji, they have the JIUJING, Agudo, and of course you have Yucho on this channel. That's a lot of turret damage. That's a lot of team fight potential as well.
That is true here. So at the very least, can Homebois Black Shrew Esports force the perfect 10-minute team fight here? The 10-minute will be so darn crucial coming in for both of these squads. One wrong mistake might just send you into a downward spiral in that goal chart.
See, stun onto Musang King for the moment. He has been trying to find those angles to approach, but so far not been able to find too much value just yet. Wild Growth going to be used, looking for an opening. Unbridled Alpus catches a 3, and this is going to be the setup from the side of Homebois BSC. Now Ultimate has been available for the side of SANGJIE, used already, and JR should be taken down. Zihong is the next to fall as well. There's 2 members for the price of none, and SJT, they stand against the aggression, hold strong.
That's the power coming in for the Zunren here. Even though you take the first life here, he can make sure that his teammates comes back alive with a click of the ultimate here. What we didn't see in Game 3 from HBSE has been completed by SANGJIE on this Zunren once again.
Yeah, the value, it shows you the difference of having an extra life, right? And this is not just 1 extra life, it's 2, because you have Yuji on this Ambrosia as well with the ultimate Indomitable Spirit. They try to push another portion of aggression on this T1 in the mid. If they can get this free damage down, it will be a little bit more difficult to transition into the later parts of this game for Homebois BSC.
Yeah, the wave clear is still consistently good thus far coming in from HBSC, holding the goalie within a 1,000 low here. So for HBSC, they still have it in them for the next upcoming 10-minute team fight here. BB going in for an assassination here, chunking out JIUJING and forcing out SANGJIE into a discomfort.
Yeah, but at this point, this is like the 10-minute mark, right? So Shadow Variants, was that the best time to pick up the ultimate usage for the side of VB?
Definitely a bad timing here, but if he managed to find anything, that could be pretty big here. But the tank build JR here doesn't really do a ton of damage against SJT in this case.
I mean, what I would believe is JR is trying to set up the perfect Truth Mantra so they can finish them off with a wombo combo from the side of HBSC, right? And he's meant to be that information finder besides Zhe.
Oh, that's true here. That could definitely be the case here, but Zihong does get spotted out here by the side of SJT.
A lot of damage being melted down as well. JR is falling low, supposed to be a tank, unable to deal the damage by the side of SJT. In the meantime, SJT playing this calm, composed, working on this 10-minute Shadow Tyrant. The Unbridled Alpha is going to be put down. They will secure it on the side of SJT, but the fight breaks out, and HBSE are looking a little stronger. They have taken the life of Yixiu as well as Xiaosha, and this is going to be perfect for the side of Homebois.
That's the wombo combo that we dream about from the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports. Taking 2 key members from the side of SJT, and right now, they have direct access towards the mid 2 towers here, and then they could potentially look to revisit that Shadow Overlord available for the taking.
Right, timing achieved. They have swung this back into their favor. Homebois BSC here have taken a T2 in the mid. This is going to make the map so much smaller for the side of SJT. They can't walk out as freely anymore. And this happened because they took down the farm laner on the side of the SJT.
But with this pickup here coming in from HBSC, they look to be in the much more commanding position here. This is what I like about the global teams here. They are not afraid to fight you if they are given the correct tools.
Just defiancy, right? End of the day, stats a point in another direction. But with the global champions of KIC, Homebois refuse to sit down. They refuse to be based on stats here. They want to win this game.
Yeah, with a 1,000 gold lead in favor of HBSC, Shadow Overlord has been spawned towards the bot side of the map here. One or two more of the wombo combos might just set us into a game 5 scenario between these two teams.
Yep, and the goal difference now is about 2,000, where majority of that lead actually goes into the hands of Musang King. He has a 2,000 plus goal lead over his counterpart JIUJING here.
And there's also a tank built Jing that is viable only in the Chinese server here. So I'm really excited to see what kind of big plays that he can really showcase us later on in the big team fights here. But so far, Wave Clear has been really consistent coming in from SJT to mitigate any more of these turret losses.
Right, we'll see not a lot of value for the side of the Shadow Overlord here, immediately taken down by the side of SJT. Meanwhile, 3 waves crashing at the same time. Can Homebois find an opening on any of these T3s?
Yeah, Mirror Domain being popped here by the side of Musang King, trying to chip some of the damage, but he's going down so low. He does get taken down by the side of the Agudo.
Yep, not ideal, and this is the potential turnaround. They dive in deep for the side of SJT. They've taken down Zhihong as well. 2 members down for the price of none. And, well, okay, maybe there is a price. The T3 at the top has been taken down. So while the lives of Homebois BSE members will be back, that T3 will not.
But these jungle resources are openly available coming in for SJT. A good way to mitigate that goal loss that they have suffered previously in that 1-2 minute game.
Yep, so Homebois BSC looking for the defense here. The T2 being put under pressure. Zhe trying to make sure that they don't get the steal. Unfortunately, yeah, he does get it down. Gauss mobilization knocks under 2. HBSC need to be really careful. Musang King is out. Zhihong is also out. There can be another 5v5.
We're looking at a potential big team fight coming on towards the Shadow Tyrant later on here. Whoever gets that big team fight win might just spell the win for their team here. But SGT, they do pick up yet another tier 2 on towards the top side, mitigating some of the turret losses suffered in towards that mid game just now.
Right, so SJT now have recovered a little bit of the goal lead. In fact, now I would consider it neck and neck, right? So what does SJT need to do here?
SJT, they just need to play towards their game, make sure that 2 carries don't stand in the same position here. As long as they keep the game chill, SANGJIE will always manage to save them on the initial engage.
I mean, okay, wait, hang on, take a look at this. This is going to be an unbridled outburst onto the backlines, but huge knockup from the side of Zhihong, quite a bit of damage as well. First life on the side of Yu is going to be taken down. The farm laner is out of action for the side of SJT, and all of that lead has gone to waste at this point. Homeboys, they do lose Musang King though, as well as VV, and now it is their turn to turn tails. Can Zhihong change the map here for the side of Homeboys BSC? No, they cannot. The chase down happens on the side of JIUJING, looking to finish her off, and here comes the dive as well. T2 though will be there to stop the engage, and Zhihong gets the punish in against this mid laner. Homeboys BSC will be able to successfully defend.
They're equalizing out the kills here. Zhihong doing a pretty good job, but you can see the value of the late game team composition coming in from SJT. Yes, Yushu is the first to fall, but there is still so much damage potential coming in from Yu's Agudo, coming from UG's Umbrosa here. So there is a lot of room for error at the very least for SJT.
I feel like this is a very peculiar situation, right? Based on draft, I mean, if you get the knockups inconsistency, then Homeboys BSC should win every single fight, right? But it feels like that finishing blow is not as clean as it should be. And SJT are consistently allowed to come out and potentially turn the game around.
But that's the beauty of the mechanics that's being portrayed by SJT. They are standing separately for the carries here. So if they want to go for those fancy wombo combos, it could potentially only be 1 or 2 members only, and the remaining members could still do tons of damage. Check out Yuji's build onto the Umbrosa here. That's a full damage Umbrosa, by the way.
Okay, and I think that has a lot of value, right? Right now, we talked about the triple engage coming in from the side of SJT, which is here JIUJING as well as JIUJING, right? The three of them should be the ones turning the fights around. So far, it has been very proficient with the knockups and the knockback on the Unbridled Outburst, but the follow-up by Zhihong is the one that has been most impressive so far.
That is correct here. If Zhihong isn't able to get that full burst damage on towards the squishy members, then the team fights won't be as easy coming in from HBSC. But talking about team fight here, another shadow objective has been secured from the side of HBSC. That's a second one within the same timer here. So they are definitely going to go for those big pushes in towards that bottom lane.
Right, he does have a pretty nice positioning, but of course, JIUJING also stands in the way of the aggression on the side of HBSC.
And right now, with the Vanguards marching through the bottom side here, double Dragons coming in towards that bottom lane here. What is the call here, HBSC? How do you realistically play this tower defense?
It's all onto the Unbridled Outburst on the side, right? Any free damage will be worth it. Right now, they're trying to force it out, and not a lot of damage. Vivi, he cannot survive it. Not enough life. And with that HBSC, they turn tails. They need to run. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst. They force out the Ultimate by JIUJING as well, which means this is a loss for the side of Homebois BSC. They did not take another T3, and this is going to be a simple, straightforward defense for the side of SJT.
Crucial misposition coming in from the side of Homebois. Marksman player here, he was too far up trying to look for tower damage, and he got decimated in that first attempt.
Yeah, look, the positioning by Vivi, I like the intent behind it. He wanted to make full use of his ultimate, but the save didn't come in time.
I mean, you are too up front here, so I don't really think that you can blame HBSC for not saving in time, even though that they do save him, but that's all these spells being burned out from one mistake.
Alright, so with that being said, now SJT to survive the initial aggression, we are heading once again towards the Tempest Dragon potential here. Now, Crimson Golem going to be stolen away by the side of JIUJING, and this is a little bit tight. HBSC, they're trying to look for value across the map. Musang King trying to go for the split push as well, but the rotations are starting to come in.
Well, look at the Musang King's position though. They're pinging for the engager coming in towards the back line here, but with no proper follow-up here, they do call off the shot here, and they will look to recuperate for the upcoming Tyrant play.
I mean, this is where information is going to be very important, right? If they get a nice stun coming in from the side of SANGJIE, then this could change the fight for the side of HBSC. Bear in mind that Zhihong has shown his presence. This could be the dive they've been looking for. Nice stun onto Musang King. If they get rid of him here, it could be disastrous. It will not be able to find that opening just yet. HBSC, they managed to escape cleanly.
That was too close for comfort here coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports. Yeah, but with 8 seconds on the clock here, potentially with the superior mobility, we might just see Musang King come back into the Tyrant pit on time.
Well, hopefully he does, because they need his smite here, but it's a little too fast, and it is going to be a save, a steal potentially. No, it's still secured by SJT. With that, yeah, he's looking for an opening. The roll comes in. They have used the Indomitable State for EC, and on the backlines, they have found a target. This is going to be Vivi falling low. Musang King taken out as well. No synergy for the side of Homebois BSC, and now they have to turn and run with 16 seconds to go before the Tempest Dragon is going to be spawning. It looks like SJT want to deal one more blow.
I don't think they even need the Tempest Dragon. With 3v5 on towards the board right now, they might just be going for the engage.
Oh, Zhihong! What a nice catch. This could be the turnaround they've been looking for. Zhihong will give his life for the cause, but right now it's just Vivi and Che. No save available. Che does not have his ultimate to deal with the threat on the side of SJT, and they will manage to stave off the aggression. But this one is a painful position to be in. Homebois Black Shrew Esport, they might have just given away the Tempest Dragon to SJT.
But at the very least, Zhihong does stall the game into a later part of the series here. And with the Primal Bond, this wouldn't be going down so fast. Potentially, we might see Musang King being able to approach the pit here with the Jing.
Yeah, Che does have his ultimate available if he gets a perfect Unbridled Outburst. Vivi, what are you doing? Taken down, and everything goes to a loss. Homebois BSC punished by the side of SJT as they look to finish the blow here. SANGJIE team have found what they were looking for, and that's 2 core members, Vivi and Che, taken down as the defense coming in for the Crystal is only 3 men strong.
It's a long 30 seconds here for the side of HBSC, and with the waves coming through the mid lane here, this might just be game for the side of SJT.
Yup, they try, but they can't do it. JR is the first to fall. Musang King will follow shortly. Zhihong manages the 1v1, but what good is that when the minions are in your base? SJT complete the sweep here. It's 3-1. And what a beautiful play from the streamer team.
Yeah, they dropped game 1, but they came ferociously with back-to-back 3 games victory on top of their opposing teams here. The KCC streamer team, SANGJIE team, will take on the stage and advance further into KCC 2025.
Yeah, beautiful work from the side of the SANGJIE team here, making sure that they get the victory against the likes of our KIC champions. Beautiful performance. It was a rough start, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish the series.
That is true here, and with that alone, they do in fact qualify further into KCC here, but props to HBSC, they did show up a pretty decent fight against none other than our KCC streamer team, SANGJIE team, right here on the stage, taking the winner's bow.
Yes, and this was a nice one for the side of SJT. We will take a look at the stats later on, right? The way that they positioned themselves was just that much better against the likes of HBSE.
This is the difference in terms of the composition, right? For the side of SANGJIE team, it's really about just taking it chill, making sure that you keep on farming until the latest stages of the game. That's where the Tricore coming in from the Ambrosa, from the Agudo, and also the channel starts coming into fruition for the side of HBSC. It is about winning these team fights with lesser of these mistakes here, but unfortunately, today just wasn't that day.
Yep, it wasn't, but a valiant effort nonetheless. The second team from our global stage will be taken out of KCC, our 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Now, with that being said, this is going to be the end of 2 out of 3 global teams. The only remaining member is Alpha Gaming APG. Well done to HBSE for making it this far, taking a game off of the competitors, but that is all they will be doing.
Yeah, it's I would say, stressful one for the boys in blue. But hey, experience is experience, and this is where they stop in their journey of the KCC 2025 here. But tomorrow we might have more of the expectation on towards Alpha Gaming. But after this, we can still look forward to another KPL showdown between 2 titans.
Oh yeah, that is going to be very interesting as well. Taking a look at that game will be done later. Let's take a look at the itemization and the stats on this last game of the best of 5. I mean, the way that they were executing the draft, very impressive on the side of SJT.
We saw a lot of these beautiful moments coming in from Homebois in capitalizing onto Yucho and also JIUJING, but the problem is there's too much carries coming in for the side of SANGJIE's team that you take down 1, you take down 2, sure, we still have another one that can go for you in these big exchanges here. Hence, you can see the goal chart. It was 4 to 5 minutes in favor for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports, but the bottom one that VV made a blunder. That was just too difficult to combat for the side of HBSC.
I mean, it's very clear from the side of SJT, right? They understood that it's a late game pressure that gives them the ultimate strength. As you could see, the later portions of that game, no matter how much damage they were able to deal against the likes of SJT, it really comes down to the turrets, right? They only just lost the T3 at the top for the side of SJT. And once they're able to successfully stem that bleeding, any team fight makes it for the side of SJT.
And to the later stages of the game, when your carries have to see Sanctuary, and you have the 4 signs coming in for the Zunrun, you have to work through like what? 3 lives on a single unit? That's just too much for a 1 wombo combo team like HBSC's lineup.
Yeah, but you know, the setup from the side of Zhihong especially, that last 4-man knockup, work of beauty, but they needed that in the appropriate moments. And you know, that last dive by VV, that one I think was just a miscomp. If they had actually gone in with the jump that VV made, that would have been a very different result coming up from the side of HBSC.
It's just a very difficult one coming in for HBSC alone here. I think more of the mistakes do come in on the high ground attempts. They had glimpse of hopeful plays here, but the man to stop them, of course, is JIUJING here, being the secondary or primary carry for the side of SANGJIE team to find those flaws in the mass up coming in for the side of HBSC.
So many different things that JIUJING did so well, right? Number 1, making sure that in the team fights he had prior positioning, also able to land his ultimate to get the nice stuns onto everyone else on the side of HBSC. But the biggest part is even with the Unbridled Outburst, somehow he still manages to steal away the Shadow Tyrants. This is one of the core strengths of being a great jungler, getting all of the neutral objectives for your team.
And this is the big play that JIUJING actually did here. So Musang King wanted to dwindle down some of the tower's HP, but he did caught himself in his own broken Mirage, does fall victim in towards JIUJING on this pseudo marksman.
Yep, that was the start of the downfall, right? Musang King actually taking too much unnecessary damage, allowing the dive by the side of UT as well. And then this really became that knife down their back that hurt too much and dragged them towards defeat.
Like, at this point, we saw how HBSC was able to capitalize on the channel here, but JIUJING is also another marksman that they failed to pay attention to, which led to their composition after the first engage to be not as effective compared to their counterparts here. But Zihong did manage to come up and get that play. And this one, the side of Vivi getting caught out by the Gorge mobilization, just too painful for the side of HBSC.
Yep, and with that, that was a huge lesson for the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esport. Once again, very impressive result coming in 3-1, at least managing to take a game of our KCC competitors over here. So that's going to be really interesting. Now, with that being said, the expectation for the next series will be much higher as well. This one, same thing, no challenges blessing. It's KPL versus KPL.
That is correct here. So the next series will feature Hero JIUJING Esports Club going up against LGDNBW Gaming here. Something to really look forward to later on here. But for now, man, what a series that we had so far between both streamer team and also HBSC coming in from the global scene here. I want to really check out what they have in store for the winner and losers interview.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they will get that ready at the same time. A lot of people are confused. These are not your average streamers coming in to compete.
Oh no,
they are
no.
much more than that. Please do not think that these guys are your usual average Joes. They come at a higher quality.
And from what I know, 4 of the players are the youth league players, and 1 of the players is a streamer himself. Of course, SANGJIE is in the team as the substitute player, but of course he's the brand of the team instead of actually playing here. But of course, props to the side of SANGJIE team for proving to the world that not only they are streamers, but they are actually capable competitors in KCC itself.
Yeah, a lot of lessons to learn, not just for the players for the side of HBSC, but for audiences all across the world. They're interested to learn about HOK, not just in the global servers, but also in the Chinese servers as well.
That is true here. And that was a very good showcase so far, because losing game 1 and being able to bounce back 3 games in a dominating fashion, I would say it's really professional of them to do so.
Yeah, keeping calm, keeping composed, right?
Correct.
Even with the verbal exchanges happening during the interviews itself, I think this is a mark of a true professional coming in from the side of SJT SANGJIE team here. So as they prepared that final few moments for us on the winners interview as well as the losers interview, I'm very curious to see what is going to be installed for the rest of the day as well. Now, the KPL matchup is the one that I'm going to be super interested in. Now, we'll take a look at the winners interview for SJT. Let's see what they have on stage.
好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是英凯，今天要到的是肖煞，来跟大家打个招呼吧。
哈喽，大家好，我是SANGJIE队的肖煞。
啊，欢迎肖煞。首先恭喜你们赢下了比赛，而且算是主播在成为选手这个新身份上的这个首秀啊，感觉来到这个赛场的感受如何呢？
感觉打的时候还是比较紧张的吧，还是会紧张。
是在什么时候比较紧张呢？
就是在打团的时候吧。
哦，一般这种
团战打起来的时候。
哦，
对。
那你会觉得说，因为跟平时自己打那种比较焦灼的直播时的状态有比较大的这个区分吗？
区分是比较大的。职业联赛和我们平时打的路人局差别肯定很大，
强度完全不一样。
是的。
对，所以这个时候也能看得出来你们的交流啊什么的都必须特别的紧密。但是我们知道，因为你们队名叫SANGJIE队，SANGJIE有在你们出征之前给你们叮嘱点什么吗？
讲过的，他要让我们干 A 季。
他这个气势很足啊，气势很足。但是呢，咱得一步一步来，是吧？今天先完成的很好，想知道你们在这个 PV 阶段，就是第3局的时候，有点出人意料的单选了一个孙尚香，对手搬了盾山嘛，也把太一抢了，怎么判断的这事儿？
因为我们小雨的话是绝活双枪嘛。哦，绝活，
所以必须要逃。但是你要说到绝活这个事情，你的上官婉儿一直是绝活，但是我想看没有能够出来，怎么回事？
因为网这个英雄的强度很低，导致这几年的比赛你们可以看一下，基本上职业选手很少有人去玩这个英雄，对吧？所以说 我其实希望策划加强一下这个英雄，
然后看看以后能不能在场上去跟大家展示一手，对吧？
是的。
那包括因为今天你们对决得到的是这个全球赛道的冠军战队，他们上来就能够赢下你们1分。你觉得今天的对手给你的强度感受是什么样？
对手还是蛮厉害的吧，但是我觉得我们打得很不好，也不是很不好吧，就打得不好。我觉得我们回去我们一定要复盘每一把，就是把问题全部找出来。
哎，挺严肃的，看来还是希望能够有更多的提升，而且看到了其中出现的问题。其实我通过语音里面好像了解到你们有一点小的分歧，能不能简单分享一下出现了哪些地方？
没啥吧，其实最主要是我们可能还是配合上的问题吧，然后就是可能没有打好。这一波没有打好，这波没有做得更好。就比如说我有一波海月嘛，在那个中主还是中场我记不清了。然后当时那个太乙真人他闪炸我，那波我差点没把他拉进去。然后还有一波那个10分钟龙团我去拉那个JIUJING。那波的话本来是可以不用闪现的，我队友在跟我说嘛，就还是没有做得很好。
所以这个就是这个舞台的魅力，因为过去的东西必须要靠后面的比赛想办法呈现得更好了。但是我们说后面的比赛晋级了要打的是滔博，他们其实是刚刚击败了另外一支主播队伍，这次要交手，而且其实对于你们来说是有祝福的，有没有什么样的新的感想呢？
我只能说我们还要加强一下自己吧，就我们还回去之后要不管是就复盘啥的都要复到很精致啥的，就解决很多问题。但是我们打滔博我们不怕，
你不怕的啊？
对啊，怕啥？
希望你们能够有一个更好的状态来表现。感谢你的分享。好了，我们稍事休息，一会儿见。
So for those who don't know, Xiaosha is actually a streamer of his own here. So an interesting question that we did check out just now in the interview was that, hey, how's the transition from a pro streamer into a pro player here? He does mention that it's actually very nervous, especially during team fights, because it's really different from him streaming on the game itself.
Yeah, definitely. But also, he adds on to the quality. While he feels that HBSC are a very strong team in terms of their performance today, he feels that SJT was not at their peak strength. There were so many gaps that they have yet to find out, and they will do reviews over the games to really try and improve as they step deeper into the next stages of KCC.
They are also very, I would say, self-critical, right? Because even though that they win in a 3-1 fashion, Xiaosha did mention that, hey, it wasn't our best form here. We could definitely do even better if we put more work to refine our craft. So props to him for being able to identify these big issues, despite the fact that they won in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, but I like that mindset, right? That mindset is the one that gets you to be better. That's the one that keeps you on your toes, making sure that even if you have a win, you want to make sure that there are things that you can learn, because sometimes winning too much can be a curse as well. But for now, SJT, a team that has managed to find that there are some gaps to be filled because they want to achieve the #1 position in this competition.
Wow, that's still a very far route for them here. But with their opening win against the side of Homebois Black Shrew Esports, they do propel their 32 seeding into a top 16 right now, earning them more rights into BO5 into a BO7 lineup.
Yeah, okay, so this one is the start of a very difficult journey, right? BO5s, you can kind of still blitz your way through, get 3 wins in a row and end the day. But on the side of BO7s, this is where there's a potential of the ultimate battle as well. And that situation is going to be really tough to deal with. And of course, the competition only gets stronger from this point on. Now, that's congratulations to them. This will then move us into the last set of the day. This is going to be another best of 5, but this time challenger is going to be from the KPL Tier 1s across the board.
Yeah, it will be featuring Hero Esports going up against none other than LGDNBW Gaming here. If we were to check on the numbers game, yes, LGD did have a much better finish in the KPL summer compared to Hero, but of course, it has been a long while since the roster shift up here. So I'm interested to see how well both teams have actually adapted to the offseason.
Right, and that's going to be a very important point, right? Because then we start to explore the synergy of the teams, the proficiency of the heroes, whether they feel the stress coming onto the live stage here, because the price to pay for losing is very steep. If you lose, you get sent back home. There is no more second life. This is a single elimination portion in this first knockout bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a few things happen, right? Okay, 2 global teams did not make it out of top 32, and then KPL teams have fallen victim towards this format as well. Force Estar Pro, they lost to SYG in a 1-3 fashion. For the side of Wolves Esports, they lost 0-3 against KSG Kuaishou Gaming here. So anything could really happen in this BO5 here. It's only 5 games, but it really proves a lot of the miracles happening here in KCC 2025. But let's do check out the losers interview here coming in from Homebois Black Shrew Esports.
Musanking 来跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 HBH 的导演 Musanking。
欢迎 Musanking。今天的表现其实跟我们聊了非常深刻的印象啊，能不能聊聊这次来打挑杯的感受呢？今天？
这次来打挑杯，感受到很多观众的那种感觉吧，然后我们局内还是有点紧张的。
其实，在今天的比赛进程上，你们是先下一城的情况，然后后面被连续追分，是在这个第2局有点落后的情况下开始紧张的吗？还是说怎么样的？
其实我们从第1局就开始有点紧张了，好几次能一波对面的，我们都没打好。
其实对自己还是有很多的挑剔和要求，包括我们今日也见到了全球赛道的其他队伍 NOA 的表现，他们给我的印象是好像是更专注于团战的操作，但是你们给我的感受好像更全面。在第1局你们在运线方面就有自己独到的理解，能不能聊聊你们在这段时间以来的跟各种队伍交手之间的成长？
因为这几天我们一直都在跟比较强的队伍学习嘛，摩擦，然后我们就学到了很多带线的细节。
所以在这方面能看到你们的吸收速度也真的很快，但是被连续追分的时候，是哪些地方会让你们觉得有点止不住这样的一个情况呢？
我觉得是我们局内所有人都打得太急了，没发挥出海外第1的水平。
是的，因为其实，在不同的同事给我的分享当中，都讲到了你们在这个全球赛道的这个状态和表现。当然这一次也仅仅只是一个尝试和开始，我们对于未来的期待其实是更多的。但是我们知道你们是有难处的，因为版本的适应是不一样的。能跟大家聊聊说，因为我知道游走位置要练的英雄蛮多的，是不是啊？
对，因为多了很多辅助英雄，苏烈、空空儿什么的。
那对于不同的位置呢？打野位置上呢？
打野位置上，比如露娜没伤害这么高嘛，然后我们拿不出来我们的绝活，
所以大家其实还是要去适应，去调整那未来的比赛如果有机会再次参加的话，希望大家是一个什么样的面貌呢？对自己有没有什么要求呢？
接下来想拿更好的成绩吧。
好，希望在未来能够拿到更好的成绩，来到这里一个更强的状态，发挥出你说的大家那种平时比较稳健的水平。好，也感谢我们接下来把时间交给解说器。
我们团队是一个比较打打闹闹、没有这么严肃的一个团队吧。
我们队伍的氛围特别的好，因为我们每个人在训练啊什么的非常的积极。
这是我们第1次踏上挑杯的赛场。今年的挑杯对我来说意味着证明吧，因为在外界的舆论对于我们海外队伍来说是不看好的，所以这次的比赛我们想证明我们不比任何一个中国战队差。
认识我们的都知道，2024年我们包揽了海外的所有的冠军。2025充满了遗憾吧，因为上半年其实自己非常的努力，但是好多东西都没做到。
我觉得输赢在比赛上都是很正常的吧，更重要的是不要沉浸在失败里吧。
然后2026的话，我希望1年下来我都拿冠军。
Very
very positive message coming in, especially from Musang King as well, knowing that even if you put in the hard work in the practice, you definitely need to stay consistent as well. And this loss does not bring HBSE into a lower position. This brings them more inspiration, more hope to achieve even more outside in the global world of HOK.
I mean, there is always growth to be discussed about when we talk about these global teams. And for HBSE, they know their journey, right? 2024 was the year that they took on all the challenge in the global scene, got all the championships, only aside from being second in the KWC 2024. But 2025 was a really rocky year for them up until the very last point, until KNC and also KIC. That's where they really came back into their full form.
Yeah, exactly. Season 3 did not start off well for HBSE. They did not even qualify. Please remember that. And now they are here at the top of the competition in the global esports world for HOK, also getting this valuable experience in Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Now, this is going to be really important for them because we will definitely see them once again next year for more competitions for HOK.
And in the documentary for the team that they also mentioned, they actually learned a lot from scrimming the strong Chinese teams here. So this experience that they learned in Challengers Cup will be a fruitful journey for them to bring it back to global, to further showcase that they are one of the best global teams to ever have in 2024 and also 2025. But that is the end coming in from HBSC's run in the KCC. Here, we will head on to the short break before we come with the last KPL matchup.
Kill onto Illusion. Kyug9 Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any.
We have challengers from all over the world that come again for new glory. And we are looking forward to seeing these new players reach their potential and shine on the stage. 也许有质疑，有争议，有遗憾，但他们就是在一次次失败当中配下一层的皮，化为了现在最强的自己。
一冠军杯现在叫挑战者杯了，凤凰杯带来的荣誉呢，则是在今年年底最高的一个荣誉了。他们代表了 K， 杀进了 KPL 的丛林之中，一路向前，铁血飞来。以全国大赛赛道进到了杯赛，8强的队伍诞生了。用主播的身份，在挑战者杯用职业的态度，向 KPL 再次发起挑战。在奖杯上有了一个新的升级，以虎神的形式来展现青训赛道首次登上挑战者杯的舞台。
makuha. Nasayop ko. Ako ang nitraitor sa atong katawhan. Lapo-lapo, ayaw tuguti ang mga langyaw. Nabutat ang duha, tungod sa gahom. Bakunawa, andam kong ihalad akong kalag.
Kill onto Illusion. KCC Fate is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Hospital alive. 2v2 here. Looks like they are going to lose it, and they do not want any.
Welcome back. It is time for the final series of the day. It's the next best of 5 to close out our day. This is Hero Esports going up against LGDNBW. Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me, it's SANGJIE. So we're gonna have high expectations for this one. This one is a KPL v KPL, so also no challenges blessing.
Yeah, no challenges blessing, as both of these teams are the tier 1 premier teams in their own division here. We have Hero Esports going up against LGDNBW Gaming here, so KPL against KPL. But if we were to categorize them based on their recent performances, in summer, for the side of LGDNBW, they were ranked 5th and 6th, but unfortunately, for the side of Hero Esports, they were ranked much lower in their own case.
Right, so the stats point to one particular story. Now it's all about the execution, right? And we have seen the potency of having the tank roams coming in. Very nice setup. Many a times this has been the game changer, getting a multi-man knockup, especially with the heroes such as the Sulia, or even with the Zhenren AoE stuns coming in with the third hand. So let's see if that's going to be the difference maker for either one of these teams. First one to hit 3 points will take the series. Loser goes home. So the stakes are pretty high here.
And especially when we talk about these tank roamers, right? I do want to point out that this meta has been ongoing for I think, quite a while coming in from KPL Spring all the way to the Challengers Cup right now. So for a full entire year, Roamers have been having more of these fantastic gameplays, good showings of their mechanics, especially on those key moments with those multi-man engages. Like we saw how Sulia was so potent this pick in making those miracle moments for their teams.
Yeah, and that's part one of the formula, right? Then we have also seen the poke compositions come out from a lot of the teams here today. The Yingjin, or as we know in the global servers, is the Garuda. So long-range poke has been really effective, along with Catboom, a familiar face to many of you now who have been watching the KPL games with us. So I want to see, what is this strategy? Do we get those long-range pokes? And do we get the fair fights? Because we haven't had a lot of fair fights. There have been a lot of unfair advantages by the roamers on both teams. So we'll take a look at the first team that's going to be taking the stage at this point, and we'll see Hero Esports. How are they going to do in this first game, represented by Tanran Clean, JC, Wandao, and White Q?
This is a very star-stacked team, right? You have Tanran, one of the best clash lanes in KPL himself, and then with the recent addition of Yao Dao coming in from, you know, Wolves Esports, he's definitely geared and ready to be enabling himself in the scene itself.
Yeah, and of course with this, they have to be confident about their position, right? And this is where game number one is so important. Now, they have, in their history, I think 5 champion positions?
Correct. They had like 5 champion positions, and this is their first time coming into the Honor of Kings Challenger Cup here. But against them will be a familiar face in the KPL itself. Luo in the Clash lane, Hui, Jungle, Fox mid, Xiao Han in the farm lane role, and to round it off in the roamer pool, it will be Xiao Zai, Xai in the supporting role for the team LGDNBW Gaming.
Yeah, actually, I have super high expectations for LGDNBW. I think they are a very strong team. But it's not just about the stats, it's about the on-game performance, on-stage performance, as you can tell. They have been had quite a lot of history coming into the top 8. They have achieved quite a few nice results across the board in KPL.
I think their main goal coming in towards this Challengers Cup is to break through whatever barrier that they had that really restricted them within top 6 to top 8. This is their moment to push forward and try to go into that semi-finals that they have never really tasted before as a full roster together.
Yeah, so this one is something that, once again, it's a synergy issues, right? You have new members coming into this roster itself. How are they going to fill the gaps for each other? Because end of the day, Honor of Kings is a team game. You can 1v5 sometimes, but it really relies on the synergy and the teamwork of the entire team to be able to net you those wins.
And especially in the competitive setup, star-studded performances definitely is praised, but the foundation lies between how you communicate, how you play those early game plans here, because you can be the best players here, but if the draft doesn't really go your way, it kind of nerves you in one of few ways that doesn't really make you comfortable in a 5v5 setup.
Yes, perfection is hard to reach here, but it all starts step by step, right? So making sure you have a comfort lineup is definitely going to be very important. Set the tone, set the pace in game number 1, and really work your rotation around the map. And we'll take a look, because the journey for both these teams have not been easy, and this one is a high stakes match. Loser goes home, winner progresses to be the top 16.
And if there ever is a featured matchup coming in for this upcoming head-to-head between both KPL teams, I do want to highlight LGDNBW's Luo versus Heroes Tanran here. These two are strong clash laners that will be eyed upon in this BO5.
Yeah, actually, clash lane matchups in the KPL region is one of the most exciting things to see, because you really see the difference of maybe even just one camp being stolen away being the difference maker, where they literally walk out with a sliver of life after getting that first kill.
And Tanran is also one of those clash laners that has been prized super heavily by a majority of these carry players in the KPL. In the olden days, he used to be said that if you see Tanran within your range, you are gone in the team fight.
Yeah, essentially you will become a shadow, or you will witness darkness in your eyes. So that's going to be really cool. I want to see how this matchup is going to be. So we will see, because coaches, obviously, they have to give advantages to every single lane as much as possible.
And talking about this point, right? Advantage towards every single lane, you need to minimally secure what we call lane priority here. That's how you realistically elevate your roam or your jungle to be able to move across the gorge even freely and even with much more creativeness.
Yeah, it comes down to the difference makers where number one, wave clear is one thing, the fighting prowess in the lanes will be a secondary consideration as well, and then you have to kind of maneuver between these two strengths. Now on the side of Hero, they will be taking the prio side, the blue side, which means LGDNBW will be on the red counter pick side. Let's see which one of these two teams will find the first success.
I think I would really love to favor the blue side, especially if you are on the early phase of the pick and bans here, because to start off the pick and bans, you do have 2 bans on each side, which results into blue side being able to pick up the likes of the Cat Boom, Sulie, Kongkonger, or even the likes of the Dunshan on the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, just based off of the first 3 series we've already watched, we know the Haya is a prio ban, the Master Luban is also a prio ban, Dunshan as well. So there are many options to choose from, and it kind of directs you into what strategies are available to explore on both sides.
And talking about strategy, right, I think today, Dunshan and also Fatih didn't really have a very good win rate in this tournament itself.
Yeah, it has not, right? They have tried this Dunshan Fatih quite a few times already, at least twice today, and very few successes have been found, if any at all. But this one also comes down to the amount of control that their opponent team has had, right? The ability to not get caught in the first place by the combination of the throwback on the Dunshan has been so-called the weakness in that composition.
Do you think that with the revamp coming in from Dunshan, it has really grew from a hard engaged roamer into much more of a utility one that gives you added mobility and damage instead of the usual engage?
I think it is because, look, a lot of teams now rely on the angle and the timing of the all-shoot, right? That has been the biggest difference maker. To be able to soak up all the ranged projectiles in a particular direction, allowing you to soak a lot more than usual. That's how they normally win the team fights. But so far, every team seems to have figured out the connection.
And for me as well, to add on to your point, I really like Dunshan, not only for his ultimate, but he's more of like a reverse Yarya that carries the teammate towards safety here, something that Yarya cannot really do. But with Dunshan, it gives you added mobility. Either you go in for the backline or you bail your teammate out towards safety here. So it's, for me, it removed a lot of the priority on the engage, but supplemented with the added mobility.
Right, so the first ban coming in for the side of Hero is not going to be any of these picks. It's actually the Allgren here. Interesting first ban. LGDNBW going for the stock standard Master Luban takeout.
Yep, that will be removed from the pool here coming in from LGD. So we might not see the aggressive Luban number 7 matchups here. And that's the Dunshan that we talk about here. Removed from the pool coming in from Hero Esports here. That just leaves the Kongkonger and also Sulie up for grabs in this first pick here. But also, 2 strong mid lanes, Cat Boom and Haya, available for grabs.
Yep, and we know for a fact, right? Cat Boom is the number 1 pick in the mid lane, second to the Mai Nui. This also means the Haya is available for the picking, but for now, LGDNBW, they're teasing us with the Yang Jian Dolia combination. This is a very scary one because there is still a potential of a flex pick for the Yang Jian. He can go into the clash lane.
And it's also a prime time to pick the Yang Jian, right? Because if you lock in the Cat Boom, it means that there will not be a Haya to realistically counter against this Yang Jian. So props to LGD to whip this out in a very comfortable fashion.
Alright, so they're gonna fight fire with fire, right? The Flowborn tank, one of the tankiest members within the tank jungle lineup, trying to out-sustain this super sustained composition in the form of a double ultimate Yang Jian. But with the Haya in play here, this is a scary position for Hero Esports because the Haya can actually lock you away. We've seen this done in KPL so many times. They lock up your jungler in the middle of a objective fight, and it's a guaranteed objective for the side of LGD.
And not only that, you could potentially also lock away White Q on this Diadea to remove the excessive healing coming in from Hero Esports Roamer here. So those are the selections that you can really get coming in from Haya on this third pick here. But going on to the second phase of the draft itself, we are seeing more of these side lanes being removed coming in from LGD here. What is being left over for the marksman pool here?
My answer is difficulty, right? This was so hard to play because as an early, you will be able to maneuver out of the catch from the Hound. But with that being said, now this is going to be very important for both teams. Their farm laners need to be in prime position. Right now, there is potential of high level catches. One in the form of the Haya, one in the form of the Yangxian. But on the other side for Hero, if you get locked down by the Diadea, that is not going to be a fun case for you.
And also banning out all the potential marksmen here. We have about like what, 4 marksmen being locked away from the pool, locking in the channel here. Does this force Hero go for the Chicha? But it doesn't. It does default them back into the Aaron and also the Sikong pickup here on the final 4 and 5 pick here. So that's a very team fight and damage heavy on the Clash lane and farm lane coming in from Hero Esports.
Okay, so I like the idea of the Aaron here. Why I like it so much is because the fact that we have seen the Haya being picked up today, right? And if you stay within range when she activates her ulti, she will automatically lock you in the Mirage. But as an Aaron, you have access to extreme mobility. You should be able to make it out into safety, and that potentially could also pull LGDNBW members closer towards your lineup, which could be a trap.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I do, in fact, favor LGD's draft better here in this game, number 1. What do you think?
I like the chase down potential, but that's only if they're chasing down with full health, right? Hero's lineup is pretty strong in the form that they have pretty good pokes on their farm lane as well as the mid. For this Cat Boom as well as Aaron, they're able to consistently poke the members of LGD from range. So if they're able to get sufficient damage, then LGD is not going to have a very easy time.
And talking about pokes, right, it makes a very good point whereby JC on this Cat Boom provides a lot of value because there isn't really a lot of these strong backline flanks that will be coming in from LGD unless Hui is able to get the dog on towards their face, but it's pretty difficult from a far range.
Yeah, it definitely is. And for players like Lure and Fox to really get their hands onto the hero members, you kind of have to make the dive, right? Which exposes your positioning. It puts you in a very peculiar position of which, if you get locked down by clean, there's a lot of follow-up damage from the Clash lane pick here in the form of the Shikong Zhen.
Yeah, the Sikong, Aaron, and also the Cat Boom here. Tons of firepower being prepped up coming in from the side of Hero JIUJING Esports here. On the flip side, LGDNBW here, drafting basics here. They have the double Haya ultimate boost game Mirage, or they can play towards the basics here, play with the Yangjian Power Spike here. All these are up and available choices here for LGDNBW in this game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see. The pacing is going to be very important. And one of the lanes that I really like to focus on is the one that we talked about before, right? This Clash lane is super important because they are both also the pseudo secondary engage options for their own teams.
That's true here. So coming in towards this game number 1 here, the game plan is very similar for both teams here. It is to out team fight and out macro coming in for these two teams. But let's pass it towards the audience to cheer for their favorite teams.
Alright, so we will get straight into it. Now, value provided by YQ here. Not stealing it is not the biggest thing. They now have the exact timing of when the respawn will happen for this Crimson Golem. And this is where Hero will be able to make a better decision in terms of whether they want to aggress or not. Now, for the side of LGD, they have managed to secure this initial camp for the Spike Tail Fire Beak. So that's going to be value for the side of LGD.
It will be value, and especially when we talk about these few moments here, Fox did also pick up the Spike Tail Beast in towards his favor here. A bit of a tussle towards the top side as well for this potential Space Sprite.
Yeah, but they don't know that they have the mid laner in the form of the Cat Boom here to try and even out the odds. Right now, there's a lot of damage being laid down. Potential
and
first
on the
blood.
moment though, the Longers go in for the engage their flash. Starling coming in from Fox to pick up the first kill on towards JC here. Giving them a bit of a cover here, but take a look at Queen here. Looking for a potential re-engage, but is denied here with Hui coming in for the cavalry, forcing 3 members to back away towards safety.
And LGD, they're kind of fulfilling their win condition. One of the things you want to do is to win the early game, especially against a cat boom, right? Because Fox can actually go for the utility build. And with that being said, LGD secure 5,000 gold in terms of advantage. And this will also be a faster rotation. The gold sharing now is between 4 different members.
And to your point as well, right? When we talk about gold sharing, it's never easy when you are on such a immobile jungle like Hui here. So being able to get the first blood coming in from Fox, especially on towards a cap boom, pretty impressive stuff, I would say.
Yeah, because you literally have to walk your way. Not really a stroll in that sense, but with the move speed, definitely a little bit more apparent for the side of Clean because he's able to jump short distances. This would be beneficial for the side of LGD. Now, this is only the start, right? We need to see what kind of rotations LGD will make because Hero does know the timing on that Crimson buff. They haven't found the chance to go and make the aggression just yet.
But with the rotations coming in from the side of LGDNBW, you do see how much priority they're using to really lock away Tanran from this favorable laning phase here. It's just a 1v2 constantly in the top side.
Yeah, and at the same time, look at what XI is doing for his jungler. So he's actually holding the wave there, which means that they get that gold sharing for the jungler, amplifying his gold and EXP as well. So LGD playing all the cards right in this early part of the game.
Very smart approacher coming in for the side of LGD here. So far, this is almost surmounting to a 1,000 gold lead in favor for LGD going into the 4th minute mark.
Look, level 7 for Hui. Right now, if JX or JC or 1DAO actually gets hounded by the side of LGDNBW, that's going to spell a lot of disaster. So information across the gorge is going to be very important, which is why they're kind of standing in the river to make sure that they have knowledge of what the next rotation will be from the side of LGD.
And 4th minute mark is a crucial one because that is where Fox on this Haya actually generates so much value for the team here. The moment she steps into the river, it's really difficult for Hero to actually approach towards this Tyrant.
Yeah, especially if she gets her ultimate on the respective members, right? And bear in mind, that first blood is costing Hero quite a bit because you're meant to have that gold lead as a cap boom. Right now, JC will be able to find too much value.
Yeah, with the objective being started off here, that Tyrant is resetted here. But Moosegate Mirage does lock in clean on towards the flip side, allowing LGD to pick up this Tyrant with ease. But coming out from the Moosegate Mirage, he does get pounded with the multitude of damage here. Clean in no man's land, gets caught out with the final blow here. But jungle for jungle trade between LGD and also Hero.
Still a big win for the side of LGD. Right now they have a little bit of a goal lead, and that kill actually went into the hands of White Kill. So Clean does not get any big value across the gorge. Hui does have a level deficit against him, but in this matchup, you want to have the lead. You need to have the goal lead and EXP. So far, it's not happening for the side of Hero Esports. So we'll take a look at that. This is the whole plan of picking up the higher, right? So Jiuwei actually getting his hands onto Clean. Number one, they secure that Tyrant buff for themselves, and this allows for the turnaround and to keep that aggression going for the side of LGD.
And you're also soft guaranteed a hound coming in from Hui, where once you Moosegate Mirage someone, Hui can just leave the dog on the Moosegate Mirage, and then once he comes out, you will latch onto it and go for the finishing blow.
As well as Xhan, right? He actually put the Lupine trap there, so the wolves and the dogs were coming in. Hound and wolves, not an easy combination to deal with. Clean does have access to AoE damage, but in a lineup where LGD now has a 1,000 gold lead, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, K9 access definitely needed for the side of Hero here. And big damage here coming in from Yao Dao, taking on SANGJIE in that farm lane here. 1 up for the side of Hero Esports for their farm lane.
Okay, so it is XI, so I don't think it's too big of a problem for the side of LGDNBW. For now, they still maintain this 1,000 gold lead. But the pressure putting across the map, this is where there are slight differences in the EXP growth. And nice rotations from the side of Hero. They're kind of trying to slow down the farm that LGD has access to.
The moment SANGJIE drops on the Dolia, you immediately notice the fact that, hey, that's one member down, will immediately punish you for dropping that kill here. So a lot of the priority and the momentum shifts immediately towards the side of Hero.
Alright, we'll take a look at how that actually happened here. A lot of confidence coming in, but the Destined Encounter, that one was the one that really made the biggest difference, along with the Laurel Bloom, the ultimate from 1DAO coming in from the side of Hero.
overheal, I would say, coming in for the side of Hero to really get themselves that play over to the side of LGDNBW SANGJIE here. And with the teleportation coming from LGD, they do look themselves to get another turret on towards this bottom side here. No exchange coming in from Hero.
Not possible. But for the side of Hero, this also brings us to the point of YQ, right? With the Destined Encounter, this will be a situation, if they can keep the farm close, there is a potential to out-heal the damage and out-sustain Hui on this YIUJING pick.
The YIUJING pick is an interesting one. So far, we haven't seen a YIUJING DOUYU come to fruition here, but Fox getting bounced dangerously low, locked in towards the Moonscape Mirage here. The cavalry is slowly but surely coming over, but the kill does fall into the hands of Clean, forcing LGD to back off.
Yeah, but LGD, I don't think they care too much, right? They can get the life of Fox at this point because look at what they have achieved with the help of Lore. Lore has actually taken down the T2 at the bottom side of the map. And we know about this in the trading department in terms of turrets. When you lose access to your T3s, that's when the game gets immensely harder.
And vision is not going to be recovered when you lose these towers. So that's another point of access coming in for that LGD to look for those big flanks.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to aggress over here. They do get the Destined Encounter onto Hui as well as XI, but not too much value because there's no more minion waves to work around. And LGD, they're pulling Hero all over the place. Lore is once again doing so much work. T2 should be guaranteed at this point. One more hit will do it, just a little bit shy.
But on the front side though, Hui does get chunked out really heavily on towards the YIUJING here. Has to use the second refresh on towards the DOUYU to get some of the comfort back on the health bars.
Yeah, but still, very uncomfortable situation for Hero, right? Because every time LGD wants to make a split push with the help of Lore, they just start an exchange. They're not even looking for the finishing blow on the fight.
They're just going for these turrets, going for the objectives that won't be respawning on towards the Gorge. As you can see, Tanran teleporting towards the mid lane here, wanting to contest for this Tyrant.
Yeah, and Fox is just hanging around, right? He needs to find that. Oh, nice steal!
The crucial steal coming in for a side of Clean here as the fight does erupt here. Hui going dangerously low, but the first victim to fall will be Clean on that Floorborn tank. Immediate disengage coming in from Hero Esports as once again, LGDNBW, they come in unscathed and they take a kill on top of you.
Yeah, benefit of super sustained comp, right? You have the extra life by Lure, you also have the double ult by Hui, so there's always this constant barrage of not just damage, but also survivability coming in from the side of LGDNBW, playing exactly to their strengths. And it's only going to get harder because the turrets are starting to fall. One more push on their top side, it should be a guaranteed T2 as well for LGD.
And not the exactly easiest of the team compositions that has been drafted by the side of Hero here. Hero's draft, I would say, is pretty difficult to actually execute.
Yeah, because the whole point of Hero's draft here is to be able to poke you from range, right? And only when you're low do they get to choose and pick and go for the engage. But so far, LGD is not allowing that. They are actually forcing the fight and being put in a position where Hero are forced to fight when they don't have the best position.
Yeah, Hounded stealing away the Crimson Golem here. On towards the cross side though, Lore does get forced out, but goes in with the final frenzy here, pushing back any form of reinforcements from the side of Hero here. LGD, they do once again pick up another 40 on taking, and right now, with the clock hitting the 10-minute mark, this is the Shadow Tyrant available for the contention.
Yeah, very clear that LGD will not force this Tyrant. They will wait for it to reset because on the top side, Lore is trying to help himself towards the Crimson buff. Now he has it. LGD will look for an opening. This one then depends on the position of Tanran. We have been waiting for this guy to make a move. He has not done a single one just yet.
He's slowly but surely farming out to these key items here with Fox marking Tanran on his potential flank here. We do see the Tyrant being started off from the side of LGD.
Yeah, they are looking for an opening here. If they stop clean, this is going to be a guaranteed steal for the side of LGD.
Yeah, hang on a moment though, this encounter does come true. The smite goes over to Hui in this smite war here as the member locking in towards the ultimate here gets taken down. Liao Dao, first to fall, following will be Clean on this attempt here as it is an absolute massacre for Hero Esports here as the first to fall coming in from LGD will be Lore, but the damage has already been done. Tyrant and 4 kills into the pockets of LGDNBW Gaming.
Yeah, beautiful calculated move, right? The price of Lore's life for 4 different members on the side of Hero. And YQ cannot defend this. He does not have wave clear. He does not have damage. So LGD making all the right moves, one correct choice. And this draft, really too strong and too much sustain to deal with.
And they are also knocking on towards this tier 3 right now. Tier 3 team fight win, buffs for the buffet here. Everything is going in control for LGD in this game 1. Super duper clean by LGD.
Yeah, and this is where you get to see, right? The goal difference makes so big of a difficulty for the side of Hero, because if they were on equal terms in terms of itemization, in terms of levels, the destined encounter by YQ would have made a big difference in that team fight. But because there's a huge gap in gold and EXP, LGD are able to take a lot more than what Hero can offer.
And right now, with the lead generated by the side of LGDNBW, they're looking to pick up yet another objective for their own taking here. And with this Shadow Overlord, they will be looking for more of these outer turrets against Hero Esports.
And this is a very concerning position. I think LGD, they'll be looking for the flanks coming in from the sides, right? With that super minion wave coming in the middle. Now, Hero, there's a lot of Hog of War on the side lanes. They have to be really careful about how they position themselves.
And the Shadow Overlord has been spawned towards the bottom lane here. So that will be another point of contention coming in for the side of LGD in potentially closing off the game with that final push here. It really is down to Hero on how well they can play the defensive game.
It's how many shots do you not take from Xhan, right? A lot of damage on this channel is seeing value, because he has been getting those jump shots onto members like JC, and it's pretty hurtful. In the meantime, Law is just trying to burn down any common spells they can. With the Shadow Overlord approaching the base, they do make the dive. Hui looking for an opening.
Yeah, Hui goes in with the Hound here, but it's still a bit of a disengager coming in for the side of LGD here, as they do look to reposition themselves over to this top tier 3.
Yeah, they did force out the big move here, and take a look at Hui. He is falling low, but they wasted YQ's ultimate, which means the defense cannot come through because it's too much of a risk. Hero will lose all T3s, and LGD now, this is a prime position for them.
Yeah, very clean stuff thus far coming in for the side of LGD here. Once they pick up all single tier 3s on towards the base of Hero Esports, now it's time for them to recuperate, pick up all the available buffs on towards the Gorge, and then set your sights once again on that Shadow Tyrant in that bottom river.
Yeah, I like this filtering and funneling of the Azure Golem buffs as well. They actually feed it to Lore as well. They want to get him that CDR plus mana regeneration. So far, Lore has been doing so well. Goes for a hybrid build here. Not only can he offer damage, he is able to soak so much for the side of LGD as well.
And take a look towards the mid side here. They're fighting a lot for the river control here. Clean does push away Lore from that bush here, but with minion waves crashing in from all 3 waves here, I don't think Hero Esports can actually look to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they actually used the Howling Wind. They were trying to get the flank, but here is the true flank. Take a look at what Lore is doing now. They now have the Tyrant. They can flank around.
Hui goes in with the Hound here, does force out the flash on towards Yao Dao here, with Lore being on the forefront here, has to pop the final frenzy here, but where are you going, Clean? That is not your base here, being caught out in his own jungle here. This will be a 4v5 in favor of LGD for the next 35 seconds.
And this is the value of Lore. We're talking about the value of the Clash laners. Lore shows you why it's so important to be able to pull attention away. Clean needed the help of his teammates, did not come. And now with the help by XI, they should be able to get not just the heals, but the resets coming in. The heals will be available waiting for usage.
And flash engage coming in from Fox, does not get the Moonscape Mirage, gets dodged out by side of YQ here. So still a bit of a breathing room. 10 seconds until Clean actually comes back alive here. Lore rocking in front, getting the rotation needed for the side of LGD to get that final crystal push in this game number 1 of the best of 5.
Yep, different class. I think this game number 1 has shown you the pacing that's available by the side of LGDNBW, and it's just a little bit too quick for Hero Esports to deal with. So let's see here the interview on the side of LGDNBW by Nora.
好的，我们的突击采访的话，邀请到的是九尾。那我们看到你在回到了杭州 LGDNBW 以后，第一小局打到自己的老东家，也获得了胜利，可以跟大家分享一下感受吗？
就还是很开心，很久没有比赛了吧。
但我们看到一回来，这个发挥非常的亮眼，而且我们发现今天第一局上来的话，队伍整体的一个团战沟通是打得相当好的。可以跟大家聊一下你们整体在团战当中的一些布置和沟通的思路逻辑是什么样子的吗？
就是平时多吵架吧，然后吵完到赛场上大家就会比较团结吧。
OK， 好的，赛场也证明了一切啊，那你们赶紧下去准备吧，感谢。
Alright, welcome back. That was a pretty strong game coming out from the side of LGDNBW, and that interview was kind of interesting as well. They were talking about fighting amongst themselves. Looks like that has been the formula to really get them aligned in this game number 1.
I mean, this is the reality of esports, right? It's never all rainbows and sunshines. You definitely need to talk and have constructive arguments with your teammates to realistically meet on mutual ends for the greater good of your team.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be. And we have seen the gaps between Hero Esports as well as LGDNBW, right? Number 1, let's talk about the draft here. This Ambrosa pick really hurt the side of Hero. They couldn't deal with him. Luo was consistently in the faces of the Hero Esports members, allowing for mistakes to be made, especially by Clean in that last one, where he found himself in the middle of 4 different members on the side of LGDNBW.
I will say that it's also because of the fact that it's the lack of mobility coming in for the side of Hero, which is very difficult to catch up against Luo on such a slippery pick like Ambrosa.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the mobility options, right? We were hoping for Yao Dao or One Dao here to be able to force mistakes out from the side of LGDNBW, but it was so scary because the jungler on the side, the Yang Jian pick, that was really one of the critical turning moments for the side of LGD. It was pretty close at the start of the game up until that Shadow variant.
And the key one to really focus as well was the Clash lane one, where Fox found the decisive kill on towards JC, and then if a Cat Boom falls behind, that could never be good news for the side of Hero.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage there, even though he took a fall, JC on this Cat Boom dealt over 100,000 worth of hero damage. So imagine if they did not get that kill onto that first blood onto him, I think this result might have been slightly different for the side of Hero Esports.
It's more of a gamble, right? If Hero managed to find that big play towards the top side, then maybe the snowball could have gone going for the side of Hero and restricting LGD in those aggressive rotational attempts, but due to the fact that the skirmish has been won by LGD, things really went more in towards their favor.
Yeah, I agree so, because end of the day, they could be a little bit more aggressive. Having Fox in that mid lane just ready to catch Clean at any point in time, meaning there was never going to be a 50-50 smite battle between the junglers. And as long as they stopped that initiation, the Tyrant buff going into the hands of LGDNBW players would have made the difference, and it really was. Luo here in the Clash lane for the Ambrosa, so much value.
Yeah, KD have a 3-1 and 4 here, 77.8% killing fight participation here, and with also a 27.3 damage converted here by the single player here. You saw during the game that every single Crimson Golem was not given over to the side of the channel, but into the hands of this Ambrosa.
Yeah, and this one really shows you that if you take a soft support like Idolia, you need to find value, you need to find initiation in another player, another role, right? That's where you can really try to win the game off of that, because you will be safe as Idolia. You have the freedom to make the correct choice every single time.
And this comes in the form of a few things, right? Where Fox on that Haya and also the side of the jungle here, looking for all these consistent engages here that allows his team to position even aggressively in these big fights.
I think just the existence of Luo was so helpful for the team on the side of LGDNBW, right? Many times, he not only just soaked in the damage, he's getting the kills as well. Take a look at this play. So even if he gives his health, the trade is always worth it for the side of LGD.
Like what you mentioned, right? Check out Luo in this exchange as well, holding his ultimate until the very last moment here, forcing whatever member there is coming in for the side of Hero Esports to back away, scrambling back towards their base.
All right, so huge success for the side of LGDNBW. That's a great sign for them. Hero Esports, that was not their worst performance or not something that they can't come back from, right? So let's talk about this potential turnaround situation before we explore that mic check on the side of LGDNBW. What needs to change for Hero?
I do think that is more down to the execution here. The drafting was okay. I wouldn't say it's the perfect draft, but it's reasonable in their own case here. But it's really down to these big team fights here. I do feel like the Flowborn tank coming in from Hero's jungle was a bit disorientated from the communication of his own team.
Agreed. And I think maybe they could have changed a slight, one of the role change, maybe they could have put a tank onto the Clash lane instead, right? They needed Clean to tank, but he's not enough. They needed more opportunities because Clean was always stuck in the middle of all the different members on the side of LGDNBW.
maybe more on a bruiser here, because if we do give a tank towards the side of Hero Esports, I think too much of the DPS requirement will be on the hands of one DAO on that Aaron. So really, it wasn't really much about the draft, but more on the execution on team fights. Yeah, so going into Game 2 and Game 3, we need to see more on the, I wouldn't say perfect, but well-organized team fighting coming in from Hero to be able to tackle against LGD in those big team fight moments.
A more synchronized execution.
Correct.
I think you're pointing at, right? So when Clean jumps in, the entirety on the side of Hero Esports needs to back him up instead of leaving him and hoping that he's going to be able to tank a little bit more, because that's exactly what happened in this game number 1.
That is true here. So learning the mistakes from game 1 here, moving on towards game 2, excited to see what sort of comeback or what form of these change-ups here that Hero Esports actually will introduce to their gameplay here, because it's very much needed. 2 more games will differ from you in top 16 or top 32 exit here for these 2 teams.
I mean, I wouldn't call it the most expensive draft. There were definitely some heavy costs involved. Having the Cat Boom and having the Flowborn tank. Number 1 is a super tank on the side of the Flowborn tank, and very huge, massive poke damage from the Cat Boom, but did not find that success. Hero will have to explore many other options as well. But before that, let's listen into the calls by LGDNBW.
我把上面口留着，兄弟。
准备打人啊！准备等我下个一，我下哎，这波能拉圆坦绕图吗？感觉可以。等
我下空下。
能拉圆坦绕图吗？
我来，拉一点，兄弟。打，来救。拉过先拉。爱丽丝。
打行，
毛一滴。
打就行，扫线推。龙拿到，兄弟。走线。
哎，我死了。
没事，兄弟。哎，能给他打吗？我能咬他。还可以绕。
有位置，这波有位置。
先摸龙。
可以拉，
先摸。可以直接打。来。哎，你可以拉他说。
你可以拉，我能给你刷。能打吗？我有位置。
你可以拉，直接打。
拉，兄弟。
打后面的吗？
打后面。
追看我。
对你盯着我来打前面的，你盯着。
OK。
他跟我
打脸上的，打脸不是打这个打圆坦，晕了。
打屁股。
能给我刷到吗？
能给你刷，打就行。把线先点了，可以拉，直接拉就行了。是老师别怕，能拉就拉。来接。
我晕了，兄弟，我晕了。
接下海月还要烧
水没闪。
接海月，先打连胜了。等下线打一波。
哎，下线我顶进去好吧？
还能一波吗？
直接顶。
我顶了。
点了。
Nice。
You know, I really love when the team, even in their winning, their comms are actually very clean from start to finish. That's what I really value from strong teams here coming in from the KPL region.
Oh, definitely. I think that's going to be the difference maker, right? Because you need to be able to... I mean, it's always very stressful in a match. Whether it's a strong opponent, an average opponent, you need to have clarity in what's the next move to make, right? So strong comms and clear comms is definitely going to help that situation for yourself.
Yeah, and talking about this situation here, so if you are on the side of Hero here, I wonder what's going on in their resting room. I mean, like, not resting room, but, you know, when they are in their own circle, looking back into game 1, how do they realistically come back from the game itself?
I think we explore the 2 options available, right? Or at least in my mind, there are 2 options, right? Number 1, you can talk about the gaps that were apparent in game number 1 and what can change from that. Or you can just explore, okay, let's forget about game number 1. What can we do to prepare for game number 2? Knowing that there is a potential that it's just 5 heroes taken away from the hero pool. There's many more to explore, many other combinations we can try to make it work with.
It's really much of a quick fix, right? It's like, hey, forget about game 1, focus on game 2 and game 3, and later on, when we go back to the gaming house or back to the bootcamp, then we talk about what we could have done better to better prepare ourselves for the 2026 esports year, if and only if they do bow out this early.
That's true. At the same time, I think one of the things that we can kind of cover here is, let's talk about this side selection, right? Obviously, if you lose the game in the series, you get to have the option to choose to change sides or to keep. So if you were in the shoes of Hero, I think, like you said, execution error for this game number 1. You think they need to change the sides or not?
Blue side. I am a heavy person on towards blue side, especially when you're into game 1 to game 3. And in a BO5 setting, you know for a fact that there will be lesser games, so blue side's value just skyrockets so hard here.
Yeah, because I think one of the strengths we talk about being on the blue side is if you pick a flex pick, technically you can make a counter pick play on the first two picks that your red side team makes.
And red side is also much more of a challenging side for the coaching staff because you need to be able to prepare drafts to realistically deal with all the strong blue side picks like the Kaboom, like the Haya, or even look further into the hero picks like potentially the Dunshan, for example.
Right, so Hero was on the blue side in game number 1. This time they will switch over to the red side. Let's see what kind of difference this will make for them as we take a look at LGD. They're gonna take the Haya away. We're already seeing the usage. Fox in game number 1 showing us how potent this pick can be.
It's one of the strong picks, right? When you just pick up the Haya, you throw her in towards the river, I don't think any single member can realistically walk into the river to contest for that vision here. But more of these bans will be targeted towards the roamer here. Master Luban and also the likes of the Kong Kong is removed from the pool. That does lead to the question here. The Dunshan and Sulie, those are available.
Dunshan and Sulie, yep, definitely available. They will pick it up on the side of LGDNBW, right? But the scary thing for me is that now LGDNBW, there's a potential of picking up that Kaboom for themselves. And now you have a huge shield in the form of Dunshan for you.
And I like the pickup here coming in for the side of Hero Esports. Chicha and also Sulie here, one of the most consistent performance in this tournament itself. So that does add a lot of value for the side of Hero here. But LGD, going with a different approach of the Dunshan here, it is a Clash Lane Byron with an Aaron here. So this is much more of a reactive Dunshan with the Aaron, going for those backline assassinations.
What do you think about this Chicha-Erin matchup, if it happens? Because the Chicha definitely could still go into the clash lane for the side of Hero. Okay, maybe not.
Wait, Chicha versus Erin. I think it's going for the farm lane, right? So it looks pretty comfy. At the very least, I do see the laning phase to be not as difficult to the other matchups. So I would say that Hero, they still could flex this up to the very last moment if they wanted to.
I feel like Hero's draft this game seems a little bit better as we head into the second half of the ban phase here. The Kaiser and Shi being taken out. Because this one, for the pick on the Sulie, I feel like has a lot of value for White Q here.
The pick on the Sulie for the side of White Q. This Sulie, right, this has been the name of the game, right? Because through the last series and the previous series itself, we saw how well Sulie is on the big team fight plays, right? Dispel 1/3 cast into the chargeback, the big plays on the ultimate flash. These are the miracle moments that could be coming in from Hero Esports paired up with a DOUYU. That is a lot of corners being covered already by Hero.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen this potential, right? If they get their timings right, essentially Razor Cavalry with the Unconquerable Army setup, that's a guaranteed, 2-second knockup and lockdown against LGD. And with a farmed up JC on these Xiao Xiao as well as Chicha pick, that's gonna be quite dangerous for LGD.
And LGD also going up with a very aggressive early game setup here. Dune and Kaboom here being in as their final 4 and 5. With Dunshan and Dune, we've seen the combination of the double Dunes where Dune goes in and you don't have a Dahlia to come out with the second Unruly Blade. So what makes it work is that this Dune Shan actually carries you out from the dangers of the enemy team.
Okay, I like the concept. I think it makes a lot of sense. But Hero here, going for a very early game. We saw this exact jungle matchup with the Pei rushing in as an early game jungle versus the Dun, who doesn't move, who doesn't take camps as fast. Is this going to be a Hero-centric game then?
Hero for at the very least. I do favor their draft in this game number 2, but if they do falter in the early game, that wouldn't be the best suit for them coming in towards this series here. However, they have a lot of tools to play around here. Big engages coming in from White Q and also Tanran, and then the follow-up damage is really sufficient in the form of 1 Dao on the Chicha.
Yeah, I really like Hero's draft as well. I think this is a much steadier draft compared to game number 1. Question is about the execution, right? If they do make that initial rotations and they get the first blood going over to the side of Hero, I think this could really be a tie game series for Hero to achieve.
For that is the win condition here coming in from Hero. Make sure the early game goes well, the Pei farms into a very comfortable state, and then allow your double side lanes to find chaos in the team fights here. And on the flip side, LGDNBW Gaming here, the Erin Kaboom here, ton of poke damage here, similar draft for the side of Hero mimic for the side of LGD in this game number 2 here. What do you think will be different here coming in from LGD?
I feel like this initial wave clear in the mid lane is going to be the decider, right? Because both JC as well as Fox, they have very good wave clear ability. The level 1 wave clear is going to be quick. Now it's about, okay, what's this call from the team? Do they double down on the wave clear so they can make faster rotations as a group? Or do they just try to put pressure on the Clash lane?
Well, we have to find out, right? As we do march into Game 2 of the series, this will be LGDNBW taking on Hero Esports in the final series of Day 3 of the KCC 2025. But once again, let's pass it over to the crowd for the chant.
And right off the bat, you can see the difference in mindset. So LGD knowing that, hey, you probably can't contest with that first level, but look at that, quite a bit of damage being laid down onto XZai already.
Well, the rotation here coming in from Fox to stop Hero from taking this potential fire beak here. But the cavalry is coming already in the form of JXI on the Xiao Xiao, forcing this buff to be almost taken away from the side of Hero.
Yeah, but Hero, look, they have benefited off of that rotation, right? This camp is stolen away by Clean. This is a very good start for the side of Hero.
And this also comes into the information exchange, right? Because we saw Hui and Fox start off the mid lane. It means that for LGD's jungle, he wouldn't be able to be appeared in that jungle bot side that early compared to the fast jungle clear coming in from Clean.
Okay, but with that being said, Tanran has taken quite a bit of damage here, and thankfully for the side of Hui, that Crimson Golem wasn't stolen. So does this cause the early start for the side of LGD?
It might be, right? Because at the very least, we see a bit of a tussle towards the mid side here, funneling most of the gold into the pockets of the jungle and the mid lane here. And the rotations coming in for the side of Hero Esports is to really get more of these resources in towards the pockets of this pay in the side of the jungle.
Yeah, so escorting him, making sure he's safe in the jungle is definitely one of the win conditions. At the same time, the gold sharing coming in from the side of LGD seems to be that solution that they're looking for.
And tonight we saw a lot of the pay prowess coming in from the global teams, coming in from the KCC teams, and it has been showing a lot of work so far in the tournament itself.
Yep, it has, right? As long as Clean keeps farming, I think that's going to be one win condition that Hero are going to try to achieve for themselves. So far, it's looking good on the goal charts because they do have a very slight lead, which is instantly negated by LGD here.
Yeah, early game is always like that, right? You're trading back and forth, looking for these jungle resources clear, but once you falter that one team fight, that's where the goal lead gets bursted open exponentially here. But so far in the early game, it's still relatively quiet for those two teams.
Oh, I like this play from Fox, right? Very simple mechanic here. Just making sure to use those kitty bombs in the brushes to be able to scout out information for the team. And now they know that YQ is here. So this allows Hero to make certain decisions, right? Right now, there is a potential for a double man dive from Clean to help out in the farm lane against the solo X-Han.
I wonder as well, to your point, does the competitive server, the pro server, have the hang on a moment though, as we do see Razor Cavalry pushing back Raw into the warm welcome of the enemy team here. But does he survive from this push though? There is so much crowd control here. He's still up and alive, but the final nail in the coffin coming in from Tanran to seal first blood for his team.
That was a huge play, but that took much longer than I'm sure Hero expected and wanted it to be. Now with that, first blood goes into the hands of Hero, secures a 1000 goal lead, which allows them to continue building space for the side of their jungler for Hero. But take a look at this, he bought so much time whenever his bar is full, and this is Luo we're talking about. He's able to get that life steal back, but unfortunately for him, too many members to deal with, too many stuns, too many knockups.
Very good role coming in for the side of JXI to capitalize on the side of War in that exchange here. Even after multiple levels of CC, he managed to survive here. But hey, a kill is a kill coming in from Hero.
True, but still, Hero, I think I like the response. They knew that, hey, they weren't in a position to be able to contest for that 4-minute Tyrant, so they take the immediate trade for the Overlord. This is going to allow them to keep their goal lead, right? But is this enough?
for the very least now, it's looking really healthy for Hero Esports compared to game number 1 here. We take any leads possible coming in, but look at the SANGJIE charge here, catching on towards 2 here, but Clean being pushed out from his Tiger stance here. At the very least, big poke damage does come through, but the defense has been escalated coming in from LGDNBW.
I mean, this is just a different level, right? KPL teams, they're showing you that you can aggress from many different angles, even if the T1s are still available. And this is based on the draft. The amount of damage that YQ took for the team, that was the opening that they were looking for. And with the pushback as well, hopefully looking for the kill. But unfortunately for them, there was not enough synergy and on the timing for JC to be able to get the final blow.
Also on the prize as well, XiaoZai on the Dunshan plays a pivotal role in helping X-Han on the errand to realistically escape from the play. So first thing first is to carry Xiao Han and then use the force field suppression to push back all the enemies from the continuous push here. But take a look at the top side though. Razor Cavalry does catch on towards Luo here, but the second one does go wide here. With the Cavalry coming in, that's 5 members collapsing on towards Clean here. Clean already using the first pounce will be taken down by Luo in that exchange.
Yep, that was a nice move by the side of LGDNBW, but this comes at the cost of a T1 being taken down by the side of Hero. So is this going to be a worthwhile trade though?
I do fully agree that LGD make a beautiful trade because we know for a fact that if Clean, this pick on the pay gets delayed on the early game, that could just spell horrible news for the side of Hero Esports as we see more engage towards the side of the Sulier here. Doesn't force out the Iron Colossus passive here, but has to take the recall. Look for a bit of a recuperation.
I mean, to be honest, that would have been a perk, right? Taking out that passive, that initial life of YQ would have been great for the side of LGD, but what they really wanted was to push them back so they could actually take the T1 at the top. Because until they make that trade, the map is still very much in advantage to Hero because the farming speed on the side of Clean has been slightly disrupted, but he's still very much in the lead, close to 1,000 ahead of his counterpart on Hui.
Very comfortable, especially on this carry jungle here. And if we pan our focus into the other lanes, there's no one that could really equate the farming speed coming in from Clean on this page here. So he needs to make sure that he reduces more of these mistakes going on to the later stages of the game, especially to the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, he needs to be at the forefront of the farming. He's doing that right now, top of the gold charts. But the setup by the side of LGD looking a little bit dicey for the side of Hero here. Clean, he has the gold. What he needs now is the support of the team. They need more setup, need more stuns.
And that will come from YQ and also Tanran here. Yet to see them pull off a masterful team fight aside from the play on towards Lord here. So I'm waiting to see how they really play out this team fight here. Top side, a bit of a tussle between Wanda and also Lord, given over this Fire Beak over to the side of LGD.
Yeah, I mean, the Fire Beak, every little bit matters right now. They aren't able to find any angle of entry on the side of Hero. They did commit the initial charge on the Howling Wind and immediate swap of itemization for the side of YQ. And still, value given to the side of LGD.
And slowly but surely, we're approaching to that 8-minute mark here. The second Tyrant will be respawned towards the Gorge in just a short moment here. So, at the very least, you see LGW's net worth, they're slowly catching up and equalizing here, despite the fact that Clean is so consistent on the pay farm.
Yeah, that's because they took a T1 on the top. Now, this is a favorable trade in terms of map control for the side of LGD. Nice knockup, but this Byron, Lord, he's so hard to take down. They will buy time though, and with that, Hero do secure that 8.5-minute Tyrant for themselves.
Wait, Tanran here looking for potential steal on this buff here. He does get the steal here, but get immediately pushed back by the side of the all-shield here coming from XiaoZai, but Flash expanded here, not the best of the trade here coming from LGD. Losing buff, losing a common spell.
Yeah, not ideal at all. And then really forces us to look at the game from LGD's eyes, right? Now with a discomfort here coming in, what else can they find across the map? Because this is not looking good for Lore. Lore is now potentially being pincered in a 1v2, might lose a T1 here as well.
Well, very good shielding here coming in for force field suppression here. That's the value of a well-farmed Byron here. You get so much healing and shielding based on your itemization that you choose.
Yeah, and LGD, I think the game plan here is you want to try and force the macro play, right? Hero unable to really withstand against the potential, the kill potential of the LGDNBW lineup, so they're relying on Tanran to make the split push here.
And both these teams are slowly but surely scaling into the 10th minute mark here. Look at the minion wave advantage here coming in for the bottom turret here. Potentially trading away the Crimson Golem for that bottom tier 2, but it has been denied coming in for Lore's rotation here. Of course, look at the timer right now. 10 minutes, 1-1 in terms of scoreline. The goal lead, practically not important at all. It's just dead even.
Yeah, it really is, right? This one is really more about positioning at this point, especially when it's coming to the 10-minute mark. The Shadow variants will make a big difference. The Tyrant, Shadow variant of the Tyrant will be enough to win them big team fights. They don't need to get an ace, but having important tanks like Tanran or Lure being taken down, that really will change the team fight.
And look at Yao Dao's position here. He's looking for the potential flanker. As we see, the fight does get broken up in the front line here with Xiaohan being the primary target here, does get taken down as the first victim coming in from Tan Ran here. Crucial crowd control, finding more of these members here, pushing into the depths of Hero's mouths here. They are getting every single thing on towards their platter here, with Hui also destined to fall. Luo being the final member here, but it doesn't matter. 4 kills into the side of Hero. That opens up the Shadow Tyrant for their taking.
Beautiful catch from the side of Hero. I'm very sure we'll get a shot of the replay over that. But that was a beautiful setup by both JC as well as YQ, and as well as the splitting movement from Tanran on that Razor Cavalry really made LGD be put in a very bad position. So because right at the start of the fight, 3 important members, Fox, X-Han as well as Xi, already taken down, and that means you have no damage, you have no crowd control.
And we were talking about like, hey, where's the setup coming in from Hero Esports? It's been an awfully quiet early game, but the immediate follow-up coming in from Tanran and also YQ really set up Yao Dao, one down on the Chisha, to go for the aggressive flank against the Aaron.
Yep, Yao Dao actually, he made it out with a sliver of health. He was really critical in placing the damage down against the LGDNBW members. And we'll take a look at this gold graph here. So close to 8,000 for one Dao, but you can see, even with the lesser gold in the farm lane comparison, able to pull out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and this is just the pressure point coming in from LGD's draft. You draft a single carry lineup on towards the Aaron here, and the moment they get the big pounce on towards you, you lose out your most consistent DPS here coming in from LGD. So the next fight, if Xiaohan actually falls, that could be a very big blunder for the side of LGD.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's what they are hoping for on the side of Hero, right? Tanran has been looking across the map, and once again, if he finds that godly flag, it could be the end.
And a bit of a tussle here coming in, as we do see the engage wasn't to go all in, but to take away the Crimson Golem, force Xiaohan and Hui to back off from the buff itself.
Yeah, and also making sure they get the pressure coming in from the G2 at the top as well. Now, this is Hero at their best juncture just yet. They're trying to get the setup here, but they're over-chasing.
Yeah, Hao being committed from the side of LGDNBW here. The primary focus will be on towards Yao Dao here, but it's such
Tanran.
a tanky Chisha here. Tanran coming in for the follow engage here. Doesn't find the marker on towards Xiaohan here. He's still kiting, but soon enough, it will be falling into the hands of Yao Dao on that flash engage in towards the side of LGD's farm main player here. 3v4 on towards the front side here. The fight isn't over yet. They're still going for it, but the sustain just isn't enough coming in from Lord. He will be going down strongly into the hands of Yao Dao on that Shisha here. Hui also getting caught out by the Blossoming Fan here. Does he have the unruly bait? He chooses to go in. Baited by the Splendor. 4 for 1 again in favor of Hero Esports.
LGD believed in their execution. They wanted to end the fight there. There was quite a bit of healthy damage by the side of Fox, but unfortunately, there is too many life bars on the side of Hero Esports, and they really outplayed themselves there. LGD now at risk of losing the Shadow Overlord to the side of Hero.
Yao Dao on this Shisha is just phenomenal here. As we can check into this replay, Kin, do break it down for us.
The biggest thing in this that made the difference here is the redemption by the side of YQ. Secondarily, it's also about the serving platter that Tanran gave to the side of Hero. He served the members like Xiaohan, the Aaron, straight up on a plate for Yao Dao to finish up. This was one of the biggest difference makers in the first part of the fight. But the second one was the fact that they fought so long that YQ actually got the cooldown for his ultimate, allowing for this setup onto the Dune, which was enough to be able to slow him down, lessen the healing values, and the ultimate coming in from the side of Yao Dao as well. Beautiful finish onto the second portion of the fight.
Now with a 5,000 goalie after that magnificent back-to-back objective plays, Hero Esports looks into a much more comfortable position, going in for more of these tier 3 damages here.
Yeah, we'll see. P3s now stand between the defense of LGD's game number 2 against Hero's overpowering might at this point in time. YaoDao has been performing so well in this game, being able to find all the gaps that are available on the side of LGDNBW.
This is the experience that we talk about here. Before converting himself into the roster Hero, he was in KSG, and before KSG, he was in the legendary roster of Wolves Esports here. This just proves how much experience matters here coming in for the farm main role.
Yeah, we'll see. OneDAO here looking for another potential opening. So far, I think the only thing that's standing in the way of Hero taking this series has been Lure. His engages on this Byron have been the difference maker, but it's not enough. They need someone else on the side of LGD to take a stand here, and that needs to be XHan.
Yeah, XHan, you can see him working towards his Blood Rage as well. This is a semi-tank on-hit Aryan build here, so at the very least, he won't be an easy target to pick off with the help of XI on that Dujan roamer pick.
It's like a damage over time build, right? And that requires them to be able to drag the fight. And so far, LGD have not been allowed to do that because of the catches by Tanran. Every single time they're looking for the correct positioning or prior positioning for the side of XHan, he keeps getting caught up by Tanran.
And if you check out the build as well, right, you will start to see one issue here. Yes, LGD has a lot of damage coming in from the side of Xiaohan, but the problem is, the only damage is coming from Xiaohan. There's no other supplement to really play the game for himself. As you can see, Tanran does go for the initial engagement, does push back quick into the depths of the side of Hero Esports. And right now, without their primary tank, all LGD can do is just to pivot away for safety here. Lure going deep towards the backline here, but gets kited by 5 members. That leaves 2 remaining standing for the LGD. What can they do? Because this is just a ticking time bomb looking for the potential equalizer for Hero Esports.
Yeah, beautiful moves from the side of Hero Esports, actually sharing the damage that's available. Here comes a dive and trying to push them away. This will be game number 2, secured by Hero Esports, just making sure they have many more hit points than LGD to take this win.
We are having a series on our hand, the closing series for day number 3 of KCC, featuring LGD and also Hero will be magnificent here, as we are going to be going into an interview with OneDAO with Mora.
好的，我们突击采访邀请到的是妖刀，恭喜你们成功追回了1分，可以跟大家分享一下现在的感受吗？
就是还是很开心吧，追回1分，对。
那我们看到的话，其实，在10分钟龙团有一个关键的绕后，当时也是叱咤来到了红区的一个位置，可以跟大家聊一下当时是谁的一个想法，以及当时大家的判断是什么样子的吗？
就是刚好的话，看到对面那个就是狂点漏了嘛，对，然后就去尝试了一下。
那我们看到，其实，在第2局的时候，整体大家局内是非常主动的一个状态。其实这次转会你们的变动比较大，那目前大家局内整体的一个指挥的配合逻辑大概是什么样子的呢？
指挥的话主要是洛神在做吧，然后我们大家的话配合一下，对。
好的，那希望你们可以继续加油，感谢。
Beautiful performance by the side of YaoDao here in the farm lane. He was actually pushing it really hard, really close as well, and you really saw the value of having extra life. I think actually similar to game number 1 by LGDNBW with the pick on that Ambrosa. So it's essentially fighting a 5v6 here. Hero definitely doing a much better execution in game number 2. Let's see, does this shift the momentum in terms of the ban pick and execution?
I think in terms of execution, we did talk about like, hey, game 1 wasn't really because of a drafting issue here coming in from the coaching staff. Was it the best? Maybe not, but was it playable? Yes. So the execution coming into game 2 for the side of Hero Esports, I would say much more crystal clear in terms of what they need to do. Tanran and also YaoDao, the way they find flanks has been magnificent thus far.
Actually, it's quite difficult. If you put yourself in the shoes of Lure, I feel like no matter what he chose, it was a bad decision, right? Because if you choose to go on the backlines, you leave Tanran open, and Tanran just splits the entire team fight. He serves XHan on a silver platter for YaoDao to finish the job off.
It was very magnificent, right? Because one of the fights in towards the clash lane, I think near the Shadow Overlord, it was Tanran pushing XHan all the way into the mouth of YaoDao. It's like, hey, bro, are you hungry for a kill? Here's a hot one for you, the Aaron on the enemy team.
Yep, every single time, serving the farm laner on the side of LGDNBW as on a silver platter, essentially, right? Wrapped in gold. And Hero, you know Yao Dao loves freebies, and he always got the kill.
And to remind us all on the Yao Dao performance, it's a regular norm to see Yao Dao perform on these anti-marksman picks here. He was the one to bring out the Futsu farm as well in one of the playoffs games.
Yeah, and I feel like the success really came down to the decision-making on Tanran. He was a difference maker in being able to separate the fights, put the LGD members out of position. That's why they won majority of those fights across the board.
But I gotta give props over to the side of Hui on this Dun. He put a magnificent game as well in limiting the pay coming in from Law Unclean in the early parts of the game. So it's pretty consistent thus far, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I want to talk about Fox on this Kaboom here. I think he played a fantastic game, but just once again couldn't find the appropriate openings because Tanran was such a huge problem.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Kaboom, right? You do super well in the early game with your pokes, with your rotational speed, but the flaw of the Kaboom has always been being engaged on. You don't have solid disengage to build yourself out of sticky situations.
Yeah, and looking at the amount of picks we've had on the Dunshan, he hasn't found much success to date at all across all 4 series.
Yeah, I would say so, right? Because so far we've viewed through all the gameplays thus far. It wasn't really prominent of this Dunshan pick. You know what's prominent? It is Tanran on the MVP pick on this JIUJING here. 2-0-7 with a 75% kill participation here. He was just charging through the members of the side of LGDNBW.
Insane. Trample them down. That is the strength of Tanran here, especially on the Guanyu, the War Saint. We'll take a look at the replay here. The way that he separated the fight for the team on the side of Hero was so critical, especially with the amount of damage they have available on the side of Hero. This was an easy way to win the fights.
And the early game was a 1-1 stalemate from the both teams. And we were talking about like, hey, 10 minutes is going to be a feisty one. And it went totally in the way of Hero Esports getting 4 kills with the Tyrant and with all the available resources in the base of the side of LGD.
Yeah, and it never looked the other way, right? LGD did try, they did make those attempts, but every single time they were separated, cut in half by Tanran's initiations, and then also being served one by one into the hands of Yao Dao here, who gladly showed them what damage means.
It's like, okay, thank you for the free gift here, Tanran. Welcome to the team, Yao Dao.
Yeah, and the consistent help by the side of the mid lane for Hero Esports also very beneficial. And this is where, you know, if you take a look at Fox, I think there was enough damage coming in because of the potential wraparounds by Tanran. That really killed off the comeback potential on the side of LGDNBW.
So this goes into a position where if you give the roamers a proper tool, a proactive one, you will be rewarded really heavily here. And so far, out of the drafts that we've seen, a single damage source usually doesn't work that well for the teams, especially in the KPL or KCC.
Yeah, and it needs to be paired up with control. If you're not going to be able to tank, then you need someone like Tanran on the War Saint Guanyu to be able to cut through the enemy lines and really just buy a little bit more time for your team so that the real damage dealers can finish the job.
That is correct here. So for this upcoming game 3, it's going to be interesting because the pick and bans will heavily revolve around the remaining roamers in the pool here. We have Master Luban, we have the likes of the Kong Konger, and then the roamers can still trade between the used ones that they have experienced here, which is the DOUYU and also the Sulie here. So I'm interested to see what kind of priority will be given over to coming in for both of these teams in Game 3 itself, because Game 3 is important, right? You win that series point.
Yeah, exactly. It might sound like it's a little close, but I think we still have a long way in terms of this series. But of course, before we take a look at that, I'm very curious about how the comms would be like on the side of Hero Esports, right? Do you listen to Tanran? And is Tanran the one telling, you know, Yao Dao, say, hey, I have a freebie for you. Here is the delivery of Xhan. What do you want to eat? I'm going to deliver that for you.
It's like, beep, beep, your delivery is here. Who is it for? Oh, it's for Yao Dao here. Welcome to Hero Esports here. Here is your gift from us here. So that's going to be a funny one later on. But I think back in the interview, though, I think Yao Dao did mention, like, to the interviewer, Mora, their main point of shot caller, I think it's in the form of the jungler Queen, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that'll be interesting. So
Yeah.
in the chaos, especially when it's a full-on 5v5, right? Tanran was very sneaky, able to find himself within the fog of war for the vision on the side of LGDNBW, and using that to perfection, right? Setting up the perfect team fight. But this is also with the help of WhiteQ on this Sulia here, making sure the unconquerable army setups will always land on at least a minimal of 2 different members on the side of LGDNBW. So of course, let's cut to the chase and wait for my check that's coming really soon. LGD, difficult position. Let's see what it was achieved from the side of Hero.
可以卖，可以卖。
哎，你，
前面来，这
砸了，
出帮出来！
哎，控制，
哎，过来，远，哎，
来，对，我先拉手，我踩了，注意，楼友，注意，
慢慢打，兄弟，
慢慢打，下后，就前排，老虎，前排，
慢慢打，就下后，
可以追，没输了，我在线，
就下后，空了，我踩，空了，来 ，go，算喽 ，OK，上我，来人。
出来就跟他
挡个闪没，我准备直接踩他启动就行，到时候你把他定了，注意看猫，等会
来可以往前定，你出来可以吗？
踩空了，我定了，
第二关
没上中，靠猫，砸到，
猫，
能拉出来不？叫，有别动，能跑，我今天能跑我翻了，
来，我吃，
我猜，能跑，
可以打。来，
我再看，快点，推了，
我走，先等线，你们打，
你们7点血，够了，等会先进去，你没闪 ，OK， 等我
中路上路区的，
我往前顶，等先进去，下好进去卖死，下好，我开空了，点塔，点一波，
来，兄弟。
Okay, that was a little more chaotic than I expected. But at the end of the day, right, I think the team alignment was pretty good because they did try to isolate a singular member on the side of LGDNBW, find success with that formula, and being able to just chunk down the T3s one by one. That was one of the core win strategies from the side of Hero.
And to your point as well, right, the communication is actually very messy coming in for the side of Hero Esports. Okay, maybe not messy, but very energetic coming in for the team itself, because we were told that, okay, Queen is our main shot caller, but you see the volume bars, everyone is actually talking with each other to look for the perfect consensus for those plays.
I mean, this is what we want when we say teamwork, right? Everyone being on the same page, everyone being aligned about what the next step is. And in this chaotic moments that Hero Esports were experiencing, I think this is the first step into trying to turn around the series, because they have been at the mercy of LGD, having game 1 being taken away, right? Now it's going to be 1-1, and we'll take a look at what's next on the screen.
Now, first thing first, we definitely have to look into the side selection here coming in for both of these teams here. Do they go for the blue side? Do they go for the red side here? So that will be the interesting one going into this game too.
Yeah, and we have only just made use of 10 different heroes. Now that we're in game number 3, only 10 heroes will be taken apart.
Exactly here. So drafting will still be a hard one, but not the most difficult suit for the coaches here coming into this game 3 here. So LGD going up against Hero Esports here. The script has been set. Winner goes top 16. Loser exits the tournament at top 32 here. Match point on the line here, with history telling us that series hasn't been going to 5 games, so whoever takes this upcoming game might have an increase in their win rate.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at what's available, right? Let's walk through the picks so far. Look, hasn't been the most expensive draft from the side of LGD in this second game here. Using the Dune as a jungler, I think that really is to be able to have a stronger potential in this game number 3. Dunshan will be taken out by LGD, as well as the Master Lupan from Hero.
Yeah, more of these roamers really have to be removed from the pool, because the roamers don't just provide you with the fancy engages, disengages, it also sets the tone of what kind of composition that you want to be playing here, because Dunshan allows you to go for those big combos like the Dunshan Aaron, Lady Soon, or Fatih here, and Master Luban allows you to go for the Luban double combo here. So these to be removed makes a lot of sense here coming in for both of these squads. But jumping into the pick and bans itself, we do see the Kong and the Arlie being traded left and right between both teams.
Ooh, I like this. So Hero actually going the early and the Ogren, right? This is going to be both damage as well as sustain coming in this initial 2 picks. But then if you take a look at LGDNBW, this also then opens the potential Xiao Xiao pick, right? To be an absolute counter against the early pick.
Yep, there is still the potential option of the Xiao Xiao here coming in for the side of LGD. So they do in fact pick up the Chicha here on the second pick coming in from LGD. And there is the Xiao Xiao that you mentioned here, Kin. This is a very comfortable 2-3 for the side of LGD.
Alright, so do we get the same delivery system that Hero benefited from in game number 2? Or does LGD try to play this in a different way? Because they are left with the jungle as well as the Clash lane pick here.
If they can pick it, definitely it will be very comfortable, because if you rely on solely a Kong Kong the engage wouldn't be that sufficient here. So pairing up with one more charge coming in from LGDNBW's draft will make much more sense for their 4 and 5.
Yeah, and now I'm super curious about what this Clash lane pick is going to come out for the side of Hero, right? They've already used the Sikong Zheng along with the Guan Yu, which means the Byron is a potential, but I think they might want to save that as they ban out the Guan Yu for the side of LGD.
Yeah, it definitely has to go, right? With how much influence that Taran has shown in game number 2 itself, you wouldn't want to give it over to Law, which is one of the key players here coming in from LGD back in game 1 here. So moving on towards the draft here, more of these junglers and key playmakers have been removed from the LGD pool here. On the flip side, LGD responded the same. The Clash laner, the roamers here aren't that much allowed to the side of Hero here.
Oh, I like this. Hero actually pick up the Ambrosia, once again playing with the extra life. That is a potential win condition for the side of Hero. Once again, you're playing a potential 5v6 here.
Yep, and with the final lineup here, oh, I think this is a lore special on the Ma Chao here. An interesting one, definitely, for the side of LGDNBW here. We've seen it before, back in KPL Grand Finals or KPL Summer, that he was an absolute menace here. And Hero Esports, what are you doing? That's a Dong Huang for their final roamer pick.
The Harbinger pick here, it might be the greatest answer ever, right? Because that's going to be a great answer against the lower Ma Chao. You need someone to be able to stun him up and lock him in place, and that actually is going to be the support coming in for Hero.
I think it's a very good one, because when the Ma Chao wants to go in with the multiple jabs on his javelins, you have the Dong Huang just stand by and like, hey, I dare you to come in. If you come in, you get sucked on by my ultimate here, the forbidden contract. But if you don't, you're just wasting time on the sidelines here. So excited to see how YQ actually pilots this Dong Huang for the side of Hero Esports.
Yeah, because it's a double tank composition, and now you have the extra life from Tanran as well. You have the freedom to dive. So I think one of the weaknesses that LGD will try to go for is either try to get the burst onto Yao Dao or maybe JC here.
Yep. With the drafts being locked in thus far coming in from both LGD and Hero here, I would say this is a much more 50-50 coming in for both teams here. It really boils down to the execution that we will need to see in the Gorge for this game tree.
And last hits, right? I think last hits definitely matter a lot more here, being able to get the financial advantage. If YQ gets more items than you in this matchup, he is going to be a menace to deal with. You can't really kill him. He's going to sustain, he's going to tank, he's going to catch you under the tower. And with the Forsaken contract, you share damage, he's going to still survive.
Ah, that's the annoying part coming in for the Dong Huang, right? I hate those when I see them in my ranked games here. But this is a tournament lineup here for the side of Hero Esports. So YQ, what do you have in store here? Do you go for the pesky level 1 invade against the Agudo?
I think that's an option to explore, but you also don't want to get first blood into any of the members on the side of LGD, right? So I think it's a balance of just searching and scouting for information for the side of Hero, and only when the situation seems safe does YQ really go for the potential jungle camp steal.
Wait, I have an idea here. So in this game, you have the Ogren going in for the early aggression, and you have the Dong Huang going to harass the Agudo from starting the early release here. So maybe this is a game plan that Hero actually planned to counter out this Agudo here. But of course, without the fans, there wouldn't be this stadium.
Alright, so they actually choose a slightly different direction here. So YQ actually going for the rotation along with the mid lane. And once that is cleared, he's going to try and secure this Fire Beak for his Clash laner.
I think it's a decent one, right? Because if the roamer is present with the minion wave, so most of these goals will be funneled into the hands of Clean as well. So that allows another thing. YaoDao will be actively going for these aggressive jungle clears to ease the burden of Clean in that jungle department.
Yeah, and so far LGD have found a solution, right? They've taken away the Trust Ball Cam away from Hero, and that's going to slow down the farm on the side of Clean, who at this time does not have a level advantage.
Gorge Mobilization does that onto YQ here. YQ gets immediately evaporated by the multitude levels of CC here. First blood for side LGD.
Insane. The moment they hit level 4 on Hui, they immediately make the biggest play here. Emergence going to be landed down. This is going to be a little bit of a problem for Xiao Han here, as he needs to survive this.
Well, Xiao Han here, he is a pretty mobile Chicha here, but has to burn away the flash towards safety here early game. Much more in control for side of LGD, not allowing YQ to even reach that level 4 marker.
Well, now, in this period of time then, this is where YQ, the pick of Donghuang, is not going to find much success. The moment you give away the benefit and the advantage of levels and itemization, essentially you don't get a tank, you don't get to deal damage as well. This Donghuang is going to be silent.
This Donghuang right now is getting cooked in the mid lane here by the ultimate here coming in from the Xiao Qiao here, but with a very tanky body here, he does able to sustain more of these damage output coming in from Fox.
Okay, you know, that's a pretty good comeback for the side of Fox, right? Being able to deal damage against the likes of Clean. But for now, they're just buying time, right? Because LGD, they don't really mind this. They have the gold advantage against Hero, and most of this should be in the hands of Hui as well.
Yep, I do think that Hui and also Luo shares like sufficient goal lead, especially after that level 1 play on towards the top side. So for the side of Hero Esports, they need to compose themselves and make sure more of these gold fall into the pockets of YaoDao on this early.
Yeah, he definitely needs the farm here, and he will be that one win condition that will change the game, especially when you're YQ. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he can lock someone down with the Forsaken contract, and then it really depends on Hero. Can they react on time? Can they find the appropriate members on the side of LGD?
Oh, take a look at YaoDao here, pairing up YQ on the potential dive that may happen on towards Xiao Han here. But Xiao Han notices the fact that, hey, YQ, the Donghuang is not on towards the Gorge. Let me just play and hug on my tower here. Very good signs of awareness for the LGD farm lane.
Oh yeah, I like this a lot. X-Han here, as long as he stays alive, this potential win condition is going to start growing. Late game wise, it is going to be a very interesting matchup because you do have the Maple Dance from YaoDao, right? So it then is a timing based skill matchup.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true here. And also, I like the combination coming in from YQ into the Confirmed Annihilation here. So maybe that's something we will get to see later on with the 100% hit rate combination.
Okay, yes, that one is super curious and super interesting to me. But will we get to actually see that? I'm not sure yet. YaoDao looking for an opening on the backlines will actually give vision for the team.
That Tyrant being burned out extremely fast here. Clean, going dangerously low. Will be taken down by Luo on that Ma Chao here, but also take a look onto the front side though. YQ, the second one to be taken down. This is the Luo show here. He's just throwing javelins, taking every single one in towards his pockets here. This Ma Chao is just unstoppable.
Yep, a double kill coming in, and not only that, pulls a lot more value by stealing away the Azure Golem from the side of Clean. Clean will not make it here in time, and with that, LGD find more value. Let's take a look at the replay here. The way that it was set up, the knockup, big ultimates coming in from both Xiaozai, Xai here, making sure that Clean was in a very uncomfortable position, as well as a knockup from Fox in the mid. While they did give their life, this is where, with lack of control, Luo shines as a Ma Chao.
And Hui was the one to take on the Forsaken contract coming in from the side of YQ here. So that is where the ultimate actually went through, which gave a lot of space on this Ma Chao to realistically enter the team fights with ease.
Okay, potential steal not gonna happen on the side of Hero. They will have to give it away to LGDNBW. And now they will be topping the goal chart here, which means this is an unfavorable situation. They need to find a way to stop Luo. He's level 9, leading the pack in EXP along with Hui.
And almost 5,000 gold, 2,000 gold as well here. But Clean, where are you going here, buddy? This is not your base. You will be taken down with another jab here coming in from the side of LGDNBW here. Do they go on for the chase here as we see? Potential engage coming in from Xiaozai. Force mobilization does not catch on to no one here. Immediate Forsaken contract locks down Hui. Does get taken down by the side of Tanran here. Tanran also traded back and forth, but this trade still falls in favor for the side of LGDNBW once again.
Yep, this is a dream trade for the side of LGD. Not only do they have the Tyrant buff, they also have majority of the kills. They have stopped Clean from farming. They have the level advantage as well. And this should be a strong start in this 6 minutes for the side of LGDNBW.
Yeah, 1 minute ago, it was a 1.5k gold lead. And 1 minute after, it's almost a 3,000 gold lead here. LGD is being so proactive in those team fights here. And this is not looking good at all for Hero Esports.
Yeah, this is so difficult to deal with Hero Esports. I mean, they're already behind on farm. Right now, it's close to 3,000 behind. But the biggest difference maker is that there is a 1,000 goal lead for X-Han, as well as a 1,000 plus goal lead for Lure. So every member that needs to have the gold advantage has it on the side of LGDNBW.
Yeah, not the best of the news here coming in from Hero JIUJING here. So if they want to make a comeback, they need to stop fighting here, but they aren't over these fights here. Potentially looking for the engage on towards Xiaozai here. Forces the spiraling despair coming in from the Kongkonger.
Yeah, they can't do much here. Fox is also that deterrence against the likes of Hero, because that ultimate actually stops Clean as well as Yao Dao from coming in too close.
And this comes to a question here. Has YQ found a successful Forsaken contract on towards the hands of Lure here? Because Lure, he's uncontrolled for the majority of this game, number 3.
Yeah, no one else is actually able to deal with him. I think it's too much pressure to be able to ask JC to be trying to land those matrices to stop the engage by Lure. So at this point, look, they have to save this Forsaken contract for Lure. If he doesn't, then I think Hero don't have any comfort in any of the team fights here.
And that's the thing, right? If you really do save the Forsaken contract on towards Lure, you'll find yourself into a situation by, hey, Lure's not coming in. How do I jump on him? Then the moment you press it on someone else, he's just like, hey, you used the ultimate, I'm going in. With the Hal as well being popped coming in for the side of YQ here. Where does he go for? The Hal doesn't find the marker here. This does leave open that tier 2 into the top lane for a freebie coming in for the side of LGD. Spiraling Despair does Cat Caster coming in from Xiaozai here. The team fight is still pretty even here. No casualties, but the ultimate landing onto Hui eliminates the ultimate coming in for the side of Hero here.
Alright, so they have managed to find some value with the Forsaken contract. This is now YQ securing a kill onto Hui, which means they should be able to secure the neutral objectives if they want to. But at 8.5 minutes, you won't find too much value from that take.
At the very least, it's a good recovery here coming in from Hero. It puts them into much more of a proactive state, actively finding plays to pull themselves back from this 3,000 of a gold deficit here. So they need more of these plays. Punish Hui more, punish Lure more, and then we look at the 10th minute team fight.
I think besides that, they also need to fix the goals, right? So far, they've taken 4 turrets on the side of LGDNBW. Once again, they find out Clean. He needs to stay alive to provide value, right? They need to put pressure across the map. But instantly, the response by LGDNBW is really so hard to deal with. Lure is just split pushing like crazy.
But still, the bottom side, you can see is more reactive for the side of LGD. Even though, yes, gold lead is like 3,000 to 4,000 in favor of the side of LGD, but the map pressure on towards the bottom side, due to the fact that YQ on this Donghuang, none of the members coming LGD is dared to face checkpoint at all.
Yeah, they can't really deal with it. And now, maybe if they catch Lure here, this could be a situation that Hero could benefit from. But immediately, very nice movement from the rest of the team here to stop that aggression. And with the emergence used to face check the brushes, Hero understand that, hey, this is not an ideal situation. Something else needs to be done. But the 1v1 by Lure.
He's just too mobile. These spear resets are just too prominent coming in from this match out here. With the health bars being superior coming in from LGD, we do see a potential trade-off here for Hero on this objective, but good map rotation here coming in for the side of LGD to sniff out this potential trade for the side of Hero.
And this is where the lack of information really scares Hero, right? The fact that Lure was hovering around with the help of XI as well. They thought that Hero were not taking the Shadow Tyrant, but with that, this is an opportunity for the side of LGDNBW to create more chaos across the gorge here. Split push happening at the top side. They will look for an opening. T1 in the mid. This is the true target here. What a setup though.
Spiral Despair does catch onto multiple members coming in. As you can see, Hellforce blinking low for the side of JX1 and also Yao Dao here. Forsaken Contract does find a target, but there is no follow-up here. That does leave the mid tower to go down eventually in favor for the side of LGDNBW here as Xiaozai being forced out. Tanran playing so aggressive here, has to force away the final frenzy here. Spells traded left and right, but minion wave still in favor for the side of LGDNBW.
It's all tunnel vision plays, right? Coming in from the side of LGD. Like even, oh wait, that was a nice steal. Like the way that XI has been using the kit available on the side of this Konger is to drag the different members of Hero, feeling like they have a chance to finish the job here. But every time they do, LGD gets a split push going on the side lanes, and then Hero are punished for doing the right and making the right decision essentially.
There's just too much flanks coming in for the side of LGD, right? On the left, you have Luo. On the right, you have Xiaohan. And then every time they go for a tower push, you best believe Xiaozai is just gonna drop the Spiral Despair and force out any single members wanting to defend the turret itself.
Yeah, and it feels like no matter what you choose on the side of Hero, it's always the wrong choice, right? You don't get the win you're looking for. You don't get the target you're expecting to find as well. Look at the split push happening. In the meantime, it's just two different members handling all 5 people on the side of Hero.
The immediate haul into the Radiance cancel, that was really smart coming from Xiaozai. That puts Hero once again failing to find a proper target using the haul. This goal lead is just being expanded slowly but surely into a slow lead for the side of Hero.
Yep, 4,000 in the hands, in advantage for the side of LGD. They open up the map, they force Hero to make the defense as well. And now they have the freedom to go for the Shadow Overlord. 1v2, Lord doesn't even care. He can do this for days because they don't have hard CC.
No hard CC, no solid chase down here. This Lord Marshal is just casually running through the front lines of the side of Hero. You need to bring more members to even lock him down here, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to pull that card out for the side of Hero. Once again, just pushing them back, right? They don't really have to do too much. As long as they have these minions coming in, they can actually take turrets for free. And with that, X-Han will be able to help put a little bit more pressure on the side of Hero's map.
And Vanguard as well being casted towards the side lane here. That's the removal of all the tier 2 outer towers here. Now it's for the big boys. The inner towers will be the prize for grabs here coming in from LGD.
And I want you to pay attention. LGD doing so well, they're just playing the fog of war, right? Right now, Hero doesn't see anything with the exception of the Shadow Vanguards.
Yep, and this is the alarming part for Hero here. So you are locked in as a Donghuang. So what is your next job here? What do you realistically need to do to find that game-winning suppression for a team?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to force that aggression onto X-Han as well, I don't think that's the target you want. And when you can't choose, this is what LGD are going to do. They're just going to consistently poke you down. They have a huge turret take composition.
You can consider the tower dead as of this point here. One more rotation coming in for side LGD with the Agudo spawns. That tower is just going to be down in the next moment here. But the next upcoming priority will be coming in for this Shadow Tyrant after Lord takes up the buff on the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, look, at this point, 6,000 gold ahead. I mean, what options do Hero have? It doesn't feel like they have any.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, right? Because you're just scrambling in their base, and the idea of the Donghuang is great, but the execution, not really, right?
They needed more, right? End of the day, the Donghuang, you needed to be able to force the financial advantage. You needed to be in a position where you could get the first blood, force out mistakes from the side of LGD. Number one, that did not happen. Number two, they gave the first blood away. And with that, oh, a nice solo take. Like you said, that T3 was considered taken by the side of LGD anyway.
Consider it done and dusted here. And with the rotations here coming in for the side of LGDNBW, they once again look to pressure on these outer inner turrets here. You can see, slowly but surely, Agudo spawns, the Kong clones, the poke coming in from the Ma Chao Spears. Those towers, eventually they will all fall down, and Hero Esports, their space on the map will be further reduced.
Okay, so just to entertain this particular thought, with the late game approaching, JC actually could turn this around if he gets a beautiful ultimate coming in, but here comes the setup.
Unspiralling Despair does go in for the first engage here. XiaoZai will be the first to fall here. Forsaken contract still intact for Hero Esports. LGD biting more than they can chew. So that is without aroma for the next upcoming 30 seconds here. For the side of Hero here, they have an opportunity to make a comeback with that Shadow Overlord being respawned on towards Gorge.
Yes, and this is going to be a 4v5 for the next 20 over seconds. In fact, I will count it as 30 seconds because you might have to take some time to reach this portion of the map from your base. XI, he did take a fall. Is this going to be the turning point for Hero?
They definitely need to find whatever they can coming in towards this fight alone here. Overlord has been started coming in for the side of Hero Esports.
I'll take a look at Luo. They are buying time. He wants to get this solo take. He takes another solo steal. And now LGDNBW, even though they lost the Shadow Overlord, this is still Hero having a hard time.
But still, it's still a good sign coming in from Hero. At the very least, they have signs of recovery compared to actually losing out all the tier 3s if LGD was able to get that final Shadow Overlord here. With the Shadow Overlord once again coming on towards the map here, what can Hero Esports look on towards the Gorge here, Ken?
I'll be honest, I would be hoping for a lot more from the Hero expectation, but right now, I don't think they have the appropriate entry point. How do you engage into this line of LGDNBW?
I think you hold. You hold strong, make sure that you can find those big engages like the one on towards the top side here. Xiaohan already having to expend the flash here. That's the value of the late game comp coming in from Hero. Tanran and JC has already scaled towards fruition as of this point.
Yeah, and this is going to provide space for Yao Dao, right? So everything pointing towards the success of LGD, now slowly transitioning over to Hero. If Hero can make the defense and make that insane catch, especially by YQ, we might have a game on our hands.
I agree here, and YQ right now is on bodyguard duty here. No one should be able to walk near in towards Yao Dao, Tanran, or even JC here. You can see, Tanran is doing so much damage against Hui on that Agudo.
And yeah, they're trying to get the poke in. And this is where Yao Dao has provided a lot of value with the lift step, with the Parasol as well, the Maple Dance. In the meantime, Hero actually, they're very comfortable now, leaving Luo to split push on their own, because if Hero just group up, you have to respawn.
You have to respond here, and the respawn here from the side of Hero is this upcoming Shadow Tyrant here. Take a look at bottom side here, Overlord being committed, and this is another Tyrant being 100% secure for the side of Hero here. And with the absence of the wave clear, bottom tier 3 might be falling down in favor of Hero as well.
Yeah, I think it's a guarantee now. They have taken a tier 3 at the bottom. They did not manage to reach it in time. So this is going to be Hero staving off the pressure being put on the bottom side of the map. Now, LGDNBW, the game is definitely still in their favor at this point. They have the goalie. They have the tier 3 taken down the top, looking for another opening.
And we see a bit of an aggression here coming in from the side of Hero here. Clean doesn't find any form of CC onto his enemy team. That's the Forsaken contract, capturing Xiaohan. Xiaohan is down for the next 40 seconds here. Players are scrambling. There's no marksman for LGD. This is Hero making a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect dream scenario for the side of Hero. They're going to reset here as well, sending Tanran back home with the Annihilation being placed down. Quite a bit of damage onto the LGDNBW lineup. Now, the goal gap is slowly being halved bit by bit. And with that, Hero have also secured the T2 in the mid. These T3s are not looking like they're going to stand for much longer.
Now we're going for the equalizer here. Hero, look at the damage that's being outputted by Yao Dao on that early here. It still is up for just a little while, but towers equalize. We are going into the potential Tempest Dragon game here.
Oh, nice setup, nice stun.
Nice stun here coming in for the side of YQ here. There is still no casualties here, but the health bars are blinking dangerously low here. Annihilation finds towards JC. That's a snipe. Crucial for the upcoming Tempest Dragon.
Beautiful movement from the side of Hero, but the base, hey, hang on, someone needs to deal with this. Thankfully for them, there will be minions, super minions by the way, to help them stave off this aggression from the side of LGDNBW.
But still a 4v5 in favor of the side of Hero Esports with the clutch snipe coming in from JC. Now, this is totally in favor of the side of Hero to get this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think they have an entry point. Fox is meant to be the deterrent against the lineup of Hero. No sub opening now, and on the backline, Sanran, he's gonna try and force out the interactions here. Hero successfully stave off the aggression. They push the members of LGD back, and now, for the first time in 20 minutes, Hero have turned this situation completely around.
They are in the driver's seat right now. We were thinking, what's the value coming in from this Donghwang pick here? And you can see, it's not about how many ultimates you pull. It's about the most important one that you managed to catch. And it was on X-Han's Shicha in that mid-fight.
Yeah, and we asked about the value of White Q on this Donghwang. He is showing it now. He may not have the best start, but right now, if he catches one more person with the Forsaken contract, this could be very well Hero's game to win.
And the final tier 3 towards the mid lane might be the catcher on Sparring Despair. Catches onto multiple members here as we see. Queen is dangerously low, but the first to fall is JIUJING here. Romus for Romus. Hui having to burn through the Safe Sanctuary already onto the front side. The lore has already fallen down. It's not looking good for LGD. It is looking all in favor of Hero here as the sole member. Fox has been taken down. The comeback from Hero is just amazing.
Super well done on the side of Hero. What a way to come back. This was an intense match. Now, this is going to put Hero in a great position here because they are at series point against LGDNBW.
Wow, that's going to leave a very sour taste on LGD's mouth because they were in absolute control from minute 1 all the way to minute 15. But due to the fact that they made mistakes on the second Shadow Overlord, that just turned immediately heads for the side of Hero Esports to make that big comeback.
And the biggest damage that is dealt is not in this game, it's in the next, because now there is still many roams available for the side of Hero, right? Donghwang, is it one of the most prominent meta heroes in the roam? Not really, not in the pro scene. So there's many options for them to explore, which means this forces so many potential bans out from the side of LGDNBW in game number 4.
I feel the spirit of Ziyang here calling in for the side of Hero. So for them to pick up a win on the signature Donghwang gives a lot of confidence here back towards the Hero lineup here. But if you're LGD, it's gonna not feel good because you were in so much control in that game there.
Yeah, you definitely were. I mean, the way that Lore played this game on the March out, it felt like they were untouchable. It felt like every single angle was an opening for LGDNBW to end the game. But somehow, Hero held on. We were consistently asking, where does this Forsaken contract from White Q land, right? Is it going to be on Lore at all? And no, it wasn't. He completely ignored the March out, went straight for the jungle instead.
It was on the jungle in the early games, and then the crucial one, catching over to Xiaohan Shicha. Man, that was just the game-winning one coming in for the side of Hero Esports. But let's go through the statistics here coming in for this game number 3.
Yeah, look, I like the gameplay on the side of JC. I think this Nuwa pick was really smart, but the true damage dealers were coming in from the side of Yao Dao as well as Tanran. The two of them managing to really squeeze in the advantages of the damage in the later parts of the game. And this one, it was a monster game to come back from. 21 minutes long, everything was in control on the side of LGDNBW.
At one point, it was also a 7.5k gold lead being amassed by the side of LGD here. So this was a considerable troll and a comeback coming in from either teams.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the damage dealt here. Look at JC, 127 damage over the entirety of this match. He was the one dealing the pain, but more importantly, the matrixes locking them in place. And the one difference maker actually wasn't from the side of Hero, it was from LGD. It was X-Dai diving in, and once Xiaozai got caught off, it instantly became a 4v5. There was no one else left to soak up the damage on the side from Hero.
Yeah, that's the painful part, especially if you are on LGDNBW. Knowing for the fact that this game slipped from your hand, that's going to cause you nightmares if you do lose this best of 5 here. But let's check out the head-to-head here between the players here. I gotta say, the mid lane consistency coming in from JC has been pretty prominent in Game 2 and also Game 3.
Yeah, I want to take a look at like not just the damage done, but the amount of control timing that this Nuwa dealt.
24 seconds.
Close to 25 in fact, right? So that's a very long time. And the fact that in the later parts of the game, Fox as that Xiao Xiao got taken down pretty early, so there was no counter towards the early pick here for Yao Dao.
And we do remember that one key annihilation coming in from JC, sniping down Fox on that Xiao Qiao, immediately making it a 4v5 for the Tempest Dragon. I gotta say, maybe we do have JC as the MVP of this game tree.
We'll see. And it is going to be JC, of course, the Nua dealing. I mean, okay, 100% team fight participation. That's number one. 30% of the team's hero damage dealt over to the side of LGDNBW, responsible by this man, JC.
He's very consistent and clean on this pick itself. All homes was not lost as long as this man found the key markers here in this game itself.
Yeah, in the early parts of this game, it was all about the side of LGDNBW, right? The plays by Luo really changed and cemented their lead because no one was able to catch this Ma Cao. And even the initiations from the side of Clean was not enough to be able to change the state. And it was all looking great. But then, the later parts of the game, when JC really found his farm, this was where the difference maker came.
Yep, I really agree with you here. In the early parts, it was all the LGDNBW show here, but this was the one here. Check out the side of white here. Immediately going for the Forsaken contract on towards the Chicha here. There's no counterplay for this farm lane.
Yeah, beautiful work coming in, and JC showing us the value of the Matrix here, making sure that he's able to get that immense control, close to 25 seconds, and this annihilation that really changed the state of the game because the numbers advantage just started to pile on from the side of Hero Esports.
And after this, it was just teamfight galore in favor for the side of Hero, getting that comeback of a victory here, a sweet one to close off Game 3, bringing it to a series point for Hero Esports.
Yep. Even taking the final kill right before taking the fall for this team here. And this was a Tempest game. This was as close as it could have gotten for the side of Hero. Now, with that being said, we are going to be, of course, taking a look at the mic check for the side of Hero because I'm pretty sure this one is going to be even more chaotic than the ones that we have heard in the past few games. But in the meantime, now with this position, it means that Hero Esports are at series point. Do you think they can take the series?
It will be a fantastic one, right? Because they are riding with tournament hopes and to really upset the opponents if and only if we refer back to their summer rankings here. But with the addition of these new players here, I gotta say, Hero looks to be very consistent thus far in closing out Game 3 because gameplay-wise, it's looking very 50-50. Just margins of error between these two teams.
Very, very thin, right? The difference so far, especially when it goes into the later parts of the game. I feel like Hero have found their calm and composed self to be able to just stave off the aggression from the side of LGDNBW, and they have done it twice in a row now. So let's see if this one is going to be third time being the charm for the side of Hero Esports, or does LGDNBW figure a way out of this sticky situation?
And so far in the last 3 days of the KCC, we haven't yet got a full BO5 here. So if we were to refer back to past statistics, it's really looking like a 3-1. But for who? You can see from Hero. Maybe it's them, but that's just statistics. It doesn't come true always.
Yeah, I think we bear in mind that, hey, this could be the start of something beautiful because we could be heading into the first full best of 5 series in KCC 2025.
Yeah, that will be an absolute banger here to close off day number 3 with a full BO5. But if you're a Hero Esports fan, you wouldn't want that to happen here. You just want it to be like, hey, this is series point. Let's take the next dub and close off the day so we have more rest time going into the top 16 to top 8 match here. But that's enough talk on the expectations of a 3-1. If you are on the side of LGD, what do you tell your players here? Because they played a fantastic Game 3 in the early to mid part.
I would tell the LGDNBW players that was a very expensive draft coming out from the side of Heroes, right? They had the Nua, they had the RLE as well, they had the Algren. These are very big picks. With that being said, I think we also want to take a look and listen to the side of Hero Esports because that was a monster of a game. So let's head on to the mic check and find out.
那底座们过来
，OK， 我挂红，
你挂，从北开
啊，我不会开牌，放心放心
，OK，
放心兄弟，注意点人啊，别给他们绕后了，注意点人，
准备跟我插红区啊，等到，
哎，没插到，没，
可以打，
中路开了，
没电了，
注码说，
后面
没电，来，其他班车，来看我，是，下走了，
看好，
马超，
你看好先，我在看。
慢慢打，
慢慢打，马超，我们放心输出你们。
OK， 他们现在不好开了，他们不敢开。女娲左边，女娲你走我右，女娲你走我右，别担心，女娲
别掉状态。
OK，
把线截了，等下条龙准备打一波。
空儿开，空儿来，别进，
别进。
干嘛？
空儿死，空儿，哎，空儿，
看我，吃了。
马超回来，马超回来，大师妹回来，
接我，可以打，
我接了，
有人，
杀，马超来，
一波，nice，杀人第一波
，nice。
Okay, so more chaotic than I expected, but this one, you could feel the tension, right? Everyone, especially I think the jungler on the side of Hero Esports was calling for the save, and with that, YaoDao really came through for the team. He was one of the last few to enter that last portion of the fight, cleaning up the entirety on the side of LGDNBW. So with that being said, I feel like they have not, they don't really feel flustered on the side of Hero. So I think there is a good chance they could take this next game of LGDNBW.
Running on the momentum of Game 2 and Game 3's victory, that may be the case here coming in for the side of Hero here. So their communication just now was really purely gameplay here. And the comeback play that they did in the mid lane where the Donghuan got the ultimate on towards Chicha, it was pretty, I would say, calm and collected before the eventual game-winning push.
Yep, actually, there was a very nice setup, which was bought by YaoDao. He actually used his ultimate to push the Chicha back for a little bit. And because of that call, they had some time to make the call to tell the team, we need to get the lockdown onto this Chicha. And that was exactly what YQ offered to the side of Hero Esports. And they went on a rampant run right after that, because that was like the dream scenario for the side of Hero Esports.
Yeah, Hero Esports definitely playing a magnificent comeback here in Game 3 itself. But for LGD, they don't need to change anything because their early to mid game finesse has been always really consistent in Game 1, 2, and 3. They just need to keep up what they're doing here. Don't get the loss to their head, because right now, you don't want to be tilting. There's no time to tilt. You can tilt all the way you want if you lose a series.
I mean, you want to tilt the score towards your side. That's what you want to do. So we'll take a look at how this is going to be right now for LGDNBW. It's all about focus, right? What do we have left in terms of the hero picks and bans? And what do you think is going to be the winning conditions available for the side of Hero Esports?
I think Hero Esports, from what we know thus far, their ability to play team fights with their Clash Lane and Roamer has been really prominent here. So revisiting back this formula, giving the carries towards YaoDao and also the side of JXI, and then your enablers comes in the form of Roam, Jungle, or Clash. That's already a very good formula coming in for this game 4.
I think one of the ways to also take a look at it is, okay, maybe I'm tunnel visioning a little bit more. Just give Tanran one more good pick.
Yeah, Tanran really has stepped up, right? Where we saw the Guan Yu, we saw the likes of the Ambrosia just now, and coming into this Game 3, will we see his signature Lubu?
That will be interesting because they do have a Zhang Fei available for the pick, right? We've already seen this earlier today where the Unbridled Outburst could be a potential setup for a guaranteed Tremble models on the side of Hero Esports if they really want to take that strat out.
I think maybe not, right? Because Byron has already been selected here, and it's not to be a Byron counter here, but you know, I'm not the player. Maybe they pulled it out of their pants somehow in some way that could really surprise us and the audience.
Okay, look, I'm on the side of the audience. I think this is going to be a tie game. I think LGDNBW are going to come back with a monster drop. We're going to get a 2-2 scoreline, and then we'll see each other in game number 5.
Well, with that being said here, we do have to head on over to Game 4's pick and bans between the masterminds coming in from the coaching staff of both Hero and also LGDNBW here, with Hero going on towards the blue side and LGD on towards the red side.
Right, so this is going to be a side swap, right? Hero this time will be on the blue side, which means they get prior pick. They are going to take out the Sulia. Great answer. LGD though, they don't want to allow the Twin Sun to be in the hands of Hero as well. And Hero, nice ban. The Pei will be out of the picture here.
Yeah, Pei and also the likes of the Sulia, they don't have to be removed from the pool here. LGD, the strong picks like the potential Dunshan and also Haya all removed from the pool as well. So that does leave the Master Luban to be picked up from the side of Hero here, preparing for a potential Luban number 7. You see the immediate counter here, lane matchup of the DOUYU and also the Jing in the form of Hui's hand.
Super clean. LGD, they're ready for the Luban number 7. Now, the only question is, what does Hero use the pair? It looks like it's going to be the Yangjin. Oh no, they actually leave it and say, LGD, these are our 2 picks. We're going with the Mai and the Yangjin. Ban out the Luban number 7 if you want. We have other answers.
And this Yangjin still serves as a potential flex towards the Clash or jungle here. It's not finalized yet. They still have some time to really think about their options here. For LGD, they do pick up yet another strong meta Clash lane in the hands of Lore, will be their Fatih Cao Cao.
Okay, so LGD straight away, they oblige. They say if you want to put up the Luban number 7 as a ban, we will ban it out for you. So LGD straight away, take it out. Yuan is going to be the safe condition for the side of LGDNBW. They will take that away on the side of Hero.
It's always a favorable pick, right, for the Yuan because it always does so well into both the Maestro Nui and also the Master Luban on the hands of YQ, because the moment you get engaged on, you can just press the Unending Sorrow and then pop, you're out of the fight.
Yeah, and not only do you get the heals, you also have the damage if you're in the appropriate positions as well. So great answer. Now Hero, they're taking away a lot of burst potential as well as control. So what else is left in the tank for this farm lane? This is going to be a very exciting one.
Ooh, the Impo here being hovered for the side of LGDNBW here. Another engaged roamer in that pool here. And back to your question here. Potential farm lanes here. Are we looking at the likes of a... Oh, Long makes a bit of a sense here. So this is more of like a catapult here. Long goes for the Flaming Palm, and then you pull him back towards safety here. Rinse and repeat. That's how you get more value coming in from Hero Esports farm lane lineup.
And you could also potentially use the YQ powerful storage for this Master Luban and pull the Jing out of her ultimate, the Mirror Domain. And then suddenly, LGD will not have a very nice game. But they pick up the Nua. This is a great answer.
And this time LGD, I would say that their draft is actually super well-rounded compared to the side of Hero here. Hero, their execution will be slightly difficult, but if they can get the early game rolling, they have a lot of priority in the form of JC on the Maestro Nui and Tanran on that Meng Tian here. On LGD, is strong from early game thanks to the fact that Xiaohan is on the DOUYU and the late game comes in the form of the other carrying members of the side of LGD.
True, I actually like LGD's draft as well, but for one particular reason. Let's talk about the first wave, right? XI will definitely help Fox in that mid lane. They will get the initial clear, and then it really comes down to where do they go next? Do they go into the Clash lane to try and create the fast rotations available for Hui and Luo, or do they go towards the farm lane to help Xhan out?
I think it's to go towards the farm lane here because you do not need to put that much attention into a tank clash, into a fighter clash matchup. Limit the farm coming in from the Aoi and Long might be the potential game plan here coming in for the side of LGD in this early half.
If we take a look at this one, execution-wise, I think it's similar difficulties for both ends, right? It's not going to be as straightforward as games 1 to 3 so far. This one, it could be Hero's time to shine.
Hero, if they want to close out the series here, this is the prime time to do so. If LGD comes back into form in this game 4, they might just carry on the momentum to close out that game 5 finish here. But this will be game number 4 with Hero JIUJING Esports coming ahead in this series against LGD in that 2-1 here. So they need your energy. The crowd will funnel them that chant.
Alright, very slight differences in terms of what they want to do across the map. LGD now being pressured by the likes of Hero straight away. A lot of damage onto Xhan as well. LGD, not the start you want. And with that, looking for one more Kachosin. Not going to find it for JC. And with that, LGD survived the initial onslaught.
And this is a very good rotation also coming in from Hero, matching the 2v2 against LGD and coming out on top in that exchange here. The supposed matchup that we imagine is this X-Han getting all the resource in towards his pockets here, but the superior macro coming from JC, getting the River Strike, teleporting bot side, and getting this Fire Beak as well. Everything is looking so comfortable for Hero.
Yeah, and they need this, right? This lineup needs to have that early game advantage, especially when you take up a Mai Shiranui. Fox, he doesn't... I mean, it doesn't mean he will automatically lose in the early game, but Fox, he does have a little bit more security in the late game.
Yep. As for now, we did see the potential late game, right? Like I mentioned, JC had a phenomenal Nuwa on towards the later stages of the 50 to 60 minute mark. Truth could potentially be the same case here if the Mai Shiranui isn't able to absolutely demolish the Nuwa in the team fights.
We'll see. Fox, I think he has been pretty clean with his positioning in the past few games. While they did not have the results to show for it, this is still a potential that LGD can definitely fulfill.
It will take a lot of time here for them to scale into fruition here. But an interesting one that we need to highlight as well will be the jungle matchups here. Yangjin into the Jing matchup here, and interested to see what kind of build that this Jing actually brings on towards the table here. Is it the full damage run or the semi-tank one that has been shown by Musang King just now?
That's true. I mean, the other question to kind of complement that is then, as Hui, regardless of the build, who do you actually go for? Because if you want to go on Yao Dao, you're going to try and force out the Infinite Fastest at the start. It's great. Oh, nice setup.
Yeah, setup here coming in for the Master Luban here, finding onto his 3 members here with the Mai Shiranui getting the almost assassination, almost one click here, but Xiaohan gets out alive. That is such a good one coming in for the side of LGD.
Yeah, massive bait, and LGD, they walk out the victors of that one, getting the first blood for themselves. Now, with that being said, they make the initial rotation as well, and LGD, everything looking great for them, even though the first few minutes did go into the hands of Hero.
That was a scary one, especially. YQ got a 3-man pull on towards the ultimate, and then JC managed to creep towards the backline here, but the damage was just a bit short for their own liking.
Right, we'll see what else is available. The setups by the side of Hero is to put the numbers in, get the gold sherry done. They still have that very slight advantage, but that is quickly cut down by LGDNBW.
It's going to be a very even game for both of these squads so far, and you can see the aggression being matched peacefully coming in for both of these teams in those early exchanges here. And top lane has been the name of the game thus far in the series.
And this one then brings us into that jungle matchup, right? We talked about the level difference. We talked about gaining the EXP and gold. For now, it's neck and neck. Slightly immediate jump coming in. They will not be able to find too much damage from the side of Hero. But Clean, he has a very slight EXP advantage over Hui at this point.
He did also steal away the most important Azure Golem away from the hands of the side of Hui here. So getting the Azure Golem, getting also the Tyrant, big win for the side of Hero Esports.
Yeah, big win. This one hurts quite a bit for Hui because Jing is so reliant on number one, the CDR, but more importantly, the mana regeneration, right? And with that, Yao Dao also has his hands onto his first core item. That's going to be the Eternity Blade here.
Yeah, Eternity Blade potentially going for the Daybreaker next. More on the auto attack side coming in from this hero here. And Cavalry has been sent towards the bottom side to look for more of these elevation against Yao Dao on this lone cap. We can see the goalie here, man, that's a 600 being amassed by the farm lane alone.
Yeah, Yao Dao here definitely knows what to do with the extra damage available, right? X-Han, of course, we give him the benefit. He is doing well in his own aspect because there's been quite a lot of pressure coming in from side of Hero. Now, with Clean, if they get one more steal onto the Azure Golem, this is going to be a dangerous position to be in for LGD.
And they do put their sights on towards the Wolf Camps here, getting the Wolf Camps on their hands, and then 10 more seconds will be the respawn timer on this next Azure Golem here. Pressure is surmounting for Hui on this Jing here. Getting poked down by the Mai Shiranui here, immediately pulled in by the helping hand. But that is too much. You can shoot here, YQ. He does get sacrificed into the depths of the enemy team. But more of these AoE damage being put in, getting sliced. Dies on the hands of Law. Law is unstoppable on towards the front end here. Who is able to take him down?
Oh, it's not going to be enough, Xiao Luo. Luo will be taken down. And they find value Hero. That was supposed to be LGD's win. But they squeeze out the advantage. And they now restore their goal lead. As well as the EXP lead going to the side of Hero.
And to mock them in the face once again, they still got the Azure Golem here, so it's still really bad news coming in for the side of LGD. More of these plays will limit Hui's farm on that Jing that we talk about here.
Yeah, look, Hui being shut down is a huge problem, right? The fact that Clean is now at level 11, which means once he has his hands on the X-Han and Fox, I think that's a guaranteed kill.
Oh yeah, the Yangjin in the Chinese server, they usually go for the full damage build or semi-tank build, and that is already alone enough to burn down some of these health rushes, and it's not looking good for X-Han because a DOUYU with 3.5k gold, not the greatest of the showcase thus far.
Yeah, it doesn't have too much defensive stats as well, right? Just the boost of fortitude to speak of, and right now, Hero, they're trying to push the advantage here. It's going to be a very slight one in comparison to what they had just now, but with the level lead and the goal difference between the jungler Clean as well as X-Han on this DOUYU being so huge, X-Han, I think he's going to be in a very tight spot here.
And to talk about tight spot as well, we will see the upcoming Azure Golem in about 8 seconds in the Azure side for the side of LGD here, but it's guarded really well here by LGD to make sure that Hui actually gets this here, but rotations are coming in hot from Hero to capitalize once again on this buff.
I think it really comes down to the ability to steal buffs away. Hui does secure this one, and with the emergence, they're looking for an opening on the side of Hero. Not gonna find one just yet. Exai, very patient, wants to leave his Tremor Smash for the appropriate situation. Smart.
And the Master Luban and Yangjin combination is actually very creative as well, right? You go in with the Hound on spell 1, and then you get pulled out immediately by White Q's helping hand here. So this gives more mobility for the Poké proc coming in from Clean on this Yangjin.
And it can be, you know, a double whammy as well, because YQ can actually use his ultimate when he jumps in and pull all the unsuspecting LGD members into death's door, essentially.
Yep. It's really down to the execution thus far for this game, number 4 here, and the Crimson Golem, another one for the captain here as well, does get caught out on towards the top side here, popping both ultimates here, and on towards the front side here, we see the Yangjin being pummeled by multiple members here, does get the helping hand to escape towards safety here, and to continue with the fight, we see Yao Dao putting so much pressure against LGD with those flaming palms here, and once again, with this exchange, it does seem that the health bars are not looking too good for LGD.
They can't really do it, right? There's too much lifelines on the side of Hero. They didn't even manage to force out the Infinite Bastard from Yao Dao, so this is a cause of concern. In the meantime, when they're trying to deal with the waves, Hero already starting on this 9-minute Tyrant, and this is going to be quickly secured by the side of Clean. In the meantime, LGDNBW. Let's see, what kind of answers can they make? If they lose this, it's going to be horrible.
Yeah, just a bit of a annoying nuisance coming in from the side of Hero to make sure that Hui has to commit the smite on towards the Azure here. This also buys a lot of time for Clean to pick up these remaining resources on towards the Gorge.
Okay, but this advantage is only going to last for a couple more minutes because, number one, 10-minute mark, they still have this advantage of Hero, but if they make a mistake on the side of Hero and lose that 10-minute fight, LGD are straight right back in this game.
Oh yeah, that's the script coming in from game number 2 where we saw the fact that Tan Ran found that miracle flank coming into Guan Yu here. So for LGD, they need that miracle maker in the form of Xi, in the form of Lore, or even Fox to find those big wins for the side of LGD to close out this game for.
I think maybe if you get like a, I don't know, dream setup, X-Han landing the golden token, Xi with the multi-man Tremor Smash along with Fox getting the full value of the Annihilation and Matrix, maybe we could have the dream scenario. But for now, everything is still in the hands of Lore here. Free damage, look at the combination. Just by White Q and Clean alone, using their first skills, already free damage.
Yeah, so much zap damage coming in from the Yangjin passive here. And right now, we do have both teams laying eyes on towards the objective here. Heaven and Earth mode here. Pop in the health bars against, and Lore gets chunked down by the combination of Yao Dao and JC here. Losing out the health bars will signify that this tier 1 outer turret will fall along with the Tyrant in towards the bottom side. This is just horrible news all over the board for the side of Hero.
Yep, and unless they get like continual lockdown, Yao Dao will be able to use the Infinite Fastest to get out of jail for free. Now LGD, they unfortunately will be opening up the Azure Golem into the hands of Yao Dao, who will gladly take it, or maybe they funnel it into Clean as well. Looks like Clean is going to be the recipient of that. LGD, things are going from bad to worse.
Yep, it's looking really difficult right now. They need to find that big engage that we keep mentioning here. But so far, it's really JC actively looking for lore in all these exchanges. And then the big burst damage coming in from Clean has been really consistent in these big team fights.
I think the biggest difference maker here is the fact that Lore does not have any magical defense in terms of itemization, right? He does have the Pure Sky, which reduces that 35% damage reduction, but it's not going to be enough when you don't know when you're going to get caught.
And you don't really press the Pure Sky when you are CC chained for days here. So especially that was how Lore actually being taken down just now in that exchange. But Knock Knock, who's here? Your tier 2 is once again gone on the hands of Hero.
Yeah, Yao Dao really finding a lot of value with this Crimson buff in his hands. At the same time, LGD, they're consistently being pushed back because they can't risk being put in a 4v5 situation. The Mengtian tanking up so much. Tanran is just providing so much value. Look at where the rest of Hero are at. They're making the split push happen as well.
He's just chilling with the Mengtian right now, but look at the engage potentially coming in from the side of Hero here. Infinite Vastus has been popped coming in from the side of Yao Dao here. Re-engage immediately, jumping in. It's Tanran sticking quick on towards the wall, getting the assassination on towards the LGD jungle.
And nobody falls. That's the biggest difference maker for the side of Hero here. And with that, they are looking to put a little bit more pressure on the T2. Thankfully for the side of LGD, Lore will be there to save the day. But this comes at the cost of the Shadow Overlord. So Hero get to double down on the macro game.
This is just a slow and steady win being generated by Hero. But we were at this position before, and a worse one in the hands of Hero. They managed to make a comeback in game 3. Potentially, LGD could pull it off as well in this moment.
I mean, it's a 3,000 gold difference. Nothing that is insurmountable at this point in time, but LGD, everything needs to work out perfectly in order for them to turn out this game in their favor. It's not that easy. Fox is only halfway there. He needs at least 5,000 more gold.
Yeah, 5,000 more gold, 2 or 3 more items here, making him a raid boss on that new here. But if you're Hero Esports, you don't give them the time here. You look for the aggressive engage. You see Tanran using the ultimate here, forcing some of the positions here to back away towards safety. But the value of the new one is starting to show a lot of dividends in getting those wave clears.
Yeah, the biggest thing is they're putting members of LGD closer towards them, which means they get the Vanguards to do all the dirty work. And Hero now are rewarded a T2 at the bottom side going to be taken. This is a completely empty jungle vision for the side of LGD.
And the Overlords are currently marching towards the bottom side here. This bottom tier 3 might be the first to fall on the high grounds.
Yep, they do get that lockdown with the Matrix as well. Annihilation not going to hit the mark. They do try to force out that movement from the side of Tanran, but it's a tank. There is very little value in finding the life for Tanran at this point. Didn't even have to commit the flash because he doesn't have it. Emergence can be used by Fox. What else can they find? Because LGD, every move is not working out.
But at the very least, with the Overlords being committed, tier 3s are still up and available here. It's a similar script to last game, where this new one has so much success, and right now, whew, that's a lot of damage on towards Lore.
Yeah, that really was. And this is a very tight position to be in. One more set will do it. Will they go for the steal here? It's not about the Tyrant, it's about the lives of the LGD members.
And this White Ward here, who does he go over to? It's Clean, getting the smite here as Xiaozai already first to fall here. Master going in with the flash pull on towards the backline here, leaving 2 remaining members here. Even Yao Dao gets out, bailing alive. The sole member Lore being baited out, chunked out, and there is no longer room for error as this will be the game-winning team fight rewarded to the side of Hero Esports.
It's a big ace, and with that, LGD are taken down. They will start counting down 19 seconds, no, 10 seconds. I think that's 10 seconds too long. They start battering the crystal. LGD on the cusp of defeat, and Hero will make it forward.
Hero destroy LGD, sending them to home at top 32 as they themselves advance to the top 16 of the second stage of the knockout stage. The boys in purple, they have done it, and they have done it in style.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork coming in from the side of Hero. Not what we expected here. The way they controlled this game was so strong that LGD really had no options to explore.
That was just a difficult loss for the side of LGD in that game 3 to really swallow. They had all they took to really win out that game. But unfortunately, when you don't pull out the most important games, this is what you have to suffer through. The cold hard defeat slapped on towards their face.
Yeah, big achievements coming in from this side of Hero Esports. And with that, I mean, the history is created as well in this 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Now, this is a great start for the side of Hero Esports. Unfortunately for the side of LGDNBW, this spells the end of their KCC 2025 journey.
They did pull up a very good showcase so far in the tournament and in the 2025 HOK Esports here in the KPL region. With their final bow, they do have to take their totem and engrave it to the wall for their top 32 finish.
Right, so we'll take a look at the journey of LGD later on. In the meantime, I mean, once again, congratulations to the side of Hero Esports. Their competition is not going to get any easier. That is the biggest challenge here in the Challengers Cup for 2025 Honor of Kings. Because every time you take a win, you are taking the win over and bringing the stronger teams into the next stages.
The cruel reality of esports here is not always all fun and games here. When you lose a tournament, you know for a fact that you have to go through the drawing board and look into the future of potential roster shift-ups here. So friendships will be shattered in this way.
Right, so let's take a look at the stats here. This game, monstrous control coming in from the side of Hero Esports. I mean, the way that the competition was looking, you could see the win conditions coming in from the side of Wei, but they needed the goal advantage. It never came across to the side of LGD.
Yeah, JC on the Maestro Nui had a phenomenal performance here. Every single play that he pulled off really shifted the tempo for the game itself.
Yes, and this is aided on with Clean here. I mean, very small, but very painful experience, stealing away the Azure buff from Hui. That was the start of the crumble, because with no CDR, no cooldown reduction, and no mana regeneration, the game was not going to be easy to recover from.
Yeah, it was also a slow bleed here. 15 minutes, 6,000 gold lead. Hero Esports was just slowly but surely pawing away the Jing power spike up until the very last moment here, which props to Hero for capitalizing this victory for themselves.
Right, so let's take a look at damage output here. I mean, the total amount of damage, every single person on the side of Hero was putting pressure on. And even when they weren't dealing damage, just that support Master Lupan, so much benefit, maximizing the first skill Hound on this jungle for the side of Hero Esports.
Yeah, the Master Lupan and also the Hound just jumping in and out, making it a very flexible pick here. That's why we see on the hands of Clean, he went for the full damage build coming in on the Yangjin.
Smart play, right? Knowing that you have the advantage, you want to double down on it and push it over. And this one, the 20 seconds worth of control in this game were the longest 20 seconds ever in LGD's life.
They don't really enjoy that, right? Because tonight when they go back to the drawing board, when they go to sleep, they will be continuously rethinking about that big throw that they did back in Game 3 here. So it's a tough loss for the LGD boys to realistically swallow in this case.
I mean, it's okay, right? This is part and parcel of the professional journey, and this really comes down to how well a team works in synergy with each other. And this one shows you the power of Hero Esports as they transition to the next stage of the KCC 2025, and of course JC here with the Penta kill. What a way to end the game.
Yeah, 5-1-4 elimination series on the line here. 100% kill participation to top it off with a Penta kill for JC here. He definitely proved to the world that he is also a top tier KPL player in the mid role.
Right, beautiful gameplay here. I mean, a lot of times we expect the Mai to lose its effectiveness in the later parts of the game, but because the goal lead was so strong, the level differential as well was pretty apparent from the side of Hero Esports. They managed to stave off the comeback factor on the side of LGDNBW.
And these are the big moments coming in from Tanran and also the side of Clean to look for those big fancy plays here, let alone stealing away the Azure Golem before returning towards safety. Man, this is just absolutely demoralizing for the side of Hero.
But I think it's a well-done lesson, right? This is also something that will help them, aid them in the next year of KPL for the side of LGDNBW. Now, something that I think we should all pay attention to on the gameplay on the side of Hero, everyone was sharing damage equally. This is so hard to do.
That is very true here, and this is the panda kill here coming in from the Maestro Nui himself. Look at the clean, smooth outplay here. Triple kill in towards the board here, using the Kachu sense to full value here, and that's number 4. And with that is the kill number 4, 4连超凡 into the final kill on towards the Chao Chao here. 5连绝是 panda kill here. Very well done coming in by the Maestro Nui JC here. Well deserved of the MVP of this game 4.
Yep, very strong performance from the entirety on the side of Hero Esports. Beautiful gameplay coming in, and this is going to be really interesting because we want to hear the mic checks. That's number 1. Of course, we will also have the winner interviews probably listening in on the side of Hero Esports. Curious who they will try and pick out for this interview here.
Maybe Tanran and also Yao Dao here. Maybe those two, or JC after the panda kill. I don't know here. Maybe we'll see later on who's not really that tiring here. But of course, after that will be the losers interview and also the documentary here. After watching 3 documentary of the losing teams, it definitely struck a bit of my heart to bid goodbye to some of these great teams that had a phenomenal 2025 year, Mankin.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we are looking for, right? In this last portion of competitive HOK, especially for our Challenger Cup, we want the best out of the best. And I mean, unfortunate for them, but this is a single elimination in this first knockout bracket. We will conclude that tomorrow, where we will have our final 8 teams before we go into the group draws. But of course, we take it one step at a time. Best of 5 still for tomorrow. I'm curious about, I would think we will take a look at the mic check first on the side of Hero Esports. Let's hear how the comms were like in this final game.
蓝区，挤蓝区，压线，兄弟，
交换，我顶进，顶了，看见你，
连破，
顶，看见，
行，
哎，我杀了，别杀一起来，
走，
杀了，乖，往前冲，顶了，乖，
我人手，走，
来，慢踩，五杀，兄弟，冲，来，过来，喷他，兄弟，过来，来，送他回家，来，一波，来，送他回家，
爽了。
哦，爽了，
爽，兄弟，爽了，可以，感谢兄弟们，可以。哦，第一把我的，
没事，
太久没打比赛了，兄弟，
没事
，nice。
哦，拿下。
All right, this one is a thing of beauty. The moment they recognized, JC recognized that I had 4 kills, he shouted to the team, I have 4. And the team was like, okay, you send him home, get the pentakill. Yeah, that is the definition of teamwork. I'm pretty sure in ranked games, that does not happen. If you tell someone you have 4 kills, they would say, okay, I'm going to spoil up for you.
Yeah, I'm going to take it and I'm going to just like deny it from you here. You know that pentakill gives you so many additional energy points. I'm denying the way out of you for that case. But to send them home, it's not just to send them to the fountain, it's also to send them away from KCC 2025 here. So the irony definitely applies in that case here for the side of Hero.
Yep, so once again, congratulations to Hero Esports. What a series. They keep that stat in check, right? So it is going to be 3-1 in terms of the scoreline. We have not had a full best of 5 just yet. So we'll take a look at that tomorrow if that's going to be a chance to happen. But in the meantime, let's talk to the winners in person in this winners interview.
97来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是南通黑油酒精妖刀。
Hello， 大家好，我是南通黑油酒精97。
欢迎2位啊！刚才非常精彩的比赛里面看到97斩获了5杀，能不能再跟大家回忆一下刚才那个画面啊？
杀着发现3杀了，然后就让队友让一下。
啊，家人们
多亏队友们。
怎么说？你们那个沟通画面什么样？
就是看了根本看不清团战特效，然后回头一看，曹在气我胡我4杀了。
哦，就是你在忙着逃命，然后3指1拉头眼花，队友4杀，差点5杀，最后拿下了。
太猛了，
太猛！哎，但是你是一个丰富5杀经验的选手啊，你怎么评价这位小老弟新合作的？
第一个吧，后面以后还会有，
还会有的，未来不可限量啊！但是我们要聊聊这次南通黑手酒精的合作。其实你跟坦然的合体，我们还是很惊喜的，因为这是创造了狼星巅峰的2个边路选手啊！怎么评价你们2个人的这个配合？
可能是想享受一下坦然的巅峰期吧，让他去切对面射手感受一下。
好，今天感觉怎么样呢？
感觉的话非常的舒服，因为平常训练赛也感受很多了。
哦，已经有这样的感受，这次做对手和做队友的感觉还不太一样。好，那问97，因为你的偶像的好兄弟现在成为了你的队友啊，感受怎么样呢？
感受很爽吧，就是感觉坦然还在巅峰期吧，
还在巅峰期。而且我其实特别纳闷的一个事儿是什么呢？我听你们语音啊，怎么感觉全都坦然化了？我听过你们2个人分别的语音，平时不是这样的，怎么回事？
因为我们全都模融化了，对。
这是感染力是吗？
对，
很具象人。哎，今天其实有很多的画面，包括妖刀、叱咤这个英雄，感觉很适合你。因为大家说这个英雄可以绕后，也看到你的画面，怎么才第2次玩呢？
就是那个可能的话，这个比赛刚开始吧，后面还会选。对。
那之前用的比较晚是为什么？那时候大家和梦兰是最喜欢的。
之前梦兰，我好兄弟给我推荐这个叱咤的时候，我不以为然，我觉得，他在给我灌输的歪理，对，然后没信。那发现的话，确实他现在打的画面很多，我在苦练。
哦，所以还是要听人劝，吃饱饭哈。
是的，特别是好兄弟跟我说的话，一定要听进去。
而且你们这个队伍感觉应该气氛会很好，包括看到这个张凯呀，包括看艾斯的加入，聊聊你们的赛训配合呗，2位来。
凯教和艾教细节都比较多吧，然后给我们也优化了很多打团还有节奏的细节。对，所以说我们才能比赛中打得比较齐心协力。
那97的感觉呢？
感觉他们2个就是跟他们合作很舒服吧。他们俩就是软硬皆施。
各有各的招是吧？
对。
分别感受了一下，主要是要靠太阳穴思考了。这个时候，反正我们下一场对决，大家其实很关注的是对阵的DOUYU，他们之前是一个让2追3，怎么说那场对决？
压力很大吧，因为之前在快手卡梅尔的话也比较熟嘛。对，所以说的话要好好准备一下。
好好准备，来。
全力以赴吧，因为 UG 有好多我的好兄弟。
也期待你们下一场的表现了。好了，感谢2位分享，我们的采访到此结束，一会儿见。
Wonderful interview coming in from the side of Hero Esports here. Really curious point that they pointed out that this is the only the second time they've actually used Chicha for the side of Hero Esports, even though they've performed so well today. So this is going to be really cool because they have kind of promised us that you will see it in the future games as we proceed deeper into KCC 2025, of course.
And to add on to the interesting fact that Yalda actually proposed in that interview is also the fact that the reason why they didn't play much of the Chicha in the earlier stages of the tournament is also because that when Yalda received news that Chicha is a good farm lane from the voice of Moonlan, he was like, is this real? Are you just trying to shove me into a weird direction? But after seeing some of the moments here coming in from the gameplay of Chicha, he started to believe it more and he started to pick it up more, and hence we see Yalda performing really well on the Chicha.
And of course, with that being said, they were asked about their next opponents, which were going to be JIUJING in this next portion of 2025 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup. Now, there are also opponents that need to be respected and studied, so they will do their best in that particular best of 5 or best of 7, depending on what that matchup will be. So high expectations for both ends, and we'll see what the result of that exchange will be between these two teams. Now, with that being said, I think it's time to prepare also to take a look at that loser interview. This is the last chance and probably the last moment we will take a look at LGDNBW before the start of the next season.
Yep, that will be the final few times, right? Luo Hui, they had a phenomenal year thus far with Xiaozai and also Xiaohan. This will not be the last time we will be seeing that in the KPL itself here. They had a phenomenal finish in the KPL Grand Finals 2025. So for them, this is still a long journey ahead of them, especially 2026. It's just in about a month's time.
Yeah, exactly, right? There's plenty of time to kind of fill the gaps, fix the gaps as well for the side of LGDNBW. So definitely, I think their fans can expect that they will improve. They'll come back a lot stronger and maybe even put in a bid for this next season of KPL 2026.
That will be a very interesting one because we know for a fact that next year KPL 2026 we have summer into the spring into directly Challengers Cup and then summer into directly KPL Grand Finals here. And with the increased prize pool coming in of the KCC 2026, the value of the tournament will immediately skyrocket here, not only for the teams but also the club owners here. So definitely something to look forward to, especially if you are LGDNBW.
So they have definitely started their journey. This is where they have gotten tested in the later parts of this year for 2025 for LGDNBW. So this is like the perfect chance for them to reset, rediscover what strengths they need to find and what gaps they need to fill in their gameplay, as well as team dynamics and team synergy here, as they look to have a stronger success in the future competitive season across Honor of Kings.
But definitely a very surprising showcase as well coming from Hero Esports, because throughout the short time of the off-season, they managed to really build a strong lineup to topple LGD in this BO5. But of course, talking about LGD, let's pass it towards their exit interview right now.
打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是杭州 LGDNBW 的9位。
啊，欢迎9位。其实，在抽签花海刚抽完之后，发现抽到老东家，当时你内心什么想法呀？
没啥想法吧，就反正看到打的是 KPL 队伍嘛。
强度上起码有保障
了。还好吧，反正就那时候因为刚回归嘛，然后还是在训练备战状态。
刚回归的时候，其实应该并不是一件很容易的事情啊，是要克服一点东西吧？那个时候解决最多的事情是什么？
英雄理解吧，因为春季赛还前个赛那时候玩到年总之间，中间就英雄 counter 位关系，然后和前期资源点谁强势谁弱势吧。
就还是要补课，作为老将还是要常看常新常学习。但是这次因为你回到老干爹，其实是你待过的地方，你感觉跟之前的环境是不一样吗？对哦，
还好吧，没啥特别多感觉。
那主要大家其实关注到小洛，因为在这一年的变化挺大的，你回来有这种感受吗？
变成熟了一点吧。
哪方面呢？
平时就是对自己要求高一点吧。
这个确实还是应该是蛮欣慰的。但是其实今天的比赛一上来感觉你们状态是不错的，而且大家总结规律发现你的这个海月啊，经常第一把能出来就能拿到1血，节奏是很快的。这是你的新的心头好吗？有这种新的这种法司节奏感吗？
没吧，就可能基本都教练看哪个英雄哪一把合适吧。
还是主要看赛前组要求这种东西。但是今天后面几局，其实我觉得有比较可惜的局，经常看到你们打到后期好像有点犹豫了，是怎么回事？
这个只能说电子竞技没打过，就是自己确实练得不到位吧。
那还是要继续把该练的细节补充到位。但是我今天其实，在突击采访听到你说，平时吵架吵了很多理解，然后就反而会变好，能不能细说？都一般在吵哪些方面？
前期对抗吧，今天说最后一把最后一把确实是不太好对抗，其他几局我们前期应该还是取得了优势。就是平时吵的吧，但中后期一些团战还有什么画面，可能就是我们自己训练赛也不是特别认真吧。然后现在在比赛上反馈就是没打过，
所以解决的问题在场上也是能体现的，但没解决的也体现出来。这赛场是非常真实和残酷的，但是能看得出来，就是大家在逐渐捏合成一个新的团队变好的过程当中，未来的比赛其实已经不远了。有没有什么对于未来大家团队的小期待？
未来就回去，可能1个多月吧，然后电子竞技嘛，还是跟原来一样，就没打过就回去接着练吧。
好，那希望你们能够继续成长，继续加油。感谢9位分享，我们一会儿见。
我觉得我们LGD的话是一支氛围特别活泼，然后特别开心的一个氛围。我们队的变化也不是特别大，就中单换了一个老朋友吧，然后射手的话就换了一个新朋友。
我的加入的话，可能是因为我经验比较老道吧，让队友们更加能凝聚在一块。
这次挑杯其实大家压力都很大，上来就是搏5一条命，然后容错率可能没有那么高。
电子竞技就除了冠军以外都算失败者吧，失败了就回去总结经验，然后学习吧。
也会难受一段时间或者1、2个月吧，但是仔细想一下，需要把那些都转为动力和经验吧。
25年个人感觉有点坎坷吧，希望今年的年底和明年能有更好的变化。
还是向前走吧，不用回头。
with that, we bid the best of luck to LGDNBW as they look to put a better effort for the new year of HOK. I find it so cool that they were actually super honest about the problems they face in terms of fightings amongst arguments amongst the teams, what gaps they're trying to fill as well, and having to be aware and be honest that hey, there are lessons to learn. We are not as proficient in the heroes and the matchup that we would like to be. This really is a sign of sure growth for the side of LGDNBW.
And also another one of the terms here that they have quoted was really in electronic esports and esports tournaments, if you don't get a champion, it's considered to be a failure here. So they are really cruel to themselves, especially from what we saw in the documentary here coming in for LGD.
But I think this is something that's really important, right? Most of the time, if you want to be a champion, you do have to set high standards for yourself. And so they've already achieved that first part. The only next thing to do is to try and rise to the occasion. That is where we will have our expectations for LGDNBW the next time we take a look at them in HOK. But for now, that is going to be it for our Best of 5 series today. We have run through 4 different Best of 5. It's been a long day. Now, with that being said, tomorrow we're going to be back there as well. We're going to have another 4 sets of Best of 5. More people will fall as we're looking to cut the group in half here.
And also, tomorrow is the final global team competing in the KCC 2025. It will be Alpha Gaming here. The 3rd seed coming in from the KIC invited to the KCC. Also the 3rd seed simultaneously coming in from the MKL region. Will they fall to QXPJ? That one will be an interesting one to find out tomorrow.
Yep, I mean, they have been given the lessons of Nova as well as Homebois BSE here, Black Shrew Esport. Let's see if that has been a difference maker for the side of Alpha Gaming as they go into their one and only BO5 tomorrow. If they win, they proceed. If they lose, they are going home.
Yeah, it's a true harsh reality of such a competitive tournament format here. Even the strong teams like the side of Wolves Esports, they also suffered through the untragic defeat here coming into the top 32 finish here. So anything could realistically happen here. Who wakes up with the better form might just crawl up and succumb to that game-winning form.
That's true, but I think the most important mindset here is that our KIC teams and KIC representatives are here to come in for a learning lesson. Now, it's been fun. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu, and SANGJIE. It's been fun today. We will see you back tomorrow again at 12 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment.